make himself known. Comes out from cave late. My God, he's good at it. He takes down Rain and Olaf. Smokes are in position. This is exactly what they needed on the execution. They know they're inside of it, though, and Nikodaz finds the kill. Kerrigan for one in return, but it's too awkward. It's too many exchanges and too many angles.
Key cut.
Okay.
Now they have to be ready as well because Naf is in a bad spot, and Yuri's got the headshot onto him, and they're both pinched in the back line. Naf, with him going down, means the Liege can't peek. He's got to be so patient. He's got to be so smart about this because remember, it's an AWP for Fallen, and he's left inside a dark. They can bounce it out. They can jump it around. He got the first shot, but you're right, no kit. Has Fallen done just enough? Absolutely. He's looking around. Did he get one? Did he get one in time is the real question. I don't think he has.
I think he does.
I don't think he has.
Ooh, no.
Oh, it's just barely enough for Liquid to win out the round.
They'll have to do better next time, but for now, action towards Donut. Shush, isolating twice again with that AK. Shot down like a computer with the plug pulled out of the back.
Oh, sweet Jesus. Wow, okay. Lackey with 2 quick kills through the smoke.
Gets behind everybody.
He is so positionally aware. Shots, show me shots, show me shots. Oh my days, the Brett, the picnic knife is out.
That's something else from Simple.
The lifesaver.
Keeps Bit alive. What have you got? Device, he's already got a scalpel bullet lodged in his thigh. And Simple just laughs at him.
An electronic on the boost. When's he gonna peer up and the shot? It's easy as that.
Flash doesn't catch him. Electronic has vision, and they all strike. Look at this, multiple targets. You're not going to win these duels. LNZ can try and fail.
Frozen though, spinning left and right inside of the bomb site. And get a triple quad kill now. Pistols out. He wants to fight Hades as well. That could get exciting. I don't think he has any head armor, so the USP could kill him. And there it is, an ace in the 12th round. Behind the sandbags, it's going to be creeping out to end the round. Great triple spray down. There's nothing they could do.
Good morning, which I say to you strictly as a formality and not in sincerity. I don't think this is a good morning. I do wish you one, but this is not a game I wanted to happen at this point in time.
Okay.
This is not, I mean, this is the reckoning day, right? This is elimination day for so many teams, and it's Liquid versus FaZe, and it's, yeah, I don't know. It's not a game I really wanted to cast. I wanted success for both these teams for a number of reasons.
Yeah, it would have been nice to see, surely. I mean, and it would have been nice to have this intensity and these emotions in a later stage of the event. But look, both these teams had their chances to get past, to not have this matchup here, right? Liquid losing against a FURIA yesterday that they've been able to beat in the past. That's looking a little bit weaker. FaZe as well, taking a loss to a G2 that's been streaky up and down, although they look great, obviously, in this stage. But there's been opportunities for these two teams to avoid being in this kind of a disaster clash at the 1 and 2 mark.
I think the Liquid one, is a little more like they had a better chance against FURIA. That's a team they have a good understanding of. They've played a lot, and typically, I think, especially with Drop coming in and the sort of the turbulence that FURIA has had, I think that's one that they probably should have won and been kicking themselves over.
Yes.
The FaZe G2 one, although I don't think FaZe played the way we've seen them in this tournament and haven't looked their best in that, that one's a little more excusable because I think G2 is actually a front runner in this event right now. The way that they're starting to shape up, obviously they went 3-0, so
they're
that
looking real
something.
good, yeah.
I don't know how they'll shape in the playoffs. It depends on the draw. Obviously, they're going to avoid Na'Vi, which is huge because I think that they are the obvious favorite. But this matchup, like I say, it's tough. It's heartbreaking no matter what. And it's two legendary teams. It's two teams that have major winners on them. It's two teams that are just, they're the real deal.
Look,
and it sucks that they're here, but this is just the state of it. They had to be ready to come into this major.
I mean, the big story, obviously, coming into this is Twistzz playing up against his former team, his longtime team, his first franchise where he made his name, where he kind of built his brand and built his style as a player, now coming back to them. And remember, part of the reason why he departed the Liquid roster, he wanted a little bit more responsibility. He felt he was getting to the point in his career where he was developing as a player, wanted more attention as the star player, wanted a little bit more priority toward the spots he wanted to play. It's not the only reason, but it's a big one. And he got that in FaZe. He found the team that was going to give him that, and now you get to see how is that going to match up against Liquid.
Sometimes be careful what you wish for, because the problem is it's been individual performances for so many people in FaZe, but we get to see that team game, and he and Brokey are the kind of two guys that I look to as this great young dynamic duo. Twistzz is still quite young. Yes, he's been on the market and in the scene for a while now, but they're not getting those performances at all the same time. We've seen Kerrigan go off. We've seen Rain break records this event, but it's still just individual aspects of that. And obviously Kerrigan is a good mind. He obviously knows the game. He's been kicked around a bit in the top level, but every team he goes to seems to get an immediate improvement when he first gets there, and then they sort of stagnate. But I thought FaZe was going to be on a trajectory back on land where, look, these guys want to get to the arena. There's no question about it.
I think the problem is now when you get to this stage, when you look back and you mentioned Kerrigan having a good performance, Rain setting records, that was in the previous, that was in the challenger stage of this tournament. Now that you're in the Legends and you have a more difficult teams that you're going up with each and every matchup, it's harder to have those kind of performances. Kerrigan has really dropped down in terms of player ratings for this event. He's very, very low on the scoreboard. And yeah, being a good in-game leader isn't enough anymore. You need to be able to put up points or frags and numbers as well while you're doing it. And it's the complete opposite problem over on the Team Liquid side of things. Elige giving that interview. We're still not on the same page. We're still not able to find out, some way in which we're all able to kind of be in the same mindset of what we want to do in each scenario without having to have some kind of crazy level of communication. So fundamentally, Liquid at different points seems disconnected. And we saw that in the matchup against FURIA. There's a feeling for me when I watch Team Liquid of when I know that their players are in the mood to come out and frag and emphasizing trading it. We didn't see that kind of an attitude in the gameplay against FURIA.
No, absolutely not. No, this is... it's tough to see what Liquid's going to do. I mean, it seems, I know you were there, and I don't want to get too into it in that regard, obviously coaching at the time that the change happened with Twistzz. Grim came in before that. This is not the Liquid that won the Grand Slam. It's not. Let's face it. Nitro's gone. Twistzz is gone. And it's a very different looking team. But Fallen coming in, it's an interesting one to me because, again, he's been on the decline individually. We know he has a very good tactical mind, but it's such a different sort of team to control than what he's used to and having players he's played with his entire life. So,
well, look, it's not just Fallen with the great tactical mind. Stewie's got one as well. Elige has one as well. But as they said, those are diminished when you can't all get on the same page and agree on how to move forward. And that's
too many cooks in the kitchen.
Yeah, so to speak. So that's going to be a challenge for these guys. Either way, we got to stop theory crafting. We're going to find out exactly what what this is, and if anything is going to shake you from a slump to start an event at the PGL Major, it's going to be going up against your former teammate, your teammate who won a Grand Slam with you. And if that doesn't motivate Liquid, this little bit of a grudge match, because they want to be able to say at the end of this year, we beat Twistzz when it mattered.
Keep in mind, this is the first best of 3 for Liquid in this event now, because they'll be into an elimination or advance. Those are where you get those, obviously elimination in this case. Whereas FaZe saw one in the previous stage when they went 3-0 from the challengers. Smoke's going to go over. It's going to be B execute to start off this map. Rain's got the first shot. Grim to go down. Stewie almost forward fast enough to get ahead of Kerrigan. He's got to be careful, Kerrigan. He's got to get a reload in. Thankfully, Rain is able to swing back and save him. How is Stewie still alive? There's 3 players surrounding him. That buys so much space inside of the site that Fallen is able to put down the bomb as Bronchi will try and work back in. All 3 of them, in fact, going in that direction. The only one who's not is Olaf, who's back towards CT. On top of the box, though, it's Elise. He's got 3, and he's looking for a 4th. That is incredible from him to win out the pistol for Liquid.
That's magical. They need that from Elise. That's an ace as well in the pistol round. All 5 kills, and it was looking shaky. Both teams some scrappy shots. I thought FaZe had the exact kills they would need to make that retake happen, but the X factor of Elise, and that's what he can deliver for you. A pistol round right at the get-go, all 5 kills. Absolutely magnificent control of the Glock. I mean, that kill's huge. The kill Olaf Meister gets onto Naf at triple boxes, that's the one that I thought sealed it. Because Naf is the player who's peaking on contact. Naf is that follow-up player when Fallen, when Elise get into contact. Naf's supposed to be the one who's able to get a kill or 2 as people pay attention elsewhere. Him going down was actually massive for FaZe, and they still couldn't make it work. That's 2 rounds in a row now. Grim has gone down first to just 1 bullet from his opposition. Rain in the pistol, now Kerrigan with the deagle. And a MAC-10 is picked up for the FaZe side.
Yeah, Grim's had a short affair in this match so far. It's all right. You can watch, you can learn, you can get into this. Maybe watch Elise's POV while he's sitting there in spec right now.
Take some notes. Quietly creeping up Banana, 3 players. Just this one Molotov and a smoke on Rain to delay things. And Liquid making no presence, no pressure across the map whatsoever. It's all down to this B hit. The Molotov surely is going to stall them out. I don't think they'll expect the smoke afterwards as well, so this could actually get a little bit dangerous for Liquid. They might have to force themselves through a smoke. Rain's coming around right now just to drop it in front of Coffins.
Stewie's going. Rain, he's aware. He's trying to play the smokes to his advantage, but he's so blind. He's still sitting inside of it. That's going to be a problem for them. Fallen's planting, literally touching his kneecaps. He's done nothing about it. Brocky has Naf down. If Rain knew the bomb was there, just get on it. He could have tapped that and probably they wouldn't have heard it. It is a 10-second defuse, but that would have been, if ever, a chance for a Ninja. That would have been it. However, that smoke had a timer, and he may have been exposed a little bit late. He gets a kill instead. That'll favor Olaf to try and go for this as he uses the Scout. Tag through the pillar actually does a little bit of damage with the Scout, so Stewie hit up to 88. Nade probably helps. Shit, but the deagle's even better. He's got this. He looks his back away to try and find the bomb, and he returns the favor to Elise. That is an incredible shot.
That is disgusting. Does he have it? I think he's got it.
I don't know if... Oh, he does.
Ooh,
oh, my
right
God,
he
does. I didn't think he did. When that went green... Oh, my God, Olaf. That's ridiculous.
That is a clutch. You cannot lose as Team Liquid. The 2-on-1, Elise misses a couple bullets, but you got to give props over to Olaf Meister. That transfer over, the aim flicking over with the deagle onto Stewie, that shot is spectacular. He thought he was at pillar the whole time. Absolutely beautiful. And a full 10-second defuse on top of it. So look, that's one way if you're FaZe throughout some of the struggles of this. Remember, it's for them, the entire story coming into the major has been like, we are a different team when we're on LAN. We are a different team when the pressure's on, because the experience that we have usually can carry us over most of our opponents, especially some of the younger opponents in this tournament. And Olaf delivering a performance like that is a good start. You have to be happy with that. I think Brokey gets caught with a little bit of a mouse wheel jump.
Renaissance man, Olaf. Kerrigan's pushed down middle. Good information, but has to be somewhat concerned of the range issue, especially knowing that Elise has, okay, the M4. Never mind Kerrigan. He's got confidence today. We love when Kerrigan gets confident. I do, look, like I said, I want both these teams in front of the arena because it's so classic in my mind to see these two teams on the stage. But I want to see Kerrigan really with a crowd. I mean, he loves hyping them up and getting into it in these situations. But it is going to be Naf left in now a 1-on-3 and hasn't been able to pick up anything. Just that Glock. Bomb down mid. Yeah, this round is over. Olaf, the Maestro, slides in behind again to make it now 2-1 for FaZe.
What a turn of events. A 1v4 from Elige in the pistol round. Up on top of the boxes to steal that away from FaZe. And then Olaf with a 1 versus 2 clutch and full 10-second defuse in the second round to rip everything away from Team Liquid. What a start to the game. Guns are out for both teams. AK-47s picked up by Liquid. Little bit of utility as well. Deep Molotovs down. And flashbangs through. That FaZe defense is going to be forced away. So control of car goes over to Liquid. Decent amount of damage is done to Fallen and Stewie though, so they pay for the map control they've gotten.
Hold the AKs for the entry. Flash goes off, and they actually preemptively fire into it, expecting a peek. That's going to reveal that there's at least 2 guns absolutely waiting there, but they knew they lost Banana. They won't be caught off by that. Good Molotov, or rather smoke and incendiary, to be specific, back over top. Now, this is an old school boost to try and see above that smoke, because obviously they're trying to retake Banana at this point, so they want to at least get vision. If they can't hold the positions, they can at least try and get a shot onto them if they retake it. And then we stagnate for a moment, but we've lost utility more than even the HP has fallen. And Stewie, like you say, it was costly. They've pulled some of that defensive utility out of the CTs. In fact, the only smoke that remains is on Olaf right now. Does that smoke have a gap toward Library? It looked like it might, but it doesn't matter. Brocky's the first in line instead. He'll get Grim down.
Yeah, Grim didn't even get a chance. We already touched on he's in the pistol in the second round. He got shut down before he could even fire a bullet. It happens again, but Brokey, Elige is going to take that fight. He's going to love that fight. Twistzz, oh, the peek out from small pit. Elige has that and the follow-up. Now they can wrap onto the bomb site. Olaf inside the pit. Yeah, call it all that experience. Call on that aim you had in the second round. Naf with a solid lurk as Olaf gets caught in a spray, and FaZe can't do anything in this. It's going to be tied up, and these weapons have to be saved.
Yeah, that's a risky spray, right? He knows he's pretty much alone at that point in time, and he sprays are just going to rush him down on the reload timing. His aim's not going to be able to set fast enough, and yeah, good look from that, as you say. So now we get it tied up.
Yeah, you get that kill, you get that first kill on Fawn a little bit quick if you're Olaf, and you can transfer over. You probably go for the follow-up kill as someone peeking exactly where Naf did, but yeah, when the spray gets that out of control, no chance to recover. 2-2. A slow crawl, a slow pinch on the A bomb site. It's Elige with 2 huge frags on Rap side on Twistzz and Brokey to open things up. And that's got to make you happy if you're Liquid. Elige starting out with a good game. 8 kills, 2 deaths, including an ace in the pistol.
Yeah, the ace in the pistol was spectacular, but I equally say that although Olaf didn't get an ace, the next round was every bit as good with that deagle. Explosive start. You'd expect nothing less from players of this caliber and teams of this nature. 2 teams fighting with their backs to the wall in this major. Winners of previous majors on both sides of the table. And a grudge match, as you say. Twistzz versus old team, and you're right. I highly expect that each would want to beat the other going into what would be post-major era and probably a break between the 2 teams. But not sure when they'll see each other again at this point in time. Few events coming up, but not sure when the next one that's a LAN will be.
Well, look, yeah, probably very few of them are going to be as meaningful in their minds as the major. Well, the first major in the 2 years. So, yeah, I think you'd trade wins and all the other ones if you could get it here and survive for a chance at the playoffs. 3 defenders at the bomb site. 1 is boosted up. That's Twistzz. Kerrigan just having some delay tactics, dropping a smoke. Pretty standard stuff so far, but he'll be the rotator now as Twistzz is up on the flower pots, and Liquid, after establishing banana control, going to leave Grim there to hang on to it and start attacking the A bomb site. Grim backing away as it looks like they've made their decision. They want to end at the A site. Success in the previous round. What can they get here in round 5?
Kerrigan's going to hold the arch side of the brackets. Fallen has gotten Olaf down. That's, oh my god, what a nade from Brokey. I was going to say, that's Pit gone, but now Brokey's got the kill. He can rotate it over. Kerrigan's able to come back around, and the MP9 strikes. That is a phenomenally timed nade, and the damage done early on pays off for FaZe.
Yeah, where did Kerrigan get the initial damage done to get that double kill with the grenade? That stopped everything.
He must have sprayed through the smoke that we saw down from the Archspray side.
Man, that, I mean, the kill that Fallen gets to open up the bomb site is like a little bit of a gift that you don't normally get in that scenario. So Liquid is probably feeling real good before that nade comes sailing in. Elijah has already bought an AK-47. And he'll have utility. Stewie can pick one up, he can go down to a Glil if he wants nades. He's not. He's going to go for full head armor and AK-47, but investment across the board. Grim's going to be on a MAC-10, Fallen likely down to a pistol with utility. So a little bit of supportive elements, but Liquid's not going to be able to do that slow kind of take control of Banana, fall back and set up and execute at the 8 bomb site. They don't have the utility for it. So we'll see what they decide to call. P250 on Fallen to emphasize the nades. Money's not good for FaZe, so even if Liquid can be dangerous in this round, get 3 kills, get 4 kills, keep the money low, that'd be a victory of sorts as well.
I was just wondering if it was a double nade, if Kerrigan actually naded through, and that was a set. Because it sounded like one explosion, but if they were thrown at the same time, because I didn't hear a lot of shots from Kerrigan, you're right, and it's tough for us to, I apologize, but to discern all of that information while we're watching what's going on the take toward, especially after Olaf goes down toward the A site. But either way, it was well struck and well timed. I'd call it a Kobe, but that was a slam dunk, so that's a Shaq. Because let's face it, Shaq only knows how to put the ball in if he's like 4 inches from the hoop.
Well, he is like 18 feet tall, so like, why not? Ooh, crossfire in mid, no utility used. Olaf's got a clear line of sight. Twistzz as well, nothing to bother him. And that might just be the round. Stewie's going to come up and try and handle it, but even if he wins that battle against Twistzz, Olaf on the other side was surely going to trade him off. Now it's Fallen's turn to test the waters. He gets a kill, and Brokey's going to step up to the plate, and it is an absolute massacre up mid.
Yeah, they do get 1 kill, but that is all, as they paced their peaks and had some smokes to isolate to work with. But overall, it's going to be FaZe now leading 4-2. And no bomb plant in that round, with only now the second round loss bonus, so 1,900 as opposed to the 1,400. They're not going to be able to do too much in terms of buying in this round. So it should be FaZe. I say it should be. Lord knows with teams like this, but it should be an extension of 3 rounds in the lead at the end of this. Olaf's going to be the one to peek it directly, and Fallen does have a P250. Brokey's going to get aggressive, and they're already in by the... Whoa, Logs, that looked like a panic snap, and he still hit the headshot. I'll call that luck. You create your own luck, but I'm going to call that a little bit of luck on his side right there.
Yeah. Counter-Strike gods giving Brokey a little bit of favor.
That's pure SMG RNG, let's be honest.
Strim has had such a sad start to this game. Poor guy.
He has, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's just gotten wrecked a few times with no ability. And you got to like this, aggression in rounds where they know they have such a massive advantage. And again, all 5 players survive. Money is blowing up for the FaZe defense. Liquid struggling to get started in this game. Remember, they did win the pistol as well. It's a 3-round lead for FaZe. They're looking real comfortable. And the half gets really hard for Liquid now. Haven't found a recipe for success really that they can rely on. Remember, the one gun round they did win was wrapping. Grim got eliminated first. Elijah was able to follow up with 2 kills, and they were able to wrap onto that 8 bomb site. But now you're in a situation where you got to win 2 or 3 rounds in a row to take all the money away from FaZe to put them at that breaking point. And depending on how FaZe chooses to save and play the economy game, it could be much more than that as well.
Just to note, there is one absentee right now on Liquid that is notable. Not talking about Adren, by the way, who's the coach at home expecting a child, so congratulations to him. Talking about that man right there, though, Naf. That's only his 2nd kill in the game, and they need him to be involved. They need him to step up. He has had a few poor performances so far in this Legend stage for Liquid. He did, of course, in their win, look pretty good, but in the losses, really wasn't there. So definitely a key factor for them. And a good opening pick this time. You can already see the damage and the contribution he can have. Meanwhile, oh, that's not going to go as well. Grim gets payback for what happened to him last round. Similar snap over to find Kerrigan up at the tree. Fallen will jump over the sandbags with a smoke down on Banana, and they're actually going to concede to this and try and gamble it. If it goes A, great, they're all there. If it goes B, probably a save. Okay, Brokey is considering going back. They've got enough money that maybe he tries to hold this.
I think he's just going to drop the utility. He's just going to drop the utility in the choke point to try and funnel Liquid towards that A bomb site where there is a stack. I think the smoke and the follow-up Molotov might give away the game a little bit, but this is what I meant by FaZe playing the economy game, right? Liquid's going to win this round, but they're not going to take a whole lot in terms of money. Just 2 weapons away, 2 rebuys for the FaZe side of things. With this kind of a stack, FaZe can preserve their economy, make sure they can continue to fight on the CT side. And unfortunately for FaZe, it's Liquid going away from the stack. Free B bomb site, free plant, and a free 3rd round.
I admire it. It's early enough in the game that, you know, I've seen certain people be pacifists too often when it matters, James. But, you know, it's this early in the game when you're trying to keep the economy intact, it's not the worst thing in the world. So, yeah, FaZe going to play this out, make things more difficult for Liquid in the stretch. In the stretch? On the stretch?
On the stretch.
Down the stretch.
Down the stretch.
I need to stretch. I have the worst hamstrings in the world. Just fun fact, thought everyone should know.
Always got to treat the hammies well. Cut down to a 2-round lead. And it'll be interesting now to see if FaZe wants to bring out an AWP. They have the money for it. Brokey could pass the M4 over to a teammate who needs a buy and pick one up himself. And that is going to be exactly what happens. M4 passed over to Rain. Twistzz looking focused against his old teammates. And a connection problem.
Well, maybe this is perfect, Jason. This is, you know what, everyone at home, I just said it. Let's all do a stretch. Are you ready? Let's stand up, everyone up. Jason, I'm looking at you.
I'm up, dog.
We'll do a little hamstrings. Okay, I might actually pull my hamstrings. Keep going, Jason.
This is that wild pistol round from Elige. 1 versus 4, all headshots. The final one at range as well. Absolutely brutal. But look at these kills we're going to see from Olofmeister in the 1 versus 2. That's spectacular. This, you can see Elige misses a couple bullets. They whiz past him. I think probably, knowing Elige, 99 out of 100 times that's a kill. Unfortunately, an important moment is the one time it's not. And Olof capitalizes. So pretty rough start. This could be a completely different game if Liquid is able to convert that 2v1 in the 2nd round.
That hurt, actually. Now I know why I don't stretch. That shot from... Look, I didn't hype it because it was just like, come on. It was, you know, a ridiculous shot. You love to see it. But you
not if you're Grim.
You got to be honest. Yeah, not if you're Grim. That bullet coming toward your face, probably not ideal. But, yeah, I didn't want to... What do you say about those ones, right, Jason? We just sit and... All right, cool. That was... This round was unreal. Look, he looks away. You're right. He thought he was at pillar, but either way, still hits the shot. So we'll be a second or two with this one as we try and await the connection issues to be resolved. I'm not sure, and maybe I'm getting a little far ahead and I don't want to get anyone into trouble, but if this is concurrent with what's going on in Stockholm, or maybe if it's just on our end and our ability to reach them. But we're going to join us back in the studio. It's Lumberjack Day. Yesterday was Halloween, and today's Lumberjack Day.
Yeah, we did our plaid flannel today. Wow, plaid flannel. Did I say
Flad flannel? I'd say you got that one bass backwards.
Yeah, that was weird how that just occurred.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, early going in the game still. I mean, it's...
Look, the thing is right now, I admire what FaZe is doing because they actually know that this matters a lot. Yes, it's a best of 3. And normally you'd say teams like FaZe or Liquid, okay, they lost a couple best of 1s. When you get to the best of 3s, it's great. Except you don't expect to play a team like this in them. And that's the problem. Well, I don't say the problem. That is the nature of a major in the Legend stage. And
it's also the nature of Counter-Strike that we have at the moment. Like, these is now very deep tournaments all together, very deep in the major as well. 16 teams deep who can all compete with the best, who can all compete with you. And I think we've saw like, I think it was Nico, someone from G2 just came out and said like, look, Na'Vi is clearly miles ahead of everyone else.
Yes.
But after Na'Vi, it's all up in the air. It's all competitive.
Yeah, and I think that's we're seeing that, and Na'Vi could still falter. Look, they've had issues before. They've been favorites in majors before. I think Astralis, Fnatic, Nip had 3 in a row or 4 in a row. Na'Vi has been in as much major finals as almost anyone, is I guess the point. I'd have to sit and actually figure out how many they've been in, but they've yet to win one is the problem.
I think they've been in what? They were in London, they were in MLG Columbus, and they were in Cluj. So they've been in 3.
Okay, 3. There you go.
Yeah.
So 3. Okay, that's not as many as someone like Astralis, who's obviously won 4. Fnatic was in a bunch more than that. Nip was in 3 or 4. I can't remember, but either way, the point is, they haven't crossed that finish line yet. So even though they might be leagues above everyone, there's going to be that additional pressure on them, especially a guy like Simple who's desperate to win the major. They could still falter, and you have to be approaching this situation for everyone like that. So even though Nico says, yeah, they're leagues above us, that statement's not wrong.
Doesn't mean they're unbeatable either.
Exactly. Yeah. They need to have the confidence, and every team's going to be looking at the rest of this field as an opportunity to really present what they have been working on for the last sort of year and a half in the online era. Back to the point I was going to make, though, is FaZe. I do admire, like you say, that was a situation where with the money they had, you could have justified potentially a retake or playing a 2-1 and trying to hold off the site. Yeah. But again, they're thinking ahead. They're trying to play the long game, and that's a bit of maturity from them in this situation.
They're playing the odds as well, and I mean we've seen it over the course of the past 2 years. Teams getting smarter about their economy, especially on the CT side, where it can be harder to manage. It's been a little bit evened out with the new M4A1 and how viable that is now, because it's cheaper than the M4A4.
Yes.
But obviously finding ways to save, finding ways to keep that economy going, so you can afford all the extra utility you need to have an effective CT side, dropping down to SMGs and Deagles, which are very viable. So yeah, the economic considerations now and decisions that teams make is massive.
Yeah, definitely. It's one of the changes I still like. I think the only way to actually quantify whether or not the money system, I think it's better, but it's less dramatic now. The hard reset used to be a big dramatic point, right? So for those of you who don't know, because you might be familiar with the new money system, formerly if you built up a lost round bonus, if it hit the 5th round, or well, any round really, as soon as you lost 1, it went straight back to 0, whereas now it decreases by 1 each time. It's a bit more forgiving, yeah. And I
do like the way that in Counter-Strike, the new money system has been around for like 2 years.
I know, but it's the thing is, it's like
it's always
the
the
old
new
money system was around for like what, 16 years?
Yeah, for a minute.
So it's, you know, you got to get used to that, and it's how do we differentiate them? But the current money system. Yeah, the problem is now actually you can get what I call a positive reset, where you might be losing rounds, but there's such a narrow margin that the CTs, let's say they're the ones winning, have to keep reinvesting. You lose 1 round, you win 1 round, come back and lose again. You're only down 1 round, whereas their money's gone. So you can actually, you're almost getting that forgivingness as a catch-up mechanic in certain situations. So it does change things, and I think the only way to actually identify how much impact that's had on games is you got to look at late rounds when it's like 14-12, where formerly a full reset would have happened. And you also almost have to simulate those games as the old money system, which is hard to do because the purchases are different and everything's different. So overall, I like the feel of it, but I do miss that really dramatic, oh my God, this is going to be a full reset situation sometimes.
Yeah, there are some scenarios that reach that, but you're right. It's not like the full effect of it. Regardless, we'd obviously like to see Team Liquid get back into this. I kind of mentioned when you
would we, Jason? I need FaZe in the semifinals, so I can't give it a pie.
Well, shouldn't say we. I want to see Liquid because it is. I mentioned it in the pre-match. Like there is like a feeling that I get when I watch Team Liquid. I'm sure there's some other people who get it when you can see in like kind of the way they're playing that this is like the Team Liquid that's feeling confident, that's feeling comfortable, that's going to start overrunning people, that's focused on just finding the frags and using all that skill to just get kills at its most basic level. I haven't quite got that feeling yet from what we've seen so far. I hope they kind of build up into it as this half goes on.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I say, I want to see Naf come into this and really have some more contribution. That guy, when he goes off, is amazing. Yeah. He's just, again, we touched on it, I think it was, day 1 even when we saw them. His personality doesn't bring the spotlight to him. He's a very quiet kind of guy. He's not Elige, who's getting vocal and certainly more and more vocal the longer we've had Elige in the scene. He's not a guy like Twistzz, who's got that edgy hair, who's, kind of, but Russell's brand, he's got that sort of that charm that goes along with being the star player. Naf just quietly goes about business, and outside of the game, you don't really hear about him at all. He is an in-the-server kind of guy, and as a result, you kind of overlook him, but he is so good, and I think that he is a factor for Liquid if they want to advance to the playoffs, let alone win this series.
He's had a fantastic year for Liquid as well. He's been playing very, very good for them to start in the first half of the year. So obviously you'd like when we get to this point where we're now at the major, you'd like to see that kind of a performance, that kind of an impact from Naf. Stay with him.
I think they need it as well, because if you look at the current roster, by not having Twistzz there to go along with him. Formerly, those two guys were both so individually skilled that if one of the two was there, and their clutching together used to be incredible, by the way. A lot of people don't give the credit to the duo they were in 2vx situations.
Twistzz is actually sneakily like a very good clutcher.
Yeah.
And he doesn't always get the credit for it, but I mean, it's a different style of clutching too, whereas you watch like some players like to be cerebral in their clutches. I feel like
Typics.
Russ is just like go to his strength, which is his aim, and he puts himself in situations where it does just that, and he's very good in those pressure situations.
We're going to get back into this. Just to finish, though, I think without someone like Twistzz, I don't know that, bringing a Kerrigan back, I haven't seen that yet from Grim. It puts more pressure on Naf to be more consistent and show up all the time. So he kind of has to complement Elige.
Yeah, Grim's got the skill set. I think more than anything, I think he's kind of struggled to find some comfort. And look, when you're given an interview saying you're still not on the same page, I think that probably affects someone like Grim a little bit more, who's also trying to catch up in terms of the increased level of competition. So he's taking a little bit longer, I think, than Liquid would like to bring along as a player. But he's obviously very, very talented and very skilled. Stewie's going to lead the way. Kerrigan up top. He's got the first. Good trade from Grim. A lot of damage dealt to Grim, and now Fallen as he steps into the Molotov. Half HP for Fallen with the AWP. Looking for any kind of a repeak, and FaZe has already smoked off the choke point.
Swapping over some utility. They'll boost Twistzz up. That'll give Rain a chance to drop down an additional smoke. Gap in that smoke. He's going to preemptively try and spray into it. Bait out the fact that he is solo at CT and perhaps even panicking, trying to do everything to hold them off and give Twistzz a fighting chance when they walk in to that direction, especially if he's there and fades. If they put a single smoke out and he's like, oh, I've got to rotate back to Ruins, Twistzz could very easily be overlooked in that situation. And then the round would be in Ruins, Jason. Sort of like my sex life.
Shambles.
Not that you were asking.
No, but it's always good to have an update.
Make sure I'm still alive.
Make sure you're still kicking. Warm-blooded man. Naf and Elige going to lead the way. Rain coming through, but ooh, could be a little bit of a bait for this boost. They still haven't cleared it. Naf, you said his name. That's the hard check. Twistzz holding down through the smoke, and nobody can connect. Elige gets away. Twistzz gets away. The nade right on top. Elige goes down. It was perfect.
Brokey. All right, I'm going to call him Brocky. He's the Pokemon master with these Pokeballs. He's taking everyone down today on the nades. But Grim trying to get back through the smoke. The round already over. He needs to keep this AK. They know he's there. He goes down after the time. No bomb plant, and that is going to make things grim. However, he's not that far behind on money despite that, actually. 1,700.
Yeah, but that's
tough situation.
That's an indictment of the Liquid economy as a whole. So, yeah, it's not looking too pretty. And what a perfect nade. That's now 2 rounds. FaZe's HE utility has put a stop to some of the advantage it seemed like Team Liquid was going to have. 4-round lead for Liquid. Or, excuse me, for FaZe.
3 nade kills from Brokey right now, and he sits with a total of 10 in the map so far. Leads the way for FaZe, but man, yeah, the utility is massive. He's timing these very well. This one I don't think is going to get any kills because no one's really been hit too hard, but without the armor, Grim tanks that. Plus, I think he took a tick from the Molotov on top of it, so he goes down to 40 HP. Olaf? Was he expecting someone else to jump wides?
I don't know, but this gets dangerous. Naf with a kill and pit. He gets the follow-up, and this is a very weird round for Liquid to win, although so many bodies jumped into the pit, and Kerrigan, he can cut them off. Look, there's no armor on these players. This is very recoverable. 2 players in lane. That smoke's not going to cover everything, and they're just playing hot potato with the bomb. Kerrigan is certainly put into play, but misses the chance. Good find from Naf. 3rd kill and a much-needed one, and it's all down to Rain. He might just want to grab the op and save.
Kerrigan, he had the chance to drop that bomb again. That would have almost secured the round. The problem is then he chased it knowing what the situation was, and that just led to his death, and it is all on Rain. What a situation to turn this in. That almost looked like Olaf's mouse was dying or came off the mouse pad. Stewie, what a shot to close it with the deagle. Rain goes down, and it's Liquid that's going to now find their 4th round in the most unusual of circumstances.
Yeah, I have no idea what happened there. I have no idea what happened in that round. I have no clue how Olaf just wasn't able to handle that. That's such an odd-looking way to get an entry.
I'd love to hear. Okay, this is Naf. I was gonna say I'd love to see Olaf's perspective in the pit because, like, he knew there was a player above him. Surely he hears him jumping on the balcony. Maybe he's trying to look to the right, expecting a second player to drop, but like he didn't even look up, and then it looked like he couldn't move. Like that's why I thought maybe there was a mouse issue, but no technical timeout. So obviously things are fine. I'm not sure. I have to ask him maybe after this if we get the chance.
Ooh, through the Molotovs. That's an easy double kill for Rain. So much utility down Banana. That's 2 huge bodies for Team Liquid. That's a lot of the map that they want to take, and so quickly after winning a miraculous round like that, just giving away a couple of kills early. And FaZe with a huge advantage. Aggressive down Banana, and again, aggressive setup lane and ramp side. And this setup demolished them earlier. It's going to continue here. Elige looking left, and Olaf's got an easy frag from the right.
Crossfire still established in the bait play at quad right now, as Twistzz will come out after Olaf gets the kill, but Naf comes back around and returns the favor from 2 rounds ago. Grabs the AWP, but he's in a 1-on-3, and 54 seconds. Bomb is in his hands, so we can make something of this. And the rotation towards apartments would actually negate the fact that there is a player pushed up toward the cubby, but he's making too much noise. Broky's underneath. Shot through the balcony will not land. They're both on an op right now, so Broky electing to keep the pistol out instead to just try and bait Kerrigan around, and the pistol gets the kill. Yeah, Naf just hoping for a one-hit wonder on that occasion, and it's now 8-4.
He actually tagged him through the wall as well. Just couldn't find the follow-up to complete the kill. As close, it seemed, through the floor of the balcony. Liquid in an odd money situation again. Fallen and Naf had quite a bit of money. Everyone else stuck right around 2,000. So I think Naf has picked up a hero AK-47. Fallen going to save his money. No, excuse me. He's going to go down to Deagle Armor. But really looking at Naf to create something for you. This is still pretty salvageable for Team Liquid. 3 rounds left in the half. And if they can win this one or keep the money low, maybe they just get like a 2-for-1 in the next round.
Apparently, FURIA has shown up in this event now, as it's 10-2 for them over Entropiq.
Ooh, and Entropiq was looking great.
That's on Vertigo. Yeah, I actually picked Entropiq in that one. I think most of us did.
I did too.
My predictions went out the window yesterday, so I was thinking like, I'm doing really good here.
Yeah, you were riding a high.
I'm killing it, and I think I'm probably like last after yesterday. I don't even want to know. I think I got like 2 right.
The good news is, Matt, I don't think they're keeping track for the whole event. It's just day to day.
Yeah, but I was going to add them up and just rub it in, so now I can't, you know?
Yeah, now you definitely can.
Yeah, I was going to flex.
Well, FaZe is flexing at the moment. 8-4 scoreline. Again, against mostly pistols. I think they've had 3 of these rounds in this half, so hasn't been the most difficult half for them to run up the scoreboard. Naf low HP with that AK-47. Liquid content to grab that 1 kill on Rap side. A 2-for-1 trade for Twistzz. He's got 10 kills against his former team.
And he just got a collateral. He just hit Elige and Naf. We didn't see it because they lined up coming around that side. That was actually a spectacular double for Broky yet again. As Olaf was stoic and staying by the nade, it was the op that got the double. Would have been great to see that from that perspective. Hard to follow everything because Olaf was certainly the one on the hot seat, but the support was there, and it's now 9-4 for FaZe. As we look back at Twistz's early performance in the rounds. Here it is. This surely is it. Oh, yeah. Beautiful. Elige and Naf both go down.
All right. Liquid at 4. You'd like to get one of these last 2, at least one of the last 2. Kerrigan's going to get tagged up through the wall as he pushes with an AWP. Double op setup for the CT side. The flick down isn't going to make it. Nade to make sure Naf can't chase him. And that should be Liquid with the information. Double AWP, 1 in halls, 1 just peeked down mid.
And even you could go beyond that and say that the obvious thing that happens after this is the rotation. So Broky goes back over toward B.
Yep.
You can... It gives a bit of shadow of a doubt, but Liquid's going to expect that this could be here still. And they'll play top mid accordingly as well, so they really have to dissect this map.
Well, that's the next. This is the next danger point. The aggressive push. Nice flashbang. Perfect timing from Broky. Grim goes down. They didn't anticipate the rotation, and Grim again is shut down on any kind of an attempt to take banana control.
Now the option is, do you take the op and go back toward the arch, go back toward library, and bring that double op back to play on the A site and keep them guessing the entire time? It's difficult.
You could also have Rain drop the smoke to the opper and leave an op there alone, but I think FaZe is saying, you know what, percentage-wise, in a 4-on-5, T-sides like to end at the B bomb site. It can be an easy set piece. There's only 2 choke points that you only need 2 smokes at Coffins and CT, the CT choke point to make this hit happen.
Kerrigan's top middle as well and hasn't seen any activity, so unless they're in the apartments, they know they're in banana, and they've already got 1 kill on that side as Rain goes through the smoke. It's Stewie that will respond. This puts Broky back at the site. Man, he is looking good on the AWP. He finds Fallen, nearly gets the 3rd, but Naf is all by his lonesome, and Twistzz just letting him stop and slow down and making sure his old friend, his old pal, is certainly dead as he fires into the ground.
Yeah, making sure he's not going to rise up like some kind of zombie. just ensuring the kill.
Honestly, man, we're almost in the apocalypse right now, so it wouldn't surprise me.
Stock up on your toilet paper. 10-4.
Thing is, right, everyone stocks up on toilet paper, but everyone's working from home. Just take a shower.
Okay.
You know, if spread the toilet paper out evenly,
yeah,
just take a shower.
Especially if you can't spare a square. Run boost. Hiroki sees nothing, but going to go back for a follow-up peek. Look at the weapons that Liquid have to fight with. 2 MAC-10s, 2 pistols. That nade catches the lip of the doorway and falls a bit short. Still does decent damage. Olaf's going to toss one out in return.
To note as well, this is Liquid's pick. Mirage is next. We've seen some remarkable games from Liquid on Mirage over the years and some heartbreak also. I'll see if Olaf can do a little bit better this time holding off. Oh no, he's going to have to be forced off that angle. Surely falls off.
They hear that as well.
I was going to say, yep, the thud on the ground. They know he's there now. Absolutely. So they're going to try and wrap from both positions and cut him off. Puts more pressure again on Brokey with the AWP, but he's looked so good. Look how close he is. This time, though, holds his nerve. Didn't even play the pit. Knew that he was going in that direction and has shot the lineup in front of him, and he hits another. But Stewie takes Twistzz down. Brokey gets a little bit of help from Rain because I dare say he was outpositioned and in an awkward situation with the op. Now he knows Elise is toward the pit. They try and swing on each other, and it's the broken wall in which he'll play as the Deagle tries to get the shots off. Keep in mind that Kerrigan is rotating this whole time, and he's going to try and sneak toward Elise, who stares that direction, but the AK prevails. 11-4 for FaZe.
Yeah, some nice shots from Kerrigan in this game, even though he doesn't have a whole lot of kills to his name. 11-4. A big lead for FaZe, but these CT sides have been strong, so we'll see what Liquid's got when they switch over. But I mean, really, FaZe does a great job controlling Banana for the majority of this game. Whenever they fought for it and wanted it, it seemed like they could at least find 1 kill, sometimes 2. Liquid had a couple of those slow contact plays up mid, and the crossfires at brackets for FaZe were very effective. And I think the stunning thing is obviously what really seems to have set the tone for this half is the second round win from FaZe. Liquid taking the pistol, and then Olaf winning a 1 versus 2. Looking calm and collected.
Yeah, absolutely. They are so far. And similar scoreline at half on the other stream, so it's 4-11 in favor of FURIA again. That's going on the A stream. You can keep track of that. I won't update you each and every round. As Elise goes down middle to try and get the fight early. It's Stewie that responds. Trades back and forth, though. Naf has Twistzz in that Canuck battle. You'd think I would have had something more prepared than that.
Yeah.
Some alliteration.
I would have.
Clash of the Canucks. Clash of the Canadians. But it is Kerrigan that found 1 and actually has 2 kills in this round, but in response specifically as Rain will take out Stewie. Now it's FaZe that have the advantage, and they've got the USPs as well at the bottom side of the Banana, which gives them the position. But look at this flank right now from Olaf. He's managed to go up, get by the arch, and he's far enough in CT that actually Naf just took a look in that direction and didn't see him. So he is a huge, huge problem right now for Fallen.
Oh, yeah. I don't even, he's not even really a problem. He's just going to get the kill. Fallen has no idea he's even here. He's never going to check it, ever. Olaf taking his time, making sure he gets a little bit close to secure the kill and the headshot, and that gives the escape route to Kerrigan. Naf's going to have to push down mid. Would love to find a kit on the way. I think it was on Fallen, so it should be right there.
The interesting thing is that's when you know they're playing to win, right? So many players might go for the knife and the pistol, get that extra bit of money. Olaf says, I don't care. Let's just get the kill, get that bomb in here quicker, because Naf's also going to be moving around the map, and they don't want to let him get too close either as the bomb planted. As you say, kit has been picked up, but he has no utility. In fact, no one does at this point. This is a straight duel, and he looks toward Ruins. They double peek. No one's hitting the shots yet. Naf tries to get his head down. A bit too awkward at that point, and the body shots will eventually come through. Kerrigan gets his 3rd kill in the rounds, and I have to say that was a brilliant flank from Olaf.
Yeah, it was great. Slipping the net, slipping in when the defense starts thinning out. You know there's going to be a gap somewhere, and Olaf just keeps testing it and finds a free avenue to wrap around the B bomb site. 8-round lead now for FaZe.
Stewie with the Deagle wants to hit a 1-tap. It's Kerrigan that wants to go up. Molotov already down at the barrels. Flash and a Molotov that goes deep, that forces Stewie out. What a shot he hits, though, and look at the stack that's behind them. Baits Kerrigan right into it as he chases it down. So advantage Liquid on a brilliant Deagle shot.
Well, if you're Liquid in this round, this is the best you could hope for. 1 for 2. And you'd gladly take this scenario and play it out. One in pit, that's at the broken wall. You've got Elige up on the balcony. Fallen is going to get a spot, but there's no way he gets away. Even if he was able to just fall back, they were going to be able to chase that down. Elige with the dink needs to hide over in the pit. These USPs have to do work, but Grim hasn't been put into play quite yet, and now, yeah, Olaf's going to check for that. Good job from FaZe, neutralizing all the danger in the round. They'll have a 13th. They're marching towards a very quick map 1 victory. And as you mentioned, this is Liquid's pick. Next up is Mirage.
Yep. Pretty standard maps, more traditional this time. We've been talking about the sort of map pool and how there's a bit more diversity in it now in the style. And we're seeing Nuke a lot more commonly, but Vertigo and ENCE have certainly had their fair share of play. More so, interestingly enough, on that note, as NAF goes down at the end of the round, more so in the Legend stage than the Challenger stage. And formerly, when the circuit was so jam-packed and the top teams kind of were going event to event and didn't have time to boot camp as much and learn a new map, we saw the tier 2 teams, tier 3 teams be the first to start to play those maps, and that was kind of their, you know, their ace in the sleeve when they came out in events like this, but not this time. Everyone seems to, at the top level, be ready to play Ancient.
Yeah. For the most part. Twistzz with the deep Molotov. Here we go. FaZe not slowing down. Elige a little bit blind. The smoke might slow them. Oh, Rain almost found an opening. He almost was able to pressure that on the hate card. I don't know if FaZe wants to keep this up. A second salvo of grenades. A second gaggle. And here we go. Elige, Grim, Fallen. They're all going to get kills. And that's a good, cold, hard stop for Liquid. And that's got to feel good. First gun round in the second half to get your feet planted on defense. All 5 players survive.
And FaZe really wanted to change the tempo up, or set the pace, rather, for the T side and catch Liquid off guard in the first gun round really early. As it's 13-5. Liquid trying to hold on in this one. We're looking at the FaZe Clan side of things. Elige is the one to be first out of spawn. He's got the quick play to try and get toward middle. M4, incendiary to hold him off on the right side of the stairs. He's not going to push all the way down. Kerrigan back to the Deagle already. Is blinded off and unfortunately couldn't hit the anticipation shots. And that leaves Stewie enough time to realize not only was the animation showing it, but he was fully blinded and took his time so as not to miss. So Liquid again with a man advantage. Rain's turn with the Deagle to try and open something up. Double position here to try and get Elige out, but both of them have now been spotted. Nade. Doesn't do a whole lot. Rain took the brunt of it, but it bounced by the others far enough so as the bullets actually is where their wounds came from. Fallen still holding off. Though in the arches, both players continue to rotate back around each other, and Elige has actually gone all the way over to the balcony. I think, oh, he did. Olaf just saw him going that direction, so he knows he hasn't gone all the way through to the doorway. But he's dropped back down, and he'll hold the sight instead. So passive from Elige. Fallen waits. Another one, bomb as well. And now Elige strikes with that information. So well held from Liquid. 2 rounds in a row that all 5 have stayed alive. This is good money.
Yeah, couldn't have gone better to stabilize early in the second half. Still a bit of a way to go. 7 rounds back for Team Liquid. And this time it's not against those pistols and Deagles. Brokey's got 20 kills heading into round number 20. And on the other side of things for Team Liquid, it is Elige with 16 frags leading the way. Here we go. The biggest test for Team Liquid so far since they've gotten the rifles in their hands. Deep smoke and half-wall Molotov. Grim's going to get boosted up. And FaZe just not even messing with Banana early on. Not even messing with all the grenades and Molotovs. Don't want to take any of that early damage. Content to go into the middle stages of this half with all their HP. Stewie and Naf to defend the B bomb site after dumping some of the damaging utility, backing away and playing it passive inside of the B bomb site.
Rain inside the boiler doorway will bounce a smoke that goes over and covers off Cubby so he can work his position with a little more confidence that he doesn't have someone staring the other side of his head. Down when they walk out. Oh, goodness me, Rain. That is an entry. He's not done there. He has to go to the pistol, but he knows he's hurt Fallen, and he bursts it because he knows the damage is such. That's more like it from Rain. That's what we're used to seeing from him back in the day. 16 kills as he finds somewhere to go for Liquid.
At least Kerrigan's still faking at the B-bomb site. Shout out to him. Not even necessary. 3 on 2. I can't remember the last time I've seen an entry like that with a stack like that at quad. What a beautiful transfer for Rain. If we get that on replay, it's going to be absolutely glorious to see.
That's actually exceptional because it was a stack at quad.
We started up top and went down low on the second one, didn't he? Or was it the other way?
Honestly, it happened so quickly.
I know.
But the thing is, they got the kills behind him, and he still held his nerve.
That's so mental. I think Elige was the second player. I think it was Grim up top who went down first, and he didn't even have a chance. The transfer down was so quick. Elige was just barely swinging out to take the fight. Disgusting stuff from Rain. 14th round from FaZe. They're going to be 2 away from kicking this series off up 1 map to nothing.
Perfect position to find themselves, get that pressure onto Liquid more effectively. And again, Dust 2 is the 3rd map. Mirage is next. This is it, Jason. This is what you wanted to see. We saw him smoke it out. He did go up first. Yep. Oh, that transfer as he pulls down. And he does so much damage to Kerrigan. He knows he's low. I love that he went burst Glock, let alone Glock at all.
He's close up as well. He's just like, I'm going to make sure I clean up this kill.
Sick gloves, too.
Get the shotgun spread on this Glock.
I have said on a numerous amount of occasions that I wish burst fire was more relevant again, because I think the FAMAS would be dope.
Yeah, that could be interesting. Although that feels like something that you could also just make entirely too powerful if you tweak it the wrong way.
Yes, agreed.
So that doesn't seem to be a priority at the moment for the devs. Maybe one day. Maybe one day we'll get that burst fire FAMAS back. By virtue of Liquid winning a couple of rounds with so many players alive, as you touched on, their money was in a pretty healthy place to sustain a loss like that. It's just, you know, you got to go on a little bit of streak here if you're Liquid before FaZe managed to get up to 15. You'd want to close the gap a bit more. You don't want to be staring at a 9-round comeback.
Fallen getting his position with the AWP just in the nick of time as they start to go over toward B, but he's baited out. All right, that is a pretty risky play. Fallen misses the shot and says, I'll just take my lance and spear you on the way through, but they don't. They fall off of it and no one can capitalize.
Yeah, but look at the immediate call. That's Kerrigan as well, the in-game leader. He aggressed upon. He said, okay, the op is going to be here, the 3rd player to come over to the B bomb site. Let's start pressuring A. Let's get up there quick. And already Fallen's on the rotation back, but he might get cut off by Olaf. Kerrigan is going to try an entry. Rain as well. There's Elige. He gets traded off. Grim hasn't been able to be put into play. He's covered by smoke, and Rain's got control of Graveyard. Over the top, here we go. Rain continues his tear.
And the flash out, we saw how quickly the smokes went in to cover the front of Library, but that flash doesn't work. Rain actually blinded his teammate. They couldn't plant the bomb, and Naf takes full advantage of it to get both.
That's the kind of impact you need Naf to have. Coming in, a hectic situation, and being one to turn the tides. He just had a pretty dirty transfer of his own. First the player inside the site, and then Rain down in pit. Well done, and impressive that Liquid's able to hold on to that. That's a very powerful hit from FaZe at a very awkward timing as well.
You can see Rain, the work he did, you talked about it. He got up and toward Graveyard. But unfortunately, the only thing he really did wrong in this situation was completely blind his teammate on the site. That just let Naf walk around. That is a sick transfer, to be fair, as he absolutely annihilates Rain. Elige, meanwhile, down middle, putting utility into position, and it's back to pistols again. Stewie capitalizes as they knew they were pressured.
And this is what Liquid needs to get back into the game, and that's why even the risky play from Fallen to step up to the plate after missing a shot previous round, you want to see Liquid start making those assertive plays, sending the message that they're going to be aggressively trying to stop the map control, willing to fight back and willing to prevent FaZe from getting whatever they want. And even more importantly than them making those decisions is winning those fights as well. Elige going to take a bit of a tag. He's going to back away after that. 59 HP. Fallen. They'd love that op to catch fire here in the second half. He's got his first kill of the round on Olaf Meister.
Nice shot from Fallen as he falls back inside of the library. He's not going to be done there either. Got the first player, and Elige was there to support, just to make sure. So as you say, a round Liquid needed, and certainly very good in these anti-eco situations, because that's now the 3rd round that Liquid have had 5 players stay alive. So again, they'll build that money back up with that. So we look at Young's 2. At what point are they no longer young?
You know, he's not young, but he's always going to be young, Stu, isn't he?
Well, it's because we're old.
That's because we're old. Weird how that works. Deep Molotov for Fallen. FaZe, again, really not messing with Banana, really not messing too much with this early utility dump that they know Liquid like to do. Stewie's got great positioning, though, held off by the Molotov for the moment.
Fallen's going to rotate it back as they'll try and fortify the A side a little bit more, Liege, with the skybox nade that bounces toward the top of middle, and they're not quite close enough for it to have any impact at all. Grim's going to play where we saw Olaf falter on 2 occasions toward the balcony. He was quite outdone by utility, and one peculiar round that I still want to know what happened, but Grim is a little bit better positioned and with less utility in front of him. He does get one, but not enough to swing because Kerrigan had the angle from below. Fallen hits the shot of the AWP as Elise jumps back down off the box, and that AWP has not been smoked off, or at least it is now, but it's a little bit too late, and he's already spotted Olaf as well with the smoke leaving a gap. Now the problem is he's on an AWP. He's a little bit worried to go around the corner, and when he decides he probably should give it a peek, that's exactly when Olaf comes back in, and it's again all on Naf. We saw him with the lovely 2 kills on the site previously, but now they're more split up, and Olaf cuts the entire wall on rotations. It's 15 rounds for FaZe.
God, Olaf has had some massive impact in this game. What an awkward position for Fallen to be in, trying to hunt down Olaf in the arches, but oh boy, Olaf with 18 kills, looking good. Brokey still on 20 since for the past, what, 4 or 5 rounds almost.
Again, Fallen, like, that's so frustrating because he has so much information and he just wants to hold the position on the off, but it's like exactly the wrong gun for that situation.
And 13 HP as well. Like, you had to be perfect. Well, Liquid now need to win 7 in a row. Bit of weaker weapons and a whole setup for the defense. Rain might challenge it, just giving some sound cues. Molotov to force Fallen away.
Oh, this positioning.
They're not going to clear it either. There goes Grim. Elige is up next, and he goes down as well. Olaf, another stellar round of impact. And oh, unfortunately, Kerrigan takes out the nade. That would have been perfect. He had the read, and Olaf's going to back away. You could see they wanted to press the issue, but that 1 kill onto Kerrigan forces them into a new idea. Bomb is still at the base of Banana.
Yeah, Kerrigan gets that kill rather than going down, and immediately they take the site. Now it's actually back to a 3-on-3 as Stewie finds another kill on Rain because the T's had to reset, readapt, and find openings, which Twistzz does on Naf. The amount of kills they've had back and forth between each other is significant in this game, and absolutely it's something to note as we talked about the rivalry of Twistzz going against his old team. But with this round, his old team's going to go down a map if FaZe are able to collect. Twistzz holding now with the op. Low HP, they swap it over, but he can't hit the shot onto Stewie.
Man, look how much pressure this is putting on Liquid individuals. Fallen and Stewie have to win this round. You cannot just gamble, stack a bomb site, and pray they come here. It's got to be an incredible hold in a 1-on-3 for Stewie or an incredible hold in a 1-on-3 for Fallen. They have to stay split.
Careful with the utility. Not to have a gun out right now would be a problem, but it's Brokey to take out Stewie. That is the site. Fallen has to go for it. He's going to rotate around. M4 to work with. Has no kit, just to note, as he does have a kill in the rounds. He's going to need 3. It's going to have to be spectacular. Smoke has dissipated on top of the site, which means he has even less to work with. And as soon as he pulls out the flames, Brocky goes and uses his aim. It's now FaZe that are up 1-0 over Liquid. Good start to the series from them. Explosive start from Elige with the ace. The response from Olaf. Certainly lots to talk about in this game, but overall FaZe just held it together despite the economy being against them. Managed to get the gun rounds going their way.
That second round from Olaf just felt like it set the tone. I mean, that's a disappointing thing to have happen to you if you're Liquid, and it's a real good way early on to prevent yourself from building up any kind of momentum after the excitement of Elige's ace in the pistol. That's a tough result to swallow if you're Team Liquid on your own map. That's a stomping from FaZe.
Yeah, that is, absolutely. The reason that I mentioned that is, yes, it's their map, but it's Inferno. We know everyone's pretty adept on Inferno. Same, too, though, with Mirage, right? So I'm less concerned with the pick being lost, but I am concerned with Liquid not really showing up on it in the same way we might expect. The fact that the scoreline was as one-sided as
it wasn't
as
a great feeling from Liquid. You didn't get a good feeling about that one. There were some things that were pretty good and some things that were okay, but overall, it didn't feel great.
I thought the anti-ecos were spectacular. I thought they were very efficient on the seat.
No, but those rounds they were playing against people with no armor and no guns were fantastic.
All right, Jason, leave me alone, all right?
That round they had against Glocks with no armor
my first day on the job.
It was spectacular.
The point was the efficiency, though, right? Like, they were building up the economy. They were actually being smart about it and not taking too many undue risks. The problem was when they were actually against guns. Like, the one that kind of sums up, obviously the first half, that sums up a lot with Olaf's shot. But the Rain kill, the entrance, they had a stack. They had the setup, and Rain was still able to just spray transfer and completely destroy them in those duels, which is, it's certainly an issue.
Look, between this, look, in all fairness to Liquid as well, this was flat. It felt like a flat performance to us, but also on top of that, there were a few rounds where FaZe just had incredible sequences. The Olaf clutch and the 1-on-2, obviously, the Rain transfer coming up lane as well. Like, they had some pretty spectacular moments and some heartbreaking points of the game for Team Liquid, but this is FaZe where not like one individual blowing up, nobody going crazy. I think even Twistzz just ended like 15 and 14 maybe in the game. It's just, everyone had some round of impact that just crushed Liquid eventually.
Yeah, no question about it. They got everyone on the server this time, and that's something that we talked about with FaZe right at the start of the game. Even Rain was significantly behind for a portion of it and did so well with his impact.
And one of the other things, too, Liquid's usually, with Stewie at the helm over as the guy kind of leading the way, and I think maybe they switched that up a little bit and had Grim take a few more responsibilities, but usually those banana takes from Liquid are a bit stronger. The times we saw them go to it on the T side, FaZe was able to handle it, sometimes getting 2 kills to open things up, sometimes getting those frags starting in a 5-on-3, a 5-on-4. The banana, excuse me, go ahead.
Yeah, you're dying. It's fine. Just like Liquid, you've choked, Jason. But, hey, maybe that's why you were the coach. The other thing to note is that Brokey was excellent on the AWP. Didn't give him enough credit. I think during the game we kind of touched on it, but at the end of this, yeah, you can see how many multi-kills he did have, how effective he was. You okay? You back?
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay, well done. I'm glad
like
you're
a
not
pretzel
dead.
from like 2 hours ago.
I did not want to have to do mouth-to-mouth on you. I was actually going to call for help. Just in
I didn't
case,
want you to do mouth-to-mouth on me either.
Well,
I know where it's been.
No Heimlich, no mouth-to-mouth. We're just going to let Jason pass it out. We're going to go to a break. Maybe Jason will use that as well as Team Liquid to respond and come back. Mirage is next, Jason, and
do or die time.
Elimination time, yeah, for Liquid. The last North American team remaining in this event.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together. Because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the PGL Major in Stockholm. I'm joined here by Sadicus. We're about to get ready for Map 2 of Team Liquid taking on FaZe. It's an elimination game, an elimination map, at least for Liquid, because FaZe have gone up 1-0 emphatically on Inferno. That was a dominant victory, and Liquid's going to have to snap back into it here in Mirage.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to have to come out of the gate flying, I think. Big turnaround required, and again, that was Liquid's map choice. Mirage, again, everyone kind of knows it, so it's not like I say this is a bizarre map for them. Oh, no. This is actually a pretty good pool for these two teams, right? There's not a lot of...
It's a neutral pool.
Yeah, very neutral pool, and in a situation like this, elimination, legend stage, kind of like that. I kind of want to see this be a very closely contested series, but in order for that to happen now, I think the missing factor is this team right here, Team Liquid. Where were they in the first map? Obviously, Elise started it off with a great ace. There was moments, Naf getting a couple multi-kills, which we said that he needed, but overall just not there on the gun rounds.
No, as a team, you just didn't get that feeling. But yeah, what a tough situation. And hard part is, especially in the early going, you know, one of the things I kind of mentioned on podcasts leading into the major was, especially without their coach of Adren being here with the team, was that Liquid can still be very dangerous, but they need to build momentum. That's going to be the great strength of this team, to avoid any kind of, like, you know, dropping into like some kind of mentality hole, like not really feeling like they're in the game. Is you need to get off to a hot start. You get that ace from Elise in the pistol, immediately the second round you lose a 1 versus 2 where you don't need to peek, and you just end up kind of losing that and dying, and that's such a big hurdle to have to overcome mentally in that early stages of the game, especially as a squad that needs to build that momentum to start feeling comfortable into the map. So there can't be any kind of early disasters like that for Team Liquid here on Mirage, or else it's just going to feel like the whole weight of the majors comes crashing down on their shoulders.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, we don't know yet when the next major will be, or what the next major will be, let alone when. And we don't know if it's going to be, presumably, you know, there's 2 a year when we go back to the schedule.
Yeah.
And we have a pretty good idea. We don't know, because COVID, we still don't know where we are in the world in a lot of situations. So we don't know how this is going to shape up, how the qualifying and sort of the rankings work for the next time around. They're definitely making it a lot harder on themselves, Team Liquid, if they don't win out this series. Likewise, you could say the same for FaZe, as Rain works down middle, tries to get a tap toward the window with his P250, but the rest of his team are heading over toward B, and Naf will have to rotate back off of it. Try and get a shot toward Twistzz as well, who gets in toward the bench, but so far no kills. Bomb planted, FaZe in control now, and a doubled position for Brokey and Olaf. Not only that, window, Rain's doing enough damage and just enough distraction to slow this retake down. There's no kits. Oh, I take it back. Excuse me. Fallen does have one. I quickly glanced and didn't see any, but they've used their only bit of utility. They have to go for kills, and they're going to try and do so, but it's Kerrigan who has 3 in the back lines and make it a 4th as he swings back out from the pillar. That is a brilliantly positioned round from him on Catwalk.
Rain gets 0 kills, 0 assists, and obviously doesn't die either, but he has a big role to play in this game, holding up at top middle behind the boxes. You could see Sugi and Elige kind of peeking and taking some small skirmishes with them. Essentially, Rain just stops them from being able to flank Catwalk, being able to flank Underpass. He has that information, funnels everyone from Liquid into the retake towards Market, which is where obviously huge setup. 2 players immediately to the right as soon as you come out if you're Liquid, and a bunch of Glocks ready to set up multiple crossfires. Makes that 5-on-5 retake nearly impossible. Liquid's going to keep just pistols in hand. Just a P250 on Grim, no armor. And Kerrigan is going to take the opportunity to just walk out casually and jump down, although Grim's gone right up. Eventually does get him last bullet, and Fallen hasn't been able to connect with much. Finally, Twistzz goes down, but there's nothing you can build off with that kind of a kill. There's Rain again stopping rotations.
Just want to point out, like, the RNG gods are in favor of Brokey today. Brokey, I'm sorry, everyone, okay? I got a friend named Brock, and it's just in my mind. Just look, @stun on Twitter. Send me your hate. But again, he gets a jump shot with the Galil over top of the box back towards CT. We saw that incredible flick with the SMG where he was Inferno, in the air on Inferno. Yeah, this guy's been doing his prayers every night to the gods of CS, apparently.
Yeah, they're answering it. Maybe he sacrificed a small animal. A couple of chickens.
I was going to say, it's got to be a chicken,
It's got to
right?
be chickens.
Yeah. So we'll have a good start again for FaZe. They did not win the pistol on Inferno, and this time they do, and they collect the round that ensues as well, and they do it rather efficiently. So this kind of puts us in that bonus situation. Now, the bonuses aren't as prevalent as they used to be because of the way the money system works early in the game. You kind of start a little further forward on that lost round bonus. So it's not like teams are as I guess, efficient in round 2 always, but also you used to see a lot more SMGs carried over because they still had a bank built up and there wasn't guns out yet, so you could justify trying to build up the economy and still have something in your purse. But right now, it's Naf inside of the site that has the guns. The SMG's already gone, and it's the AKs that have to try and go against the rifles. Brokey somehow gets away with Naf, but Fallen comes back through the window, and it's all down to Olofmeister. Had an incredible play with the Deagle on Inferno, but this time he has a 1-on-3 with an AK. Now he is behind the van. That Molotov doesn't go that far yet, so he'll start to discern and dissect the round with a little bit of movement still available to him. Look toward Catwalk, but couldn't quite get the shot off. The timing not in his favor. They're still going to pursue him, and inside of that smoke we know there's a player lurking, but Stewie gets the shot instead.
Yeah, Stewie just harassing him. Good play from Fallen as well, moving out of the market, being a supportive backup to Naf and being able to trade those kills off, finding a double, giving Liquid the huge advantage in the round. Olaf would have liked to have taken a couple of kills at the end to keep the money low, and fortunately not able to convert them. So, buy up for FaZe. First round on the board for Team Liquid early. 2 AKs, a Galil, Tech 9 on carrying. The Tech 9s are coming back in a big way. Scout on Brokey as well. And Rain is going to lead the way up ramp, but the Molotov will keep him back in perfect position for the HE grenade. Grim's going to put his smoke down on top of the Molotov, extinguish it. Brokey's looking for a little image, a little glimpse of feet around the crack of the smoke, but then he gives it up as well. And FaZe looked like they wanted to have some kind of a timing explosion up that A ramp, but with the utility usage and the smoke follow-up as well, it's just not there for them. So they're going to fall back and readjust and go to Plan B.
Plan B might be B. Plan BB. Or as the CIS players might say, B, 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 B. So Stewie and Elige both back toward jungle. We'll see if they can rotate back over and get a read on this. Certainly things have quieted down, so they don't want to give away too much of the map.
There's no utility for FaZe. They actually are going to have to take like contact fights. They've got 2 flashbangs, but there's no smoke for Catwalk. There's no Molotov for Catwalk. Thankfully, no defenders there, but there are 4 at the A bomb site. So if FaZe end up trying to attack this with such light utility, it could be a slaughter because they have nothing to isolate any crossfires.
Naf was actually, if I'm not mistaken, boosted inside of the B side as well, but now he's going to rotate off of that quad position and play Catwalk instead, so he gets a bit more information to be forward in the site. You're right, without this utility, look at the CTs pushing forward inside of the cave. This is going to be a huge problem for FaZe because they're completely surrounded if they do go toward A, and Kerrigan going down. Olaf manages to get inside of the ladder, but even still, they don't have much to work with it. Shot from Stewie, Fallen as well as they reverse the position back against Twistzz, and Brokey gets the only kill so far. Reasonably well-struck shot, to be fair. That was a wall bang with a scout into the head of Stewie. He upgrades to an AK as a result. As they jump over to try and take him down, they'll get Olaf instead, but Brokey manages to keep this alive. 3 seconds left, though, round over, I'm afraid, and they know where he is, so the question is, did they go for the AK? Naf's the only one that's able to peek, and he goes down, so they at least hold on to the weapon on the FaZe side of the equation. We tie this up at 2.
That's actually a massive win for Brokey. He gets to keep a hero AK-47 in the next round. He can do more to limit the economy, and he forced a 3rd rebuy out of the Team Liquid defense, so chipping away at the money, keeping it in a respectable position. But we're all tied up as Liquid have strung 2 together. And yeah, you could see just the hard part of all these FaZe players trying to find their duels from their respective positions, and just no flashbangs. I think they had 2 when this execute began, but not enough flashbangs, not any Molotovs or smokes to make anyone from Liquid feel uncomfortable. And Liquid's going to love those fights. Full buy, actually, around this AK-47. Everyone from FaZe has invested, as the bonus had not built up enough, so they just realized economically it's good to have some fight in this round. 1-4 setup. Again, Rain being the player in middle, and 4 players ready to explode on Naf. He's out in the open. He's got to hide. He's completely blinded. Elige from Catwalk. Stewie chimes in as well. But now again, Naf all alone as Elige falls. He's going to deliver at least 1. Still alive. Still buying time, and Twistzz with the Tech 9. He gets the kill, but that gun is way out in the open. He's never going to recover it.
He might not have to if he keeps firing with the Tech 9 like this. He saw both in window as well, surely, but they could split and they could go toward the door. He wants the Deagle instead. He wants that range. Twistzz spotted by Stewie. They know he's back behind the van, and Grim gets a good position to lock him in. Dispose of that body inside the van and drive it far, far away, as it's going to be now. Liquid in the lead. It's just dawned on me. I know this is like very obvious to a lot of people, but it's so crazy that Entropiq and FURIA are the upper bracket of these 2 games, and Liquid FaZe. I mean, as a a legacy fan, you're going to look at that and think it's completely backwards. But just to give you a note on that game, they have started map 2 as well. It's on Nuke, and Entropiq are off to an early start.
I believe FURIA had a very strong victory on the first map as well. So just Deagles. FaZe bring enough weapons to find a couple kills into this game. Pop flash over the wall from A bomb site allows Stewie to try and get a little bit of information. Allows him and Alish to coordinate a peek towards middle. And they see nothing. Grim playing a dangerous game behind the smoke. He's going to back off as the smoke is about to fade. FaZe is going to be very aggressive with which fights they take with these Deagles, trying to find something. Stewie eliminates Olaf Meister in mid. That was the lurk in towards underpass, and now they know it's a single front fight. And FaZe is going to gain no ground. Good shooting from Team Liquid. Rain!
Oh my!
That's filthy. One more would be something special.
Yeah, one more might be. The problem is he's now down to 26 HP. He has the bomb. He's going to go back over toward Palace as well. And the push from Naf is going to lock him on this side of the map. There's no way he can rotate back through spawn.
It's the money, though. That's the context of how important those kills are for Rain. Look at the cash built up on Liquid. They're about to have 4 rounds in a row, but they have no money in the bank to show for it. And that's the real danger, because FaZe is going to have him at a breaking point immediately.
It's a good kill from Fallen to make sure it doesn't go any further, and you're absolutely right. And that goes back to the last round as well, in that it was a 2v1 against Twistzz, who Tech-9'd down 2 players from inside of the B quad position.
Look at the lights on Rain's keyboard.
Is there... This is going to be obviously contextual, so not in every single situation, but is there anything sexier than a 1dig? I think that's still the sexiest highlights, right?
Yeah, they're pretty nice. It's I mean that's been like the characteristic, the typical shot in Counter-Strike since time began.
Like maybe some quick flick no scopes or something. But I think Deagle still takes it. I think that's why I just love seeing it.
Especially when you get the follow-up. You get the 1dig entrance and you get the 1dig follow-up as well to really crack open a bomb site. That's unique. Rain is going to find a kill on Stewie as he slides out, peering through that Molotov, or excuse me, through the smoke around the edge of it. That's a big kill to get. It opens up the middle of the map, forces a rotation from Fallen. He thinks the B bomb site is going to be under pressure, and he might not be wrong. Bomb is about to enter the B halls way far back. They could set up a B split with this, considering they have a player up in connector. That's Rain. Molotov shows that maybe they want to attack connector. Pulls Alish into position.
So he'll hold from the corner with the Naf to get the information. Naf, if he just gets the straight first kill, that'll allow him to now turn his attention to the immediate threat that existed inside of the apartments. But without the 2 kills on Cat, they don't want to go any further because they're just to the slaughter as they try and jump in. Grim, good turnaround to find Rain. That was their last feather in this round to try and open things up, to try and get toward A. And with no smokes down inside connector, Twistzz knows his backside is exposed. He manages to get to the top of the stairs, but he's got to be quicker than that. Grim holding it will drop the bomb down. And now Liquid are looking good. 5 rounds in a row, as Brocky at least will get 1 more, but unfortunately for him, that AK and the rest of his team being broke, Brokey will have to either save or die in the next 16 seconds. And lost round bonus is pretty high, so I think trying to get a gun down and going down as a result is the better decision. Can't get that kill. Again, map choice I don't think matters as much in this, like you say, it's a very neutral map pool that we have, this veto, this series. And Liquid certainly responding and rising to the occasion right now.
Yeah, looking much better than Inferno.
It's like the most neutral map pool we could have, because we have Dust 2 next, and you can't tell me...
Yeah, all the standard maps.
Yeah, exactly.
That'd be a fun map to complete this on. That'd be a really, really cool map with the players in the server to see Dust 2 in this series. Liquid looking for it. Kerrigan looking for a pick up the A ramp with the scout and just barely misses Stewie's head.
So as you say, though, it's 5-2, and Liquid looking pretty good in terms of the rounds 1 in a row. It's now 5 in a row. But the money's not built up, so FaZe have done a decent job of keeping this honest, as Fallen will get the opening pick this time, however, against Kerrigan.
That's the thing. This round is very important in that context of wanting to build up some money. A bit of danger. Brokey finds 1. Good job from Alish, spinning around back and forth, and Fallen's got the final. That's not bad. 4 players survive. They'll be okay with that one. Obviously, would like all 5 players to build up the most money, but 1 loss isn't bad.
No, not at all. You can compensate for that with a drop, being able to force things out, including utility now. That's also significant, because it's not like you can only throw him a gun and he's got to buy the armor and everything else. You can now throw nades. I'm sure that's coming, right? Valve's going to be like, oh, you can unzip your armor now and suit up your teammates.
Pass him a helmet.
Yeah, here you go. Don't mind the blood splatters on it.
Yeah, don't mind the bullet holes. Alish chucking out a nade. Rain had just backed up, knew what was coming.
Oh, that flash is devastating for Elige because there was still time in that smoke that he might have been able to catch out Rain, so very well timed from FaZe to get him down middle, and he's able to get inside of Connector, but Elige spramming on one side of the smoke, and you had Stewie and Fallen. Stewie, despite going down, had Fallen to cover off the other, meant that he was pretty much not long for life, and it's back to a 4-on-4 almost immediately.
Yeah, but Liquid have the wrong read. They're backing away from this A bomb site. It's Grim and Dark. He's underneath the porch, or the balcony, excuse me, and Fallen's got to get all the way back with his AWP. I think he might just get here in time. That flashbang isn't going to be there to blind him off the angle, but now Brokey has it, peering. Oh, but he couldn't hold him. He was holding the peak from Ticket Booth, and Fallen came from a different angle. That means Twistzz goes down, and Kerrigan is going to start moving into position.
FaZe looking a little bit lackluster on these executions. Dry peeking into the site again because they don't have the smokes in position. They only have a Molotov left as Olaf throws this last flash. Have an HE as well, but in terms of execution, that is bomb thrown over. They've got a massive gap at Connector, so Kerrigan has to go for standard. Oh, Elige fell off of it, and that allows the bomb plant. That's significant, or is it? Because Fallen gets Brokey as well. Had he not, had they had time to set it up, they have a chance for the round. Olaf still does. Bomb could have never been planted. It wouldn't have gone that far. They still hold themselves together, and it's 7-2 for Liquid.
Yeah, funny enough, the boost up and falling off it as well. It's an awkward peak for Brokey with the AWP, so it causes him to miss his shot, and that opens up the retake. First kill onto Kerrigan with the plan, and then obviously Fallen with the up, grabbing the angle after Brokey takes his shot. A couple really awkward timings and awkward peaks for Fallen, net him 2 kills. We'll take it.
So now it's Liquid that have a substantial lead in the game.
Yeah, 5 rounds.
FaZe that has to respond as well.
Joker Steve, hands behind the back, making sure he doesn't clap. No fist bumps. Tactical timeout called from FaZe as they talk things over and look to readjust. And yeah, you're right. That's now 2 hits towards the A bomb site they've had with weapons, but running low on their utility. Like trying to attack that bomb site with no smokes and very few flashbangs. They almost made it work in fairness, but
I think when they lost Rain, like they put so much into middle. I mean, we just saw that replay. There was, what, 3 smokes down in that position from them? So
one of those was Stewie's, I believe.
Ah, okay.
But yeah. You're right. I mean, a lot of resources are usually going to be spent in mid.
Mirage is very utility-based still, I think. I mean, it's anyone who's played matchmaking in it and has a teammate who knows the smokes versus playing solo and people don't, it's such a different map. Changes the entire dynamic and the entire fun factor, I think, for a lot of people on how it's played when you have that knowledge. So quick flash for Twistzz to make sure no one's pushed inside of the A cave. There was a defensive smoke on it already, so he'll be a little bit more confident that they might be being a bit passive this round.
Well, since we've talked a bit about the utility usage, let's see. Kerrigan just used 1 smoke. That's going to be towards window. There's 1 remaining that was just used as well. It looks like that's going to go towards top con. Let's see what they do with it because, ooh, Stewie in a tough place. He's been picked off in con and in window a couple times.
This needs to be the go, though, because those smokes are slowly fading. Now, this is a problem. Oh, they didn't spot it. I thought Grim was transferring too late. Olaf does get over the stairs, but he still shut down Twistzz coming in from Palace. Missed shot from Fallen, and they didn't have a smoke for him. But they could have busted out sooner, I thought, if they had to get the clean kill on Grim.
Ooh.
They had everywhere else. Those are some broken legs.
I wonder if, was that Herd? That'd be interesting. Fallen. They're going to double peek him from 2 different sides. Ooh, that's Naf. Good kill from Rain up on the bench. He pops up to find 1. They should know where Fallen is, but unfortunately the bomb is down. They have to commit here. And again, just the 1 Molotov on Olaf in 28 seconds.
He sees that bomb, confirms it's still down, and now he'll just hold the angle easily enough on Rain. Nearly gets Olaf crossing over as well. 21 seconds. A battle of the 2 of them directly against each other as the AWP forced to fall off will allow the bomb plant down for Olaf. 2 classics, 2 juggernauts, 2 major winners going head-to-head to close out this round, and Olaf sneaks far enough away that Fallen will go down.
Yeah, Olaf expected him to be taking some kind of a fight at those boxes to stick around the bomb plant, and good movement, good mobility from Olaf. And Fallen, I mean, he acted like he wanted to run and wrap around through the murder hole, and that was all the time that Olaf needed to get into a solid position in the 1v1. Fallen gives up information of where his opponent goes after the plant. 4-round lead now for Liquid. And man, we touched on it a couple times. I thought they might have done just enough in terms of building up money. Liquid, despite rattling off, what, 7 straight?
Yep, absolutely.
No cash built up, so back down to pistols immediately.
Well, there's why every kill counts, kids. This is an interesting position to be in, though, because Brokey's making a lot of noise to get that utility sent in towards B, and they've actually probably heard him run away with that AWP as well. So Kerrigan is dead. There's absolutely no chance for him, as they already knew his teammate retreated. They already knew that it was going to be a fake, and he didn't even have his gun out because he thought he was safe. So it's over toward A. They have to make this work without the aid, without the lurk, without the rotations back, and it's a 1-for-1, excuse me, make that a 2-for-1 as Olaf will get fallen down on the site itself. But the disadvantage still for FaZe, and imagine, without all this money, the time they finally break the economy and they lose this round, it would be devastating for the half. Liquid would love that situation, so they have to slow this down, and there has been one gun recovered. Elige has a Galil.
I think Stewie wanted Naf to be peeking with him at the top of the stairs, but didn't realize that Naf was being held in check by the AWP of Brokey. As Olaf fought below, Brokey held above. And FaZe are happy to just stall this one out and use the time as an ally. Making sure nobody's flanking. The bomb is sticking around, so they're going to go back to A this whole time, but they want Liquid thinking. They want the option to be there that they could have fallen back to the B bomb site, and Liquid is just going to hold their nerve.
With the P250. Oh, he's actually absolutely assassinated Brokey on the way by, and Elige gets Olaf. So there you go, FaZe. They finally give themselves a chance in this game, and Liquid shut it down. That is a defining round.
Yeah, that could end up being a huge round in the context of this game, especially when you look back and say the Olaf 1v2 on Inferno in the second round set the tone for that one. Liquid's had a stunningly strong defense so far, and turning it on their head here. Going back to pistols and still being able to convert the round. And a couple of pair of free weapons passed over to Team Liquid. Fallen's got the op, 13-7. A pretty solid game from him so far.
Solid indeed, as Fallen will put flames at the feet of anyone that wants to walk out from the underpass. Kerrigan spots it, has to run away. That's like the antagonization of the bully at school. It's like, oh god, he's coming for me, turn around.
Yeah,
Run.
and also, you know, the bully's friend is about to come from catwalk and just sucker punch you.
I would never sucker punch anyone, Jason. I have too much honor, dignity, respect.
You have none of those things.
All right, listen, shh, don't expose me.
Ooh! Oh, god damn.
Rain is making a case to be the best Eagle player at this major.
That's sick. Oh, Fallen is not going to be happy about that one. Stewie's got to be careful. Boosting up behind him. He just turned away. The timing is brutal. Stewie's having a rough time in window so far here in Mirage. And FaZe knocking on the door of a conversion of an eco round.
Oh, this would level things out from the last one we saw, but they just don't have the utility to dispel and move Elige away from that connector position, which is so strong, seeing toward A. Kerrigan, another one dig, but he can't convert it to catch out Naf. We go to another 2-on-2 situation. A gun picked up for Olaf.
Liquid just have no idea where the next point of attack is going to be. Those kills, the kill from Rain, the kill from Stewie. I mean, Stewie and Fallen are the ones looking towards mid, the ones that can gather information for you, and then no one from Liquid knows where FaZe is actually headed. The A bomb site is open. Going to get the plant down. Grim coming through the murder hole, taking the risk. Twistzz is going to be following up with the bomb, so they'll plant safe. Still a very difficult clutch. Twistzz has no rifle. And one in CT spawn is massive. That's Olaf with the M4.
Grim saw the head above the box. He couldn't get the shot off fast enough before Twistzz put the bomb down, and now he can duck and weave. Smoke as well, just to make sure that headshot isn't more of a possibility. It lets him elevate and try and use this as a potential one-way. They'll see him, but he falls off, and he can transfer over. Now they've got a 1-on-2 setup, and they've lost track of him, so Twistzz adds to the Deagle total. A third in this round, and it is now down to Naf, who has to go against a gun in the hands of Olaf, and Twistzz, who's already been deadly with the Deagle. And he does have a kit. He does not have utility. He's forced him in behind the firebox, an angle at which Olaf cannot trade, but time ticking as it is. Even though he taps this, even though we know Olaf's there, he has to go to the P250. No time for the reload, and it's stolen back by FaZe, 8-4.
Oh, that's brutal. I thought they would have known where Olaf was, considering he threw the smoke that allowed Twistzz to be so mobile. That's really good teamwork. Giving your teammates some resources to play with, the one way over the top, and obviously a little bit of cover to transfer between the two boxes inside the site. But Grim was peering towards a ramp. He was peering towards Palace, so they must not have had the information of where that smoke came from.
Yeah, you're kind of right. I was confused as to why he was looking so far left. I thought he anticipated Twistzz went the other way, but look at these Deagles. That's just sick from Rain. And then we saw Olaf getting inside of the window. And Jason, Chat and I have gotten on pretty well this event, so I'm going to ask them to help me with lunch. Do I want chicken or beef burritos, Chat? Just let me know. Thanks.
That's a good question. Barbacoa.
I want to be inclusive here, right? We're all, you know, it's how the real streamers do it, right? They just ask chat everything.
Yeah.
Even if they don't listen.
Well, Liquid's forced into the round. 2 M4s on Elysian Naf, the AWP on Stewie. So he wants to change up the way he's defending middle, the weapon he's going to use to do it. And it's one of the great parts about having Stewie on the team. He's fantastic with the AWP as well as the rifles. Smoke's going to clear. Kerrigan has looked for this fight a couple of times. Oh, he sees the feet. He sees the feet as it clears. Oh, and even with the dink. Actually, excuse me, a very weak dink. Kerrigan just down to 72. Grim and Fallen couldn't handle it. And the bomb is here. And all the utility is here. So FaZe is certainly going to take advantage of these opening kills and just waltz right into the bomb site. Stewie to try and recover with the AWP. Got to look away. They're going to swing on him. Kerrigan's up close, and that's a good pick.
Good pick indeed to shut them down as they get in position, but Brokey's back with the AWP in this round. Unfortunately, not for long. Elige able to slide back out from jungle. Twistzz, meanwhile, trying to be the key in this round. Yes, he's far from the bomb at this point, but he's going to flank it out. Murder hole, in fact, because he knows the CTs have already gone through it, so why would they look there? This is a time you could go through, and Rain with 1 kill brings Naf back to the fold, and now FaZe are getting going. It looks like the answer was beef.
It's almost not even fair that Twistzz has that kind of a flank, and it's all off the back of how quick those 2 opening kills came out when so much pressure is put onto the 8 bomb site and you have to recover a 3 versus 5. If you're Liquid, you're not searching for that flanker. You're not staying spread out. Everyone's rotating over to try and recover the scenario on the other side of the map, and Twistzz has complete freedom to take his time and make whatever decision he wants. This is a great kill from, or these are great kills from Kerrigan, and it put the rest of his teammates in play in an advantage situation. Rain now going to get aggressive, spots the jump down. I think Elige realizes he was spotted. Good dink, but a better shot on the follow-up from Rain.
So Rain with the AWP. Now it's back to what the opportunity was FaZe had a few rounds ago, right? Now it's like, now we can get an anti-eco situation potentially and win it. The difference is the back and forth rounds mean it's a lot closer than it was at 7-2. At 8-5, they're really starting to make a half out of this as Brokey, good position. We talk about ladder so frequently and how strong it can be. Well, a bit awkward as he takes 3 dinks to the face. He's got the tier 3 helmet on, the Alton helmet, as he's getting surrounded. But Stewie, if they wait this long enough, the potential could be that they kill him and try and get a gun from it. Problem is that I think FaZe are well aware of it, and they're going to try and make sure that does not happen as Stewie sneaks in. There's the gun, but as I said, they're close. That's pretty sick. Goes flying off the ladder. It looked awkward at first, but somehow the movement works, and Kerrigan can't get the shot off, so Stewie still a chance in this to stay alive as the nade comes out as well. He knows Olaf's not going to be at the ready with the weapon. I know the round is over, but this is significant for Stewie to grab an AK because the money is significant for the rest of his team to buy in the next round.
Yeah, that was a great sequence from Stewie. Triple kill, as you mentioned, just for something small like keeping a weapon in hand. Last round of the first half, and man, Liquid had such a good half for a while, and FaZe just kept grinding at it, kept staying in this just barely. They've won 4 of the last 5 rounds, FaZe, to close the gap in this scoreline. So it was once a pretty dominant CT half from Team Liquid has really slipped away from them. 7 rounds in a row at one point. And Kerrigan, oh, he's definitely going through this time. He's wanted that throughout the half. And finally, he forces the issue to his detriment. And Fallen's back on the scoreboard as well, getting aggressive with the AWP.
Stewie took. Going to swap it out right now. Actually, he's going to push through it. Excuse me. I thought he was going to swap with Fallen. He's going to go all the way through, and Fallen's going to try and support him, but that's too easy. He turned around too late, and Olaf already there. Elige tries to step out. What a snap from Olaf to take him down, and Fallen does at least get 1 in return. Bomb is down at Horseshoe, top side of middle. So watch out, because the fact that they are going to get pinched bottom of mid means they have to go back for that, and Naf becomes a problem as they want to boost up. Twistzz is a little bit late to find that shot. Fallen on the AWP will go down 1-on-1. And Twistzz has the advantage in the HP, but I thought the positioning of Grim, that is phenomenal for Twistzz to spin it around, and we get an 8-7 half.
Well, at least this time, the soul-crushing 1v2 clutch comes in the final round of the half instead of the second round of the half. Like that, look, it's going to be still difficult to kind of get over. Another round that Liquid probably shouldn't have lost, but a stunning shot. We would actually just mention the pre-match. Twistzz probably a little bit underrated for his clutching ability. That's fantastic stuff.
Yeah, you're right. He's not necessarily as like cerebral as someone like Xyp9x or even Elige, but he has just so much raw skill that he's not scared of taking the duels in those situations. That as well, I think, is why his name's Twistzz, as he snaps around and nails that shot. That was amazing. Wow. I mean, this sequence, he knows he has fallen, right? He knows it's the opera. As soon as he misses one, he can pursue it. But to go back and like he's exposed still, not knowing, and just happens to check it, that's pretty smart. So lights out and away we go on half number 2, and it's going to be Liquid in the lead by 1.
Small fake at the A-bomb site. Just Naf chucking out a smoke. Here comes the B hit. It's been spotted. Kerrigan's seen it. Gun out a little bit late. He gets trucked by Grim from the other angle, but they haven't cleared the bench yet. They haven't cleared bench yet. It's Olaf. Oh, he's got 2. Finally taken down, but that opens up the door for Brokey to come out of market. He stopped the plant, and now Fallen. He's over at the bench trying to hunt down this kill, and it's not going to happen. Brokey so dynamic in the bomb site, and Naf left in a 1 versus 3.
And it's Twistzz that kills him again. I swear those two have killed each other more than anyone else on the server. Both of the deaths, if you put all their deaths together, predominantly it's the other person.
Canadians can just smell each other.
Oh, yeah. It is true, you know. As friendly as we are, we do like a good scrap every now and then.
Pine tar and maple syrup.
Why pine tar?
I don't know. Outdoorsy, woodsy people. You're wearing a lumberjack shirt.
Okay, let's not... I'm going to let you off the hook this time, Jason.
Oh, Twistzz. Last 2 rounds have been excellent from him. Gonna get aggressive in middle. Brokey to take some attention away, but Twistzz has both of those kills. It's a clean sweep for FaZe, 9-8.
We see Twistzz, the antagonist in this storyline. Fallen, the man that came in to replace him. And it's Joka? I always say it wrong. Joka that's behind them, right?
Yes.
Yes. I always want to say Joka, because for some Swedish reason, even though he's not Swedish.
He's not Swedish.
Neither is
He's
Liquid.
like the opposite of Swedish. He's from, I think, like New Hampshire.
That's the opposite of Sweden, is it? All right. I've learned something
Maybe
today.
not, I don't know. Listen, he's far away from Sweden.
Understood. So back to get the bomb goes Fallen. As the convergence and shots toward middle will subside, they use a Molotov instead to make sure no one gets up underneath the window. Additional smoke deployed in that position as well, but they'll start to rotate this off. Single man on B to try and hold the apartments and get that information early enough. And the first rotation to arrive would be Brokey, who sits with 16 kills right now, leading the way for his team. Tied with Fallen for the lead in the server, in fact. Late smoke in the window, and this could be a 3-2 with Catwalk onto B. That looks to be the case. And I said that they had already gone through the vents and they were ready to rotate, but they aren't now. This actually could be a problem for FaZe if they don't get this information soon. Smoke down as well. Kerrigan's got to be very clever about this. He's got to be very quick to make this call. And the top smoke at connector, they couldn't even look down toward ladder. They couldn't actually even spot toward the catwalk position to give him that extra information. Utility's going to come in now. He starts off with a good kill in the first. That's taken immediately, and Twistzz goes down to Naf because they were staring down connector. They were looking through it, and as soon as he peeked, they were ready. Now, they do give up ladder room because they want to go to the site, and that allows Brokey to rotate back over free of charge. And as the bomb gets planted, we go to a 3-on-3. Watch Elige, because he is on 2, but he is not scared at all of taking that fight with Brokey. He gets the headshot from the AK at range, and I think FaZe gave away too much. They didn't get a read, and they were not ready to split the map and rotate, so it's going to be a save.
Nice job from Liquid, barreling their way into that bomb site, and stunning second shot from Elige, the one tap towards Catwalk. So all tied up. Very, very difficult T side on Inferno. I will say, I do enjoy the way Fallen calls on Mirage. Not fully certain how he's going to be playing this one, but historically, or back when I was there were a couple great games where Fallen really had a good feeling for this map, I thought. We're all tied up at 9, and FaZe is going to take a timeout. They're going to buy for sure. They have plenty of money. And obviously the 2 saved weapons can be dropped over. Olaf and Rain can just rebuy with utility as well. So full investment coming in for FaZe. Even an AWP is going to be dropped over to Brokey. But this is it. Liquid have him at a breaking point early in the second half. Third time out called by FaZe. They've been efficient though. I mean, look, they helped them get back into this game. At one point it was a complete slaughter in the favor of Team Liquid. Boop.
96 ADR for Brokey, tied with Fallen on the other side. And as I said,
I don't normally point out that stat, but if you caught that, everyone on FaZe has a headshot percentage of over 60%. On the Liquid side, it's like 4 players are in the 30s. Like you just the aim at the moment for FaZe is just hitting way harder.
Oh, not that time.
Yeah, maybe the percentage is going to rise up now. Good shot from Naf.
That is something we noticed on day one, though. Remember the Vertigo match? Elise just wasn't quite on. Naf's been missing, not that time obviously, but some narrow shots. It is a factor. Normally, you know, people always say you gotta have good aim to be a pro. Well, that's true, but aim isn't the only factor. Game sense and positioning is actually something I would encourage everyone to work on first if you want to learn how to play Counter-Strike, but it does have a difference when it's off that consistently. However, this time, Twistzz trying to dance around. He's the one that's off. He can't line it up against Naf, who once again is the one to kill him. Man, oh man, they're having a back and forth game of tug-of-war between the two, and it's all on to Olaf. Bomb to be planted. That nade, I think the bomb's already planted and it goes too far. If that had landed, it's 1 HP for Grim. If that had landed, it might have made a difference in the round as well, as Grim sacrifices himself and Naf is able to slide out.
That's a good call from Team Liquid. I don't know, whoever told Grim to swing and Joey could be bait, that's a brilliant piece of communication. And Naf, it's an easy trade for him, but you're right. The nade, just a little bit off. It would have killed Grim, it would have done great damage onto Naf, and Olaf would have had a completely different scenario. The other thing we should keep our eye on as well, remember, part of the thing that made Twistzz such an excellent player for Team Liquid in his tenure there was his ability to anchor bomb sites, his positioning inside that A site, and we almost saw a little bit of that magic in that previous round. Now here on FaZe, he's taken up a more difficult position of window room and connector, more centralized on the map. No longer just a little spinning aimbot inside the A bomb site.
A sentry turret.
Yeah, it's essentially what he was. He was great at it. Liquid lost one of these rounds already in the game, in the first half, losing to Pistols.
Naf not able to hit the headshot this time as Olaf baits him out. Gets that information at the very least, but with the P250, he won't get anything else. So Rain will run.
It's mid-control by Elige and Stewie. In fact, Stewie wants to pressure up Catwalk. He's got cover of smoke in towards Khan. He's got Elige as well. It's going to help when that smoke fades. Rain's getting a lot of information, so it's going to be a 4-player stack. Actually, this is a very fast flank. If they don't get the kills quick, if they get stopped, if Brokey can do anything, Rain is going to get so much more powerful. He's creeping up behind him at the moment. He needs his teammates to provide something, and I think the danger has gone away. Certainly now it's a 1 versus 5, and if they could have provided any resistance, this would have been effective. Took a little bit of time for Naf to realize where the shots were coming from, but they handle it. It's all good.
The interesting thing is Folly and Stewie were still 100 HP. If you could have hit the shot faster onto Naf, Grim was low enough that 3 kills could have been possible, and I don't think he wins the round there, but
it gets interesting.
Well, it gets interesting, so we get to yell and scream and be idiots like we are, but also the economic aspect of that, right? They get the bomb down and they take 3 guns away. It would have been pretty significant as we look back at Naf's contribution and success at getting into the sites. He's now on 19 kills. So I mentioned before that Fallen was leading the way. He hasn't got a kill since I said that. Sorry, I jinxed you. Good, sir. But Naf has passed everyone. Exactly what Liquid need.
Yeah, 19 kills. 16 on Fallen as well. Effective in the first half with the AWP. Just clearing out some of the dangerous positions for Palace. Stewie is just biding his time. He's got no utility, just the 1 flashbang. He wants to come in for a late flank. Either towards Catwalk or through Market, but it is going to be an A set piece. Grim ready to go at A ramp. Smokes are going to be tossed over. Rain will see those. Blinded just a little bit, but Twistzz had his eyes completely burnt out. Grim is going to run the route, but doesn't clear the bomb site, doesn't look in towards default. Naf has no ability to trade it. A second player is going to join up. Elysian middle is doing work, and now they can just readdress. They sent Grim forward to get the one kill, and he did his job. It pulled the rotations and gave Stewie and Elige both the frag. Excuse me, Elige 2 frags.
All right there?
Yeah. I thought Stewie had
A little
gotten
bit of an
one.
overload?
Yeah.
Meltdown?
I thought for sure Stewie would have gotten one on the flank, and I didn't notice that Elige got 2.
It's all right. The same effect in the end as Fallen will plant the bomb. So again, Liquid start off the half extremely well.
Well, I mean, if they can keep battering, it'd actually be great if Liquid hunt down these weapons. They do have Naf in position in Palace.
I say they start off the half extremely well. They start off the gun rounds well. It was 4 rounds, 2 and 2 with pistol and conversion, for FaZe. So they've won both pistols and not been ecoed in those situations, and yet Liquid's still winning out this game, which says a lot about how much more effective their gun rounds have been.
It says a lot, too. I mean, Liquid would have loved to have had the second half pistol. It felt like they had a good advantage getting into that B bomb site. FaZe just hitting some very, very nice shots on the retake. Regardless, 12th round now for Liquid. Looking to even up the map score at 1. Looking to recover from a lackluster Inferno. 16-8 was the winning score for FaZe on the first map of this series. And a timeout is called. 4th timeout called by FaZe.
Kerrigan obviously knows there's something to do. And he looks to his left where the younger player sits. Brokey the closest to camera.
Zoomers go kill.
Zoomers go zooming, baby. They're sponsored by Nissan, not Mazda. Otherwise, it would be Zoom Zoom.
2 AWPers there for each team. Fallen's not going to have an AWP. He's choosing to stick with the AK-47 in this half. Brokey has picked up one. So FaZe with enough money to bring some dangerous elements. The stair smoke. Brokey can use that in a variety of different ways. At the moment, Twistzz is using it to peer over the top with his deagle. And Brokey protecting the underpass.
Protecting it, and he's got that crosshair placement to clip the wall and swing ever so slightly, and he does exactly that onto Stewie. Twistzz will get Elige with the deagle. Another one that has been successful as Grim will get Rain back coming in through A. Watch out for the smokes. Olaf wants to play the wide side of them, and they've got an M4 in that position as well. Flash high in the sky for Grim as he's going to rush it all the way to the CT and try and go straight through and be combative toward the CTs that are rotating, but I think they're going to bail on this one. I think they're, oh, maybe not.
I think you definitely, I think you go for this. At least see what you're going to get. You have a couple low HP players, but why not? 4-on-3. You want the AWP to survive. You're going to be buying rifles in the next round, so see if you can get anything early on before you really commit to the retake.
That nade going too deep again. Fallen stays forward of it. They're going to clear CT, bring that AWP into position. But again, Grim was the one that was forward. Brokey gets only one, and his teammates completely annihilated at the front side of the site as well. Over toward the connector, and they're going to chase it. They're going to chase Brokey down. Naf, okay. I saw it on the radar before we snapped him, and I thought he actually had the lineup through the vent. Instead, he was just trying to get something to hit him. So he'll get away with this AWP.
That round went exactly as FaZe would have liked. You get 2 opening kills. Obviously, that was perfect. 1 dig from Twistzz towards middle on Elige, and obviously Brokey with the AWP and the underpass onto Stewie. You have a 5-on-3 scenario, recover a couple of weapons, and yeah, go for it, because you're buying in the next round no matter what. And thankfully, they saved the 1 AWP, as we just saw, and actually going to switch into a double op setup with the bonus money that they get. Olaf is going to have that in hand. 3 kits and plenty of nades for the FaZe side. But you're right, Team Liquid, these gun rounds are looking good. They've taken control, they've taken an advantage. 4-round lead.
Twistzz with nades out toward middle. Elige gets himself back into position by way of 2 flashes, 1 low, 1 high. That'll cover connector and window. Meanwhile, Stewie is setting his sights upon the B site. But speaking of sights, there is a scope staring that gap down. And if he checks the stairs slowly, ooh, Olaf had a better angle for it previously. He could be caught. He's actually sneaking up. He gets by. Olaf fires. Stewie was smart. He didn't overextend and didn't actually fail to consider that possibility. He was well wise with the fact that an AWP could be over there, that they could be running the double op setup, having saved one previously. And Brokey, that reveals one of the ops is the only other, and he's over on the A site, the traditional ticket booth spot for him.
40 seconds, though, and he's regained Olaf that deep angle towards upper B, which has allowed them to put Kerrigan in mid with the window and have 3 dedicated defenders to the A bomb site. So this is going to be a really, really tough execute for Team Liquid.
And they're going to go now. Smokes go down. Brokey finds the first. Rain still in shadows, trying to wait for his opportunity. They're spamming Brokey. In fact, he goes all the way down, and Rain hits the pillar. He's missed the shots. It's not going to be good enough as Twistzz finds Fallen. That's all they get so far. The execution with 13 seconds. And the bomb plant, importantly, is safe and secure because Naf knows he has to fight forward. Twistzz too late to find Elige. Has it back to a 2-on-3. And they'll go, they have to. 2 kits. Naf is again trying to be the menace in this. He's going to go back to the murder hole behind, and there's 2. Make it 3. All in front. This is a slaughter. Naf's going to do it all. They're just in front. Make it 1. Quick, easy. And now they know that he's brought forward, but they found the other kill, and that means they can turn their attention back in time. And Kerrigan gets it. It's going to be the defuse for FaZe.
Oh, man, no one from Liquid. That's unfortunate. Lige couldn't even get involved. He gets the bomb planted, and as soon as he does, it's actually very fortunate that they get the bomb planted because Twistzz had that kill immediately. Stewie can't stay alive long enough in Palace for that flank to come in from Naf. That hurts. Good retake from FaZe in a 3-on-3. And it does get them a little bit closer. 13-10 going into round number 24. And even one through the smoke. Wow. Good round from Twistzz. Fallen does not have a gun. Booking it. Quickly. And that sucks.
Yep. Sorry, man. Freeze time's over.
That's awkward. This is a pretty important round to not have a weapon for it. So we'll see if that comes into play. But I don't know if he would have gone for an AK-47 or an op, but definitely wasn't going to go for a Glock. So miscue. He probably dropped a gun and thought he hit his vine for a weapon, and it just didn't happen. Regardless, a bit of a tough scenario to be in.
Streets closed, Pizza Boy. Find another way home. Well, Grim's pushed up. He'll get Twistzz down. So now the guns are even in a 4-on-4, and they still have Fallen. There's potentially a rifle for him. They're going to bring him that direction. Nade will go out. I think Fallen, he's got a Molotov. He didn't pick up the gun. It's a little bit further than that. So either way, pop flash out. Grim trying to get himself in position. They know now that they can grab it, and did he get it? Is Grim going to throw it back to him, or was it lost? Did the nade throw it backwards too far?
Yeah, I think Olaf threw the nade, and it blew it back towards him and away from Fallen. So heads up play again from an experienced player. Kerrigan on catwalk. No one's attacking his position. They're pressuring up connector. I don't think Rain knows it yet. Now Alicia's getting close. Oh, he peeks towards CT spawn, and there goes Rain. Great hit from Liquid. Positioning towards B and switching it up with the quickness. FaZe was never in that round. Olaf's going to have to save. But I feel like, yeah, with this much of the bomb timer left, I'm glad I'm seeing all the Liquid dots on the minimap converge over towards these B halls. Take the op away. Don't let it be easy. Grim's going to go down. Back to the B bomb site for Olaf. I think he spotted Stewie in towards market window. So a lot is on Naf to take this gun away. He's the one plugging the hole. He's the one keeping Olaf towards the B bomb site.
LVP, flash, preemptive, gone. He's done. He's out. Fallen's got the kill. The man who started with no gun will get one with an M4. They're actually going to leave the op on the ground. Next level strats, Jason. That's all it was. Look at Fallen's money now.
Yeah.
You know?
Free cash, free upgraded weapon.
Absolutely. He's the, what are we calling that? The savings bond for the team.
Okay, yeah.
And he gets an M4 tax-free. I don't know many more financial terms, so I'll stop now.
That's the extent of your financial knowledge?
This is why I have a guy, Jason. Okay?
I have a guy. He does everything for me.
He does.
22 kills on Naf leading the way. Grim's at 19 kills as well, playing very, very well. Rain misses an opportunity with the Deagle, does tag Elige, but that's all he wants to risk. 20 kills on Brokey, and a good effort from him.
Molotov window. Twistzz backed off. Liquid's certainly been in control of this game throughout. Absolutely, they have economically. Dust 2 looking more and more likely as our other matchup as well, the advancement match between FURIA and Entropiq, also going the distance. It's a third map secured already. It'll be ancient between those two, as it was Entropiq that came back to win in map 2. Level that out. Olaf, Deagle, double Deagle. 2 shots is all it took. Didn't quite get the headshot, but Elige goes down anyway, and he's still got a chance to fight for more. However, Fallen inside of the smoke is able to get him down, as he already had the lineup. Broky's gonna bait that back out, though. Gets 1 kill already. Can't get a gun in time, though. They're already working through the windows, but Twistzz has the shot. It's a 3-on-1 in favor of FaZe. This is far from done yet. An overtime point. That's all they want right now. They just want to get to 15, and Nav, a chance to do it as they almost line up. Kerrigan will swing back around the pillar instead. He's not done yet either, as he goes back out and confirms the kill. Deagle's deadly for FaZe once more.
FaZe is so good when they're rotating over, of getting involved in the action. Everyone is getting there just at the perfect moment. Especially with those Deagles, so many different angles to have to worry about, and Liquid just could slow down so much. Every time they take a step forward, someone goes down, they've got to pause to address the situation. The rest of FaZe just creeps up even closer. This time the timeout is called by Team Liquid. It's their first of the game. FaZe is out of timeouts. They've used all 4. 3-round lead for Team Liquid as they talk things over. And if Liquid somehow don't convert this into a map victory, they will be eliminated from the PGL Major. So they're looking to take us to Dust 2.
The first map, sure, okay, they weren't really in it. We talked about that. They didn't get rolling. To lose this now?
Oh, it'd be soul-crushing.
Oh, man, so much money in so many situations. 2 ecos specifically I can think of that went against them. Obviously, the one we just saw.
See, everyone is 50% headshot percentage or below on Team Liquid, and everyone on FaZe is like, there's 4 players over 60%.
Man.
It's not the biggest statistic in the world. It's one we don't normally talk about all that much, but
just wait till they go 100%.
Yeah. Just wait. Okay, halls pop. 3 players from Team Liquid up in Palace. Stewie again setting up to be the lurker over in B halls or go through underpass. Either option is available to him. And Elige is back at A ramp. He might be the one just tossing out the flashbang for him. Window smoke. Try and keep some attention. Trying to keep the FaZe eyeballs on middle, and it's working. 2 players. Oh, that was going to be an attempt to get Stewie into play up connector as this pop happened, but man, they got to go now. They got to go. Brokey, they're lucky he missed that shot. Fallen's going to hold him in. Follow-up pick is great. 3-on-4 though. Liquid still have a lot to go before they can make their way comfortably into a bomb plant at this site. 1 player in CT spawn, it's Rain, but Grim wasn't ready for the fight. He goes down, and Fallen has got to do some work with this op.
He's going to try to. He's got a chance, to walk out clean. Oh, they've let one cross over, though. So if he thinks that's the first peek, oh, he was smart enough. He checked it, but Olaf had the angle the whole time, and they knew that he was out of the balcony. He was spotted in return. Able to slip out was Olaf, and Elige could not do anything about it, as I get ahead of myself with names, but it's now 2 rounds the difference. FaZe clawing back into this.
Yeah, Fallen was desperately trying to create something with that op, and he was just so exposed. He was just taking the risk of knowing someone from CT spawn was going to have to peek at some point, and that's also the cover he needed to provide to Elige, but not enough bodies to protect the other angle.
Wouldn't it be remarkable if GODSENT had stayed with FaZe and Liquid were rushing into B and he jumped up and shot an AWP without scoping?
That clip will never happen again.
I agree with that, but you understand what I'm suggesting,
yes,
right?
I do. It's very possible.
And the world waits to see what GODSENT will do next. Came to this team to play with Nico, and Nico said, man, I don't care about you. I want to play with my cousin. Everybody loves their cousin down here in Alabama. Shout out to Dust Moret.
Okay.
He's the only person I know from Alabama, so... Oh, Stunna is, yeah, Stunna is as well. Stunna, I don't think he has any cousins, though.
Deep nade. Deep flashbang as well for Rain to get aggressive.
Unless they're cousins.
Unless they are.
Whoa.
How would you ever know? Good positioning from Stewie and Elige, or Stewie and Grim, excuse me. But with just Glocks, what can you hope to do from this position? leaving a lot of pressure on these three players to create something. Actually now, excuse me, here they go. Stewie, he's going to be aggressive. If he can find Kerrigan, dink from the side. What a good transfer from Kerrigan. That'll be frustrating. Any other pistol, Stewie might have just had that kill clean, and Grim cannot eliminate Twistzz, but a good position. Man, if they'd had a little bit more success at the B bomb site, yeah.
It's no nut November, Jason. No more sex, okay?
If they'd had a bit more success at the B bomb site, those positions could have been so deadly. And it would have been an easier cleanup, perhaps. And Brokey is going to find the final 2 kills.
A little bit more sex. You know,
bit more sex.
Maybe they should have had a little bit less sex and been having more practice, you know?
Yeah. Damn esports players. Priorities.
One round game. As FaZe will refuse to lose. Liquid have had so many chances. And yet just can't close it out. And it's especially against the Ecos that's going to punish them so severely. As we get into it, can Liquid secure 15 first, or does this go to a tie? And does the money dwindle in the process? That's the bigger aspect of this right now. This is a make or break for both. The team who wins this, in theory, and I say that carefully, considering the circumstances, should win this game. Should win this game, Jason.
Yeah, you'd think. Certainly would have a big advantage in the next round. I think a lot of it depends if Liquid get a solid enough opening in this round, FaZe can choose to save a bunch of those weapons. They have decent amount of money built up, so could still have a strong buy in the next one. Holding control of A ramp. It's just Naf outside of A for Liquid's attack, and now Stewie's going to get position in towards connector. Nades running low for the Liquid side of things. Flashbangs, 1 smoke, 1 Molotov on Fallen. And they're going to set up this B-split. They've got good position with a player on catwalk, but when that smoke clears at the top con, Elige might have a tough time actually making it into the bomb site. And Olaf's position is strong.
Super strong. If he goes unchecked, and that would give Kerrigan a chance too to turn around because he's holding from Cat. The crossfire works out. Olaf gets 2 plus the assist, but Elige and Fallen are not to be outdone. They survive, the only 2, and find a kill apiece to open the site. Chance for the bomb to go down. As Rain on rotation, Brokey hits a lovely bit of movement. All 3 going to come from Cat, so naturally they'll boost the AWP up. Now, the fact that this is boosted instantly says there's 2 in that position. So that is a tell, and they're all there now. They're all there now, and they might line up for Elige. They've got to be so careful. The HP certainly favors Young John backside of the site. Fallen sneaks out to get the second, but Twistzz isn't done. Oh, how fitting would it be that he could break down his old team right here and now, and it's the man who replaced him, the leader, the experience, the man they brought in, Fallen, to go against him, and Fallen's wits outdo Twistzz. Same, it's 15 for Liquid.
That is a gutsy round to win for Team Liquid. At one point, a 2-on-3. They had a tough time breaking into that bomb site. Olaf's position was so strong. It delivered so much. And I think actually 3 players over towards Catwalk made that way more difficult for FaZe. If they just had 1 more player coming from market, a different angle, pull the attention away. Elige was able to do great damage at distance on that retake. Look, Team Liquid, we're at one point, what, 14-10? Lost 3 in a row. And now 15-13. 2 chances to close this out. But again, as I mentioned, there's a decent enough buy for FaZe. They can actually battle and contest here.
Bomb plant makes the difference. That's the huge, huge part of the round that allowed them to get this buy-in. So it's, again, FaZe clutching at straws, but they've done it enough times in this game. And interestingly, Liquid that calls the timeout. As you say, FaZe was out of there 4. So this also gives FaZe a chance to talk about it. You have to consider that too. Sometimes when you're at the very end of the game and you know you still have that slight economic advantage, that situation where you can actually do something with this, you almost don't want to give them a bit of chance to talk it over as well and have the thoughts of a game plan with the weaponry they do have. Forcing it out, man. MP9s.
Yep. I don't think Liquid's even thinking about that at the moment. I think they're just saying timeout. Let's make sure we all know what we're doing for these final 2 rounds. They've got another one. They've got more timeouts to play with if they need it moving into the next. Rain's going to eat a bit of damage. All 5 players from Liquid here. Make that 4. Brokey's got the opening kill.
Significant. Massive that the single op that they have is able to do so. And it's the op. in this situation when they force, they know the money's going to be low, but the fact that they have an option, they can go, did we miscalculate here? Is there going to be some more rifles?
Liquid's delaying this a little bit longer. Here comes at least one smoke. They cleared the flank. They made sure nobody was pushing up. They made sure this bomb site couldn't be stacked. Brokey did rotate away with the AWP. He's all the way at the B bomb site, and Liquid's going to love that. They're going to be very happy when they go back and watch this replay that they didn't have to contest against the AWP. But again, this is going to pull a lot of FaZe players, and they've been very good at this in this map of recovering these scenarios. Elige is in a good position, but unless Rain actually gives away his spot, there's nothing Elige can do at the moment to alleviate this.
Elige at sandwich. Shadow position for Rain. Who moves first? Who flinches on that position? As flashes. Elige is going to go deep. He's going to be spotted. Didn't check it at all. Rain's got to be careful now. MP9, he can get overwhelmed so quickly. What a smoke! What a smoke! And an immediate retake from Kerrigan. They come in. The distraction is enough. And FaZe, they continue to do it. They continue to force this deep. And we now have another chance to force overtime for FaZe. But one more map point likewise for Liquid.
Yeah, Liquid actually got so much. They got a decent amount of space. That was just they did nothing to force FaZe out into the open. Naf's usually the one in Palace. He had the only Molotov to be thrown into Dark Spot, which would have potentially forced Kerrigan out into the open. And again, FaZe do it one more time. I mentioned it. As soon as that hit comes in, they're ready to swarm. The op at the B bomb site allowed them to rotate so many weapons to other portions of the map. And now the tables have turned. It's Liquid with low economy who have to do something with it. 4 pistols, and Stewie's got the only AK-47.
Nade going in on that, though. They were certainly aware that he could be jumping up, and you saw one, I think, come in from Catwalk even, that was thrown by Olaf sneaking up. Second one, Twistzz to hold. MP9, the fact that Stewie's on 46, this is a menacing weapon. His crosshair placement suggests he doesn't know he's already come through the window, though Brokey not able to hit it. Stewie's aware Twistzz is there, and now we've got Liquid with a chance to open and close this game as the round has a chance to get onto the site.
Stewie needs to do more. The AK in the playmaker's hands. It's the only weapon they really have. Oh, good shot from Rain. He steps around the smoke. This is everything.
Rain's still there as well. He knows they've got to recover it. He sneaks out, but he's taken down. He missed it. The Tech-9, it's Stewie with the AK. Hold on. Now it's Liquid with the lesser weapons, but Olaf is going as vintage as possible today, and he'll distract, but the AW key can't. Oh, and Elige, he made it so close, but Olaf holds his nerve. 3 kills, and we've got extra innings in this one.
Yeah, what a gutsy battle from Team Liquid in the last round, and a great hold on from FaZe. Man, that's tough, and a little bit of giggles as pressure and tension is released. Everyone can breathe a little bit easier. 15-15.
What a match. I can't believe we're getting this now for elimination. I wanted an arena for this one. Could you imagine?
Yeah, I can't believe FaZe has completed this comeback as well. 14-10 to 15-13. And now we're all tied up.
God, I can't wait to be at Stockholm.
I know.
This is getting me ready
as well.
now. This is getting me ready.
That kill right there, I don't know. I'm not going to go ahead. The silenced M4 might have made it a little bit longer for Stewie to realize where those shots are coming from. If that's an AK or an M4A4, maybe he turns fast enough. Don't want to blame it all on that, but what a great clutch again from Olaf Meister. 23 kills from him. Former major winner, multiple major winner. Former, I think, world #1 player as well. Back in 2015, I believe.
Yes, he was. Yep. It was, let's see if I can get this correct. Olaf.
Oh, why are you going down this route?
Cold Zera. Simple Zawu.
Fallen looking over the smoke. Sees nothing. Twistzz playing a dangerous game. There's a flashbang. He's going to peek with it. They're all going to peek with it. It's a trap, and Liquid finds out too late. Olaf with the triple, and Kerrigan is surely going to get the final 2. A full house of frags, 16-15.
Man, oh man, now we're seeing exactly what we said. The individual performance aspect is gone from FaZe. Everyone's stepping up, and we've got a classic Olaf on the server. Another 3 kills for him puts him on 26, tied with that of Brokey, who leads the way. And it's not like anyone's struggling on the other side, except arguably you could say Stewie. You called him the playmaker. He's just not getting those openings. Only 16 kills for him.
Yeah, found it in that final round right before overtime to try and take him to a win. Just didn't have enough around his AK-47 to really complete that with anything convincing. This is tough. This is the conversation always around FaZe, is when you get to LAN, when they get to put their experience into play, guys like Olaf Meister just reach a different level, and at least in this game he's delivering. Kerrigan as well, 20 and 24. Nobody's slacking off for FaZe in this series.
Oh, Olaf, this is massive because it's a boost, a run boost at that. Oh, Fallen, the reaction time. If he had gone a step sooner and he takes down the player that's throwing Fallen, he drops in front of him with an AWP. That's a double kill. You want to talk about how close that could possibly be. But what an opening from Liquid to commit to that play. Fallen nearly gets sprayed down through boxes as well, but everything calms down as we have A7D23 Olaf Meister on the server. It just looks funny the way his kills, deaths touch his name.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe it's showing off that he's some sort of cyborg in this one.
Ooh, Stewie almost got the jumping shot. That's Kerrigan, Molotov to keep him out in the open. That's a great flick. You wanted the entries from Stewie. There's a double right to his name, and Brokey gonna try and recover the scenario, and money is not an issue, so you go for this in every scenario.
That's huge from Stewie. That's exactly what we talked about. Oh, Brokey's looked right just when the player on the van jumped over toward the bench, and he was actually anticipating that. He could see the gun barrel. He knows where Naf is. But this is a problem because Catwalk's not covered. Fallen has Brokey down. Twistzz 1 on 5, and I dare say this one's too far. Good shoulder beat by Grim, to get the kill, and it's 16 to 16. I think we're here all day, Jason.
Yeah, this one's great. This one is delivering. This is what we wanted from Inferno as well. All tied up. Remember as well, FaZe have used all their timeouts. I believe Liquid have 2 remaining if they would like to use them. Oh, he caught it in the air as well. Took his time upon landing.
Personal thought, I think even if you use all 4 of your timeouts in regulation, when you go to overtime, you should be allocated 1 back.
Okay. We'll bring it up. We'll bring it up at the next council meeting.
Is that with Valve? Because that would suggest they're going to be at a meeting. Rain waiting at the front side of the site. Smoke down at the A cave. Grim's the one on the other side of it right now to contest against the positioning of Rain. And that smoke's gone. Rain, though, can't find it. Second time Fallen has had movement go in his favor with the AWP. A second op opening.
Yeah, out of the sky.
He was falling off that ledge.
Oh. Glad they brought you back.
Are you, though?
There's that wordplay you're known for. Fallen's going to come right back around towards a ramp. Grim is waiting there behind the smoke. Naf up in Palace as well. Olaf, he's going to be called upon again. He's got a big job to do. He's the only defender here, the only defender even willing to pay attention towards this side of the map. He sees Grim. Molotov forces him into the open, and yeah, that's an uncomfortable position. Elige and Stewie are still in lurk positions, but Elige, I don't think, heard the jump down. He actually missed 2 opportunities to get a couple of kills. Now he's going to realize they're in con. Elige can be put into play, and Liquid's going to back off, and I think this is a smart decision, because Elige is holding on towards mid. Stewie's already in market. FaZe cannot get back into the B bomb site without taking losses.
Kerrigan's going to rotate this back over, but that positioning from Stewie is just too good. Man, I called the guy out, and he has heard me. He has responded. This overtime presence is significant in Liquid. Now with a massive advantage, it's Brokey in a 1-on-4, and the round done. Good turnaround. 2 T-sided rounds in overtime. FaZe with the pressure on them to respond. He's almost got that little smirk, doesn't he? Every now and then when you look in, you can kind of read his emotion even though he appears stoic. But I think he's got a few tells. I don't know how good he'd be at poker because right now he looks pretty confident.
Yeah, he should be confident. They get 2 rounds there. They had a great run on their defensive half, if you remember. If you go back to it, it was 7 rounds in a row. It was 8 of 9 that they were able to rattle off on the CT side. So if you're Liquid, looking back to that, also, Fallen was having great impact, and it seems like he's picked it up right at the end, right here in overtime. Those 2 all-important kills in the previous 2 rounds.
Look at the duels between Olaf and Naf. All the stats, really, but the duels at the top, and that's the only one I read, so we'll just call it the duels. Fallen waiting, smoke down, tries to fire into it. Already a Molotov as well inside of connectors, so they can't try and look out and peer under that smoke and get mid-presence.
Well, mid-control for Liquid That's a great nade, but there's 3 players coming up ramp. Kerrigan and FaZe have tried to pull this off a number of times if you go back to regulation. This time, they're going to get a chance. Grim is playing around the smoke, but they feel safe. Grim biding his time. Kerrigan up top. He goes down. Bomb hits the deck. Now Brokey needs to get it put into play. He's going to fall as well, and the rest of FaZe, due to the lack of success of those 3 players, this lurk from Twistzz, where it was effective previous in this game, not going to be so this time. Might grab Naf, but then the game is up.
That's a pretty huge round. Now the shots aren't going their way. Brokey's not able to hit. But keep in mind, Grim knew that they went for the inner smoke and left a gap. And Kerrigan, interestingly, decided to look toward jungle, which had a smoke on it. He could have pushed up. Bomb down on the sights. Twistzz is still opening up the map. This is not done just yet. He's got 2 kills in this round. And Holof, completely blind, is very desperately hoping no one's going to peek on the back of that. And he'll continue forward past Tetris. Now Grim has a great crossfire established with the player. His teammate at jungle, who's going to spot it up just now. He and Stewie converge. And Elige waits to see where Twistzz will show himself from. 30 seconds. This is difficult.
Near impossible. Unless you're a magician. What a time for it.
Just so happens I am, Jason, but I'm not in the server.
16 seconds. And Twistzz is slow playing it. I don't think he's leaving himself a whole lot of time, but this is just smart defense from Liquid. Just evacuate. Let him have the bomb if he wants it. Let him plant if he wants it. The bonus money, none of it matters. Just don't lose everyone, and he can't even plant. He took a little bit too long, but that's also by virtue of Liquid playing a very smart game.
Yep. So map point for Liquid. This forces out Dust 2 if they're able to win this.
This is map point 3 and 4 for them as well, by the way. They had 2 chances to close it out in regulation. And if you're Liquid with the reputation you have, you know, close it out.
Understood. I understand exactly what you mean. And we'll see what they come up with to try and do so. Freeze time over. We're back into the action. Brokey struggling a little bit now on that AWP in the last few rounds. Couple of key shots missed. He's had a phenomenal game. But the impact as of late has gone the way of Stewie. He's gone from 16 kills to 21 since this overtime started.
Yeah, Liquid did feel much more dynamic on the T side when Stewie started getting way, way more involved. It's good to see. Kind of impact and the kind of danger that he can provide. Now playing it off angle towards top con.
Yeah, these smokes as well. That one's a little bit better to cover him off. So Stewie knows as well that if he's completely blinded in that side, might as well take a look toward Palace, because Rain will reveal himself pushing through. There's no way he walks through it. Okay, I say that. He's going to check the corner by the stairs at the very least. He might. Molotov going in. That's a bit of flames in the air, the noise. He can actually sneak a few steps further. That means he's going to go down because he looked back. His teammate in the window still exists, but Rain looking for, another shot.
Yeah, and Elige is going to drop it next. Rain finds a stunning headshot. Grim is forced out of the bomb site, so retake scenario for Team Liquid in the 3 and 4. And again, money's not the issue. You go for it. This is a tough duel for Naf, and he's not going to be able to win that. Good shooting from Brokey.
I think I was casting what happened next for Liquid. More jokes, of course. No, but that is the round.
Glad we've both got one in there.
Exactly, yeah. Right? I know. I put, yeah. All right, listen, it's fine. As Fallen will rotate back around. Grim is alongside with him. They did win the first round, so money not so much the fact.
Actually, it is a little bit. If you look at Naf and Elige's money, 2,600 and 2,200, they might want to keep just one weapon alive just in case. Grim can drop a bunch over with 7,200.
Yeah, virtue of the double op, I guess you're right. That is a lot more narrow than I actually anticipated. Seeing Grim on 7,200, I thought, geez, they've got lots, but...
All right. One more chance for Liquid. Ooh, Grim, and he does get the op. Good save from him. And yeah, some of those weapons he can drop over are going to have a bit of impact, allowing some extra utility on guys like Elige sitting at 4K.
Yeah, I did say money not an issue. They will be able to drop over. They'll be able to force it from Grim, but...
Yeah, it's fine now.
Lower than I thought.
That saved weapon is actually pretty big. Saved AWP as well. Here we go, final chance in overtime. Looking for 19 for Liquid to close it out. FaZe need one more to force us into double overtime. Bombs in T-spawn, setting up some utility towards the A-bomb site as well as FaZe.
Twistzz waiting up on top ledge. Brokey already dropping down. They've got the utility out. Topside stairs smoke. No smoke at the top of connector, however. I think it just went out late. They've got one at the bottom side that was thrown from middle, though. But it's all a ruse. The problem with doing a fake like this on Mirage, like we talked about, you need a lot of utility. You're down to just 2 smokes remaining. Is that suggestive that this is going to be a B hit? Because you need a little less over on that side.
Oh, dear.
Oh,
Don't worry. No damage has been caused.
That is a good
we get
point.
a start over.
Yes, absolutely. So we are in a situation where this is not going to be as controversial as it otherwise might have been because, yes, no damage has been done. This would be a typical match medic situation. So hold your horses. Keep your ponies in the pants. I was thinking of like the penthouse, but what's the stable? Keep the ponies in your pants, and everything should be okay. Yeah, if someone had died, this is exactly the worst moment that something like this can happen.
Yeah, absolutely. We're getting a little bit of a replay, a glimpse of what Liquid's defense looked like when it was so effective in the first half during that 7-round run they have. So, yeah, they got to be happy at least they have a chance to close out this map on that CT side. They've dwindled away 2 opportunities in regulation. They've let 1 opportunity slip away from them in overtime. A second opportunity is now at hand.
There has been some stunning shots throughout this as Reigns, Deagle. The Deagles from FaZe are absolutely been a factor in this entire matchup. I mean, when it was 7-2, oh, we've just got word as well. This is a problem on our side. This is not actually a problem with the server. I just heard we've reconnected. It is 18-18. FaZe won that round.
Okay.
That sucks that we didn't see it. I severely hope someone can release a demo replay of that at some point in time on socials, or we can somehow package that and get it out, because that is significant. If it truly is 18-18, I'll wait to see if that is confirmed. But... oh, there we are. It is. That's ridiculous. It sucks that we missed that, but in some ways, I'm glad that it got to continue as it was. Look, apologies to everyone that we didn't get to see that, even if I have to somehow download a demo.
It was your fault, Matt.
It entirely my fault.
Yeah.
I completely agree.
Either way, let's forget about it. Let's move on. 18-18, double overtime begins, and a double op setup for Team Liquid. There goes Elige. That was on Catwalk. Stewie couldn't get involved in the action, but thankfully Fallen's found the equalizing frag. Although up into window, it's Rain, and Stewie's picked off, so Fallen, more might be called from him. He's going to push up in towards window a little bit late, looking for someone to hold this position and underpass. You've got Rain right beneath the window. Twistzz over towards Chair. And Kerrigan going to meet up towards top mid. So an opportunity if Kerrigan's a little bit lazy coming around this corner. But this is kind of a bit of a risk for Fallen in this position. He just knows his team needs him to find something. Investigating for information. So many angles to worry about. Oh, he's spotted by Rain. Twistzz is going to peek surely off that. Fallen gets caught, and now the defense is split. You've got Grim in a 1-on-4 at the A-bomb site. You've got Naf in a 1-on-4 at the B-bomb site. It's Grim who's called upon at range. That was sloppy. Molotov going to hold FaZe at bay. Smoke is out. Grim now knows now there's danger. One more kill, and Brokey trades him out. That's a good job to put Naf in at least a winnable situation.
AWP for him, he's going to swap that over to the rifle naturally. He wants to get closer to the site and be more menacing in his 1 versus 2. Bombs late to go down. Utility? None. Not for Naf, at least. There is 1 flash for Brokey, and that's going to go out now, naturally, because you'd expect that he's going to be coming from that direction. Good swing from Twistzz. Now, I want to go back, because thankfully we do have such thing as a score bot. That round that went 18-18, I wish we could show it to you, but Kerrigan started it off with a kill against Naf. Elige traded, and Kerrigan went nuts to take down Stewie and Elige. It was a plant on B and a 4-on-2, and Brokey killed the 2 remaining. So Brokey and Kerrigan did the bulk of the heavy lifting, got all 5 kills between the 2 of them, and that's how we got here. So it was a straight execution on B. We did see that they were out of smokes toward A, so presumably it was more of a contact play.
At least we didn't miss a clutch. That's all that matters. Rain taking top mid control. Ooh, over the top. Ooh, no, actually, no one. I don't know if they were maybe a little bit blind. Maybe they got caught by a flashbang, but nobody took a shot. And even Elige, I think, definitely heard Kerrigan jump up. He knows what's happening. Misses the timing, but converts it anyways. Transfers over, just barely sees him. Stewie's going to grab one around the edge as well. And they continue to fight. Rain and Brokey need to back away. Follow-up flashbang. Stewie only gets the 1, but it's all good because Brokey's left it a 1 versus 4.
It was a 1 versus 5. He hit that first shot. Finally hitting one of those, but man, that's a huge take in middle from Liquid. Fast round as well. We were still have 1:10 left on this. Slow down, boys.
We've seen both teams on defense have a couple rounds where they just get up towards Catwalk, get up towards Connector and say, look, we're going to contest this mid control. We're going to wait for you until you're in the dead zone, and then we're going to pull off and execute to retake this portion of mid. Good kills from Stewie. Good job from Elige as well in the window. And we're all tied up again. 22 is the magic number here in double overtime.
22 indeed. I said we were going to be going the distance, Jason. And the ingredients were there for it.
You've got to be worried now. Remember, 4 rounds, 4 opportunities Liquid has had to close out the map. haven't been able to convert that final.
It always seems the way that like the team that finally gets the one they capitalize onto. It's so frustrating when you had that many and you fall down on the map point situation.
Listen, if you're new to being a Liquid fan or rooting for Liquid, their fans are certainly have been through hell and back a number of times watching this team over the years.
Can confirm.
Nath has some vision, some information on Catwalk. Liquid here, obviously, absolutely nothing in middle. They see nothing in middle. Grim is underneath the balcony. Here we go, set piece, wall of smokes. They convert, they turn to take down Grim, an important trade.
That's a big kill for him to get. I thought he was actually going to transfer that over and find the second somehow, just by anticipation, by a bit of luck. Naf takes out Olaf top middle. Big kill to get. He was the one that was securing the rotations. That does allow for a flank, should they elect to go for one. But Naf thinks better of it. He thinks it's too obvious, perhaps. Oh, Brokey's so close with the 8WP. No mistake this time as he finds the shot up close and very personal. Very personal indeed in this situation as we look toward the team. The reaction's live, but Brokey has fallen as well. That's another up-close shot towards CT. Naf will get at least Rain's head through the edge of the box, and he's going to try and go. Low HP, but low time. Time the bigger factor. Time the enemy of all in this situation. Time the destroyer as Twistzz again fittingly takes down Naf, and it's FaZe in the lead at 20-19.
Oh, again, felt like Liquid had a good advantage, 4-on-3 in the post plan, but Brokey is such a beast, and this is kind of a scenario where when I think of Brokey, this is places where he's so dangerous, and he has given us some of his most impactful performances. Is that close range, mid-range opping? He just seems to be so well geared and tuned for that kind of combat opping style. I actually thought Elige had him dead to rights. I thought Elige knew exactly where he was, but he never pulled the trigger on the peak. And Brokey is just an assassin, ripping that round away from Liquid.
He went quiet a little bit at the start of the first overtime, but you can see how he's back.
34
He's
kills.
impressing the hell out of me on this AWP. It's the close style. We see this is what Fallen was like in his peak. This is what Guardian was like. Kenny S was like. This is what so many of the best oppers can do. They can get up close and personal and simple. Another one, I don't even need to mention that.
In fights where you feel like they'd have a disadvantage, but they always seem to just say, no, this is actually exactly the fight I want. You think I'm in a bad spot? This is perfect for me. Elige is going to take quick mid control as well, jumping through the catwalk smoke. Molotov at top connector to force away defense, and a lot of utility exchanged early. There is the triangle defense from FaZe, window, catwalk, and connector. They can set up one of those collapses, and Twistzz is in position. There's the flashbang, and it's effective again. Fallen goes down, but the catwalk is traded. Elige can't do anything as Rain finds the battle. All that's left is the B hit.
And Rain needs to turn back and support Kerrigan. He only has 19 HP left to do so. So the rotation from window is also significant in its timing, and Kerrigan and Rain get the crossfire. FaZe find 21, and now you are exactly right, Jason. It is map point for FaZe. They're first in this game. It is an elimination point for Liquid.
Yeah, two chances FaZe have to knock Liquid out of the PGL Major. And they start right here. They have survived 4 of their own. They have survived so much throughout this. Remember, this was 14 to 10 at one point, and then 15-13. FaZe had to come back in regulation to force overtime, had to come back in overtime to force a double overtime, and now they've got a chance.
And production, if you could, I know it's hard to make requests when we're Fallen, boosted, up, down goes Kerrigan. Twistzz left, wondering what the hell to do in middle. He is not alone. He does have support from Catwalk, but they're not going to overextend on either side. Yeah, even if this goes FaZe's way, I think Twistzz, yes, he's going to want to drive this home. He's going to want to beat his old team, but I'm sure the handshakes will be respectful because this has been closely contested and both teams deserving of praise. I wish, like I said at the start, I wish this were in the arena. I do not wish that this was today. I was disappointed and sad that we had to reach this conclusion already. So many teams, that's the nature of the major though, right? We're always going to have heartache at this point in time, but that's what makes sports and competition so good. We love a little bit of drama, and we are getting it now. FaZe will slow the pace. They've lost the pick, but as you say, 2 chances to close this out. Back toward B. Olaf and Brokey. He's made no mistake. Olaf's close enough. Doesn't even need to get the second shot lined up in time as Rain will fall. Naf gets the kill at middle, and he's lurking late. He'll get Twistzz as well. Watch for Stewie. He's gotten Olaf alive. It's down to Brokey. 1-on-2. He knows one of them's toward middle, but he knows the bomb is down inside of the site, so how does he play this? His flashbang will be utilized to try and dispel Fallen from position on the balcony and allow him to rotate over. Going to bench is a bit of a risk, though, because surely at some point in time, the peak has to come from Naf. He's going to wait it. He's got it down. Now he's got the information, but he's lost the time. Has he jumped to middle? Is there a chance he gets toward checkers? He'll check that instead, and Brokey might be what breaks Liquid as it all comes down to the rookie versus Naf. The rookie, and he's got the shot. Brokey is keeping his first major dreams alive, and Liquid are eliminated. FaZe will be moving forward.
That's an absolutely magnificent clutch from Brokey. All that movement, you're right. That much movement, it's a risk. But he's saying they know exactly where I am. I have to get into a new position. I have to be able to find a different angle they're not going to expect. He grabs Fallen for free, and Naf is never going to expect him to shift all the way to market. He's looking in towards the site. So, yeah, beautifully played from Brokey and crushing for Team Liquid.
And as much as I said Liquid, no Mirage, they've had successes on it. You go back through the history of this team, yes, Columbus is the most notable when they could have been in a major final, a major that they could have won. Guardian was injured for Na'Vi in that final, and it was Luminosity that wanted to win. Exactly. Liquid could have actually prevailed in that major had they not failed in the semifinal against the Brazilians. And there was qualifiers before that in minors, in so many situations where Mirage has caused them more heartache than any other map. And you see it again here today. They had the lead. They had so many chances to close it out. And it just, if you're a North American fan, you're a Liquid fan, it sucks we say goodbye so soon, but we were treated to an awesome map.
Yeah, they look good on Mirage. I mean, just they had 4, like you said, they had their chances. They had 4 opportunities to close out the map and weren't able to convert any of them. This was a great battle, this map between the two teams. Inferno is obviously a bit rough, but man, they're going to have a really tough conversation. This is one of those losses that's going to sit with you for a while.
It will indeed. It will sit with you for a while, but FaZe will stay with us at least another day. They turn to 2-2. They'll get another chance in a best-of-3 tomorrow. Who they'll play? Well, we'll find out, because as the day goes on, we also have our upper bracket matches going on, and those teams that don't advance today will fall in to the line of where FaZe now looks to assassinate. Liquid are gone. North American teams out. Twistzz, the last remaining North American in this major. A chance for him to try and make it to the playoffs. And like I say, Brokey, the one who did so much work late in this game, and to be fair, in regulation, has a chance to still get onto a stage for his first chance at it. As, yeah, really impressed with him on the AWP. Vintage Olaf as well. That was fun.
That part of it is going to sting a little bit if you're Liquid. There's been a couple games where Olaf has kind of reverted back to like his godlike form, and it's been against Liquid a number of times, and here as well. A monster on both maps, and obviously here on Mirage delivers a spectacular game. But yeah, the real highlight, Brokey, obviously over 30 kills. I think Twistzz got up there as well. Was double overtime, so you're going to start getting a lot of players up into the 30s.
The consistency of the players, though, that's the key thing. You're right. The frag total is not one thing. It's the fact that everyone was there from FaZe and Liquid, to be fair. Even Stewie. I called him out at the end of regulation, and arguably he was their best player throughout the overtimes.
Yeah, he caught on towards the end of regulation, you're right, and had some hugely impactful rounds. Man, this is just tough. You're going to start seeing the comeback from FaZe here. This was 14-10, and Olaf delivering big time at this stage of the game. And, you know, fair play to FaZe as well. This is one of my worries about FaZe coming into this event, because they were riding so hard this whole idea of we're playing online. When we get back to LAN, that's where we shine. That's where the experience comes into play. All that is true, but only if that experience actually does come into play. And it's good to see those players delivering in this matchup as well to keep them alive. So FaZe is going to go to 2-2, and you're right, they play tomorrow against an as yet unknown opponent.
And some very experienced leaders as well on either side. You talked about Grim doing some leadership roles, talking about Stewie doing it. You've obviously got Fallen, who's one of the greatest in-game leaders of all time, but you also have Kerrigan on the other side. And you could, yes, they use their timeouts very early, but obviously, hey, you win the game, you get it to overtime when you're coming from behind. It's justified. Yeah. And you could also see Kerrigan being really the one taking charge as he should, but also explaining, you know, with his gesticulation, change the pace, watch the utility, and he was looking to his younger players when he was saying it more than anyone, so definitely kept them in line, and that was pretty brilliant for
yeah, they
for
used
FaZe.
all 4 of their timeouts, I think, by like 14-10. That whole comeback and all that overtime was just top of Kerrigan's head as he goes, and he's been in that situation a number of times, so he delivers for FaZe here in this overtime match. Spectacular for FaZe. You're a FaZe fan, you're living the dream. Twistzz fan, you're living the dream. Liquid, disappointing finish, obviously.
Disappointing finish. I think the best thing is that is in my opinion, so far, the match of the major that we've seen in terms of, I mean, there's been other storylines. Nip beating Astralis 16-1 obviously has a lot in it as well.
Yeah, very similar kind of matchup.
Absolutely. Heroic being successful and being still the antagonist, I think, for everyone right now with the storyline going on behind that team. But in terms of just straight up, heads up Counter-Strike, that was awesome. And I think that's a perfect way to get us ready to the playoffs. I can't wait. I think that was good for a Counter-Strike fan. We've been waiting for this.
Yeah, it was a good start to the day. It was good. That's the key. It's the start to the day. We're going to head to a break. When we come back, we got a full day of matches. We got 2 more best of 3s to cover on this stream. Main stream's kicking as well. So keep tuning into the CSGO Major with PGL.
We're at the tail end of the second stage of competition for PGL Major Stockholm 2021. It's not long, Chad, until we're packing up our bags and heading to Sweden.
I already started.
Good.
Yeah, I want to make sure that we're ready and raring to go because I cannot wait to get into that arena. But I suppose the same conversation for some of these teams.
Yeah, no, if you've just joined us, you're right on time. You're bang on time. And if your friends aren't quite here yet, let them know, especially if they are a little bit of a Jack Jones / Astralis fan.
Or French.
Yeah, well, Vitality are going up against Astralis. And at the moment, I think, and Chad's going to correct me if I'm wrong, there's alarm bells ringing for Astralis once again. They have been hot and cold. They have been looking like two different teams. Jacob's been tweeting like they're dead and the best at the same time. He can't quite work it out. Neither can we. I mean, the last two best of ones are alarming. 16-7 to Heroic, okay. Gets worse. 16-1 to your ex-teammate / the Ninjas in Pyjamas.
That's a big problem, right? Because there's any game, right? And I'm a big fan of Spite, and I thought that maybe Astralis would have a little bit when they were going up against Device for the first time in history, mind you, since he departed, that would actually be fuel to the fire to make them competitive. Now, this team, as you mentioned, hot and cold, some days they look like they're fired up. You can see Glaive doing his best to try and get the team up. The next, there's just no energy in the room. Now, sure, we all know the coaching situation. We know Zonic's not there behind them, kicking the chairs, yelling, doing all that groovy stuff. But that can't be the factor if you go from one of the best teams in the world, and I know that's some time ago now, to being a team who gets 8 rounds over 2 maps of CS. That's a no, no, no.
No, it's definitely a no-no. And they barely just, made it through and found their feet to get to the Legend stage, to get to the top 16. This was by no means a guarantee, and they did pull their socks up enough, but that was, I don't know about you, when I saw them pulling up their socks, I was like, okay, business has returned, Astralis machine has started to whir into action, but it didn't stay that way.
No.
Glaive's tweet said, he doesn't seem to have the answers. He says, sometimes I'm a bot, sometimes I'm a noob. Sorry, let me get it right.
Well, they're both bad things.
Yes, I play like a noob, then I play like a god. It goes back and forth.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. And it does look like we've got our vetoes up on screen. Chad, do you want to dissect this for us?
Yeah, so we knew that the permabans were going to be Mirage coming out from Astralis and Ancient coming out that from Vitality. Now, that's the way that one goes. Now, the map pool, these guys actually played in recent history over in the RMR. Both had already qualified for that major slot, but they had a chance to play against each other, and these were the opening 2 maps we had there as well. Nuke and Vertigo. Now, that didn't go great for Astralis there by any means. It was 5 rounds on Vertigo they were able to muster, and only 6 rounds on Nuke of their own pick. So that's not great, and that goes back to these single-digit losses that they've just seen. Now, also for Astralis, this is the first time we're going to get to see them in the best of 3 environment in the Legend stage. So that's a change up at least. We're going to have Dust2 here as the 3rd if we do require it. Vitality taking away another one of the Astralis comfort picks of Inferno, right? And then you're going to see ourselves on Dust2 if we need it. But we've been speaking about the woes of Astralis. I think we need to discuss the woes as well for Vitality. Now, they started with 2 close losses, a 16-14 to VP and a 16-12 loss to Heroic. So realistically, that's not that bad, but it was still a 0-2 column. Now, the problem was not those best of ones. It was the best of 3 against EG, where I don't know what the bloody hell happened. They lost Inferno. The second map of Vertigo, yeah, started to go a little bit better for them, but then they squeaked across the line there in the final stages of Dust2. It was a double-digit game for EG, and we all know EG have been terrible, right? I mean, that's not even a conversation.
The Flames made it look like they were playing against, a group of volunteers, and then Vitality looked like it was a genuine game of Counter-Strike. That's the weird part. On the other side, while we have them up on your screens, Lucky is the new addition, 18 years of age and stepping into one of the most experienced teams in Counter-Strike history.
It has to be, I think, the most experienced team, right? If you're not familiar with Astralis, within that roster, 3 of the players have won 4 majors. That's the most out of anybody ever. And then you have Magisk as well, who's won 3, right? So combine this team, right? With Device, they were the greatest Counter-Strike team of all time. We know the problems, right? We know there's been plenty of problems. They've been plugging the holes. They've had players coming in, players taking time off, Glaive having a kid, Bubsky on the bench. Like, there's all those conversations, but now we were expecting that pedigree and that experience to shine on through with Lucky, who... he is only 18. He's only quite young. We understand that. But with the structure around him, I was thinking maybe it'd be like the Essetag story where the structure's there and then they can plug in this new guy and then he can thrive in the environment because everybody else is doing their job. Right now, Glaive is the lowest rated player in the tournament. Right? Oof. Yeah, and Magisk is down there as well, but that wasn't the case for Magisk over there within the Challenger stage. He was pretty good. So a lot of question marks.
When we asked Magisk, I was talking to him at the RMR as they were trying to qualify, which they didn't end up winning. In fact, that's the last head-to-head, right? Astralis and Vitality did have a head-to-head that we'll discuss a little more later. But when we asked Magisk, how does it feel that your teammates have got more majors than you? He says, you wouldn't have those 3 if it wasn't for me.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
It's not a bad response, and I think he is at this point in time a similar mindset. He's dragged Astralis to some competitive score lines. These last 2 best of ones are alarming. And I don't know what to expect today. Chad, we could be casting... I mean, both of these teams have demonstrated that they're kind of the walking wounded one of them's going to have to find form. Otherwise, it's going to be a bit of a fight of the bottom of the barrel.
Yeah, for sure here. And that's the thing that we need to make sure is very, very clear. Elimination on the line, right?
Yeah.
This isn't a progression match. This isn't just to get through to that next stage, the championship stage in the arena. One of these teams right now on your screen, they will be eliminated from the tournament today. And the other team who wins, they won't even qualify. They still have to go through one more best of 3 tomorrow still to get there. And this man on your screen right here, there's an interview over there with HLTV with Apex. And the sentiment from Apex is that ZywOo, if you don't show up, we're not going to qualify. And that's fair, because ZywOo is one of the absolute best Counter-Strike players in the world, whereas you have, and we're mentioning rookies, we talked about Lucky, this man right here, Kyojin, he's only played a handful of lands, Alex, and that's only been in, well, the last couple of months here. So it's the veteran next to him, Shox, and then the juxtaposition of Kyojin, the youngster next to him. They're going to be tested here today. They're going to need to step on up, and we need to see if Vitality can be that team to make it through the playoffs, because they should have been, at least in my mind, a rival here for Na'Vi. I'm not saying that they were going to be, you know, necessarily crazy close, but when you're looking at the names, okay, G2, the last 2 offline events we've had, it was Na'Vi versus G2 both times in the grand final. Vitality, with the form that they've been finding recently, I thought they were ramping up. I thought XTAZ was a genius. With the roster change they made at RPK, things were starting to look good. This Vitality roster is one that I thought could be very competitive in this event.
Especially because, and I don't know about you, but in the back of my mind, when I'm watching them be volatile and unpredictable online, I'm quick to dismiss it as, oh, it's the French and they haven't been boot camping, someone's on holiday, and you know, in terms of the amount of effort and the percentage of Vitality at their A game we were getting online, it was easy for me to dismiss the oopsies and the blips on the radar. But now we get, you know, you've got no chances here, boys. This is it, sink or swim, fight or flight, eliminated from the major, or continue to win on this long reverse sweep battle. Conceding the opening best of ones of the Legend stage, Vitality have straight up turned the heat to 11. You've just got to do everything perfect. The margin for error is none, and they've already showed signs of weakness in their first of this 3 best of 3 run. Standing between them, you highlighted Glaive. He has, of course, been returned to the Astralis roster, the most decorated and admired in-game leader. But if you can't be putting the frags as well as that leadership and calling into place at the same time, Vitality will make this hurt. And it does look like the fist bumps have been exchanged. Game does start to loom. And let's remind ourselves of that veto as well, Chad. This is the same 2 maps you were saying, Nuke, Vertigo, that we witnessed in their last best of 3.
Yeah, and Nukes for this one needs to kick off for Astralis in style here. This T side, once upon a time, they were the ones who were defining the meta on this now. It's been a long time since then. Once upon a time, it was limiting them to 6 rounds on the T side here. Let's see how well Vitality can go here. The buys are in. Zipex and Glaive into utility. Squeaky blown off. Molly for good measure. And everybody else towards that yard position. Quickly across. Apex caught out. Oh, and he even grabs one. Dupree's down. Glaive on the trade. And Kyojin with some warning shots.
Bro. He keeps going. Oh, and he stands his ground. I guess with the USP up against the Glock, there was a P250 in play, but he's up for it. That could have cost him, but Glaive and Zip in a real dire strait now. With the bomb locked to secret, they can take their time, but as soon as they test Kyojin, he'll get in more than just info, a chance for a click. Ooh, first one. Bit hectic, but he's got the info as to where those 2 are. Glaive closing the gap. Kyojin does stand to fight, and Glaive has opened up the account for Astralis. 3 frags already, Chad. We talked about his underperformances. He's just pulled Astralis right back into this pistol.
Yeah, this is going to get interesting now. 2-on-2, ZywOo and Shox, the 2 players you'd want alive in a clutch situation, but Zipak's the clutch minister alive as well.
Smoke on Glaive. If you wanted to smoke main, plant some doubt, scoop up the bomb. May not need to. Shox is taking occasional cursory glances. Bomb scooped now.
Yeah, they might be worried that somebody is down towards secret. You can see with the way that Zipex is clearing, they're not so sure. Now, going around to heaven with the pivot, not a bad call. They do have that smoke, that flash as well, but oh, Shox is looking. Shox might catch them here from behind.
On this. Just as they avert their gaze.
Through the windows. Spotted now. Called the bomb. No, it's going to be top. They have to go up the ladder to heaven.
And that information leads to the demise of Glaive. All onto Zip. He can't clutch it. Vitality, well handled. You can see the experience there from Shox, a combination of patience and proactivity.
Well, they had to find it out, right? Because if they were towards the lower side, you could see that ZywOo and Shox were both out of position, and then that retake, they would have wanted to try and get a jump on it before they heard the digits getting punched on in. But this one only got out of control, virtue of Glaive. That's the first. These 2 are beautiful here. That first running down, Masuda not looking, the snap on up. Yeah. That one is crispy onto Kyojin. Not enough. The French will kick things off with that pistol round. But as you can see here, left-hand side of your screen, we are missing a player from the server, Masuda. He'll be back any moment. Don't you worry about that. Technical timeout called. Now, we also have the VP taking on MOUZ Sports game. Following this is another elimination game for the day. Over on that mainstream right now, FURIA and Entropiq. A progression game. One of those two names, the Brazilians or the, I guess the underdog CIS team, right? Could be qualifying on through for that arena right now. And then NIP versus Gambit is the next game of play. And to close out the day, Heroic and Copenhagen Flames. One of those two teams will be locking themselves into the arena today as well. So going to be some exciting games of Counter-Strike ahead of us here.
Yeah, I mean, you've got your whole day planned, I think. We're going to be looking to resolve that ASAP. Does receive word that it's not perhaps as easy as a plug and play. I am seeing buys, and looks like the match is back live. And Astralis have come up with an answer. In the absence of a bomb plant, they will force regardless. It's Glaive that decides to equip Dupree with the Dream second round package, and it's going to be Protect the VIP. If they throw out the wall smokes, we'll find out. It's early from Magisk on the divider.
Lots of util through the sky right now, but it looks like going to work that AK over towards ramps. Effect's just making sure there's no free information towards Squeaky here, and they're going to be walking into the domain of Masuda with the MP9. That smoke will fade.
Oh, he could shred them here. It's up to Dupree. How quick is he on that trigger? Ahead of the flash. Brilliant work. Masuda takes 2 for his troubles, but the site is lost and the Astralis buy is revealed. And look, like we have had a little bit of an issue over in Stockholm, so we're going to try and, well, resolve it ASAP. We'll get ourselves situated so as to at least find some solution to it.
We're giving you something to look at.
Hi.
You can't look at the game. Oh, I can hear shots.
It's a good start.
Yeah, I can't see the shots. I can hear the shots. Let me just get the mic cable in the back of your pocket. All right. Now we're going to juggle. Ready?
Right. Can you actually do it?
No, I can't. Not
What is our excuse as like grown men? Why haven't we ever just, you know, it's not like we haven't had balls available, haven't had multiple juggling balls available to us. Like at some point, I'm sure, like what stopped us from just straight up
I think video
learning?
games.
Yeah.
I think video games, as you at home probably know, are a great time sink. Now, we don't have a lot of information to be sending your way right now in terms of what the
Maybe
dramas
the
are,
battles?
guys.
You know, the ones that like Skittles?
No,
They're like the
Skittles,
advanced
you mean
mega
like
juggle ones. You know, the ones that look like a bowling skittle.
I think they're bowling pins.
Are they actually?
Yeah.
Oh,
I
then
think they're actually juggling
not like
bowling.
a juggle specific tool.
Well, maybe it is.
Okay.
Maybe they have. Well, we can look at your pick'ems here. Actually, you've left yourself an interesting situation here.
But that was from
The challenger stage. You got 5.
I did.
Well, go click it. Let's have a look. What? Oh, you didn't. You.
I don't want to talk about it.
Well, that's all right. I can get mine up. Hold on.
Valve didn't give me much time.
Well, don't look. The
Valve
format.
didn't give me much time.
We're
to do
trying
my
to get in
second.
as much Counter-Strike as quickly as we can here. All
I
right.
had like 14 hours and I was asleep for 8 of them.
It's a good excuse. I'll
Thank
give you that much.
Thank you.
Why can't
But
I-
yeah, I really am kind of regretting it. Everyone's flexing their silver coin and I'm just going to be perma bronze.
Oh, here we go. Okay.
Ooh.
So I got my pick'ems up.
Okay, dude. I'm...
So I already got 2 from yesterday. Actually, I got 3 yesterday.
Liquid just got eliminated.
Liquid are gone. Yeah. Let's
You
forget
picked
about them. ENCE are gone. I did pick them as well.
Okay.
But
G2 are through.
G2 are through. I got
Navi
the
are
3-0.
through.
Yeah. So that's 2.
Vitality's not looking great.
EG went 0-3. So I already have 3 out
But
of.
you didn't put Astralis, so we already know your prediction for this one.
Yes. Now look, no matter what happens today, right? I get either NIP or Gambit, which means I'm
Touche.
going to be up to 4.
Mm-hmm.
And then all I need is one of Vitality,
Gambit.
Gambit / NIP,
NIP.
FaZe to qualify, and I get 5.
Okay.
So I'm in with a pretty good chance.
Yeah.
I'm in with a pretty good chance.
Yeah.
We never had these fun things back when I used to play in the major, but I'm pretty sure my team would have been the 0-3 choice for a lot of people. We didn't even have 0-3. We only had 0-2. We didn't get the 3rd chance.
Hey, at least you got a player sticker.
Yeah, once.
Didn't have to get to the champion stage for that one, did you?
No, we didn't have 24 teams either.
No?
We had
Started
16 teams.
16.
Yeah. So it's been different. It's chopped and changed over these years. Now,
They randomized the map as well for Chad.
yes.
Like, you couldn't actually have a veto and then determine the 3rd map whether you pick it or the side.
So get this, everybody, right? You fly all the way from Australia, 24 hours. You land, you play some Counter-Strike, right? But the way that the rules go is the higher seed, which was never us, would have the advantage in the veto, and then you would randomize the map, and then with that advantage in the veto that which the high seed had, they got to pick the side.
Oh, as
Yeah,
well.
Yeah.
That's cool.
That's really cool. It's really cool.
And I imagine the underdogs didn't succeed very often.
Well, ask Maniac how that one went.
Okay, I
Yeah,
will.
yeah,
I will.
yeah.
Yeah, there's a couple. We have to do a full sit down.
Maybe that's what these guys could do. All right, guys, I'll
Great.
talk you through it at home. Hold up. So what I want you guys to do is I want you to click the Majors tab, right, at home. If you're in Counter, hit the
Oh
Majors
my
tab.
God, Chad,
I
you're
want you to
really
scroll
rolling back the
all the
years
way
now.
back through to Cologne 2015. Then what I want you to do is I want you to hit the group stage button for group stage day 2, I think it was. And then I want you to go and I want you to watch Renegades versus Titan.
Hold on a second. Can I? My eyes aren't good enough. You have to excuse me. Is that 27-12, Chad Sponge Birchall, against none other than Mathieu Quicret, Richard Papillon,
That's pretty
Cedric.
good. That's pretty good. I like that
whatever he was called.
we're massaging my ego right now.
Yeah.
But look, that cool feature though. If you do want to go back and watch some of the historical games in Majors, that's really cool that
And
that
you got to
exists in
just
the game.
literally watch the demo immediately.
Yeah, you just hit download and then you can watch that demo. You can see it all.
It's got a
good stuff.
facelift.
Yeah, see how the
Good.
game has actually evolved over all these years because it has happened a lot. There's a lot of things have changed. Guys, I don't know what to really update you with here because there's an issue.
Caster, stop talk.
There is an issue. I can
Yeah.
tell you that much. There's definitely an issue.
No, we haven't requested this.
No, I could do a handstand.
Is it fun?
Might ruin the
Oh, did
okay.
I just ruin everything?
No, you didn't. Look, you didn't do anything. You didn't ruin anything at all.
Oh.
Huh.
Oh, okay. So maybe
Yeah.
I'll go sit in that chair back there, shall
Yeah,
I?
good luck with that.
Yeah, we are living in complete silence from everything. The voices that are typically inside our head as well.
Yeah, well, we get a lot of sleep, so they don't play up as much when we get a lot of sleep.
It's fun, Chad. I like it. It's just the uncertainty of it all.
Lots of people
It's all of you watching us with absolutely no insight as to what's going on.
That's true. That's true.
But we can do a nice song and dance. We can maybe we can do the Q&A. Should I get my Twitter phone?
Oh, yeah, get your phone. Let's do this. All right, guys, until we know what's happening, because right now, it's something to do with the
Something
connection.
to do with the connection.
Something to do with the connection. I would assume an internet connection of some variety.
Well, as opposed to like the intimate bond
Yeah.
we have with the producer. That it's something wrong with our connection.
Okay, I
machine.
want you guys to use the hashtag. What hashtag?
Why are
was
we
it?
applying hashtags? That's gone. Gone are the days people don't do
Hashtag.
those anymore. Just
Hashtag.
tweet at us.
At
That's at
Spoonge.
On Fire Anders. That's ONFIRE.
Yes.
Is he still that?
I think he is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or us, Machine GG or Machine Egg.
Yep.
And SPUNJ.
The number plate of my car, I had a beautiful brand new Nissan Navara, and I bought it, and the number plate on it was 1 egg.
Wow. As
Yeah.
in the number 1 and then egg.
Yeah, there
You
was some
should have,
numbers
like-
on the
I
back.
bet you could have sold that to some sort of egg baron.
I did sell it.
Big
Oh, yeah,
poultry.
an egg baron. Western
poultry.
Australia's egg barons. Do it. So yeah, tweet at us. Ask us some questions.
Someone asked me where I got my turtleneck yesterday. I didn't answer them.
Where'd you get it
It's
from?
from Weekday. There you go.
Was that like an on the line one, or is that like a store?
It's a store.
Okay, so not on the line.
It's like one step up from fast fashion, but probably still fast fashion.
Okay. Well, we pretend.
Yeah.
We like to tell ourselves that we're
Well, if you're paying
environmentally-
more for it, maybe I'm saving someone's life. I don't know.
Someone's pocketing some cash.
Yeah,
Yeah.
always.
All right. Well, I don't know.
Like to dance or...
I don't know, Mr. Producer Man. We're going to talk to you. We're talking to you right now, Mr. Producer Man. Do you want?
Okay, we can't connect to the server. Do we have... no, don't ask that question.
Well, I think the phone's a good one.
Yeah?
We can go to a break.
Is that what you said?
I think he said pause.
We cannot.
Oh, we cannot.
That's
okay.
even more fun.
That
That's
was
even
the
more...
key
Oh,
word.
here they come.
Nice.
Hello. Krek wants a kiss cam. Try harder. No esports Movember at the major. I'm reading these without pre-free.
Oh, yeah,
Let me
make
just
sure- yeah.
Let me just process
Yep.
them first. Who will win? In a fight, Tiger versus a gorilla.
These ones are quite.
I've always got gorilla.
The gorilla would just rip everything
like
apart.
grab its face
Yeah.
and just rip it in two.
Yeah.
Its fragile little feline skull just
Yeah.
smithereens.
Do we all know how big gorillas are?
Oh my god,
Let's-
there's so many guys. I love you. What watch are you wearing? This was bought for me by James Bardolph because he said my Casio was too small for my chunky wrist. He called it a girl's watch, and it's a Psycho something, but everyone thinks it's a Rolex, and I don't correct them.
I have really skinny wrists.
Mine have got more skinny. It's very wibbly wobbly these days. Who is... Oh, Alex, please proofread.
Yeah, proofread.
Please proofread. We're talking about eggs. Hey, here you go. Serial wants to know, do you prefer a fried egg, poached egg, boiled egg, scrambled?
I'm a scrambled man. I make some really good scrambled eggs. And I want to let you guys at home know how to make the best scrambled eggs in the world. Now, most of you might use a fork or a whisk. That's wrong. Do you have a blender? Use a blender. Now, what I want you to do is crack the eggs directly into the blender container. Once it's in there, just add a little dash of milk. then blend it up. Now, the thing with scrambled eggs, the key is, and this is the thing that most people, they don't tell you, but you want the eggs to be aerated as possible to keep them fluffy.
Hence the whisk.
Yeah. So use that blender, you blend them together. You're never going to get your scrambled eggs as good. Do it at home, take a photo, send it my way on a nice piece of toast. You can't go wrong.
Oh my God, there's a lot of people spamming Kiss Cam in the chat.
No, we're good.
No, but just so we're aware, it's not just the one request. I didn't want to single you out, Crack. I apologize.
No.
Lauren says, what's your favorite tech delay ever?
This one, actually,
This is getting... This
normally we get
unique.
to sit down with the tech delays.
Yeah.
And we're not always on camera the entire time with the tech delays.
Yeah.
So this one's up there.
I feel exposed. I absolutely do. Major memories always... Oh, one for Sponge from Swirly. Do you think there will be hope for Australian CS scene again? This might be our last one. It sounds like we might be resolving the situation
Hope?
shortly.
Dexter's still in the tournament.
Yeah?
There's hope. I think that, I think Renegades didn't do too bad, all things considered. I think that one of the things that has to change is the world has to open back up so they can travel a little bit more to the tournaments and do longer boot camps.
It's not like you don't have the individuals. Like, you've had mechanically gifted players.
Yeah, and now I think like Liaz and Gratisfaction are probably going to go back down that way. But, guys, good news. You don't have to worry about us talking nonsense to do with Twitter anymore. We'll get to talk nonsense with the game very shortly. We're getting back underway. The scoreline's 2-0. And here we go. Did we even see the second round?
Yeah, no.
It was the force buy round. The force buy, yeah, and then
they timed out at ramp.
And then it froze. Okay, well, Vitality won the second round. We're getting into the third round of play right now.
Oh, I love Counter-Strike. Do you, Chad?
So, yeah, it's a pretty good game.
It's starting. Let's do it.
Now, this is going to be, I'm going to say, much of a muchness as far as the scoreline's going here. Just some upgraded pistols, not a whole lot to boast.
I've just remembered that this is for survival at the Major as well. The first one in 2 years.
Yeah, so there is a little bit on the line, I suppose.
You know, what with the 4-time Major champions as well as, of course, 3-time Major champion Magisk going up against the indisputable world #1 from the last 2 years. Not talking about this year.
I think Simple has it netted up this
I
year.
do too, yeah.
I suppose this event here could have a lot of weight on that.
Well, okay, if miraculously Vitality reverse sweep after going down 0-2.
And Zywu drops 40
Zywu drops
game.
40 against Simple and breaks his heart and takes his Major away from him. There'd be some good conversations at the MVP debate.
That's making me a bit sad right there. But yeah, look.
Sad?
Yeah, well, no, like, yeah.
Chad, our scene is chock-a-block full of drama. It would only make sense.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Apex, man on your screen there, has just gone on down. He's won a Major too. Just if you want to do a bit of history while we have this eco bash going on through, and same as Shox. So some pedigree in the server today. And they're just mopping them up one at a time here. Gun rounds will be taking shape within the next round of play. Zip just being a naughty, naughty boy. Goes on down. Shox gets the final kill. And here we go. We can actually start sinking our teeth into this first map. Best of 3, Alex mentioned. Elimination, lots on the line. Glaive has an AWP in his hands. And I think that Glaive's probably going to keep that AWP in his hands because it's a glass cannon. Now this is where some of the issues... I had to think what word I wanted to go for there. If conversation has been with this Astralis roster since Lucky's been in, he's your AWPer, and there's been multiple occasions where Glaive and Dupree have used it instead of him. So let's see, can Glaive justify this early? Limb Smoke drop from Apex to play around. AWP immediately over towards ramp. One out for Zywu on the other side of things, and he's going to find himself in main. Apex with a lot of responsibility here. Has to deal with all these yard lurks.
Excuse me?
Yeah, so he has to get out of there, right? The decals of the blood are going to be on that box, so he can't hang around in that position anymore. You can see why he gets a move on quickly. Always going to come up secret.
Look at this setup. Zip's not ready for this. They can double peek at any point, but they're holding their nerve. It could lead into a false sense of security or maybe a lost opportunity. Advancing now is Zywu. Oh, and they strike in unison on either end of the map. Lobby down. Zywu deals with Yard, and Apex has been set up for success. Now, it is a gamble. He's hoping Silo isn't going to be getting that info first, and he'll be able to pop up out of his hidey hole to take down Magisk and his red container walk. Glaive's not ready for this at all. Oh, and Zywu's just getting lovely freebies. This is going to be a clean one if they're not careful. Lucky left alone, hard tap. Zywu won't be missing another, and that's the end of that. Vitality knock Astralis down, and that does not bode well.
I hate what I'm seeing. I hate the fact that Glaive on the first gun round of the map that they just chose to go up against Vitality bought an AWP glass cannon over his primary AWPer.
Yeah, that is peculiar. The decision-making there.
Like, you just picked this map. You must have some form of a game plan here. And I don't think Glaive buying a glass cannon AWP on the T side was that game plan. Regardless, that looked way too easy for Vitality. The fact that Apex gets tagged up and then has a chance to reposition top of warehouse late, you never see people playing that position late. Nades through, not much damage done. Extinguish on the line. Smokes have missed. Unforced error here.
No, Astralis. They have to go back to the drawing board.
And that's all their utility. They just left with 1 HE. So immediately, they're unable to get the smoke wall down. They're unable to get the space they were talking about. And it could have been brilliant. Zai with the AWP was in secret. This is
You could have overrun it. And now he gets the info. And uncharacteristic miss, but does, of course, have the support of his squad. And Apex could give them the frag they've been hoping for. Straight to his dome. A real chance for this to go wrong. And it is starting to spiral. 2 scavenge rifles. A spotted out Masuta. He has to hold his nerve here. He has to hold his nerve. He goes wide. A nice adjustment. Bomb now loose, but dupreeh is the second component. ZywOo, a lot of responsibility on his shoulders here, and he's getting overrun. The Deagle, shy of the mark. He does adjust. Nice into the head, and Kyojin.
The rookies.
A battle of the rookies. Oh, that was a sound cue. Lovely, and Kyojin. He's going to go for a speedy descent. Lucky's not going to be prepared for a timing like this. Another sound cue to reinforce it. And Kyojin holding his spray. Risky maneuver there. Lucky can still clutch up very low. Playing a sound game. He has to plant eventually. It's up to the perception.
Vents to top.
Secret to top. Lucky's playing a wild game now.
Oh, he's calling the bluff here.
Trying to fake him out. The door swings open again. Kyojin does not have it. Well played by Lucky on the sound cue.
Him.
Completely.
He still has to identify where it is.
Okay. He's got a kit. It's not the end of the world for Kyojin, but Lucky advancing into a powerful, hard, deep clear. Confirmation of where he advances from. Kyojin will have to swing through this clear, and wow, Lucky has delivered for Astralis there. After just Tech-9s and armor, after a missed wall smokes, ZywOo did take 2 of the 3 required. But Lucky is the one to put Astralis' first on the board.
That one right there, that clutch, right? Look, ZywOo with that double kill. He had missed a couple of AWP shots that he traditionally hit, but he made up for it. So that one there falling apart for Vitality. Look, there's plenty of cash for another purchase here, but you can't be dropping too many of those. Very, very messy when it looked like they had the Dougs in all the right places, but dupreeh, only top hut. Smokes in exchange here. Smoke wall's down again, and there's a gap one more time. We're going to have to keep an eye on that. So much information for Vitality to work with here. Going to reposition the cam here, because with the new radar, we can't see the colors of the nades. We need to see if that's the T side trying to set up the guaranteed smoke wall. If it is the CTs unraveling all of that towards yard, we'll definitely keep that one posted. But we're turning our attention towards top site here. They're lining up Molly for back of sight, and here we go.
Yeah, Kyojin's going to be tested here. Shox has to tuck in. Vision. Oh, what? No one clears. He's allowed to get 1. Activated in the vents is a no. Kyojin sprays down 3. And Astralis left wanting. Lucky again thrust into a dire circumstance. He's going round the world, or at least suggesting that.
He's been alright in the clutch, Lucky.
The gap is yard for now, but I imagine there will be a cursory glance from that ZywOo AWP. Yeah. Timing's everything. Just as ZywOo does look away, Lucky starts his crawl. He'll have a look heaven. Here's it, tucked in just enough. Okay. 25 and ticking. Another check from ZywOo. Lucky behind enemy lines. Did he see him? Up he goes. ZywOo's not having any of that. No scope to secure it. And Vitality defense is on lock. Astralis on the struggle.
Yeah, here's the thing, right? Clutches are not going to be the only way that they need to get through this here. It needs to be something a little bit more convincing, and they are taking a timeout here on this T side to discuss their options. Lucky has a lot of cash left over, 6.2. Glaive has enough to buy as well. The rest of them just outside that region, like Magis can buy into a Galil with utility behind it. Zipex and dupreeh can maybe buy something a little bit lighter if they want to keep this one quick, but having a discussion right now, and dupreeh looking at the coach here for the chat. Interesting to see where they want to land with all of this. That was the highlights from the round earlier, but this is great from Kyojin. He's a player who on Nuke, for Vitality, tends to struggle towards the top side, right? It's not an easy position to play, especially with all the variations of utility you can see coming your way. But this is the buy that Astralis have been able to muster. 2 AKs, 2 Galils, and a MAC-10 for Zip. Util to make this one work as well.
This is Astralis' pick. We need to see evidence now. The only round you've posted and looked the most threatening. Tech 9s and armor.
Different
smoke. Or elbow. And ZywOo's the first to put his name in the feed. Zipex is kept at -1. And Masuta has been caught completely in transition. Look at him wide open. It's up to Apex to deliver, and he has. Chops the head off of the snake. Dupree writhing in response, down to 10 and more damage
just
inflicted.
caught.
Yeah. No longer does he have the element of surprise or even a functional health ball. ZywOo likely to finish this one. It's a layup. And here comes the dunk. Magisk is on lock. They have his exit on either side. Apex won't let this slip. Ooh, he could have. Doesn't. And just horrible circumstances again for the Danes.
Yeah, this is not the position you want to be in at all. Now they have space, but back into Apex has been very active this round. He's going to catch a great timing. Dupree clears, but Apex steps on in, and it's just one man remaining. Lucky again, left in the clutch.
In this headshot angle, there's a nuisance to clear. Apex spotted, and he's good to go. He is looking set. Look at his face. It's just dirt off his shoulder. It's another day in the office.
Reading him like a children's book here, right? They just absolutely destroyed that. And that little walk from Magis towards Yard, the smokes had just faded as he crosses towards that secret point, and Kyojin gets all that info, right? That was able to make them rotate around, and good stuff here from the French, 6-1. And it is looking like the match they had not that long ago over at the RMR. Vitality are taking care of business here today.
Now, I know we've seen a couple of missed shots, but also if ZywOo can maintain form like this is exactly what the stats boys have been asking for. Careful, fast, shocks, blind, does adjust and return to vision in time. It's up to Kyojin now to at least take another body down. And he will. More than that, delivers in large capacity. Finished off with ease, and yeah, no sweat on the brow really for Vitality there.
None at all. I think right now if Kyojin continues to get multi-kills towards the top side, that's only going to help his confidence. I think this is fantastic for him to mop them up like that, and this is what they need. You can even see the smiles. Really good mood over there in the French camp right now. Now guns are coming back out, and this one looks like more of a standard buy.
Just the contrast. We're only, what are we, 8 rounds in, cutting from the giggles of ZywOo to the stone face of Sonic.
Yeah, it has been definitely a hard couple of maps here for Sonic to have to sit there and watch.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Oh, no. Lucky needs this one. He's getting overrun. Apex allowed to retreat. Not pretty.
Apex is going to get away.
No, he's not. That's enough. Magisk has at least given him the frag they sought. I was flirting with some information gathering. Hanging on by a thread. He does just tuck in as they fade. His read of the game is...
He's so active.
Yeah, it's high. Flash is great. He's got more where that... Oh, a little one-way action. Now tags up Magisk. And fully commits. Stylishly stalling for the silent drop as well.
Top's about to be a problem here. So much pressure.
Best chance from Astralis we've seen. Magisk is working on the heaven flank. ZywOo's adjusted so as to not be vulnerable, but his teammate Kyojin is unawares. His back is turned. There's the trade. ZywOo tucked into a hut. He can do a lot with this, and Shocks as well is activated. This is still a threat. And this frag is everything. Nice find. ZywOo found that's the bomb, though, on Lucky. He can bail himself out of trouble. And Lucky's got to do it all again for Astralis. What a recovery. His read. ZywOo's been everywhere. Absolutely everywhere.
Lucky just left in these situations time and time again. He's the least experienced for this type of environment. A 2-on-1 herd now. Smoke's going to give it away. Vitality rotating in, getting the bomb down. That's something.
It's huge, actually. With the smoke decon, he can maybe just get away from Masutas first, but ZywOo not giving up any slack. So we called it 8. That's a 1/2 in 9 rounds of play.
Yeah, this is looking way too easy, but it's great to see this version of Vitality starting to come alive. Very concerned yesterday after the EG game. That was not a type of matchup I thought they'd be struggling with. And I mentioned the 2 best ones they had earlier against great opponents of Heroic and Virtus.pro, both who had to make it through that challenger stage here. Both who are still alive in this tournament right now.
If I was a Vitality super fan, I could easily dismiss those as not being warm. You know, you're playing against all these teams that have just had a full stage of competition, all the Swiss, best of ones, best of threes. It'd be easy to shrug my shoulders and say, yeah, okay, but now they've had a couple to warm up. It was what? Super close, 16-13, 16-12. That would be enough of a perceivable difference in terms of staying warm or getting warm. So I was definitely looking a whole lot warmer now.
Just a fun little fact so far. Obviously, yesterday we had 2 teams qualifying into the arena already. That was going to be Na'Vi. And we also had coming on through from yesterday G2. Now, we just had FURIA topple Entropiq 2-1, and they've qualified for the arena as well, which is huge.
Huge for the Brazilians as well. Like, all hope on them now.
But the first 3 teams to qualify for the arena have all been Legend Stage teams so far.
Good point.
So that's something to keep in the back of our mind here. But we will see the buy coming through from Astralis.
It doesn't really get better than this for Astralis as well, and they haven't opted for early wall smokes. Masuta will be there now deployed. So here you can see they're considering their lineups, and I mean, Masuta will be able to call this fake or commit as long as he doesn't overextend here into Lucky's scope. And the response to the potential stutter.
This is early.
Is aggression trophy. Oh, Lucky's let it slip. You can see just shy. He's hit the brim of Masuta's baseball cap. And that's an answer as well. Magis just caught as he averts his gaze. Lucky late to convert. And now again, Astralis' stomach at disadvantage. Trying to find a way back in. Glaive looking for topside bomb, and Dupree just at the tail of this for Astralis. And 40 seconds. The options are still available to descend, but you can see that Masuta's adjusted. He's been given a second new lease of life.
Look at all his nades as well. If he wanted to drop the smoke now, that would be perfect.
Oh, incendiary first.
If he drops the smoke on top of this,
Bingo.
there's no they have to run through.
Here they come, nice and loud, looking the wrong way, multi-kill delivered, and you'll never guess who has to clutch. It's poor old Lucky. Trying to play some naughty games, force the rotate, he's not far off the mark. A flash and a boost over the smoke leads to ZywOo's demise. A good start here for Lucky. The Dane being pressured, doesn't have time for this, and tries for the quickscope plant. A Hail Mary play, if ever I've seen one. 9-1. Astralis left wanting. 3,400 as well on the high end. Take the time out, fellas. Get Zonic involved.
Dejected is one word I would use to describe the way Dupree's been looking in his last couple of games, right? And you can understand why. Things just haven't been functioning whatsoever. He had a couple of moments there in the Ancient game they played just the other day. I was like, okay, well, Dupree's here to fight. The team.
But yeah, and it's not just, you know, being overly emotional and trying to story build where stories don't exist. You know, when the team morale is at an all-time low.
Which it has to be.
Which it has to be. There's so much uncertainty, you know? You come into this event in the same way EG were rife with uncertainty, and look at how that looked. There is believe it or not, the 5 players are real human beings with lives and feelings.
And all that jazz.
And I do think, you know, it bleeds into the gameplay, and they do look flat today. A grand total of, here comes some quick maths.
Oh, here we go.
20 frags between all of them. ZywOo's got 15 on his own.
That's an average of 2 kills per round, Alex. There's some more maths for you.
Wow. Look at me now, Miss Dearden. Look at me now.
It's just going to get worse here. The rotation's perfect. There's 3 players on the lower side. They're dealing with all of this. Lucky again, the only one to put up a bit of a fight here. The trades are coming on through. Glaive doing something, but it's a 2-on-3. The bomb's yet to go down, and there's no rifles in their hands just yet. Where the bomb is. This is difficult to get. They will scoop it up at least. Dupree's close. He could win this round right here, Dupree.
Dupree's dig isn't one. Oh, it's not a dig. It's a Tech 9 as well. My hope dwindles with that. The pop flash shocks is going to be fully blind, executed, and traded. Winnable, though, for Glaive.
Vent to top is the right call here. If he can make it up, never mind. Kyojin well awares of this one.
Their comms is very good right now for the French. Like, they are constantly finger on the trigger and the pulse. They know what's up. At no point has it felt like Astralis have deceived or Vitality have had a misread.
No, this is like, and even with some of the deaths that Apex has stomached, right, you can see his bravery steps out. He gets one, but he gets all the info. So in a lot of those situations, right, they're putting bodies on the line and they're, well, what are we talking about? The score's 10-1. There's been no fight from Astralis here. This has just been flat. This is where it needs to start, though. 10-5 on the half. Okay, you can work with that. You can get this one going. If there's ever going to be an opportunity, it needs to start right now. Deep nade from Shox. That is going to land a bit of damage right there. Oh, no, a little bit shy. Molly.
How's that for some damage?
It's all just coming their way. Like, he's just taking pot shots through the smoke. It's just simple as you like. Magisk is dead.
And
Doesn't
also,
get to do anything. No kicking, no screaming.
Not only just go on trophy in the previous, they set him up in hut again. ZywOo's allowed to play the full, like, adventure mode Counter-Strike right now. Whatever he desires. And again, Zip just gets one to the grill. He's had the worst half he's had so far at the Major. It doesn't get worse than 0-12. Kept so humble. His job is to hold lobby. Oof.
They just, like, look, they die through the smoke, they die in the back. The Astralis have no idea what's going on. This is like the Flames game we did. Remember the Flames game we did where it's like Astralis are getting owned? This is that and then more.
Is there a possibility to take, like, I don't know, like a 30-minute timeout? Can they just, like, take a full 30 minutes, maybe go for a walk?
Go up to their room, have a shower,
stretch.
come back down?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, the positive here is the way Vitality looking today and the type of Counter-Strike ZywOo is playing, that's what we want to see, right? If we're going to build one storyline here that's a positive, I know this is heartbreaking for all the Danish fans out there, all the Astralis loyals, the people who have seen this team over major after major be fantastic. But Vitality, this is them at a point where they're starting to look threatening here and another team just dealing with Astralis. Back in the day, Astralis did this to everybody. Nobody did this to Astralis.
On Nuke in particular. You know, I mean, that was the most undefeated map. They had the spree. And, I mean, you talk about the Danish fans, maybe measure your heartbreak a little because you'll be able to choose who you can be the glory supporter of a little later on in the day. Just go ahead and choose the winner of Heroic and Copenhagen Flames, order the jersey. It should be there in time.
You could even get a short little, well, you could drive.
You could.
You know, Sweden and
across the bridge.
Not too far away.
Pick up some Hugo Geflu.
Become a Roy fan.
I think that's what the Danish dessert.
Geflu.
Hugo Geflu.
Okay.
That's Angel Delight.
Oh, all right.
And that is lost Apex. Just keeps taking them. It was found to fall apart eventually. Red container boost is anticipated.
He's so ready for it.
Look at him. Taking some liberties as well as ZywOo. Now this is standard Nuke. Park.
Shox didn't clear his corners. It looked like he saw something there. Now this is a decent advantage right here for the Danes.
Could still disintegrate. ZywOo's mean. Just the jiggle out of Dupree and the extra damage initially inflicted by Apex has resulted in a quick death. Now they do really lose their potency. Magisk returns us to the fray. And ZywOo ready to play. Can't track Zipex. That should be the round. Masuta locked out. Silently ascends. It's Zipex with that AWP. He's actually opted for the Tech 9. And yeah, no way in. Glaive with an AK as well. Both of them on the sighted. Love a perfect pop flash and peek. You want to make this costly as well. Stop 3 of them saving all those goodies. And I say that as Masuta does seem to indicate he's happy to save.
Yeah, I think he would like the AK here. Big fan of the Anarchy AK, isn't he? Now, that's the second round for Astralis here, but when we consider both the rounds they've won, Alex, it's come from these type of rounds. One was a lucky clutch when they were on the pistols, the Tech 9s, and this time around again, able to get it done with primarily the pistols here. So this is not a way that you can replicate success. And here you go, the damage Masuta on the way out of lobby, grabs 2, the AWP's gone, and he gets to hold on to that AK, so the damage was done.
Well, that's the best of both worlds, folks. It doesn't really get juicier than that. And Astralis, it's like a bitter-sweet victory. Congratulations, you've changed the 1 to a 2, but all of that extra goodies will have to be reinvested. I don't know if the AWP's even going to be a part and component of it.
To me, it looks like there's one team who wants to be here and the other not so much. And the scoreline probably reflecting that a lot. Now, this is how it kicked off Dupree with 1, and then the second. It looked like Shox had cleared him there, but not catching him in the line of sight. Now, 11-4. I said 10-5. 11-4. We can still work with that.
Sonic definitely can work with that. Looking for a deceptive scoreline, and it's not perhaps out of the realms of possibility. Kyojin flustered, does adjust, and a third not far off. Through the smoke again, Apex strikes. He doesn't need to see him to find him. A 2-on-2, and it's not done yet. Glaive, Masuta dancing around the fading smokes, and just like that, a third is found.
There we go. Bit of pace to it, to a gun round. The first gun round Astralis have. And it's also put this Vitality roster in a position where they have to discuss the final round to play. Masuda having enough to drop. They can get the guns out for this. You'd much prefer the 12-3. But hopefully this isn't just consolation rounds just to make it look a little bit more competitive here, because Astralis, not only are they going to need to grab this one, they're going to need to get the pistol round. They have to keep the conversion clean. They have to make sure they get that first gun round.
And that's not just conversion rounds. Maybe that's the constellation round, because they really would have to align for that to be realistic.
A couple of references to the stars.
Appropriately.
But yeah, the buy is through, so no dramas for the Frenchie. They have made this work. Residual cash on a couple. That's where that Masuda save comes into play, right? Because he had 8k in this round. That means everybody's going to be having a rifle going forward. It's just those little details that do make all the difference here. Magic's being quite quiet. I don't know how many times we've mentioned his name. 5 in terms of the kill department. 11 for Lucky.
And just a 19 and 4 half out of ZywOo. Just. Okay, well, quick worked. They're threatening the same. Double pump, perhaps. Top util continues to barrage in. Yeah, here comes the second wave, and Sharks waves goodbye to Dupree. More on the site. Glaive ready for the fight. 3-on-2, very quickly established. It does favor the Danes, but for how long? Force forward. Masuda needs this. It rides and rests on this. Double fight. Glaive to swing and trade. Okay. Leaves Apex in the bomb lobby. I think that will have been at least communicated, so he can piece that together on his own.
He's gone around the world here as well, so he's going to get there in time to stop them from picking up the bomb. This is one of the least expected angles.
Bomb, 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 bomb. He's going to get double peeked. It shouldn't be a way for him to handle this. Shouldn't. But there may be now. Slips away just in time. Glaive to answer back, and Apex, oh, he had the crosshair there. Glaive has saved him. And you know Astralis will be happy about that. Memes aside, an 11-4 half can be deceiving. As Chad has highlighted, you win that pistol, you take its conversion, and suddenly that Vitality that looked infallible, indomitable, can start to look a little more human.
Yeah, so look, not an easy way to get to these 4 rounds. Let's recap one more time. The Lucky Clutch, the pistols again for their second, and then finally getting some gun rounds. Another one here coming down to a one-on-one situation. So the rounds haven't been clean for Astralis whatsoever, but regardless, the rounds are there. Now this could be over at the blink of an eye as long as the French convert this pistol. And with their buy, we can already see that they're going in with 2 bucket loads of utility. One for Kyojin, one for Shox, and Apex as well. Investing this is heavy on the util department here on that T side of things. And well, for the CTs, it's quite the opposite. No kit, no smoke, none of those goodies, not even Julies to lock down that top hut position.
But, I mean, seriously, 3 players.
It's a lot of
nades. I wonder if Kyojin's even going to be throwing his, or if he's just a delivery system for Shox. Shox gets 3 flashes. Wow, we're genuinely getting to see a full page out of Vitality Strapbook here. Xtaz has been drilling this with them. Let's see how it works. A double molly top side take. Flashes on top of that. Where are the bodies? Here they come, flooding in. Lucky delivers 2 quick headshots, 1 while blind. Great reaction out of Astralis, and this one falling apart. Full Vitality. Back to the drawing board. Dupree, a big frag, and that's clean from Astralis. Okay, some promising signs of life.
That was very, very great stuff there from Lucky, right? Because you could see all the pressure that's on his position, that Molotov landing exactly where he's standing. The flashes coming through are meant to waterfall in and make his life difficult. And this kid right here is putting up a fight on behalf of Astralis here today. Glaive gets 1 through the smoke, and then the last 2, not a lot they can say about things. Now, no plant means difficult to justify the force buy here. A lot of teams, they like to go in regardless, but it looks like Vitality are just going to hold on to the Glocks. Rifles are plenty for Astralis here, and this is a chance for them to start building something. Deep nade.
Yeah, just shy of a colossal amount of damage, but you spoke his name, and Lucky continues to put it in the feed. Some SMG frags for good measure, sprinkled in for some extra cash. They intend to splash. You can see that they did have those 3 M4s already. That's the beauty of the 2900 M4A1S. And 11-6, the score as the AKs are going to be brought out.
Now, this is where that gap can truly be closed right now, because if Astralis convert this, right, it's going to be Vitality going into a bit of a save scenario, and then at that point, the scoreline could easily be 11-8. You win the next gun round. It's going to be very, very close.
And I believe that's why Astralis have taken a timeout. I believe what you've just said there is going to be a part of what Zonic just called. Takes that extra time.
This could be a tech. Could be a bit of a tech here.
I read Astralis want to pause, so I could be wrong.
Yeah, right now,
Let's have a look.
it just says match paused. Yeah,
tech.
so it will be a tech here, but I still think a timeout for either team coming out of this wouldn't be too shabby. It's going to be a bit more of a bonus if you are Astralis coming into this. MP9 is going to stay in the hands of dupreeh. Lucky with that scout. Second map will be Vertigo coming up next. We will definitely see that one, and then
Hyped for that one. Vertigo's been an intriguing conversation. Not necessarily the most played, far from it, but a couple of teams have come in. I mean, the fact that Entropiq...
CIS have loved it, haven't they?
Yeah. Managed to, accrue 2 big best-of-1 scalps on, never mind, the map that most people have been avoiding against Gambit. They've gone and taken it and secured it. But then it looked like FURIA had the answer to it in their head-to-head.
Yeah, that was strange, wasn't it? Thought it might be a bit of a shoe-in for Entropiq with Vertigo on the table. But here we go, we're underway. Not much yard presence here. More than happy to take things passive out the gate. Vitality, Glaive aggressive.
Well, Apex in a power position to punish. Lucky, only a scout. He will have a look at TYLOO, I'm sure.
Nades are being lined up towards yard now and starting to backpedal across. Shox has to know where the magic line is, and Glaive is going to be a hard man to deal with here. It's all going to come down to this opening kill against Glaive, I think.
Yeah. If he can destabilize as the wall come in, Lucky to give him the early warning. Oh, good control. Shox does get traded, and that was it. Bait and switch. This is up to Apex now to corral. Hard shots to hit. Gives up the ghost. They're charging towards Xipex's ramp and taking that space, and plenty of time here. So, talking of space being taken, Magisk, dupreeh come knocking on lobby. It's a lot of responsibility on Apex, and he does get completely booked. Glaive hears it all. And so, bit of a swap of the sides. Glaive coming in fast on this flank. This is a very fast, round-defining flank, and Kyojin already meets his maker. Bomb to be at least denied. That'll do nicely. Astralis looking a little more convincing here.
They handled that well, right? You could see the decision-making from Vitality, right? They understood that Lucky goes down, and normally your all-player like that would be the swing player to help over towards ramp. He dies, they try and pressure Zip, and they get that space they're looking for, but it channels them directly into Glaive, who's hearing a lot of that. He's got that timing, able to deny it all, and the bomb goes down, and, well, with the loss bonus where it's at, maybe, just maybe, Vitality can justify a bit of a half-buy here. Could go all in if they wanted to get a couple of AKs and Galils in lieu of those. But starting to stabilize Astralis. I want to mention Glaive's name. You know, that as you mentioned that tweet earlier, he's a noob in some games, he's a god in others. Well, now he's up to 17 kills. He's leading the scoreboard right here for his team. Lucky not too far behind. And it will be a half-buy here. So ZywOo into an AK, the rest of which just have some pistols, some armor, a little bit of util behind it. And nothing out of the ordinary early. No early yard presence. We're not seeing all the barrage utility with the molly top heart, the smoke in front of Squeaky. To at least suggest that event drop might be possible. It's just letting the CTs continue through their protocol nades, keeping the choke points closed off for business. And Apex doing a lot of talking here. To the in-game leader, just managing the troops right now. They can try and pull and execute with the util he has, as well as this ZywOo AK. Shox as a smoke as well. Looks like Glaive's everywhere in this round. Pokes his head up secret, calls yard clear. It's going to keep everybody towards top and ramp on high alert.
That's the perfect molly hut. No safe haven there, no respite, and Shox does not commit through the smoke, but he wants the pressure. And ZywOo wants the head. Zip tested, ZywOo eliminates him. And now lots of room to maneuver. Glaive, you talk about him being everywhere. He's doing it again, Chad. He's doing it again. Surely Masuta will sweep and clear this. He may not. And again, it could be the difference maker. dupreeh strikes, and Glaive again lines up 2. Oh, and dupreeh delivers. This is more like it. Vitality rumbled, despite the hero AK finding connections and them finding space.
This has been really good from Glaive. Like his positioning alone has won them so much information in these rounds, right? The kills, that's really on top of the cake here, but his positioning, what he's hearing, the information he's giving his team, and now some smiles creeping onto the faces, maybe starting to believe they can get into this one. Scoreline has closed on up now, just 3 rounds the difference. And dupreeh as well with a couple of kills there.
And we've seen these frags before, you know, like that Glaive flank and Dupree holding Squeak side, T side vent. With their frags combined, they take it, and again, speak his name, he does deliver. Glaive not stopping for anyone. And Vitality now twiddling their thumbs. What are we supposed to do? Stomaching a man disadvantage. It's a powerful solo hold out of Lucky. Solo, yeah, correct myself. Zipex is there in tow.
This is a little bit of a drama here for Vitality now because this is 4 in a row, right? And the rounds haven't felt that close. So we're starting to get the shoe on the other foot. That's what Astralis had within their first half of play. And they're just walking around. Looks like they're looking at each other. They don't have any space. They're not doing the standard yard smokes to get control, to force rotations. They're going to have to hope that they can brute force in with one of these individuals getting a double kill on their entry.
Vitality. Waiting out another squeaky smoke. Light on time now, and Shox' stroll into the yard has been timed relatively well. Glaive will not have the instant information. Kyojin's project as well rumbled. Now just holds his nerve. Kyojin, though, a big frag to post.
20 seconds now.
Hanging in the balance. Shox is not going to check his corner. Glaive well positioned. Main a threat. Bombs on Zywoo. He has to adjust and address that priority. Who's going to bodyguard main? Again, from up top, the top rope. A flying elbow from Zipex. There shouldn't be a plant, there shouldn't be a clutch, and Lucky knows he can close that gap. Time is on his side, and nearly got a little awkward there. I had some Kenny-esque Cobble flashbacks.
All right, well, they get that bomb down. But yeah, look, they even got the double entry from Kyojin on that. He got both on the way into that top site, handled again from Astralis here, but you can't keep stomaching these early deaths if you're the French, right? You're giving yourself nothing to work with. You're giving yourself no space. And you're right, they're just waiting out the topside smokes. They're just sitting in lobby. Like, maybe we just fast forward the round to the last 30 seconds and let each team hold on to 2 smokes and see how we go. Because there's not a whole lot going on here, but...
Well, I mean, this is a game of 2 halves, Chad. I have completely forgotten when that first round came. So it was the 3 and then just that random lucky clutch. So the Astralis boys are on a bit of a winning spree here. 8 rounds in a row across the halves. Vitality in stark contrast, an 8-round lost spree.
Yeah, funny that. I think this right here, it's strange just to see the pacing. Like, we've been talking and watching so much Nuke, and there's like usually one team in the world who doesn't seem to do a whole lot through Yard, and that's FURIA. But it's interesting to see Vitality either not opting to take that space or just sending one man out there.
Yeah, where is our typical wall of smokes? The move, this time again from Glaive. He's persistent.
It's just so hard to peek. You can see here he has a one-way on the left-hand side of that smoke, and he also uses it to look on over the top towards Silo. So they have to wait. They have to respect it. As it starts to fade, he will drop back, and now they can start their crawl. So it's happy for them to wait out the first 15, 20 seconds of the round, but then that smoke wall can come into play. Looks like they're rejigging the setup right now to do exactly that. Oh, Glaive's ready for this. Maybe there's a little bit of a gap here.
Oh, yeah, it's blocked by Unbreakable. Lucky won't be able to make the call. There is a gap patrolled. Shox at least ahead. Lucky's ready for it. Their setup yard. Valuable for the Astralis boys. Zipex does start to wave the flag. Gives up the control. The wallbang isn't shy. We're just far off the mark.
This could be huge here. This could be huge.
Vents, and I don't think Magisk is ready for this. Yeah, nade in his hands. He's thinking about Secret. They're up the ramp. That's a lot of room now for Vitality, and the Astralis body's running out of chances. Glaive still can't play denial. Zywoo peeks on in to confirm it, a 2-on-4. And Vitality actually get a bomb plant. That's their third of their T-side. Can they make it their first converted T-side round?
Yeah, it looks like it here. Lucky's gone and picked up that AWP and is already heading back towards CT spawn. So we'll call this one done. Dupree just hanging around, see if he can get any damage done to this Vitality economy here. But this didn't start well whatsoever. So the fact that Apex is able to find that gap, you know, one of the interesting details I had right there is because we just flicked to one of the Vitality players previously before Shox rounded that corner, and they were actually going to smoke off windows, exactly where Lucky was. Hold up, dupreeh. Damage, that is going to be massive.
Oh,
One kill, so low. He's going to take them all. They need to get away from the bomb, otherwise they're going to go down. Backing off, they do survive. But almost taking down every single player right there, dupreeh, putting his life on the line for the economical damage.
Yeah, that could have been much, much worse. Looking at the finances that Vitality come in with, they would have had very light on nades if dupreeh had forced the rebuy onto the majority. Just shy, though. Get to see Astralis fully making a bit of a map out of this. It looked like we really did have one absent defender, but they're back, and they're back in a big way.
We finally got the smoke wall, right? We were just talking about that, talking about the space taken towards Yard, and it didn't manifest in terms of Shox getting room, but it got room for Apex. So they were still able to get themselves a gap, and that one kill from Apex onto Magisk, you can just see how big it was, how important that one frag was. It's these little details when the players and teams play this map like chess, right? Because we're trading space. And if you're able to capitalize, if you're able to grab that one piece of real estate, put yourself in a great position here. But smoke wall's lined up this time round and quicker out the gates here. Glaive, he's going forward again. Flashed away. Not going to risk this one. Molly to slow nade for damage. Softens him up and does get across towards the red box. So Glaive with a lot of info here.
Ahead of the smoke wall. Lucky with a supportive flash, and oh, they line up for him. He takes a good considerable chunk out of ZywOo. They won't be able to cross, and Zipex confirms his suspicions that there's no one home, so this is really garnered nothing more than the kill.
Yeah, Zip with all that info. Lucky's actually rotated back over towards ramp in time, and we might just see more of this Vitality chilling out in lobby. Their attention is over towards the ramp position, but they don't have to make up their mind just yet. More than 60 seconds remaining on this clock. Still a boatload of utility, especially as far as the Molotovs go. Zip's going to continue to clear Yard here. How far does he want to push the issue?
This is great.
He might catch Apex here just lining up util, right? You wouldn't be expecting Zip to push like this.
Oh.
Okay, maybe he was expecting Zip to push like this. It's just these kills are just coming in dribs and drabs here.
Well, so far, yeah, Vitality's frags have all come from Astralis aggression. This is the deviation from that. Lucky sticking around is brave, but he will be run down. Where on earth was ZywOo? Strafing manages it well. Surely caught now as they line up for the dupreeh spray. He can play the clock. He loses his head. Magisk hands one back. He has to come up huge here. And they have to plant low sight. They have to plant low sight. The doors have been blown off, and now the bomb loose. He can't get away. A different round if he gets away from that initial engagement with Apex, but no, 13 is secured, and just Vitality converting those two opening frags they found in Yard. Zipex's hunt doesn't quite convert.
I'm surprised that Apex was ready for that, right? Normally Apex is the type of guy here for this Vitality team because he's calling at the same time. He gets caught out of position with nades in his hands here, but that was very, very good awareness from him to get that kill, be ready for that type of maneuver. And Vitality are kind of begging Astralis to continue to push at these junctures of the game. Now, buy is going to come through for Astralis here, but money's not going to be there going forward. This is an important round.
Yeah, big nade from Magisk, and he does finish the job. That'll be enough. That's a slam dunk. Get out. He sticks around. Apex will confirm that he's not secret side, or at least suspect. Glaive is going to fill that gap, and Apex goes hunting for Magisk. What a play. Takes some balls to pull that off, and just trying to slip the gap of Lucky. It's Glaive's hunt as well, and Apex delivers. He's had some serious awareness here. Leading by example at 21. He's keeping ZywOo honest.
They're trying to chase him down here. Look how many eyes are turned towards Apex. Just one man.
Yeah, the bait from Zipex is brilliant. He's not going to be ready for Lucky, and yeah, finish the job. Now the AWP can patrol Yard once again. And he gets the info, gets away safely. Heaven's not a bad shout, but Vitality are taking space while you're faffing around in ramp.
You can understand this. Vitality have just been waiting in lobby every round. This is the first time there's so many players towards Yard.
Oh, he's going to get a rude shock when he peeks this corner. He's loud about it as well. Vitality, no. Pokes his head. Oh, just shy. Lucky's a dead man. And now, running out of players, Astralis have been caught out. A swap of territory. dupreeh into Squeak, the one-way drop. For good measure, a flash. dupree's powerful in this position. He's shut them down on multiple occasions. Can he do anything now with a late arrival of Zip up the ladder? ZywOo knows it's a possibility, and he's lost his teammate as well now, so poor Zip. Doesn't have dupreeh to count on, doesn't even have a primary weapon. He will tickle ZywOo, but he posts his 25th, and Vitality post their 14th.
Interesting to note there as well, ZywOo didn't opt to pick up that AWP. It was right as his feet towards the tail end of the round. They don't need to operate on the T side with it, and that's going to be the case here. Now, the cash situation over there for Astralis, it is bleak at best. You're looking at 2,900 over towards that high end. So should be seeing them go for just maybe a pistol upgrade and then a buy into the next. But you can just see right now the smiles on the faces, the giggles are returning here. It did get shaky for a moment, right? There was clear intentions for Astralis to be starting a comeback, but Vitality, they put themselves back in the driver's seat and they're looking really good about things, right? That's not the Apex I'm sure you've all seen online, right? With the face palms and the overreactions, the body language here. This is a completely different look in Vitality today in that department. But it felt good. Magic's got the opening kill. Apex, again, that's in 2 massive key rounds. You have to look to the in-game leader of Vitality and say that he's done so much work because the space there, Magic's not ready to get the second on Glaive as well is huge. And then he drew so much attention to him, and he's been doing that in other rounds that they thought it was just the standard same round that the French have been running time and time again. So props to Apex there. But this has to be 15. Look at the guns they've been able to bring into this. Deagle 5-7, some warning shots. Your Vitality now, you've just seen the pistols are in play. You're licking your lips. You know that 15's just around the corner. And you've already got that secret space to work with.
Yeah, falls apart initially. GODSENT's having some fun. dupree's looking the wrong way. It is up to Zip and his USP. He'd love to grab a rifle, and there it is. ZywOo will post it. 15 is on the board. 6 opportunities for Astralis to close this back. Highly unlikely, and yeah, I think the legwork for Vitality done in that first half. Now just a matter of time.
There's just no punch, right? Like the amount of chaotic rounds we've had where it seems like teams are willing to fight and trade, or at least in a position to do so. You can probably say there's been about 3 or 4 of them over this game so far. Otherwise, they've just been outmaneuvered. And when you lose certain kills, you can just see exactly how those dominoes are going to fall into place here. So for Astralis, we are going to need to see that fighting spirit out of them because Vertigo just around the corner here. You're going to have Vitality as your favorite for that one. Worried about the smoke glaive. Not hanging around this time. Looks like they're heading back towards Yard here, so evacuating lobby, lining up these smokes, getting ready for what looks like the L block again. Glaive has left the secret position now. Oh, no, he hasn't.
And he will stick around now. He hears those smokes. Info. Lucky says, red container, the molly deep. Not deep enough. It's perfect. Glaive can at least stick around to get some info. He spots out the first, and Shox has been caught, but that was the only one there. They don't know.
Apex has passed again.
Gone again. A rat in the system. Established. Lucky might catch him on a check. He might, and he does. Good awareness from the rookie. Astralis want to say play on. Zipex debate. Masuta does deliver. ZywOo would be hard pressed to find anything else, and so Astralis, we said 6, well now 5 required in consecutive order. Otherwise this one will be going the way and Astralis' pick, no less, so the French.
Yeah, good game here from ZywOo. We talked about it in the first. He's up to 26 kills now. Apex with 22. On the other side of things, the positive shining lights have been Glaive, roaming around a lot on this CT side. A lot of info plays for him. And Lucky, who, yeah, he's been pretty good. 20 kills for Lucky so far. Gonna need a bit more out of him here. We get back underway here. And already on top. He's spotted. He's dead. There's Lucky again. He's looking good.
He's certainly ruining Apex's fun. I think that Yard round he had has made him feel a little like Superman.
We're going back to what we had in the earlier stages of this half for Vitality, right? Astralis getting the opening pick, the round stalling out, everybody kind of just looking at each other in lobby like, where are we ending? We don't have any space. We have to hope that we can trade efficiently here. And this is exactly what we saw earlier. They just sit back, they wait. There's going to be more CT utility lobbed on out, more smokes, more mollies. Dupree with a bit of info this time round, but patience is the name of the game. Boost towards ramp is nice here. Because of how late Vitality have been operating, if they do want to head back towards ramp, that's going to be a very difficult clear.
Another smoke squeak. I mean, we've seen this before, Chad. Waiting it out. They will have time as it fades, around 20.
Is it going to be enough, though? I feel like they're just going to get mowed down.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly set up for that to transpire that way. As the smoke fades, you counter flash, you spray through the smoke. Glaive knows what's up, but Masuta does hand out one quick haircut. And ZywOo's done the same. 18 seconds, lads, and ZywOo knocks another! Dupree doesn't get a second to react. Bomb being planted uncontested. And Vitality are making it work. The flash turned, nice react. And down goes another. Only Lucky to defend their honor. And that's the end of that. 3 frags out of ZywOo. It looks like it's sketchy, but they handle it with ease. Nuke. Astralis' pick goes the way of Vitality, and they are one step closer to keeping their head above water. Looking to eliminate Astralis.
Yeah, this has to change up, though. I'm not going to lie to the viewers at home that that's not the most exciting game of Counter-Strike when we just have players in lobby staring at each other, waiting out smokes, and then it comes down to the trade game. Right? That's a lot of what the T-half from Vitality was there. They get it done, right? I'm not arguing with the method of the madness. It just, for a game that's an elimination match, right? You're expecting fireworks, you're expecting clutches, you're expecting the players to throwing everything on the line here. But Astralis, really, they make the scoreline look respectable. But with how it started, things just aren't going well. You can tell that this team, they're not in the right place right now, and hopefully as we move into the next map that they can find themselves, right? The last 2 best of ones they played, it's been very, very rough. 8 rounds over, those 2 best of ones coming into this, starting miserably, 11-4 in that first half against them. They battle back. Glaive, one of the beacons of hope here, Lucky the other, but this isn't the Astralis we all know and love, and I think that's the problem. We have to remind ourselves that this is essentially now just a whole new beast. Even though it's 4 of the same 5 parts, it's something completely different about the aura of this team.
You are certainly, yeah, and there's no disputing that, although the unquantifiable vibrations are definitely a component of it. Like Astralis, look at this first half. Look at the way this game started, and you just can't help but feel like it was one of those matter of times. As lackluster as Vitality's T-side may have been, or at least as cut and dry as it was. You know, Apex goes yard and tries to win the round. If he doesn't, we wait for smokes and commit top with a couple of flashes. It's basic, but it does pull it across the line, and of course courtesy of a stunning CT half.
Yeah, I think here the similarities between the way that ZywOo and Apex had Yard on lock is the same to the way that Glaive and Lucky had it on lock. Like some rounds it was just ZywOo patrolling Yard with the orb, some rounds it was Apex out there, and then the same thing for Lucky and Glaive respectively. I think the difference makers have to go down to Apex on some of these gun rounds. Being able to find the gaps, and even though it was only 1 or sometimes 2 kills in a lot of those, that was enough, right? Think about that one round where Apex was able to get down the vent, flank Magis when he was in that lower side. That opened up a big round right there. And the other one where Apex was able to make it across. And then you talk about info plays. Well, on this CT side, Glaive was doing the same. He was a nuisance towards Yard. He was also the pivot man to go back to Hell a couple of these occasions and flank them over. This is one of those key rounds I was talking about here where Apex made it into Warehouse. And then, yeah, the rest of the approach, very, very pedestrian stuff. Wait out that util, sit there in lobby, see if there's a push. If there's no push, we're going to use our aim into the top site, and if we trade efficiently, we win. That was literally it, right? There's no flashy approach, there's no crazy executes, no mind games. The clutches were really just thrown on Lucky. I don't know how many times he was in that first half just Lucky versus like 3 members.
1vx.
Yeah, he found himself in those situations more often than not. So yeah, Vertigo next, and we need to see some fight out of Astralis.
Yeah, no, this is a big one. I mean, we are looking at the cruel reality, or let me just rephrase, the reality of Astralis, where they are one map loss away from being eliminated here at the Legends stage of competition for the first major back in 2 years. These were the champs, the reigning champs. No, not forgetting lifting the trophy with Device at the Starladder Berlin Major 2019. Well, here we are in 21, and we're just one map away from elimination. We'll see if Vitality can get there. We'll take a break. We do come back. Vertigo could be the last Astralis play here in Stockholm. 7 days in to the Stockholm Major 2021, and we're waving goodbye to one of Vitality Astralis. If you missed the first map, Vitality took Astralis' peer can, ran with it. Chad's joining me, and we're ready for Vertigo.
I don't feel like you missed a lot if you missed the first map. It played out very slowly. Like, this is the thing. I'm not going to try and pull the wool over your eyes at all at home. That game, it looked like Vitality from start to finish. There was a patch where Glaive and Lucky came alive, and they put up a bit of resistance, but it was one of those matter-of-time games that was quite stalled out, quite slow. The game plan was just wait and hit heads, and that is what Vitality did. They've come to play today. Zywu is awake. Apex is on one, and now we move into their map pick here of Vertigo. I'm very, very worried for the Danes. There's no fight. We haven't seen any fight from them in the last 3 maps of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, shadows of them former selves. I mean, you know, we've got Vitality, who admittedly did fall foul, but Astralis, they have just been such an unpredictable team to go up against, whether it's as an adversary or if you're supporting them. You just don't know what to expect, but I want to see a competitive Vertigo, because this is it, right? This could very well be the last map they play in Stockholm. And the champion stage was typically a guarantee for this Danish roster. The departure of Device, the implementation of Lucky, they are looking definitely to be shaken up. Bubsky qualifying in the RMR and being replaced by Glaive back to return to that core. And well, that core have been definitely on the struggles. We aren't quite getting started just yet. Looks like all players are in the server and getting their buy sorted. But Chad, if I'm not mistaken, Astralis will be starting on the CT side here. So what would be your expectations? What would be your requests if you were Zonic giving him that pre-game chat?
Just not letting him get away with these like pacey A-ramp walks that Vitality like to do. Like occasionally they'll just walk on up the A-ramp and explode. So making sure that they keep that information in their favor. This one's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy at all. But this is it. This has to be it right now. Can't be any more of these slow starts. The last chance, hurrah here for Astralis. And Apex from spawn, lobbing out some util fast towards A. We trundle, footsteps heard, and the biff is going to be on.
Yeah, they've got sandbags as well. Apex attempts to draw fire, but he loses his life. MOUZ handing out a couple as well, and that surely falls already into place for this T side. Lucky to stand and deliver. He's going to get overrun. He stands and strikes for the first, but that's all. And yeah, Magisk hard pressed to find a 1v3 here. Vitality, do they even commit while the smoke is up? I think they'd rather have sight. Oh, spotted, and damn, that hurts. A quick dink on the jiggle. Bomb planted for an extra 300 for Kyojin, so no complaints at all. Vitality take our pistol.
You can see right there when the X-ray's off, and we know just where those players were. Magisk has no idea. The smoke starts to fade, and the initial thing is a goosh, right? You can just see on point a Vitality right now, and it's a hollow feeling right now on this Astralis side of things. Right, all this legacy, all of that. If you've missed Counter-Strike for the last 2 years when we shifted online, I understand, but you're missing a lot, right? And it's just, it's hard to watch, it's hard to see, it's hard to witness here, but we'll just focus on the Counter-Strike in front of us for now. It's going to be the force bite coming on through here for the Danes. Lucky holding on to a bit of extra cash to facilitate that AWP, and we start the walk up towards A. Through the smoke they go, and the pressure early. Glaive not ready for this, or is he? One and done. It's going to stall out again here as Vitality just going to take their time with this.
Yeah, understandably, justifiably so. Vitality's T side is very I'm not using the right word when I say one-dimensional, but let me find a better alternative. They're talking. What I'm trying to highlight is that they are quite stubborn in their A commits. They will just sit ramp, wait 45 seconds, and then eventually commit with 2 smokes and a plant. It's almost retro Vertigo on their T sides at times. I don't expect to see the B site occupied early.
Yeah, they just, it's the same as what we saw in Nuke where they would just chill out in lobby. So imagine right now this A-ramp control is like lobby on Nuke. They wait out all that util, they see if you're going to push the issue with some aggressive flashes and maneuvers, and then if you don't, they have the sharpest tools in the shed of these youngsters. Kyojin, short, he's new, but MOUZ is another one of these sharp individuals, and if they don't get the fights their way, the util drops, and now they're going to walk on in. There's no fight available. Flash the skylights could be possible here from Dupree. Another smoke down now.
And these are the nades they need. We're going to see more
late.
of. Yeah, absolutely. This time around, a bit late.
Retake smokes out. They're going to go for this.
They better have their lineups ready. That smoke is intimidating. You can peek around it. Lucky can get up on the headshot box. Kyojin running out of bullets. Needs a fresh mag, and this frag is everything. MOUZ tested and found. Kyojin re-advancing, not letting him have any space, and a quick 3-piece is Vitality. Second, Astralis. What I want to say, though, is that the stack nades, the denial, the extending and behind the smokes and incendiary onto that default plant, those are going to be compulsory if Vitality keep testing you in that capacity.
I feel with the way that Vertigo's gone now, if you're going to play Vertigo in that fashion, passively on the CT side, without trading a couple of kills or forcing out util for the T's early, you're going to lose more often than not. I think that this map now, on the CT side over towards A, you can put the fight up early. If you lose that control, you still need to stay transitional. If you give up that space, you're just asking for it here. And round number 3, well, they've invested lightly. 4 HEs in the hands.
This one destined for some damage.
Yeah, as soon as they show on the stairs here to the USP of Magisk here on the ledge, they will throw out those nades. Oh, a bunch of damage.
They all connect. That will humble Vitality a little.
It's unfortunate that it is just USPs. Another dink coming on through here, so lots of damage done. It's just Shocks on full HP.
Keeping them on their toes there. Glaive playing the sound cue game. He fakes the steps, keeps Kyojin on notice.
This is like what Na'Vi did yesterday at NIP. It just felt very default heavy, and backing that their individuals are better. That's what it feels like from Vitality here. On Nuke and now within the early stages of this, just backing that the individuals are better. Now this nade...
This really... Oh, could have hurt. dupreeh hiding in plain sight. Zipex contributing with that USP. It's getting costly. dupreeh, 2 on the P250, and he's dancing with Zai where he could find a third. He needs a fresh clip. Can't finish the job, but he's given Glaive something workable. Okay, Vitality, damage control. They get away with that, but they came in with 5 AKs. They leave with 2. Astralis,
that
just
nade lands.
USPs.
Imagine if that nade from Lucky lands, right? That right there, as an isolated thing, it's not a big deal, but in the context of how close that round got, that is a massive deal.
The trajectory looked bang on for their entrance upstairs.
Could have been a boatload of damage, and they'd already done so much with the utility alone here. That was such a light investment for Astralis, but here we go. The guns are out. Lucky into the AWP. 2-man mid control taken here. dupreeh on the other side of things. Lucky, he'll post himself up. The one-way dropped. And you can just see posturing now for control everywhere. Shocks flashed in. B lobby. Already in the hands of the French.
Different flavor to this already from Vitality. You can see the mid-hold. It is just the information on dupreeh. Apex, no stranger to his solo projects, but it's the order by which they take this space that is interesting.
It's looking like they could pounce for a B split here if they do find an opening kill. 2 towards B lobby, 2 towards mid.
But the notoriously underchecked corner of Magisk. He's been forced away. The util. Barraging. I think he's got a good idea as to where that sandbags player is.
Oh, this is huge!
Got him! Opens up the account onto A. Spots out Lucky. Could get clothesline from the short side. And Zipex does post it up. They were trying to pivot back and now scooping up the bomb. Pressure mounting in mid as well. Kyojin has a sightline over that smoke and could catch that rotate back. Unless they route and navigate through ZT spawn. Up the stairs, Magisk goes forward on this. He can disrupt. Hunting for Astralis' first hit early on the defense, and Masuta keeps it competitive. Zipex left alone. He will contribute the first of the 1v3. Can the Clutch Minister pull Astralis into their fighting ways now? The answer is a bit shy of the mark. Masuta got brought down to just 4, but commits to the duel. Vitality extend their lead.
That's great as well here for Vitality in the early stages, because what they're doing is they're playing with the mid and the B bomb sites, right? Well, mid's not a bomb site. The mid corridor and B, right? They did that B fake that had the gap in middle is where they tried to take space, but the fact that Apex is able to slink past, he sees that smoke drop, he punishes it and gets a massive kill. That throws the entire round up in the air because they're taking fights on every single front. So massive issues for Astralis going forward here is they're just going to operate with pistols alone. And you like that from the French. Similar to what Copenhagen Flames were doing on Vertigo just the other day, but Apex stops Glaive, and we know that he can be a nuisance aggressively behind the smokes. If that's a fight that Apex can continue to win, it's a massive one to win.
Yeah, and the dreaminess of this as well is that they've avoided all of that chip damage, I say, as they catch one between the wickets, but they used the CT smokes, a nice little wall to retreat behind after taking the initial engagement. armored deagles. A man disadvantage, everything indicating this one not going to be fun. Now they faked the extinguish to imply there's still Sandbag's presence.
This is going to get a bit awkward here. They're pushing forward.
Yeah, and it's up to Apex. That could be enough. Yeah, looking the wrong way, pulls out his nades. The classic in-game leader, Death, and Zipex hands 2 more into the feed. His deagle finds 3. Shox taking some space. They're dancing with each other. Backs are turned. Shox to win the round on this. And dupreeh turns just as he needed to. Another deagle frag up to ZywOo now to finish the job. He'll stop Zipex in his tracks on his 3.
Knows where dupreeh is. It's just Magisk, the unknown entity.
Yeah, and he's got the bomb on his back. 30 seconds to solve this riddle.
Oh, timing. He might want to walk on through elevator room. He is.
Magisk, how deep is your clear? 20 seconds. Magisk has got bit of paranoia about the walkthrough. That's the check. Gets the info. ZywOo pulls up his socks and sprints. Util present. He can smoke him off. Does he just rush the plant? They could be there in time. He just goes straight for it. Bomb down. Smoke out. He's getting run down. He's going to have 2 targets trifling with him. And that's a nice round out of Astralis. Just the deagles. Zipex starts. Magisk and dupreeh finish.
Has to be that dupreeh kill right there onto Shox, because you're right, it could have been round winning. 2 kills in the back for Shox were available there, but dupreeh with the heads up nature turns in the nick of time, gets that kill, and ZywOo does his very best to get the bomb down. But just like that first map of play for Astralis, the rounds have come through pistols, right? They've come through the lighter buys and the chaos. It's when the guns come out that they seem to struggle a little bit more so. But there have been a couple of close ones here. So not smooth sailing so far for the French. This is the shots from Zip, so they catch Apex with those nades out and flick around in time. It's chaotic, but these are must-hit kills and huge stuff from Zip there as they all line up.
Yeah, not the most glamorous 3K, but incredibly influential.
Oh, this is Glaive up to his regular tricks here. Push past. Lucky needs to be careful here. Oh, and ZywOo just sees him straight on through.
Excuse me?
He must have seen just a little black smudge, because that was all he needed. Over the top of the smoke. And now the mid space, the 4-on-5, the disadvantage. Astralis really feeling this one now.
Someone has to step up to pull that back. A very deep ridge smoke that ZywOo is attracted to. He ducks in. He's being a little rascal around this. Glaive, would he expect this? He's clearing. He's clearing. ZywOo not ready. Glaive, a huge contribution, but that's not enough to secure the round. You can see the pressure is on. Zipex is doing so much work. He's taken 2. Or at least 1.5 down. They are wrapping into Magisk's sight, and he is standing to deliver. All 3 on the deck, sends them home. Big from Magisk and Astralis. Now they've got the cash injected into the system. Vitality, quite the contrary. This gap will now close.
Just to note, that's the first time we've seen Magisk within this series getting fired up there on the cams after those 3 kills. He's yelling. They're starting to get this one going, and they have to. Very, very dire circumstances ahead of them here, but very good stuff to handle that. And you can see it getting out of control. They're going for the mid to B. Zip slows it down. Magisk here able to deliver with the AK-47 and then head on the swivel. See him flicking on over to deal with the last man of Shock. So beautiful stuff. And now we can start having a conversation. The Danes here to play. This is their 3rd on a silver platter. Just the pistols. A couple of P250s. Primarily Glocks for Vitality now.
Yeah, I mean, not only have they won the deagle round, Chad, they've done it with a 4v5 disadvantage there.
Yeah, this one here, just keep as many alive as you can right now. And Glaive going looking one more time. The early frag coming in his favor. That's going to be 2. And oh, the 3rd not going to land, but a lot of damage done to Apex here.
There's an M4 there if you're brave enough.
Yeah, good luck, have fun. They want to take the fight here, the Danes.
Oh, the double incendiary. Not. Oh, goodness. Yeah, no fun. No fun allowed. Lucky. Finish the job, farm some confidence, and there you have it. 369. Damn you, fine. $900 in the bank account.
Well, CT-sided AWP could come out here. Glaive could drop that across to Lucky if they want to start playing with that now, but we're going to see an indication of the rifles. So they're going to want to continue to be up close and personal, taking that space away. If they continue to push like this against Vitality, they're going to need to put more bodies over towards that forklift room to stop that, or be more aggressive early. And their util right now doesn't reflect that they have too much. It's not full nades for anybody. As the French leave spawn, Shox with his standard lurk smoke over towards B. It's going to keep the Danes guessing here. And the boost up and over. Apex having a look. He might find Glaive over the lip of this.
Yeah, Glaive's going to have a bit of a sight line if he tucks in close. He'll see Apex as it fades. He might just throw a couple of stray bullets if they start to unload, and he might now with Crane taking engagements. This is threatening. That's a lot of damage from the bullets. Finishing combined with Zipex double. Apex just not long for this ramp progress. They're not letting him out of the initial smoke. Look what's left of Vitality. And a smoke to stare at if they want to return to the B site. Magisk already looking good. We'll have to check in on that utility damage early.
Oh, easy peasy. Look at that. Second through the smoke. Now they're feeling themselves. And one of the keys here for this defensive Astralis is they're not giving the room to Vitality. They're stifling them. They're forcing them to come on through these smokes, thinking they're being given a little bit of respect. But great stuff now.
Astralis 500 utility damage combined. Well over it. And that's just in 8 rounds of play. The nades are good.
This right now might be something a little bit quick out of Vitality here. They've just gone for some Tech 9s. There's a CZ in play, but it's just these pistols now. A fast mid. You break the windows. You use the sound cue. Now, not going to stick to their guns. We know they like a couple of deep smokes. You can see Apex lining something up. ZywOo does the same. You can throw these out from back over towards T-spawn, and you can sell a bit of a fake on A. Now, the dramas with doing this is the forward positions of Astralis know that there's not a whole lot coming over towards A. They're taking mid. Oh, he's flubbed it there. Been a couple of those. You know, the pressure of the LAN environment being felt. Now they're just going to try and skyrocket out mid.
Yeah, and that's a quick one. Kyojin, however, has returned the favor. He wants to take some elevator duels. It spots out 2. There's multiple targets. ZywOo slipping in the back lines, but they did catch a glimpse of him, so good luck, have fun. Glaive will hard clear you. Oh, maybe not. A chance, a small one. Goes awry. Glaive will find his 9th. And okay, Astralis taking the lead. A big component of that is Zip. He's been on that A defense again, swinging in for multi-kill after multi-kill. He's the second component of that ramp defense. We saw him spraying down 2.
Respond to this one quite nicely. A fast mid with the pistols. You can see how quickly that could get out of control, but they do mop this one up. No dramas whatsoever here for the Danes. And then how we look back. No T-side op, no CT op, so a vertigo without the big green in play. Smoke lands, and behind it you can see just a couple of extra bodies here for Vitality. Rally nades back and forth, and this time chunking them down again. Apex down to 74. Light smattering for the other 2. Molly as well. They just continue to harass right now, so Astralis starting to get their game plan going.
Pre-active. Oh, Kyojin gets info. You see his mouth moving. Trying to perhaps punish the absence of this A defense, but they're making no secret that they're standing and fighting. Glaive. Let's put 2 magazines, make it 3 into the smoke. He's only going to have 30 bullets left, Chad, at the end of this. All right, well, you better be reserved with that for the rest of the round, Glaive.
Well, you can understand right now why they've waited out these A ramp smokes, because we still have about 55 seconds left on the clock, and they have plenty of utility to start working up towards A. Glaive, no longer confident to stand and spray behind that manufactured wall. The flash, they know the steps are coming. If they clear Lucky with the molly, he's going to be in a bit of strife here, Lucky.
Yeah, he has to go. He has to go. Takes the risk. No one's watching, and that's lovely. Vitality. They're getting reaggressed on here. Shox could be the first victim. Takes a shot. Glaive connects. Glaive delivers 2. And Astralis looking to lock it down. It's only ZywOo. He just doesn't have the time to find this clutch. Zipex sight. Glaive closing in. And that is lovely. Looking threatening are the Danes here.
This is good stuff now, and after we had the early stage of this where they played passive behind those smoke walls, you can see now they're playing transitional towards the top of the ramp, and just how jarring that can be, especially if Vitality are leaving it so late. Right? They don't have enough time to be able to deal with that. Now a timeout taken, conversations being had, and this is where Xtaz, the coach in the background, is probably going to be switching things up, or at least making them aware of where some of these pitfalls are coming on through. The money for them is a bit of a question mark here. They can go for another one of these half buys, but if you are Vitality, you're going to want to start getting into the sites, getting the bomb down. This is some great shooting out of Glaive again, so carrying that good form from Nuke over here to Vertigo. They're not done with this yet. We wanted some fight, and we're getting it. Much more competitive of an affair than Nuke was. Okay, well, ZywOo's into the AK here. Might just be one of... There's that util damage for everybody playing at home. Significant for everybody other than Lucky, but the CT side, normally the place to find it a little bit easier. Over towards A, 3 defenders again. Going for the boost on the other side this time round, so oof, unable to get him up early. Here you go.
Oh, that's perfect. ZywOo boosted over the smoke, the alternate corner. Needs the glaive shut down.
Yeah, Shock's found Magisk as well, so a 2-man advantage early here. And remember, this is just a half bar with an AK sprinkled in for good measure. They're going back towards the B site. There's 2 players to deal with this, Lucky and dupreeh to combine.
And dupreeh not opting to drop his smoke preemptively. They're going to be boosting. He's pre-aimed that previously. He's got the early warning system established of Lucky. ZywOo parked up to strike after stairs take contact. He's in. And dupreeh will go down. The distraction works, but he's lost his teammate. ZywOo asked to clutch. He's got Apex to bait. ZywOo for the switch. It's a nice angle, but he's Molotov'd off. Apex falls and they know where you are. Bomb scooped up. Now that is a bonus. He can reposition. And they'll have to acknowledge that as well. Does he just beeline it straight over the loud and very telegraph bridge position? Hits his walk key now.
Yeah.
Apex will be there in time.
That's a big question, right? Because he did stop making noise, right? So they have to go, well, is it a bluff or is he actually committing now? Astralis are calling the bluff. And they deal with it. Simple from Lucky right there. Okay, now we're really talking. Now we're cooking with something here. Astralis up to 7 rounds on the CT side. The max loss bonus again. Remember, that got sketchy and it was just a half investment and 1 AK. So if you're Vitality, you're happy with it, but you know that you're close to getting these rounds now. That was 2 openers though, right? Like 2 openers right there. So being able to recover, that's a different look for Astralis. But over on Nuke, when they lost those opening kills, it was like, okay, well, the round's done. Let's just wait and see how this one unfolds. But now they're actually getting a bit of bite. Out for ZywOo again here.
You can see a very clear game plan, which is don't let them have their usual space on ramp. ZywOo's caught one just over the smoke, but as it fades, he strikes and trades. MOUZ is next victim. glaive pulls Astralis into a man advantage, and now they've got nothing.
Oh, Apex not happy with that. He's lost 2. He's hit the desk. He's upset again. Another opening kill goes their way, and it all just falls apart so quickly.
Just by sticking around, glaive is really disruptive. Like we talked about it, Vitality, they're happy to spend 40 seconds waiting and anticipating CT aggressions, but if they don't get the ramp in the first place, they're just getting bullied. Boost mid. Lucky's going to be easily spotting this one out. They can double swing, and that should be impossible for him to get away from. Don't need the second component. CT is smoked. Shox, interestingly enough, does seem to imply they're going A. Through the elevator room. This is a nice mix-up. glaive's going to be threatened here. Sandbags would be nice. He's just going to advance even further. Taking this fight. glaive doing it on his own. He started this round with the double. He's got a good idea as to where they're coming from. Apex can look him to be his 4th, and glaive completely leading. There's no one that can touch him. He's got a flash for good measure. Shox is the ace, and that's lovely. glaive, unpredictable in individual form, but he's found it when it matters most.
Oh, they need that.
Down in the dumps, Chad. They've lost their map pick. They're up against the ropes. The defending champions, 1 map away from being eliminated at the 2021 Major, and he takes that whole round. All 5 down at his hand.
And it started again with a Vitality opening. Here it is. And then glaive just pushes forward, gets these 2 big kills. Like the first one, sure. The second one to MOUZ gets caught slouching as well, and then glaive just dealing with it. Rocking a hard place. They're coming from ramp, they're coming through CT spawn, taking all the fights, winning all the fights, and getting this one done. Half is won, 8-4. And there's some life now in the Astralis camp. I've seen Magisk getting fired up. I've seen glaive getting fired up. Now I just need to see dupreeh getting fired up, and all the boys are ready and raring.
You know, an 11-4 certainly is attainable. Look at Vitality's buy. Oh, no fun to be had. The ZywOo hero AK back out. They got close with this. 2 openings. I think Astralis are going to put a little bit of a leash on themselves with this as well. Now, as I say that, glaive is having a glance, trying to get that information safely. This is something he's been managing very, very well.
Well, that molly's going to disrupt this.
Yeah, and he peeks on the back of it. Extinguished, though. A little bit of an intervention in favor of Vitality.
Another smoke dropped as well now. Sit and wait for another 20 seconds. You're not going anywhere. This is the difference. Over on Nuke, they would sit and wait, and then they would win out the trade battles here. Well, they were getting the openings, and then they're losing out the trade battles after that. So another smoke. Oh, no, he doesn't want it. Glaive just wants to fight. He's feeling himself, but maybe too much. ZywOo again with an opening, but can they convert?
Still got time for this. Smoke check. There's 2 for the cross. This is what they demonstrated they have an affinity for. You have to get through dupree's AWP though, and Lucky's still got a full sack of util as well. Like, look how many counter nades they can just throw an incendiary towards short, and that's whoop, a bit fast for Lucky. He's still allowed to get his M4 out. All onto dupree's shoulders. Pressure mounting from the short position. 30 seconds. The nade's not bad. That will soften up Kyojin, and the spray. Apex doesn't finish his meal, and Magisk will transfer into the bomb planter. The bomb now ticking. ZywOo started. Now he has to finish. And Sandbags is the perfect
This is
place.
huge.
He just nestled in, obscured by the flames. Walking up, dupreeh might clear it. Turns the flash, and that's the duel. dupreeh, an impactful one, denies ZywOo and puts 9 on the board for Astralis. They're starting to believe a little, Chad.
This is great now. This is looking very, very good. All these situations where Vitality continue to find openings and then they're just getting blanked on out. I don't know how many times we can say it here, but it's the same story on repeat, round after round. And that one right there, how does Lucky get away with that? They run out, the guy's got a nade in his hand, he's still able to get kills off the back of it. Magisk won, and then the second through the smoke. Starting to look like the Astralis.
Interesting stat that doesn't normally have a good bit of insight there, but wasted bullets. It just talks about how much he's been spraying through that smoke and suppressing them. We've observed it. Vitality, whether it's nades or the spray, have been really kept honest here, and Zipex is going to go and try and continue
Quicker
to
this time.
completely repel them. They're just sitting out of the smoke. The easiest collection Zipex has found. Body shots just chips away at the shins of the French.
And now they're stalled out, starting to look hopeless over there in the Vitality camp. That frustration, you've seen it on Apex's cam. It's starting to build here, and now he has to sit and watch for 1 minute and 22 seconds as his teammates, the 3 of them, try and piece something together here.
Magisk does not have too much support. dupreeh's responsible for middle. He'll be able to rotate in and acknowledge and fill the gap should he be required to.
It is on him.
But it is on Magisk. Common clear. Doesn't do it properly, and Kyojin's nearly dead too. He's hit the necessary headshots. He doesn't have the bomb. Trying to force the rotate with the util. Deception is the name of the game, because ZywOo's walking on in for an open A site, trying to commit this, sell this. They've done a great job, ZywOo, to try and plant uncontested, but Zipex has acknowledged this. They rotated back in. They know they left some gaps. ZywOo to punish Zipex. Oh, and he just looks away. He just looks away. He's second guessing a little. Bomb plant in. Kyojin, 1 HP. ZywOo needs to survive now. He has to clutch. This is a big one for Vitality. 9-6 they can work with, and ZywOo has to work his magic. The flash ain't bad. They turn it, though, and gap closed. Lucky falls. No trade available from Zipex.
He's going to sit it.
He's going to hold it. It's against an AWP, and there's still a smoke up. Oh! He cancelled it, and ZywOo calls the bluff. Chill your beans. No time for this. Playing games. ZywOo's surely done enough. He confirms he's off the bomb. Survival is enough. ZywOo clutches up for Vitality, and that is the step towards the 9-6 half.
That's huge. That is massive right there. Sure, Kyojin, he gets those massive kills, but ZywOo still put in a difficult one to win on that site. You think if Zip just sits it, he has it every day of the week. What is he going to do? The multiple shots through the smoke, but he cancels. He doesn't believe, and well, ZywOo snatches that one away.
It might actually be an example of, you know, the Zipex philosophy. Like, he's up against ZywOo. He's like, well, the right play would be walking to me with his pistol and shooting me. That's what I'd be doing. It's ZywOo. He's never going to make a mistake. I don't know, but yeah, gets off the defuse. Zip perhaps overthinking. It's led to 5, could be 6. Heavy, heavy commitment mid. dupreeh hasn't been tested too much here. I don't know whether they want to just take the fight because he's got some support. Aggressive angle. Oh my god, the damage. Look at that. The feed. Chaos. As even trades are found. Magisk just in the off angle looking to strike. Fires off a warning shot across the bow's eye. We're advancing and dead. And Shox is his next victim. Well handled. Magisk is so comfortable on the M4A1. Awkward bomb retrieval, but that's the least of his issues right now. No trace of fire. You gotta find it. Yep. Maybe just cut noise and hope Astralis overthink this one.
They've got Glaive there. The door's closed on the way back for Masuda here. You can just see if he wants to go back, it would have to be through middle. So Masuda with 45 seconds left on the clock, plenty of utility here, but that low HP, the fact that they have a very good idea where he's coming from, this one is just a matter of time.
Outlook very bleak. And not able to convert. 10 for Astralis. Now that is what we're talking about. This is for survival and they're showing signs of life. It would have been a very sad state of affairs, I think, just for Counter-Strike, as well as the individuals themselves with the history books as padded as they are with their names. Not seeing them put up and kick up a fight up against, you know, what most would consider to be, you know, an equivalent, a parallel.
I think the big thing is as well, we don't know what the future holds for this team of Astralis, right? And it would just be a shame to have them go out in that fashion and then that just to be it, right? To be it of the majority of the team that we know and love. We definitely don't know what's around the corner here, but we can take a little bit of a look here about what the second pistol of this map is going to have in store. The attack now for the Danes.
Look how easy these frags come. I do think that's part of the silencer, like that death in particular. Like when you do struggle to, you don't have the map, you're waiting for the call, you see them have a big flick of their mouse, look in the wrong direction, here we go, we're into the pistol.
So much util. Like any of these who lose their life early, whatever strat was in play is going to be gone immediately here.
Oh, but they've given him the space. It's up to
double
Kyokin.
nades for Sandbag maybe?
Yeah, could be. Will be a molly. He's going to be in trouble. Hot water. Struggles to deliver anything. And Astralis in pole position for an 11th early here. Apex has got a lot on his plate and now a bullet to the face. It's coming way too easy. Oh, Shox. Caught walking through. Tried to take a ambitious push. Now, Mr. Wu, what can you do? Not a lot. 1v5. Admittedly, some absent Kevlar, but what is that to be celebrated when that bomb is ticking every second away? Couple of clicks and no success. That is a clean pistol from Astralis. Bomb down, 5 bodies dropped, no one to complain, and yeah, that puts them in prime position to push us to 3 here, Chad.
Yeah, that right there, there's just no rebuttal, right? I think all that utility, I was worried about Astralis losing a life and then they're not being able to get away with the strat, but initially once they get those kills and they push them back, the molly drops, you can see how difficult it is. There's extra nades over towards the boost box in the site, just chipping away. Vitality down to a full eco right here, so for them, they're going to be conceding this 12th round. They have to go for a bit of a stack as a unit. Astralis cutting sound early here, not giving up the early sound cues for Vitality to operate with. And that's actually sent them looking in the wrong direction here. They started hedging towards A. They didn't hear a whole lot. Now they walk back to B, but as you can see, swinging back and forth with that shift key held. They're going to get themselves in the right place, but it already feels too late.
Yeah, you're about to be smoked off. Whoa. Glaive pockets a quick frag, and there's more where that came from. No hurry. Zipex is going to be clearing through, and the mass murder on the site. Shox alone. Been kept very quiet and continues to be silenced. 12 Astralis, 5 Vitality. It's been a while since we saw teams looking out of their depth on their map picks in a best of 3.
Yeah, this is one of the things as well, right? If you go back into a matchup that you've just had against a team, now there's obviously the difference that Glaive's in for Bubsky here, so there was going to be a couple of changes in terms of the approach, the positions held. But this here, right now, it's feeling pretty miserable for Vitality, but the storyline is Astralis waking up to give us a competitive series. You can see on the screen right here, Dust 2 will be the 3rd and deciding map if we do need it, and I feel like we might need it if this one continues in this direction. Just having a look in towards mid. It's going to be the early buy here from the French. M4s are plenty. Util light on. Astralis waiting out the lion's share of that early here. Not going to give up their lives. Dupree tasked with locking down the B lobby. Magisk towards mid. This is all just the default spread that you're seeing.
TYLOO will hear a peep out of those lower ramp players. Masuta to slot in alongside for the ride.
It's a fake one way.
Yeah, because they're already ahead of it, hoping to bait an aggressive swing. Giving them nothing. This is a big aggress from the boy. Masuta steps, delivers a double, backs a turn. TYLOO strikes, and there is a sign of life. Vitality with that mid-round re-aggress into the ramp, just as Astralis felt like they'd been given it. And Magic's getting nothing done as well. Okay, Vitality a 6th. We get to see a little bit of a CT side strength.
Yeah, that was nice right there. I really like that from Astralis, though. Dropping that smoke, not only was it like, hey, maybe we're a little bit further behind that, it means that if you're the gap player, that Ivy player, the scaffolding player, you're not going to peek on out because that is traditionally a one-way, right? So you don't want to peek out and take that fight. So it had multiple layers to it right there from Astralis, just getting caught as they walk up the ramp. But Astralis taking a very conservative approach here. You know, they had a bucket load of cash on Magis to go for a bit of a buy scenario. Lucky could have been in that same conversation. So they don't keep the foot on the gas in this one. They're actually letting up a little bit. Vitality need to be converting. This one, it's a gift for them. Great defensive molly there. Stalls out the one-way smoke. More bullets through. Glaive has a flash, which he could unleash here, and they might swarm on up. This might get sketchy, you know?
Really could. Apex is about to be run down. Doesn't get cleared, but TYLOO's gone. Apex needs more, and he's fallen too. Some weapons into enemy hands. The Danes making a little work. And Masuta's going to have to be really careful with his positioning now. We can't be susceptible to a quick drive-by of a Tech 9.
Looking for the gap here, up the ladder towards middle, but they will find resistance. Masuta here on that low HP you mentioned is going to have all of Astralis bearing him down.
Common pre-aim, Chad.
Yeah, this is going to be rough.
Yeah, oh no, not the transition. He will tuck into elevate, I think just in time. Masuta will go down. Takes one with him though. Astralis didn't invest, and they've managed to pull it into a 2-on-2, ready to impress. Bomb on the back of Glaive. He wants a... Is Kyojin even prepared for this? And oh, what an adjustment from Glaive. He is back to God mode, Glaive. 21 and counting. He's pulled Astralis through that first half, and they do it with nothing. Nothing, Chad. A couple of, was it a flashbang, a Kevlar vest, some B250s?
I'm surprised they even went for that low of an investment, considering where the money was at, and then they pull that out. This is just miserable now for Vitality. We can just grab the mirror image of that first map and then put it now on the French, who are struggling. This was their opportunity. This was their choice. Both teams picked these maps for a reason, and, well, we're not seeing why just yet. Good response, and I think we deserve a third here, knowing that only one of these teams will keep their lifeline alive here at the Major. So they're aggressive. They want to take the fight right now, the French.
Rare to see someone holding this so actively. He's ahead of the Magis clear, so depending on how greedy Magis gets for the answers there, Dupree might partner up with him. Dry. A second, he's ready to fight. Masuta does inflict another 60, but it's pulled immediately back to an even keel. Chugging along nicely, and Kyojin potentially re-aggressing. He wants answers in mid so as to keep the feet planted of his team. Far from planted. Apex just floating now. Interesting. He's partnered up with Kyojin for the re-aggression, and Dupree's job is to house this. Just shy, Kyojin. The bait and switch, he profits. TYLOO hears him coming. Oh, looking the wrong way. Does have enough time to adjust, and Glaive perhaps has to step up again. He has, with a double. 23 and counting. Bomb now planted, an uncomfortable retake. And oh, Lucky adjusts into Apex. Everything is aligning for the boys in the black and red.
And Shocks, you can just see the frustration. Like, he has an AWP. He's meant to retake that site in a 2-on-2. Yeah, maybe that's doable, but now there's just no way in. It started so well. They get the opening kill. They trade out. They go for a re-aggress. Two of them pushing through mid to find Dupree. But Glaive again, stepping up in a massive way.
They're running rings around Vitality. You can see a dejected Shocks there with 4 kills to his name.
3 of those in the first half, so only 1 here in the second.
Just silently hoovering up what little he could. Keeps the AWP in play for his teammate. And yeah, look at the funds, Chad. Astralis are within touching distance of just wiping the slate clean. That nuke will be nothing but a distant memory. And they'll be gearing up for Dust 2.
Yeah, Dust 2 is going to be a curious one here. Going to be a very interesting map to see these two teams go toe-to-toe on, obviously with the adjustments of the map coming into play. Well, Vitality, how much fight can you have? It is just that saved AWP, a couple of light upgraded pistols around that, a double boost in middle now, and well, they're coming their way. Masuta, you need to step up.
Spots him out. There's a lot more where that came from.
Just posturing here, right? They see each other. Okay, we don't want any of that just yet. We were hoping to find a path of least resistance.
Just puffing up their chest.
Well, that might force them into shocks as AWP. He is searching.
What can you get done? That's a great start. Takes down the leader of the pack. A hard adjustment stabilizes his aim, and Zipex is there at least to equalize something. That's the hero AWP gone. This is easily obtainable still for Astralis, despite that disadvantage forged by Shocks. Ooh, does he commit through? Apex, as C said, has done a lot with that now, and wrapping around Magisk. Pressure from both sides. The B site open for business if they could just find a way in. Masuta's D does connect. And Zip surely not got anything left.
2 HP.
2 HP. And Kyojin does bravely peek on in. He'll hoover up a nice weapon upgrade, but Vitality deal with it with only a saved AWP.
Yeah, that's huge from Shocks right there. He needed some impact, right? We just spoke about his lack of kills and immediately gets 2, right? The fact he even steadied his aim there for that second, it didn't feel like he was worth that. But there you go. That could be enough to get Vitality started here. Astralis, plenty of cash right now to go for a buy. They've already done it with very little. So if I saw them go for another half investment, I wouldn't be too surprised at this juncture of the game. They just need 2 more rounds. Now, no AWP here for the CT side, and that's where the impact of Shocks came on through. Timeout called. Zonic with another opportunity to chime on in here. Looking through his book of tricks is Zonic.
It's just doodles.
Just a picture.
A Valve. You know how you used to do doodles of your crush?
Wouldn't it be the opposite for him right now?
Yeah, it's arch enemy. You know, he's putting like little X's on their eyes.
The quietest Zonic's ever been, I think. But here we go. Astralis are going to be buying on in, and Glaive has opted to go for a Mac 10 out of choice here.
There isn't a single unarmored head, so I suppose it's more about pace for him as opposed to punish.
Yeah, it could be some quickness to this one right now. Sees nothing early. And they're not actually going to force the issue here, so both teams more than happy to wait out the early Utah, but there we go. There's something. Apex through the smoke onto Zip. Finally, they've been able to find themselves an opener here. At least one that can't be traded, one where they lose nothing, but Apex wants to try his luck. He's going to push forward. They're smoking off the elevator room. They want to fight, and Glaive, he's aware.
He's found a little safe haven. He really wants to rumble their retake, but look at the util. It's so perfect that there is nothing he can do but accept that they will have that territory back. But for how long? Oh, the nade will chip away. A re-smoke as well. They are demanding ramp room. They are forcing Astralis' hand elsewhere.
This is only going to buy them until about 50 seconds, maybe 45.
Look at Glaive. He really wants it back. Is he flashing through, or how do they retake this? You can see Apex. He's very susceptible.
He has another smoke for this. All right, this is perfect now. They might have to flash through, right? Because this is going to deny them so much territory. And Apex, he can hang around here. And this is a position where they might even line up for him.
The advantage firmly in Vitality's hands here. And he knows what's up. Might have to give it up if he wants to reload, yeah. He will, Scarpa. Time-sensitive mission. Very sensitive now. Apex sticking around. Needs to call for backup because they're coming. Sandbags ain't a bad option. Masuta's been summoned. The commitment's on its way. The bomb, however...
It's a fake. He's going to call it clear. He's going to call it clear. They can rotate.
Get your booties to B. Shocks has to tuck in.
10 seconds. It's just a save.
10 seconds. Astralis had to spawn right back where they started. Just one man less. And all of that cash cancelled.
Oh, Apex having a look. If he gets a kill after time there, That would have been nice, but what an odd round to Counter-Strike that was. Just having to deal with Apex the entire time. And the fact that he runs on through, sees that it's clear, he's also able to guarantee for the team that it wasn't going to be that A finish. Time of the essence. Astralis looking a little bit silly there, but still plenty of opportunities to get this done. 7 required now for Vitality just to get themselves up towards that 15 mark, but they can still get it done in regulation. There just can't be a spot on their record. Saved guns are in. More residual util as they're faking over towards the B side. ZywOo's picking.
Ooh. Yeah, and Apex again delivers in the same capacity, same angle. And that's a second. Apex has awoken. Puts Astralis on the back foot. They're off kilter now. A safe re-smoking will keep Zipex at bay. Bomb maneuvering back to mid. The nades are well placed as well. Zipex chunked. Down to 50 HP and now looking to walk through mid. Misuta's responsibility. He's in an off angle here. Oh, the boost. dupreeh will be caught with the inaccuracy of that jump. He doesn't choose to commit to it. Big test now for Masuta. He gets the early warning, and now with the bomb delivered, he anticipates more, and good shooting. Knocks the head off of dupreeh. Vitality to start to close this gap. Astralis, it was looking like it was going to be a void, a giant gaping chasm between the two. Now perhaps not so much.
It was 14-6 at one point, so let's keep that scoreline in the back of our mind to see when the Danes are able to stop this and get themselves to 15 rounds.
Well, when Apex stops finding at least one opening kill from his short swing. I imagine they won't be throwing the same bodies into the scenarios like this. This was a double from him, and Masuta just confirms the round. A nice second as well.
It is wild in the way that Apex does it. He definitely does it like an older player, right? Because a lot of these younger guys would be jiggling on that. Apex just swings, right? He's giving the wide swings every single time. But we've seen them win around with pistols before, and maybe they're going for the same glaive with the same flash. This time Apex isn't up close, and oh, they're going to lock him down. ZywOo with damage.
Looked the wrong way. Thank God Apex is there. He's picked up the pieces. Trying to run with the AK. dupreeh and Lucky turn up the pace, and Apex turns up the heat. A lovely 4K out of him to pull himself and his team back to 10.
Didn't get caught off guard that time, right? That was the same round that we've already seen Astralis win in this game, right? And they were able to quickly run down Apex and ZywOo over towards A. This time round, not the case, and maybe starting to get a little bit worried here, glaive. 4 more rounds until Vitality tie this one up, and the CT lockdown is starting to warm on up. ZywOo's nade gets 1 assist there as part of that, but Apex, great stuff from him. He's really coming alive on this CT side. Another timeout called, the second for Astralis here. This was looking destined for the third map. Now I guess that's in question. No AWP for the CT side. More than happy just to rock and roll with the rifles. Lucky the same. He's just bought on into an AK, the last man to purchase in the server. But is there going to be an all-in from Astralis? The only time we've really seen the all-ins is when it's just been down to the low pistols. We haven't seen them necessarily just go all-in with the AKs. They've just been the constant posturing. And it seems like there's quite a committee now in terms of the discussion and where they want this one to end.
What worked? What didn't? What's the problem? They're all having the discussion. ZywOo, rinse, repeat, calls it clear, smoked off now. You can see the potency of that smoke displayed by ZywOo's POV. glaive trying to disrespect it. They check it. That trade is crucial, but immediately Zipex pulls Astralis into the 2-man. To the good. glaive gone. Spots one on the cross. Masuta's got a lot here, and he's just staring at the grey screen. You can see a perfect incendiary. Now that will buy time. Bombs wrapping around short side. Kyoji's playing with fire here, and Lucky's been humbled a little. Down to 30. Bomb to be planted. It's undeniable. Angle from Shox. Oh, rather, Magisk onto Shox is perfect, and this is Astralis breaking through. All it took was that battle early. The trades contesting for ramp control. They hug the close wall. 15 secured. Vertigo, Vitality's pick. And now they have to have a perfect 5-round run.
That right there, you were bang on in terms of that close wall. So because of the fights that have been taken, right, they're always looking to slow down that one way. You could see Apex's Molotov was to deal with that, the bullets that Zywo was throwing through, and then the fact that they just call the bluff, they walk through the smoke, they trot on up that left-hand side. Zywo goes down, sure, Apex gets a trade, but it's just not enough. And I was talking about all-ins. There were so many more Astralis bodies there to take that ace site this time, and they weren't backing away from the fight. Orbs out this time for Zywo, but they're walking B into Shox, who has a big green as well.
Oh, he really could do it all. And he's been baited. That's the switch up, and Kyojin doesn't deliver. Thankfully, Shox is still firing. Keeps dupreeh down and out. Forced to reposition. A lot of pressure on the shoulders here of Richard. And he'll pause. Glaive's got the smoke. He's not going to drop it. That's for Jens. Magisk is in this off angle. Could have caught him had he mantled the sandbags.
That is the bomb there. Still looking like they want to go B. They might even spot him in the blind spot here, Shox.
Pins pulled. Trajectory indicative. Needs a shot. Needs to fall away. He's not been given it through the flames. He does look to strike. Magisk again contributes. A big opening. Masuta's rotated in time. The double is perfect. The third is even better. It puts Lucky into a doable clutch, and he's got time to work his magic. Safe. Oh no, he's not. Cancel. Has to play on and looking for trouble. Apex is playing a very passive game here. He'll activate once that bomb is down, not letting Lucky isolate the 1v1. Look at their stance. He'll confirm it now with the molly and the plan. A fake again. Will Apex fall for it? No, the shots confirm his suspicions. Now he crawls and the denial is likely. Vitality say play on. And they can thank Masuta for that.
Huge from Masuta right there. Massive, massive triple kill on the way in the door right there. Kyojin goes down with nothing. Shox gets only one for his trouble right there, but Masuta stepping up in a pressure moment. 15 to 11 now. Get to the business end here of this second map of play. And every single moment you have like that where a player steps up and does exactly this, considering how drawn out a lot of these fights are, it's round winning. You can't put it any other way. Lucky does his best in another clutch scenario, but here we go. Conservative from Astralis in this one. Money again in a decent position to justify a buy, but they want to keep it a little bit light on. The AK for Magisk, there you go, Apex down. Opening kill, just 4 more to find, and Zywo's stuck in no man's land.
He's in the wide open. He stands, gets away with murder, and allowed to reposition as well. Wow, the round could have been over if they'd have run him down.
Looks like they want to take control back here. Oh, just more util being missed. Just missed thrown there from Shox. It does absolutely nothing. Zywo repositions towards Sandbag. They can't lose another round to just this pistol and the AK upgrade.
They really can't, especially for the map. It's a good position, shorts the gap. Oh, no, it's not. Zywo's got a ratty angle to confirm. Oh, he goes walking. dupreeh, patience is rewarded, and now Astralis are hitting everything. Masuta saved them once. Can you really save them again? It's 2. It's up to Kyojin, the newest addition to Vitality, or we are off to dust too. Zipex greedy. And so a 1v1 established. It's experience versus the inexperienced. dupreeh, one of the names that's attended every single major. Kyojin his first. And dupreeh's trying to play the clock. Kyojin not falling foul to any over rotations or sound cues. The pressure's on dupreeh to plant. Will he hard clear though? He's going in. Kyojin, what do you do? Strikes immediately and pulls it home for Vitality. First Masuta, now Kyojin. Both of the young guns have kept Vertigo going for Vitality, and that is going to be 12.
And that's just some upgraded pistols and AK again, though. So this is rocky for Vitality at best, right? The fact that they get this one done, and in the fashion of having to win a 1-on-2 clutch, it's a lifeline. It's a lifeline, but can they seize it? Because that's a round where just the deagle shots just kept coming. The pain from Astralis, it was dealt. That shot from dupreeh onto Zywo, he didn't even see it coming whatsoever. But you're stressed out now if you're the French. This is 3 more rounds required to take it to overtime.
That's a game face if ever I saw it.
Oh, they can buy, right? They get the plant. They did so much damage.
Touching distance of just completely forgetting about their shortcomings on Nuke. but Vitality are not making it easy.
There's so much cash, right? That hasn't been an issue in this game. Sure, there's been a couple of those low buy rounds, but it's always been threatening. It's a bit of a different change.
Hilarious to compare how little utility damage Vitality have found on their CT side in comparison to that of Astralis. I think the players on average have about 200 each, and for Vitality, it's comically low.
Double ops again here for the CT defense. And again, they just want to take the fight over towards A. It feels like the rounds could be won or lost in an instance here in the first 20 seconds, but this time a bit more room, no argy-bargy, no back and forth. ZywOo and Apex able to post up. More utility being thrown back and forth. A slow approach from Astralis again. And mid's the gap they're trying to pip here. Masuta, he stepped up once. Can he do it one more time?
A lot of pressure on that guy's shoulders for a crucial part of the map.
Look at how much room they have over towards B right now. There's so much space. Shox is holding the line. Kyojin has a babysitter here. He's getting actually baited in for multiple kills. And if it is a mid to B, there'll be 2 players to defend.
Yeah, and this Molly's doing nothing. It's for the typical connector position, but Suter's playing CT. Oh, fumbles his nades. Wrong time. Does manage to drop his own, at least to buy time for the cross. They can't get through. That was the bomb as well. A potential commitment. Cancelled. 44 seconds and counting as they do look to readdress, and they could be walking into the aforementioned stack.
Looks like they're trying to split A here. That would be the right call.
Okay. ZywOo spots out one. Zipex knows, and the timer on this. They are starting to call for aid through mid. It will be a gap filled by Shox. Will he check?
It's on to timing here. 25 seconds. Maybe it is back to B.
Shox considers it as an option. They're already wrapping in.
They're so quiet.
He's been so loud about this. Still puts the bomb on the floor. They're running out of players. Shox, 2 of the 3. Lucky's left alone. No time for this. And Vitality say play on. That was hanging in the balance, Chad. Those few engagements determining whether we even see another round of Vertigo.
They pulled them everywhere they needed. It looked great. They forced Masuta out of the midline towards spawn. It looked like they
was caught out.
Yeah, he was back and forth, right? They gamble stacked over towards that A site and able to pull the trigger at just the right time as he rotates back. The bomb gets dropped, the round gets won, and the Vitality starting to get this one closer and closer. 2 more rounds until overtime here. But Astralis, when they've started off as a unit, when they've just traded, right? When they've had multiple bodies taking the fights over towards A, whether it be pistols, whether it be AKs, they've been able to get it done. There's 2 more rounds to give this one a crack.
7 of the last 8 have gone Vitality's way. It's really been quite the silence for Astralis, of course, securing 15 in the middle of that.
I feel it has to be that A approach again from Astralis, where you mentioned they tucked into the left-hand side of that smoke, but Vitality, they need to know that's coming as well. It's just on 2 men in the early stages, this ZywOo and Apex, right? They're the ones who are set up to lock down that ramp. It's on them. If they go down, this is just going to get difficult. Shox and Kyojin back to lock down B.
All right. Let's see how that smoke is dropped. Just your lurky boy from Dupree. Smoked off and
there
pushing. Apex is gone. ZywOo has to be the hero. He wants to say play on.
1's not enough.
It's far from enough, but 2 might do. Glaive gone, can reposition the swing just a little late. Zipex hunting, just tucks in time. Vitality have got an opportunity now. A big one. Despite the loss of Apex early, they've clawed it back immediately. I say they, I mean him, ZywOo. Masuta in the right position, typically the mid player, now actively contesting short. A reactionary smoke from ZywOo to reposition further. But it will give room for Astralis. Kyojin nearly with a very embarrassing death. He needs to live on.
Huge gap.
Not for much longer. ZywOo makes it 3. A fake plant. Maybe Kyojin gets a bit greedy. The nades are baited out and Zipex will punish. Looking for a 2v4, and they've got time. Chill your beans. It's Lucky and Zip. 2 very different ends of the Counter-Strike spectrum. Nades very light on. Only the B player. That was Shox and is Shox. Bomb planted. No wallbang out of ZywOo. As soon as they get their after plant positions, there's a world where they can wrap it up. Right now, Shox is coming back for the ramp flank. He'll have a chance, and down goes ZywOo. Couple more clicks required. Zipex and Lucky recovering for Astralis, trying to force Dust 2. It's for survival at the major. Kyojin's so low, nearly burnt to a crisp. He's looking the wrong way. Oh, backpack spotted. He's got to play this well. That's something. It's up to Lucky to save Astralis. He can finish it right here and now. The bait. He calls the bluff. The shot fires the bullets. He's got to hold it now. Lucky just needs to click on the head and shocks. He's doing it with the defuse. He says play on. 9 kills, 29 rounds, but the defuse has saved Vitality. Oh, Lucky may need an extra 10 seconds after that one.
Oh, dearie me. They've almost snatched it away.
That's gonna hurt.
Oh no, just the way the last string of rounds have gone. It's 15-14. The timeout's called from the French. They're taking a moment to take a bit of a deep breath here. They've almost pulled off this comeback. They're almost taking us to overtime here. They're not giving up.
That was theirs. Pulled across the line by Shox. A couple of stray bullets on the first. Fate gets Lucky's paranoia fueled. A little late to start his engagement on the taps. Doesn't find the initial connection. And yeah, it's gonna hurt. Last round of regulation, folks. Astralis have been sitting on 15 for some time now.
They got everything they needed. The opening, it's the way that they've been getting into these rounds. But here's ZywOo, 2 quick ones, the third as well. It looks like he's done enough when he's lonesome here, but they actually get it back in. Oh, almost. You can see the shots from Lucky. They're so close. Shock's getting tapped away. There's nothing he could do, but we're back into play here, and it's towards middle. They're up the ladder. They're slinking through. The gap's being found. Masuta to receive, and he needs to hit the shot. He's got one. Masuta can't get the second. Lucky's found the trade.
They have mid. This rapid B is going to hurt. Kyojin has to respond. He's responsible for a whole lot here, but already Magis catches them. That's the bomb carrier. They can wrap in. It's all on Shox.
Again.
He extended play once. He will be cleared. Takes one for his troubles. A second onto Lucky. A huge delivery. 2 on 2. OT looms. Magis to plant. ZywOo partnered up. They have a smoke. They have the kit. Magis hunted. Does deliver the headshot necessary. Swinging out. Confirms ZywOo's position. It's up to ZywOo to force the OT, and he does flash off. Profits for the first, and AK to work his magic, but Dupree proactive. We're going to 3. It goes the distance. Close, though. Close to seeing overtime. Astralis just find it in regulation. And the slate now wiped clean, Chad.
Oh, push the distance right there. A stressful way to do it. It looked like it was their map to close, but the French, they never gave up. But this is it. Do or die. Major elimination on the line right here in Astralis. They're not done yet. They haven't had the best of maps, but this is finally a victory. They've lost 3 in a row, 3 maps in a row, and this is the first they've won, and it's in all 30. Massive performance having to be done there, right? Massive stuff that's just gone on down. I think Glaive again, you know, lucky with his moments, and it comes down to a one-on-one to seal the deal. Holy moly.
Yeah, I mean, that's the tail end, and I believe that's where Dust 2 will pick up from. Now both teams have managed to take each other's map picks. These highlights, I think, will be worth sticking around to watch, just so you can remember just the large void that was left after some of these wins. It looked like it was going to be an open and shut case. It starts like this. We get a little bit of hope from Zipex's triple dig, and then they build upon it.
In a 16-14 game, those 2 rounds are going to stick out like a sore thumb. The one that you just saw with the Zipex Deagle, and then the one that we're going to get to in that second half, where it was the light buy. It was Astralis being conservative again with that one flash, and they were able to run down that A site. Those 2 are the difference maker in all of this, right? Vitality were able to hold on. They were able to keep this one threatening. I'm glad that they didn't just roll over and let this map slip away. But still, they're going to be feeling hard done by both teams on their map choices, unable to put up enough of a fight here to get it converted. It was a great comeback on this CT side, and you have to say that it was huge rounds from Glaive to keep them in it. Oh, it's going to be Dust 2 next, and this is where it becomes anybody's. It becomes anybody's series right here. I think we're going to give the Orping pedigree, obviously, over towards to the Vitality side with ZywOo in the server, but the map, it's been adjusted, it's been updated, it's been tweaked. And who's willing to take the most risks? Because now it's going to come down to that nerve, right? This was a map right now where the 2 rookies of Masuta and Kyojin, at least in this type of a major environment, they had a chance to get it done. But now all the pressure is going to be on, and now we get to really put under the microscope those 4 individuals of Astralis who have all that experience. Are they going to be the ones who stand up when the pressure is at its absolute highest? They've been in this position before. The Challenger stage, they had to come back from a 0-2 deficit just to get to this point. The French are trying to replicate that themselves.
Yeah, two quick best of ones, and suddenly they're staring down the cruel reality of having to win 3 best of 3s, and now they find themselves here up against Astralis. Winner stays on.
14-6. 14-6 was the scoreline, and we went all the way back to go 16-14.
And that was Astralis on the T side. Now, they had the choice. They were the ones given the choice between Overpass and Dust2 in the veto, which I imagine means Vitality will get to choose their side, which likely they'll be thrown into the mix again.
But what do you go to, right? Dust2 is one of these maps where it's a 50-50, you flip a coin. It's not the end of the day which side of the map you're going to start on here. It's going to come down to very game plan specific stuff. This was a huge round from Zawu that almost got out of control late. Thank God we had this one heat up, right? We actually started to get the game that we wanted to see. And now as we go to Dust2, I'm hoping we get more of that, more fireworks. Nuke was a bit of a snooze fest, right? But Vertigo delivered here, the comeback almost manifesting, and Dust2 just around the corner. We want more of that.
Yeah, absolutely. More of that. The individual stepping up. Glaive, the hot, the not. It's back and forth. He does pull them through Vertigo. And I just can't wait to see how our third map goes. One of these teams is going home after Dust2. We don't know. Find out with us when we come back from the break. Dust2 is where this one will be decided. 1 win, 2 losses, and now our 3rd map. So Astralis and Vitality holding on. Fingertips on the edge of major elimination cliff. Our machine, he's Chad Burchill. We have got a little bit of uncertainty in the ranks. Both teams losing their map pick. Astralis looking limp on Nuke. Vitality clawing it back on Virgo, but not closing.
I think Glaive being activated is something here, something really to sink our teeth into, right? Because if he's feeling the game, he can be calling well. We saw Magic's getting fired up. Lucky's had some moments here as well. If we can get a bit more out of Zip and Dupree, right, then we're really talking about a competitive last map of play here. Now, I was talking about recent history with the RMR. It was Nuke and Vertigo fell in the favor of the guys from Vitality quite easily. But before that, there was a Blast Fall matchup between these two teams. Now, once again, you know, Glaive, he wasn't in the server there for that one. But Dust2 was the 3rd map. And in that map, I do believe there was a beautiful Kyojin like ace down towards long, locking Astralis out. Now, you can see we're still waiting for the players to get their headsets on to get this one underway. Shouldn't be too long now, but Apex
like
is...
to go to shocks before they start.
Yeah, give him a high five. All right, mate, let's get this one done. Getting the attention of Kyojin just there, and one at a time they go down the line. But this is it. Do or die. There's no other way to put this one here. Loser of this is eliminated. Winner fights on for another day, but that 2-2 column is not going to be easy tomorrow.
Yeah, Gambit Nips going down right now as well. One of those teams will not be looking it in today and fall into the very same category. Vitality versus Astralis, folks, and it is to be determined here on Dust2. A couple of changes, you'll notice it immediately from T-Spawn. The double doors cross, not so easy to spot. Expect some CT aggressions. Expect some early jumps, as Lucky is, to get that information safely. And Apex willing to take that fight. Xbox smoked, nade looks well placed. Oh, right on the money. Magisk and Dupree operating at half health, and you can see that their intentions are clear. Lucky late long, commit to A, or at least flirt with that idea. The Xbox smoke to have given them that relatively for free.
Yeah, this is taking the pace out of it here. So they do have the space. They're waiting for a regress, feigning the footsteps out. The mid to B is called relatively clear here. They could smoke and go, but I think they're just posturing to play with the rotation, and they haven't actually drawn a player away from A. By doing this, you want to have that 3rd man, that 3rd A defender come back over towards CT, and they haven't, so they're just going to split B quickly.
All right, wow, this is a mix-up. Apex has dropped a nice defensive smoke that'll channel them into Masuta. Careful, Masuta, you're getting a bit keen for that one.
Lucky's flank.
Lucky a late flank. Yeah, oh, solid out of Masuta. The last 2 bullets. He has to do more. He has done more. Dupree down, Lucky left alone, and yeah, got to try and close this gap. A little bit of flare in the strafe, but that will do nicely. And Masuta gets a pat on the back in a big way. He was isolated there, and he was taking ambitious duels, tucking into the site in time. That'll do.
You can see how they adjusted on the fly there, right? You have a couple of options once you get that space. You can go for the A execute, or you can go for the mid to B. Well, the mid to B was the call, but bang on. Masuta had a couple of key rounds over there on Vertigo to keep Vitality's hopes and dreams alive. And Lucky, while the last man standing, left in the clutch again. But a force buy through. It's going to be some scouts, some deagles into the mix here. Deep molly towards long will contain Astralis for now. And this is the same approach we have seen across both of the first 2 maps of play here. They just sit back, they wait out that early util, and then just creep through the path of least resistance. This time they'll make their way up catwalk again. They've got a boatload of smokes for an execute if they'd like.
It's a confident buyout of Masuta as well, and ZywOo both with the full Kev, no nade, M4. It should be fine for ZywOo to deal with this. Apex going to drop that smoke to
This is contact.
segregate them, and they are just contact walking in. ZywOo has given them the contact, the smoke likely to follow.
They're just testing the water here. We're going to limp out one at a time. This is going to get dismantled.
Yeah, can't believe their luck. Just one duel after another. Apex pockets some extra change. Thank you, Dupree. And Apex will make it a comfortable 3.
It feels like there's been absolutely no executes in this game. Like on Nuke, maybe a couple, right? Maybe a couple of top set pieces, maybe the odd smoke wall. But realistically, This entire series so far has just been walk to a point of contact, try and get the trades done, and if it falls in your favor, you win the round. So really quite lacking as far as tactical depth. Now, I know that was a force play, but they had so much utility in terms of smokes there to drop the one-way, to drop the bridge smoke, to do all those goodies right there. But we're not going to get a whole lot in play. And now it's just going to be 2P2, well, make it 3P250s and a couple of Glocks. An aggressive maneuver for Apex up mid, and he's caught with a nade in his hand, but the farming will begin.
Oh, lovely. That's exactly what you want to see. Apex, he's not dead. His teammate is. He might be too. TYLOO struggling to hit that tip of the lucky head. And Kyojin puts them to bed. Okay, 3-0. They get their conversions. Everyone's taking it in turns to farm up a triple kill or such. Astralis now going to be whipping out their rifles. But you're right, though. In terms of like set pieces, it has been a very unusual state of affairs. In Nuke especially, we weren't really getting much more than a couple of wall smokes with no one really behind them. Some top pops. Feels like oh so long ago. Now, of course, Vertigo more recently in our minds. And very quick out of Vitality, whipping out the double AWP. Lucky's been able to count. Calls 2 cross B. And Glaive, suicide, straight down. He wants to go with this. They're trying to punish this B defense. They're about to be very quick on the heels of this 2-man defense. There's no rotation available. They're still hard committed long. Maybe the aggressive long doors push could have something to contribute.
They haven't hit the go here. The fact that they've stalled out is a bit of a problem. That space is being taken now. Just stalled out. Util back and forth.
Flustered. Yeah, back to tons. They've got no ground. Nothing to celebrate. Zipex has had time to return to the long door. Shadow advantage for Kyojin. That will be the equalizer with the FAMAS v AK. Lucky Boy smoke out of Magisk. This will keep feet planted, enable you to execute through it, flash through it if you desire. Does keep Shox guessing on the AWP. It's a good counter to his current position. They just fly out.
Behind this.
Walk up behind it, exactly. He's pre-aiming the boost. They're coming. Oh, does lose his head. Magisk, a big entry into the site, and that's a double from the Dane. Stick a fork in that.
Yeah, they have to save here, right? You bang on with that double AWP investment. You can't risk going for this and immediately they lose the site. You're going to see a lot of this on a map like Dust too. Lose those opening kills. And if they just committed to that mid to B, you're thinking as well, it would have been a perfect call. They had so much space. You like the way that they've operated by getting all that mid room. So they drop down, they do the boost in suicide with the AWP to make sure that nobody's pushing mid, nobody's fighting mid. And then as soon as it's called clear, they just trundle on down. So I like the pace from Astralis there, but same thing again, it's just a contact walk, right? This is such an interesting game of Counter-Strike to see it unfold like this. There's no like setting the pace in terms of strategies. There's no like really conditioning the opponent with certain maneuvers. It's just walk on in, you hit the opening kill, and you find the second. Well, that's it. Bomb goes off. Astralis do get there first. There's lots of cash over there for Vitality, right? So no dramas as far as a buy goes. Masuda's got plenty. ZywOo can drop a gun if they want to do the double AWPs, even enough money to do exactly that. So we will see another full gun round coming on out, but that felt way too easy. And Magisk, that was some beautiful shooting out of him. Shox isn't going to opt for the AWP again. They will just be getting him a rifle in hand, the M4A1S variety. Util pretty good, kits in play, and here's that boost again. This time turning their attention over towards B early.
I think they used a HE to cross, very retro. The black smoke visible just for a second on the fade.
Well, this time a bit more heads up, right? They're not letting them creep in, they're not letting them play any games behind the smoke. Hinchswat dropped, and ZywOo quick on the flick, but no damage done. Just a standard default posturing now as Glaive mantles on up through the Xbox short control. Next on the agenda here. Rally of nades back and forth. But it is just poking and prodding. No clear intention just yet as the bomb has greeted towards the mid doors as well. A minute remaining on the clock here, and well, they do have enough utility to go for a mid to B or a short play again with the pack locking down middle.
Yeah, well, you might get that exec you were hoping for.
As Dupree walks out mid, right, he might be able to catch one slipping if they push down towards mid doors. ZywOo posted up. He should have a good chance now. They might quickly go up short.
They're trying to maybe rush down the AWP. Apex trying to confirm things early. He
Mid
doesn't
to
spot
B.
a thing. Mid to B. Again, they want to punish Shox and Masuta. Masuta beat them on the pistol. Can he do anything here? Baited in nicely. Does get 1.5. Need more Shox. Need more. And he gets toyed with. ZywOo does line one up straight through the smoke. Spanks the bottom of Dupree. Bomb down. Do they play for the retake?
Apex is close already.
Should he peek again? He might catch
That's a
ZywOo.
teammate's molly.
Just in the molly as he retreats. Tagged up on the doors. They're grouping up to go for this. There's lots of util. What's going on? He's been shot in the back. Apex, his eyes were averted from the sight. Lucky looking to survive. He's on the big box. It's only Lucky now. ZywOo's hitting some great shots, and now Lucky. Oh! ZywOo burned down. Lucky actually gets the clutch. What killed him? The Flames? A fumbled nade, fall damage? That is a weird way to go down. It looked like they'd found all the frags necessary. Lucky isolated 2 players to hunt him down. There's time to defuse. We'll have to see that one again.
There's been some real awkward moments in this game here today. And that one, just add that to the tally, add that one to the list. How did that go down? How did that unfold? I don't blame them for wanting to take a timeout here. This was the ZywOo through the smoke. So jumping, spots him,
Bang.
lines it up, through the smoke, through the wall.
So we had an incendiary. Gets the shot.
So that's the molly in the sight. So he drops in the flame, just licks him on the way on in. Oh, the 1G. Summit will be proud.
Oh.
Yeah, and that one right there was a round that it was unlikely for Vitality to contest until ZywOo gets that trade kill up towards window, right? And then they're spurred into it, right? Then they give it a crack. So Astralis gifted a little bit of a opportunity here. One more round on the trot. They will break Vitality. They'll make it so they can actually start to put a few more rounds on the board here. Same boost coming out. Lucky on his teammate's head. And not taking a pot shot. Very reserved.
Very. But happy just to get given the count, Magisk. He knows what he's working with and working against.
They're baiting these smokes out early, so that's dropped very early over towards the B side of things. And Glaive, he's on a bit of a walk here. Apex not ready for this. And oh dear.
You lucky soldier.
Now a bit of a change here from Astralis, taking space a bit quicker. You can see just how much that caught Apex off guard, and they're going to call the big man ZywOo over to lock things down.
He does mantle up. He'll have a sight line. And he's going to peek around this. Glaive does go down. Not expecting that re-aggression from the AWP immediately. ZywOo looks to reposition. They could both throw these Vanguard smokes.
I think they heard him drop spawn. So if they do this, it's perfect. There's no AWP going to be at car to stop this.
Yeah, it's only going to be up to Apex, and he's not really got much to defend his...
Oh, they're coming back!
No, they're coming straight into ZywOo. He can't believe his luck. He puts the bomb down. That will channel them elsewhere. They're flashed and worried. Pull up their socks, head back to short. ZywOo will eat the flash. Oh, never mind. He's got vision, and he's missed his shot. Magisk has pulled them right back into a potential competitive 3v5. And look at them. This is like a pendulum. Back and forth. CT's left guessing. Loud now and light on time.
It's mid to be. The bomb's there.
Yeah, but it's a FAMAS and MP9. What are you supposed to do? Magisk is so sharp today. Posts his 7th, leaps into Shox. Shox doing it all if he can. Just string together 2. He's pulled the round out of his bottom. MP9, 2 AKs barreling towards him, and he gets them both.
You can just see that they're just trying to play the rotations. Really just trying to play the rotations right there. And I thought they heard ZywOo drop to spawn. I guess not, because they've gone back for the mid to B. The repositions caught them off guard, thrust them over towards A, and then back they go again.
Shox his first 2 kills as well. Like, he hasn't been having a world of a fun over on that B site. You've been talking about it, you know, conditioning them. They've been dropping their nades early. We saw him miss his AWP shot and get run down. Magisk's double.
Yeah, another a good round from Magisk here as well, though, right? Like, this is how it started. ZywOo peering around the smoke, being brave, and wanting to play for info. I really feel this matchup between these two teams is all about the information, right? It's all about how much information you can have to get yourself in the right position, and this is great from Shox. He's under so much pressure here, up against the rifle. It's a great gun in that circumstance, and, well, we go back again. Scoreline 4-2. Timeout taken for Astralis now. And they can buy. You can see that already starting to manifest. The only one yet to purchase is Zip. Probably waiting for the marching orders of what utility required for the next round of play. A lot of calling of the bluff here. Both sides with the AWPs. Long spawn for Glaive here, so if he wanted, he could go for a little bit of a play. Only has that Deagle. He's going to need the support of his teammates' flashes to help them get on out. There's the AWP again. This time a bit more of a passive stance. Lucky doesn't have that info. They're posturing towards long. They're about to pop and go here.
ZywOo tested. Flash is perfect. He will pull the trigger all the same. Damage inflicted. Kyojin to be really tested here. The corner smoke. ZywOo will have to respect that. And actually, interestingly enough, Kyojin's dropped one of his own to take that blue bin fight.
It's going to stall him out for a bit.
Yeah. And now they know there's presence pit. Where is the support? Where is the flashes? He's just taken them dry. And that's something else from Apex. Him and the smoke have a trying relationship, but this time again, he opens up the account with the double.
Stolen Glaive's superpower here, I think, in this series.
Certainly, but Magiska's pretty damn super as well. But today, just ducking under the crosshair of Magiska's Masuta. And that damage inflicted earlier on their long advance is still echoing into this round as Apex call out the information present. Apex knows where one of the two are. Likely an easy assumption to make is that long is lost. ZywOo's given that up.
They have two smokes, right? They can do the classic smoke wall here. They can drop one from afar. Looks like dupreeh wants to operate here with the AK-47 in his hand, so no AWP to oversee business. Now, they can creep up, and they can do this late, right? You don't have to do the set piece where it's so telegraphed. They can walk up, drop them, and then cross. Now, they will have to deal with ZywOo's AWP.
Okay, what's his reaction to this? In Gandalf tuck in. Nade on ramp. Just a little bit of chip damage. It's all about the denial of this plan. And they're hunting for Gandalf. They're running towards ZywOo. He does get spotted out. They're closing the gap 10 seconds. You have to take a shot and does take one with him. No hope for dupreeh. What are you supposed to do? Plant for cash. Doesn't get that either. Vitality 5, Astralis 2. And they handle business.
Poof, good stuff there to get the AWP back in the hands of ZywOo. He was just very reserved on that. Just kept his head tucked on down and even gets one for his trouble. So now, question marks for Astralis here in that buy department. They were already at the bottom of the barrel with that investment there. You knew Glaive was only into a pistol, and now it is going to be a scout for dupreeh. But this double from Apex, right? Like, the amount of kills that he's had in this series through the smoke is mental. You go back to Nuke, you go back to Vertigo. He was just getting constant kills through the smoke. And this time round, dupreeh will find the tag on Masuta. Blood could be spotted on the back there, so I don't know if they've done damage or not, but they're going to try a pacey change again, and they made this work on Vertigo. They changed the pace, they pushed up, and they went quick. ZywOo to be tested again.
Okay, it's going to come down to the util they throw out to force him back. I mean, I say util, what is it, a flash?
It's going to be the bodies, that's what they have.
Oh, God. And that's the counter util already. Okay, bait, switch, swing. Threat of the scout. High flashes for his repeaks. He is posting the numbers necessary. ZywOo just has a lovely shooting gallery cleaning up. dupreeh to counter with a rebuttal. Missed shot shy of the mark. He does find the second. Some style points for dupreeh. He out-orbs ZywOo with the 1700 version. Masuta just in the blind spot. dupreeh snaps into another head. Careful now. Vitality vulnerable, shocks the flank. He will be silenced. dupreeh, though, no slouch.
Huge round. Just the scout constantly finding those heads right there. Some great shots from dupreeh. And that was a very, very limited investment. So keeping these rounds highly contested here.
Yeah, Vitality still just, you know, penny pinching. Looking under the sofa cushions to make sure they can get everything through.
Yeah, they did drop a couple of extra HEs in spawn there for Apex. So he got a couple of those out to do some utility damage here. But this was great from ZywOo. You can see the repositioning on the fights. And then dupreeh, well, he comes alive here.
The third is very stylish onto Masuta as well. So aggression, starting it off, yeah, straight away, back into the fray. Down goes Apex this time, but Shocks responds with aggression, and he's threaded the needle.
He's found the gap, he's found the gap. Oh, this is huge.
Okay. Zip is going to be lining up a nade. So that should be a free frag. He's going to be calming a lot when he hears this. dupreeh long door side. They're going for like a B-tons heavy lean. Shocks will hear this. He's already so far pushed up. They're not ready. He's really under their skin.
Oh, he hasn't heard it. He hasn't heard it.
He will now. And Zipex spots him out. He's lost all the power now. It will slow him down at the bare minimum. The rotate's on its way, and down he goes. Shocks gets nothing out of that.
They're gamble stacking B off the back of this. Or Australia's going to stick to their guns. If they have these three postured in upper dark and they continue forward, it will be into the stack of Vitality.
But if they have the presence of mind, they'll let and wait for dupreeh to have a little look. They'll consider that as a possibility. Glaive commands the troops to bide their time, reposition.
So I was in mid with the AWP here. He could stop this if he's quick.
He at least has their Xbox rotate. Hinge smoke's a possibility, but they're just doing it.
He gave up the mid doors.
He gave it up.
That
They
has
won't
to
get
be the round.
any answers now. Yeah, you're right.
They're just going to walk in right now, Astralis, right? You can see this. There's the pressure on the long corner. They've come up short. Nobody's home at this point. You have a very good idea that it is going to be the gamble stack, but you just want to make sure it is clear. Molly's for the site. In they go. And Vitality, they don't really have any choice right now. They're just forced into this. They took a gamble. It didn't pay off. Shocks there. It was just the smallest of margins, right? It's just the absolute smallest of margins. The fact that Zipex returned to that position to look on down mid, and then Dupree ready and waiting. They snapped that one shut. And that was after the opening that Zip got towards that long corner. Apex went down within the early stages of that. The first 15 seconds, he was dead. Astralis will bounce back with their third.
And with what Shocks had managed to pull off there in terms of just catching a timing, the long doors holder not active as Zip gives up mid to go line up his smoke, you'd think he'd been able to build something on the back of that. But yeah, caught out. Zip gets that info safely, Dupree can react, and Vitality lose their potency.
It felt to me like he wanted to make sure that they couldn't go towards mid, right? Whereas if he had just stayed and hedged towards spawn, then he probably doesn't get a kill or any info, right? So you could see the decision-making. They wanted to make himself useful. That death was really the undoing of the round. Now, the saved guns do get Vitality back in a position of a buy. But there's an omission. Apex is down to the FAMAS here. Full util, however.
This could really be a gap closer now for Astralis. They're going to boost Lucky up for the cross. He's pretty passive. Bit of a passive fist. And as he does have a look, he meets ZywOo's fist. Straight to the jaw. Lucky gone. Orping presence. Overwatch cancelled. And the smoke. He's going to keep going. Dupree, the spearhead here. And Glaive's clawed one back. He's actually picked up the AWP and done what Lucky couldn't. Kyojin stands vigilant, though, on long. That's locked down, and they have to go back to the drawing board, and mid seems to be the object of their affection. A 2-2 split of Vitality's defense. Masuto's still got a real sack of util, so should they go late B, that's going to be a tough one. Magisk would love to force something early.
In this 4-on-5 situation, it's very likely Vitality just play a 2-2, and that's the setup they're currently in, right? It's very difficult to get back across those mid doors, especially now, you know, Glaive has the AWP. You got a couple of options here if you're Astralis. You could group up, do an AX, you have plenty of nades to do exactly that, and you know that the AWP isn't in play, right? ZywOo's down, so you can get into that site, but it looks like mid to B.
Well, they cleared close doors at the bare minimum. Again, Masuta and Shocks to be tested here. The util we talked about is dropped. Oh, Magisk just catches a stray. Only Shocks. Apex trying to be the hero. He nearly takes down Zip and at least starts what Shocks can't finish. Glaive again contributes on the AWP, and it's up to Kyojin. Straight on through. Glaive gets the info and just going to save that AWP. Kyojin not interested, and that's Astralis breaking the bank. We're going to have a hero AWP situation.
I really thought right there after the ZywOo opener, it was just going to be one of those rounds that peters out for Astralis, right? We've seen them plenty of occasions. They lose an opening kill or two. They just walk around, and then the round just falls apart here. But Glaive stepping up again, right? And he only has 2 kills to his name, but both of which came in this round, and that secured them their 4th now. He's been great in the first 2 maps of play. If he can come alive with more of that here on Dust 2, the team are going to need it. That's impact. That's going to break Vitality right now. Lost bonus coming on through, sure. The saved AWP, that's the best thing they have to boast. But right now, you want to set ZywOo up. You want to put him in a position where he can be very active with that AWP to find as many kills for you as possible. They had 1,900 as the lost bonus coming into this round, meaning if they take a save next round, they will be able to buy. But it's a rough spot to be in right now. That gap will close. Astralis looking likely to convert their 5th here if they can deal with this AWP.
Do you just let him off the leash, or do you really give him a bomb site?
Yeah, this is the type of situation where, you know, you want him to go for a pick. You want him to go for a fight and find you a kill. Oh, he's doing exactly that.
Oh, Magisk caught out aggression. Masuta might lose the site, though. He's being run down. They're committing. ZywOo's AWP will be able to contribute. Can Masuta get anything? The answer's no. ZywOo wants info. A boost might work. It could be potent.
Oh, they're dropping back immediately. This is quick decision-making right now. They're trying to go around the world. Apex is taking the space up mid.
Spawn, bro. If he keeps going, if he keeps going and rounds this corner, he's got Magisk's weapon to work with as well. And there's the bomb. Come on, Dan, work it out. No, he's got his knife out. Does tuck in time. Threatening now, at least to keep Astralis caged. They're pulling utility out, and now on the retrieval, bomb scooped up.
They're out of smokes now. There's going to be nothing for the B doors if they return to the site.
Lucky's
What
in.
a massive blunder this has been.
Lucky's in. Glaive's waiting for this hunt. Oh, Apex is getting away with murder here. ZywOo will be there in time. This is the fight. This is the fight. He strikes. dupreeh gone. Bomb spotted on the commit. Zipex is in and Kyojin Steeg is in the feed as well. This will turn the tables right on around. The bomb to go down. Glaive's vision fading. A lurky smoke to crawl on in. The gap is held for now. Apex late from tons. Glaive will be on notice. It's all about who strikes first. It's all about who strikes first. 4 versus 2. They've done a lot of the heavy lifting. Down goes Apex. Kyojin's his next victim. Glaive again saving Astralis, and Zipex puts the cherry on top. Recovered between the two of them. They find all 5 in the 5th as well for Astralis. It was tense.
Oh, I'm so glad they can laugh that off. That could have been the game down there. Just the morale of the team. You made the right call, but you left the bomb at spawn. You had no smokes left to get yourself back across here. This is how ZywOo opened up the account. Magic's trying to do it safely. Just gets plucked out of the air, and this is when the smokes are faded. It's being thrown across. They grab that. Kyojin even finds this kill. It's a 2-on-4 situation.
Well handled. Incredibly well handled. It's Glaive. This as well just seals the deal. Kyojin has nothing done. The gap in the smoke, you can understand why. But Zipex was drawn into it and profits from it. A CT timeout. Vitality just want to screw their heads back on tight. No warp in play now, despite ZywOo putting up such a fight.
That's crazy right there. I cannot believe they got away with that. They did everything right, other than leaving the bomb at spawn, right? They were in. They were in the site. They had to send so many players back just to get that bomb. Okay.
Last chance saloon now. It's still not ideal. A couple of foregone nades. Lucky this time is taking pot shots, but the numbers have been called. 2 across.
Bit more of a default spread here. Pressure long. They like to apply it. Kyojin up close just in case, and ZywOo tucked in for the anti-flash. The gap right now is short, but there's no pressure there just yet. Another lurk smoke to be dropped out towards the B site, and it's actually drawn the 3rd man of Apex. He's the float on A all the way over towards this B bomb site. Worried about him mid to B or a B hit, the French. That lurk smoke is, well, been dropped, and Glaive's going to go all the way back. Regrouping with the rest of his forces towards top mid.
This long setup could be tested as well here. I mean, he's desperately trying to pull util out of them, but stubborn and light on. Shox does still get a face full of Magisk, who's been no slouch in opening that B-bomb site, but it is back to long.
There's 2 here.
And Kyojin this whole time. Who takes first contact? Masuta's going to get info early. Kyojin wants to bait and switch. He'd love ZywOo to be the second component of this, when all eyes are drawn towards the pit. Kyojin activated, surely. Needs to take an engagement, and does. Now ZywOo's turn to strike, and he has as well. Bomb loose. Vitality sail through round 12. And Apex confirms. You can see his mouth moving fast. And dupreeh's hunt met by a FAMAS between the eyes, all onto Magisk. He's been great for Astralis, but a 1v5 is just too much to ask. Bomb completely disconnected from him, and yeah, may as well keep hold of what he's got. He's got 3,800 as well to bring through to the next.
I can't believe they called a bit of a gamble there, Vitality. They had no information or was short whatsoever, right? They just locked down long and they locked down B. Like Apex floating B early. They're so fortunate that Astralis ended long, because as soon as they get that second kill, the bomb's loose, the other part of the pack is completely detached. They can't get there in time. And look what Vitality get away with from this. They get the AWP into ZywOo's hands for free. An AK picked up for the likes of Kyojin. They're sitting pretty now, but this is still going to be a tense finish to the first half here.
For survival at the major. Just seems mad that's happening day 7 for these 2 characters.
Yeah, timeout called for Astralis here. There's still a chance that they can win this half, right? It's 7-5 the scoreline. They have enough money to drop and get those guns working. Lucky's been given an AWP, and he's only got 2 kills to his name. I knew the pressure would be getting to some of the younger names in the server here today. But Kyojin, he's standing up. He has 10, so he's getting the job done here on Dust 2. Now they can buy. ZywOo, this is when you want him. This is when you need him. 13 kills for him now.
11 of those are AWP kills. Been using it to great success when he's in his hands, and as you highlighted, they've recovered one. He's back to the weapon he's been finding the majority of his kills with. Lucky does not choose to engage, and a 3-2 split for now. Apex to smoke off the long. And secure it for the squad. Magisk, we all know his flight path now, but Masuta comes a knocking. Xbox is smoked. Masuta, he wants to catch a timing on this. Magisk is housing any B aggressions. Apex started at A, returns to B. Masuta does find Magisk, and that is exactly what you were waiting for, looking to strike. Clay brings the bomb up cap. We've got ZywOo and Kyojin responsible for this A site defense.
Oh, so much info right now. Oh, when they're ahead. Apex, he's aware. He's going to get the kill. Dupree's down. They have to go towards A, but now all the info. And Shock should get another one. Back turn. Doesn't get the frag. And Zip, he's aware.
It's falling apart. Astralis got nothing left. It's only Lucky. And they're closing in thick and fast. A clean one from Vitality. And all of those woes over 2 rounds are completely null and void. Astralis are the ones now having to stomach a bleak financial situation, and this is at the tail end of their T-half. It could really spell trouble.
Here's the deal, right? They can just take a save right now, just a partial investment, but that means Vitality are very, very likely to get up to that 9th round, and then we'll see the guns come out for the final round of the first half here. So we're going to be battling for what should essentially be a 9-6 scoreline for the Danes. Flash out long. Pressure applied. Kyojin's going to peek.
Yeah, and that's the end of him. Glaive deciding he could maybe do more with the Deagles. I was going to have a whole squad against him. He has to hold this firm. Light on Util. Shocks in support. ZywOo to be tested. Glaive has done so much, but ZywOo has to do so much more. A missed shot. It's getting awkward now. Vitality, they lost one of these on Vertigo. A light investment. Now an AK to be juggled, an M4 for good measure. This could still fall apart, Chad.
You can drop back if you're Astralis now. You can take your time on this. Masuta close doors. There's still Dupree top mid. And looking for info. The Glock's going to spot it, but that's all he can do. He can only spot it, and that's going to push them forward on long into ZywOo.
More. A whole lot more. He flashes for himself, wants to take it, get the answers, get the info, get the frag. Lucky's his next victim. Bomb loose, round save. ZywOo has delivered when it matters most. 4 kills on the AWP, and I mean, that could so quickly have spiraled out of control. You can see Xtaz just trying to contain his emotions after that one, because I'm sure he was on the bloody edge of his seat.
Yeah, just giving up those 2 kills so early towards long. You could see it happening as well, though, right? Like, Glaive's had to hit bangers, but with the way that these rounds have gone down in the past against Vitality, you have a great idea. And look at all the space. Like, Apex is... Oh, okay.
Glaive's doing it again. Doesn't matter what weapon you put in his hands. He seems to be finding first blood, and they're not going to stop. They're not going to stop for anyone. Shocks, a whole team. 1 minute 40, and they're knocking on his door. He's taking some risk. He's calling for help. Apex and Shocks, the old boys, trying to teach him some new tricks. He repositions. They're all flashed, and that's the end of that. A massacre for the 10th. The French are up, out of their seats. What a recovery. Astralis try and throw some pace into the mix. Richard Papillon, the graceful butterfly, repositions in the flash.
You could see how blind he was. His crosshair was nowhere in the right place. It was up in the bloody sky right there. Everybody completely flashed as they're trying to come out through the smokes there and locking him down, locking him out. 10-5 the scores read, and of course ZywOo at the tippy top of that. 18 kills for him.
Astralis 5. They need an 11-round half here on the defense.
Oh, quick little B-stream update for everybody playing at home. The next team to qualify for the arena was Gambit. They 2-0'd NIP. So NIP are in that 2-2 column, and the only Swedish representation, well, other than Olof, has to play tomorrow to get to that Avicii arena. But here we go. Aggression up mid on the pistol. Fast from Dupree wanting to take the fights.
It's predicted now. Oh. ZywOo's P250 does smack Glaive down, and now a follow-up flash to close the gap. Chasing him down. Dupree fights his way out of trouble. Hard to track. He's committed to Xbox, and ZywOo can't seem to find the head. The first was stylish, re-aggression on towards Cat. Lucky tucked on in. He will go looking for answers. Long apart of that, Apex takes some serious space, and
That car clear though. Oh, and Lucky's pushing up mid. The reaggress. They're waiting for him.
They're still waiting for this. And Lucky spotted. Can't track him. Kyojin struggles. ZywOo doesn't. Even out now. 3 versus 3. Now they are heavily, heavily committed to this A site. Getting across the doors can be tough. That's ZywOo's responsibility to track. And just as he mantles up, Magis does get across. Pick your poison now, Vitality. It's A. Oh, tip of the head. Zipex has clicked nicely onto Apex. It's up to ZywOo for the rebuttal. Goose Corner is a threat. Zipex baiting Dupree to strike, and Dupree does. ZywOo, multiple targets. He can't find their head, and Astralis do recover oh so nicely. Dupree to thank for that. I think he leaves with 3.
I think it was Zip that they had at the car the entire time there, because Apex got into pit and threw a fake towards A, but they immediately knew it wasn't A because they had a player behind car who just poked up his head and said, yep, it's clear. So that right there for Vitality is where the wheels fell off, right? They didn't really have anywhere that they could go because Astralis had a great idea of where they were going to be. Now it is going to be just Apex going into the scout, P250 for Shocks here, and that's a tag. Kyojin down to 1 HP immediately in to lower his glaive, and well, he might be able to find a couple of kills here because just on the other side of the tunnels are multiple members of Vitality.
See what you got, Apex? Well, a bullet in his belly button. That's what he's got. And the aggression as well. Glaive has tunnels on lock. And Magisk has their entrance covered. The shadow advantage. Easy collections. Quick $600 injected into his finances. And this one to peter out.
Just to note here, Apex opting to go with the scout. It's likely he goes with that again in the next round because Vitality have stayed conservative in this one. So we should see the AKs or the Galils come out in the next. And Astralis, if everybody stays alive, then you have the question, do we upgrade Zip and Glaive into something a little bit more potent? You'd love a kill or two if you are the French right now, and the tag is a great place to start. Still lots of time on that clock.
Glaive can work around this smoke. Oh, and just enough vision to finish what Lucky started onto Apex. Kyojin does find a little bit of a dink into that helmet of the Danish leader, but that falls flat. No lethality from the light buy. Gap will close. The pistol and its conversions. It's the first step to Astralis really pushing the envelope here on the 3rd map for survival.
We've already seen them go aggressive towards lower dark and upper tunnels on that round right there. So let's see if that stays as a common theme. The AK is being brought on in now. Apex not opting to go for the scout. He's actually on with the Deagle. Kyojin has a good long spawn right now. And away we go. Long corner. Smoke lobbed on out from Shocks. The flashes to follow through. And they're actually going to push into lower dark again here. So a lot of info early.
Yeah, the French surely going to get rumbled here as long as Glaive does buy time. And they're slow enough about this. Called it clear. Magisk has taken liberties. He'll be back on A in time. He's actually just mantled up the Xbox and joins Lucky, now staring down. And just as they leave the smoke, finishes the job. Kyojin eventually. The flashes are turned. Magisk tucked in. It is this bonus round, but the bonus SMGs are connecting and chipping further away. A 4 versus 3. Do they really want to keep going?
They're
the
stuck
full
to this.
stack.
Yeah, they're stuck to this now. They have no info top mid, right? They have no info at all. They have to stand and fight. And Apex, some warning shots exchanged. Oh, Dupree, what are you doing, my friend? Oh, stuck on the movement.
Goodness.
Whoo!
He's very low now, 20 HP, susceptible to HE. Boost on up. The cut of noise will lead to Astralis asking some questions, but it's likely they just hedge their bets, and they are. No smokes, just walks. Car. First question answered. The wall of smoke's up. Counter util deployed. And there's more where that came from. If they throw the second incendiary on top of that, there won't ever really be a chance to fully sweep up that ramp prior to the fade.
Spotted.
Magisk trying to play around it. It's a powerful, potent one-way. He's been spotted now, and that's the spray from Kyojin. Round defining, I think. Astralis running out of options. No denial of that plant. And call it 11.
That's the bonus, right? It's the bonus scenario right there. So it's not the end of the world, but it just felt, right, they had the right stack going in, but Lucky goes down. They just actually crap through the smoke. It's very Vitality, right? It's very Vitality to go for that type of a maneuver. If it's an AWP, right, Lucky connects. Maybe he gets a couple right there, and well, their first round could fall away. But they do get the better of them right here, and they are going to get to hold on to these upgraded rifles for dupreeh. That M4, he doesn't want to let that one go. Zip, the MP9, I'm sure he'd love to get anything else right now, but there's going to be enough cash. dupreeh's going to be able to drop an M4. Glaive's going to be able to buy. Magic's going to be in that same position. Zip could go for an upgrade as well if he wants. Now, it depends. Are we going to see the AWP prioritized here? Because I do believe that Glaive has enough to buy an AWP right now. So we're about to see how much Astralis believe in Lucky in this game plan.
You know, in that interview, they said ZywOo has to show up. Well, I think 6-0 in opening duels, 7 multi-kill rounds, and 22 frags is a check in that box. Astralis, admittedly, have definitely got the sleep out of their eyes as well. Quite a damning opening death stat for Glaive, but he has been having impact, and Magis to be tested here. ZywOo, the first man out. And there's going to be bloodshed everywhere. Zipex just with the SMG. Oh, Zipex upgrades and destroys 3 frags on their commitment. Vitality shaken. B is only defended by the one man, but they don't know that, and looks to me like they're walking straight on into Lucky's domain. Only a scout. Loud on his rotate Glaive, and Lucky has hit the first and the second, 2 consecutive to secure the 8th. Only Shock stands in his way. A nice click, an 8K for good measure. He'd love the plant. Glaive is just coming close.
Oh, that's a flash, not the smoke.
It's a plant. And it's a tap. Oh, Shoxy. He's been swung on. Glaive will secure it. Style points for sure. Makes him sweat a little more, but there you have Astralis bite straight back.
Yeah, I've seen enough shocks around like that before, mind you. So I was getting some flashbacks there for a second, but wow, just that positioning of Glaive again. His movement from Glaive there was what actually drew Apex out, expecting the rotation, right? But Lucky was standing and delivering. It is going to be a timeout called from the French. They're 3rd here within this final map of play, and it's close again. A close best-of-3 series. The money situation for them is, as we do take a look, Masuta, Apex, ZywOo, and Shox all have enough to buy. Kyojin should be fine as well for this one. So not too many dramas, but they need to work out how they want to march forward in this. It was a great first half. They have a 10-5, and well, it's amazing how quick that scoreline can quickly dwindle away. This was huge, wasn't it?
I mean, 1 is fine. 2, something else.
Oh.
3rd, Masuta just emerging out of the smoke, and that transfer, crispy. Fresh out of the pizza oven.
Well, they've gone all in for this. AWP's out for both sides of things. Where's the difference maker going to be?
Boosted ZywOo, nothing to report. They've actually expended one of their CT smokes to get across unspotted, regardless of the change. And there's some more deep and early CT utility.
Well, they're going to get this lower dark control for free, so they could put a lot of pressure on short or mid early here. We can see the setup for Astralis very passive towards those 2 areas. Glaive's already rotated back in, and he's feeling this one out.
This crossback late is what ZywOo is responsible for.
Oh!
Jumping to survive. Masuta's hinge smoke costs him 70 damage. Takes that one on the chin.
Everyone tries that. It's very rare you see that much damage, unless it's the AWP with a quick flick. But more spamming the nade as well.
Masuta,
it might be
on your
perfect.
head.
Oh, down to 17, just peppered.
Gets away with it. It's a big round now. Masuta still could catch one. The HE's got his name on it. Oh my lord, he gets away. Just evades that explosion. They really want long. Shox is going to try and sell him mid to be here.
Lucky can't miss.
Lucky's got to bank this one, and oof, between the 2 of them, swinging out. Zipex isolated, the supported flash will come in. Catches his teammate as well, and that's not quite enough. Apex dinked, lives on. They are walking into Glaive and Lucky. An even trade. Need this one. Misses his chance, and the Shock's allowed to reposition. He's burning down. Still takes the pot shot. Now falls all onto Magis, but it's so doable, and that's the bomb. That's the bomb. This is it. Throws it across.
Weak
10,
arms.
9, just picks it up. 7. Can he deny? Can he deny? Safe plant. Trying to chip away. Catches him on the jump, and Apex is next. Magis comes up clutch when it matters most.
Huge, absolutely mental.
Oh, sheesh kebab. They had to throw it across. He's planting safe through the box. Shox doesn't get it. And Apex are sitting duck. Magis holds his nerve. Oh, brilliant play. Vitality are going to be remembering that one.
The jump as well. He's already given away his position, right? He's already given away his position on the first to spam through the box, and then Shox. He just goes on down. Apex is low from that early exchange, and it comes on in. Magisk again with some massive impact.
He does not want to be eliminated right here, right now. He's throwing it all on the line. What a play. Look what it's done to them. They have to stomach a half buy.
That could be a game changer right here. This is looking like double digits now for Astralis.
Look what he's done to them. They're fumbling, they're second guessing, they're faffing around in spawn.
Testing B, dupree's pushing in. That's been heard.
Oh, warning shot. Shox bleeding. That'll leave a mark. They didn't necessarily spot the bomb and tell a lie. Kyojin did have it, so no rotate just yet.
The deep lurk smoke right there. They should be able to call that clear. And look at this push from short. They can lock this mid to B down as a unit.
God, rounding that corner is a death sentence. They're also very quick to spring to life if Masuta can't corral them with his Tech 9.
They're pushing short right now. They're calling this clear. Masuta's not going to be ready for this.
Just like that, he falls. Running out of options now. dupreeh set for success. Magis to spring in, and they can just tuck it in. Great shots. 2 more from Magisk. Just adds more to his tally. Make it 15. Apex alone. Isolated and eliminated. Gap continues to close. You said it yourself, Chad. A 10-5 half. We set the bar as Astralis would need to respond with one better. An 11-4 T half. Excuse me, CT half. Vitality here on the T. Asking a couple of questions at this point. 3 plants out of the rounds of play. 6 have been played out. 3 successful entrances into the site. Magis, clutch example of one that went awry.
Yeah, this is starting to become some real problems for Vitality now. Again, the AWP is out for Zywoo. Again, that smoke is to guys the cross. They've gone for a 4-man A-lean to lock down any long plays, and that's not where they're starting. They have nobody in B early. Astralis are playing games right now with the French.
They really are. dupreeh using that smoke to cross back after deploying the
Oh,
smoke. Careful, dupreeh. On notice. 10 HP as they do return the spray. Hinge smoke flubbed.
Getting sketchy now.
Yeah, Vitality really are on the ropes.
They're walking out long.
Zips found impact here before. And he will struggle this time to do the same. Missed incendiary. Lucky needs to get out of dodge and does. Space taken. Smoke
Glave's
will
pushing.
fire respect. Glaive. Oh no. Shox has missed his chance. Glaive aware. Trying to reposition, trying to get away. Shox and Glaive just have to call it quits. Back to CT.
Everyone's at A.
This is a very intense and high-stakes game of deathmatch. Crossing. Lucky. What? Pushes through. He's missed the shot. Nice through the smoke. It's even. Now the bomb now loose. It's up to Zywoo to get across. The smoke will give a safe passage. A 3 versus 2. Both in CT. It's not ideal, Chad. It's far from ideal.
Stalled out for longer here. dupreeh's actually going to jump up behind them. Oh, no, he's not. He's going to back off. They're calling the save. Just when it starts to heat up, Astralis. They're not willing to risk it for the biscuit in this one right now. And Vitality, they get another T-side round on the board, but you could just see Astralis are gambling massively here. Then with the 4-man lean, they called the bluff, the argy-bargy, the back and forth in the mid doors.
They played no 1B and lost on A.
Yeah, it's just right there. Those trades coming out in their favor. That long corner, you've seen both teams missing very simple nades. The hinge smoke misses from Masuta on the jiggle towards long. Zipex feels the pressure. He misses the molly as well. It's the little details right now, and you can see it heating up. And Lucky there, I don't know what the call was. I don't know if they told him to run on through, but taking a risk, runs into no man's land, and he gets drilled.
Oh, damn. Okay. Well, Dust 2 delivers when it matters most for both of these teams.
Oof,
all of that preparation ahead of the major, the qualification. You know, Astralis and Vitality were both in attendance at that last RMR.
Yeah, now we find ourselves with just 2 round the difference. A timeout called for Astralis here. They save those guns, but the finances, as they go back and forth, they have to have a discussion of how they're going to make the drops work. They can buy again, right? They definitely can. They can drop guns across, but it's unlikely they're going to have an AWP here on this CT side. But they've just gone for you're right, they just went for a 4-man A lane. They gambled completely A in that whole round and they lost it. So what's the mix up now? Do we go back to the upper tunnels aggression? Do we try and get a little bit cheeky? Do we push in towards lower? What do they do?
Do you just dismiss that as Vitality happened or we didn't hit our shots and go for it again? Vitality didn't see it necessarily.
Looks very standard right here. Mid-door molly just to deny any of those lower dark pushes.
Oh, Zai was going quick.
Very fast.
Oh, it's all onto this. Magisk defense. Ahead of the smoke, perhaps, and not far off on Magisk. A warning shot, that's all. That's all. Pulls a bit of a rotate, though. You can see Glaive maneuvering back through mid. Currently at 3-2 split of resources. It looks like the connection is once again having its issues.
Little bit wobbly here as we immediately go straight to some highlights of how this game's gone. So we'll just take all the intensity right out of that one. Hopefully, there's not too many dramas here now. It's hard to go from the 12-10 scoreline of being on the edge of your seat to the song and dance of the two entertainers on your screen here, but we're going to be juggling in a moment. So this is just an interval. I don't know if you guys have experienced like intervals in your cinemas. I learned that the other day in Malta. Apparently, you know, they just in the middle of the movie, they just
lights up.
Yep, off you go, guys. You can go get some more popcorn now. Go to the bathroom. So maybe, just maybe, you guys at home should do the same.
Yeah, Germany does that too.
Yeah, my mum told me they used to do that before I was born. So that was back in the 60s, I suppose.
It's a remnant from the theatre. You know, you always have a half-time break. Obviously, it's not called that. I'm just a gamer boy. It's called
interval.
Interval. Thank you.
Or intermission.
And so I was trying to say matinee, but that's just the early afternoon.
That is that's what we're doing right now. I'd say it's the matinee.
Yeah.
And then the evening performance this evening will be Virtus.pro taking on MOUZ. What a gear shift this is just for my brain right now.
Yeah, no, we'll piece it together. As did these highlight package, just to fill you in on what you may have missed if you've just come to catch the tail end of one of these giants in the Counter-Strike world falling in the Legends stage. So, you know, it's a product of their own doing. I just think it's also worth reiterating how they ended up here.
Do you think we can sit down?
I don't know.
Maybe we can stand. Maybe we can sit. Look, guys, let's do what we did before. Send us some tweets.
I had loads.
Let's get some social media interaction going on here. That's one way to fill the time right now. We don't know how long this is going to be, and thank you for your patience. We apologize for this little technical issue.
Which country do you think would have the best national team?
Well, probably Denmark. They've probably got the biggest depth of talent. If you say the CIS region, that's just not one nationality.
Yeah, fair.
But you could start building, like you'd have Simple and Bit. That would be the start of the Ukrainian squad.
And if you asked that question to me a couple of years ago, I'd probably say Kazakhstan. You know, like,
sure.
Don't forget Gambit domination stations, and they did just lock themselves in for the next stage of competition.
Yeah, we had Adren and Hobbit from there, didn't we?
Yep.
Yeah, there's a lot of names from that region. Yeah, guys, tweet at us, at Sponge, at Machine, GG.
I feel very unprofessional staring at my phone, just looking for your question.
We need to do something. We could, like, if production were ready, they could have whacked up that Renegades vs Titan game. Somebody at home thought they were really cheeky, and then they tweeted, oh, but you lost to TYLOO on. Yeah, well, we weren't very good. But we did beat Titan.
Let them have that.
Yeah. Come on now. I got one win. Let me have the one win. Like, give me something. Don't take it away from me.
It's our knee-jerk reaction as well.
Yeah, but you lost.
Yeah.
But I did play at a major. What about you? Yeah. You know who I'm talking about. I'm sure you're watching this
Making your frag movie on bloody Windows.
Wait, hold up.
With your unregistered hypercam.
Oh, game live soon.
Hello.
Game live soon. That is the information. So, okay. Let's just get, if it game live soon, let's get everybody back. We started on Nuke, right? That was the very first map of this series right here. It was Astralis' pick, and it started very, very flat for them. Glaive, lucky they had some pretty good moments. They made it a double-digit scoreline. Okay, semi-respectable. We move on over to the next map and play Vertigo with thinking, oh, this one's done and dusted. The French are going to get it done. And then it's looking great. 14-6 for Astralis. They're looking like they're going to close this one out. And then it gets a little bit nervy. We go all the way back to 16-14 as the scoreline. And they get across the line to take us to this third, which has been a very back-and-forth affair. I think one of the highlights right now has to be Astralis leaving the bomb at spawn, but then still winning the round. And Magisk with the 1-on-2 with the jumping silent stem 4, and then the shot onto Apex. Those are my highlights so far.
Yeah, and I'm right there with you. I mean, the Magisk clutch, definitely a little bit of a heartbreaker for Vitality, but also huge boon for Astralis when I mean, this is it. The chips are down. You've got your major life in the to be determined up for debate in the next 20-30 minutes of play. I hope.
Yeah, well, let's see if I can connect. You know, I'm going to walk over here. I'm going to see if I can join the Go TV and bang, and then maybe we can just get this one underway, because that round, we don't know if it ended or if it didn't.
True.
We're going to learn with you. So once we do get back into the server, the scoreline was 12-10.
What we do
we're
know is we can continue.
Vitality won that round.
Vitality won.
All right, guys. Unless it gets match medicked, which I'm not sure, but the last time out is being called from Astralis here. So we'll have to catch that one in the demo, I suppose.
Now, what I wanted to say, the final point of our little
Here we go.
was the fact that Astralis had 2 back-to-back grudge matches that got under their skin, to the point where, of course, they only posted 8 rounds and 2 best-of-1s. Here in the Legend stage, Nip, then straight into Heroic, the 2 teams they've been trifling with in and out of the server. And it comes down to this, 13 to Vitality, 16 the magic number. Finance is bleak. Lucky's been able to be equipped with the AWP. Zipex, I think he might have something lying around, or it might just be that Deagle making it, facilitating his teammates there. So boosted up, ZywOo takes a pot shot and calls it quits.
I can tell you how that last round went. Apex got 2 opening kills on the Glaive and Lucky. Shox took down Zipex. They planted the bomb, and then dupreeh and Med just saved.
Okay.
So there you go. We're up to date, guys, with the best info we have.
Ooh, lovely find, and there's more where that came from. Shox not expecting dupreeh. He bode his time. He sat by the doors, waited for the initial engagement, and then, walking through the smoke. Apex clothesline. This one's done. Astralis immediately back into the fray. A Deagle and a UMP, the saved rifles saved them.
They just have one fight they have to win initially here on this A site. That is going to be against Zip, but now that dupreeh has actually bolstered the forces, it does get a little bit dicey here. ZywOo's going to have a magic moment. Smoke and a flash.
He uses that flash to line up his molly. He wants to drop that for Goose. It's well placed. The util's not bad.
dupreeh's burning.
Sweet. Oh, and Masuta does catch one. Need the second. Tip of the head was spotted. Lucky long. 40 seconds, ZywOo could make magic happen here live. Struggling, P250 equipped. Lucky's his next victim and not to be. Astralis will secure an 11th. And this is going to be a very competitive game now. Strap in for the long run. The gap officially closed. We talked about a 10-5 half. Well, that is just a thing of the past. Biting his nails off. He's not going to have much left. You can't fault him. Xtaz has to just stare into the abyss and the screens of his team.
Yeah, you think it was nervous before for the coaches. Now imagine you can't even make a peep here. So he's having to sit on his hands for this one, but Kyogen into a Deagle. ZywOo back into the AWP. Long control again. Astralis have been doing a lot of this 4-man play over towards A to lock things down. And this time they'll get it without any resistance whatsoever. The bomb currently in upper tunnels. 3 players from Vitality clearing that out now. Masuta leading the charge here. See if he can get that hinge smoke down without a hitch this time. Pestering towards long bullets exchange. Zip has made his presence noted, and they're jostling back across now. They've been able to bolster the B bomb site with a second. Creeping on up, Cat, working their way towards A. They will need to jump over.
They're across. Uncontested. Very heavy long lean. The only real first responder will be Lucky.
They have to throw something. They can't go dry here. Bridge smoke.
He's smoked off.
Flashes.
Yeah, but there's still vision. Lucky pulls the trigger. Masuta forced to watch.
Good nade.
Delays. Pulling the plug. Lucky commits for the retake. Zipex is partnered up with him. They will let that bomb go down and play the advantage.
Shox could be huge.
Oh, we could. It's all about timing.
This could be massive.
Clear. 3 backs are turned. Apex delays them. Now Shox can strike. Calls another. Glaive spotted. He has to make a decision now. Lucky and Zipex are long. ZywOo has vision just on the edge of the smoke. He needs another. Support is there. ZywOo plucks another from the pack. And the French post 14.
Oh, Shox was instrumental right there. They lose the opening kill going into the site. Lucky does a lot from that car position, but it's not enough with that lurk. They all come through the mid door. Don't want to risk coming through CT spawn. And they lock them down with the crossfire. Getting fired up now is Apex.
Yeah,
just 2 more rounds to get this done.
You've been sat in that chair. An absolute roller coaster of emotions. And, well, they know what it means.
Oh, they've gone all in. Look at the buy. 2 scouts, a UMP and Deagles, and this is it to defend against 15. Astralis all in right now.
They got info. Look at Shox's position. He knows that they're just going to have to give that up. You can't afford to contest it when the buy is so light. They don't have info on the force yet. Rejigging the setup.
Oh, this is going to be the hinge smoke. ZywOo's going to throw this out all the way back from T-Spawn. We saw Elige doing this just the other day. Zip was one of the first... ZywOo was one of the first throwing this one out. It's going to land to perfection here and obscure the vision if they do want to push up Catwalk. Taking space off the back of that, but look at this passive stance from Astralis here. 2 towards the mid doors, 1 in the upper tunnels, and 2 over towards A.
What's even more impressive is that Elige was throwing it without a scope rifle. Stiko giving us the insight, perhaps a set pause command, but too long. Magis kept guessing courtesy of that smoke, but not forever. He's actually peeked out behind it.
They don't have any util to defend on A, and Magisk is taking space here. They have a great idea that this is going to be a long play.
And scouts don't suck on long. A nice long-range engagement. ZywOo's weapon is better.
45 seconds now. They might have to stick to their guns here, Vitality.
Well, we know this is how the French like to operate. It can be apparent. ZywOo gets his weapon. Dropping his nades. Flustered. Such a high-stakes moment. 30 seconds. And the slow-down smoke for the CTs to swing around and engage onto the ramp. Time-sensitive mission. And here they come. Lucky, what have you got for us? 15 as the flashes rain in. The molly's not bad, clearing the site, but dupreeh strikes and Astralis. They're delaying.
10 seconds.
Apex needs that, gets it. dupreeh again contributes.
They have to
time.
plan.
Now he can't. Magiska's denied. There's no time. No time. Astralis take it on the force. They brought in UMPs, scouts, Chad. And they defend it. Vitality, they trip, they fumble.
That's one of the best opportunities they'll have in this entire game to get to that 15 mark, because now they're able to pick up a couple of... Oh, he got the AWP. That's all he got. That's all ZywOo got right there was the AWP. Oh, dear. The timing, just waiting until so late. They were waiting for any aggression. They didn't budge. dupreeh, that was brilliant. They just... Look at this as well, just keeping the head tucked. They're back in this.
Oh, baby.
Look at the buys for both teams. Look at the push.
At him. You bully. Straight in. Takes down Kyojin. ZywOo shut down, and he's just taken the round. The hero AWP denied. He can tuck tail now. He's set. Set for success. On the retreat. Apex on the hunt. Loses his head. Astralis closing this gap even further. Oh, my.
Everybody getting a chance on this AWP. Shox has picked it up now. They have to do some damage here, right? Vitality, the name of the game at this point is just making sure everybody from Astralis doesn't walk away with a gun. Take something away. The shot just misses. But more information here. With 1:10 left on the clock, where are they meant to go? A tag. Yeah. But goes both ways, and Lucky wins that duel.
He was not deterred. 13 secured.
Looks like we're going the distance here. There's enough money right now for Vitality to buy again. Right, they're able to get this one out. They're able to purchase on in. They took that light investment the last time out now, called for the French. They can definitely buy here, but there won't be an AWP for ZywOo, who has 27 kills to his name, just 3 shy of that 30. On the other side of things, Magisk and dupreeh, they're the ones kicking up a fuss. 22 for Magisk, 20 for dupreeh. Apex is trying to have a game of things. He's found 19 kills. Shox is on 17. 14-13, the scoreline reads, and still the buy looks a bit rough around the edges for Astralis. Glaive, UMP, MP9 for Zip. That scout is still in play.
They've made it work before, Chad. Lucky's definitely looking like no slouch on that scout. Gonna have to continue to deliver, though, at the crunch moments. Magic steps up, as he has consistently for his squad. This round could have spiraled. Yes, I know, perhaps. Stop screaming about those lighter buys. A saved AWP on ZywOo. Magic just immediately nullified that round and its threat. These guys have played tens of thousands of rounds of Counter-Strike, but these ones do have the additional weight of their major hopes and dreams.
This looks different. Apex is trying to sell everything on his own here.
Okay. New game plan. Xtaz previously on the mic forces Lucky out of that info
It's a fast mid to be.
It's a fast mid to be, sure, but Glaive's taken down Apex's cell. And there's more damage inflicted onto dupreeh. He does drop the incendiary.
Rotation's
the push
coming.
Straight through. No one's looking. Glaive slips through. It's up to ZywOo. Catches the first. It's chaos, pandemonium.
They're stalled out.
Sight. They need to break through. It's dupreeh. Strikes again. Masuta down. It's up to Shox. He has the bomb. Will he clear his corners? Head turned. Does put one into the eardrums, but they need to find dupreeh, and they will. In. The site now theirs. Bomb to be planted. The gap closed quick. Lucky and Zip A smoke, a kit. It's a good retake setup. So much riding on this one, a 2v2. The stakes never been higher for this gamer wingman. Who strikes first? Sound cues. Smokes. Zipex connecting the bullets. Shox is wounded. His limbs hanging off. He's just got to hold on. The time is on their side. Zip tagged, body bagged, and 15 is secure. My God, the tiniest of margins separating these two teams.
Oh, yeah. They got stalled out for so long. They just had to sit, and you never want to be in limbo on the mid to B, stuck outside those doors because you know that rotation's coming. You know that the CTs are working that one out.
No one was looking. Glaive, if he had a rifle, that's probably 2 kills.
Oh,
he
the UMP.
Through. He's forced to try and retreat as he whips out a UMP, and a cursory glance from ZywOo spots him now. This is it. Defending champions of the previous major are on their backs.
Glaive's into lower here. UMP again. Those bonus guns that they had in the last have facilitated a buy. Lucky has an AWP now. There is a chance for Astralis.
Get right flashbacks. Will it clear? Masuta will, but Glaive still gets the better of them. Apex is his next victim.
Sketchy.
He's got 10 bullets left in the UMP. A supporting flash. He will profit. He extends play, whips out the AK. Vitality now in a bit of a downward spiral.
They're forced to long. Are they going to expect an AWP in play? Remember, Lucky still has that.
Oof. He's in mid, though.
Oh, this could be huge if Magic tucks in. If he gets here in time, it's going to be a difficult clear.
They got mollies. But that would be a clear indicator of their final objective here. A 2-2 split after their defense. Zip, in transition, does get to tuck in as they swing.
They're going to hear the footsteps. Kyojin has to clear this. He has to clear this position.
He's looking at Carl. Will he clear it? Will he clear it? Yes, he will. And Magus loses his head. Surely the sight now, too. This could be it for Astralis. 3 players. Glaive has pulled out all the stops. Zip, what have you got? The answer's nothing. Vitality 2 frags away from sending Astralis out of the legend stage. Nade. Oh, it's well played. ZywOo beheads him. It's all onto Lucky. An AK and a dream. Or Astralis's are left in the legend stage. No Stockholm, no crowd. Lucky trying to kick and scream as best he can. 1 low. Shox is on 10 HP. The rookie trying to extend play, gets the info towards the Goose position.
Halfway gone.
He's paranoid about long. He's got to commit now. It's ZywOo. He's the one to secure it. Astralis eliminated by Vitality right down to the wire. 29 rounds on Dust 2. A hard-fought battle. And the job's not done. Sweat off the brow for sure. Defending champions will not be in the arena to defend their title.
Oh, elation there from Vitality. You can see what it means to get across in 2 close games of Counter-Strike back-to-back. Vertigo goes the distance. This one, almost the case again, but heartbreak on the other side. Astralis, they've had their ups, their downs. The last couple of years for these guys has been a real struggle. They come on in, they get the 4. Absolute legends in the server here today with the rookie Lucky, and they do their best. They do their best, but it's not enough.
4 stars on the back of that jersey there from Glaive, and it won't be the 5th, at least not here in Stockholm. Cancelled by Vitality, but also at their own hand. You know, the reason they're in this elimination best of 3 is the shortcomings in those best of 1s. 8 rounds in 2 maps, it just was not enough. Astralis so volatile. And we'll recap some of this series. It started over on Nuke. We had the recovery from Astralis here on Vitality's pick, and I mean there is some credit to be given for the way in which they countered them. They really did rustle the French's jimmies, and it comes all the way down to a 29 round Dust 2.
Yeah, you're thinking after the start of Nuke, right? It felt like Astralis weren't here to play today, but it did change, right? They were able to start getting themselves going, and then we're able to see with Vertigo that players were getting fired up. Dupree, Magus, Glaive especially, you could really see them getting animated about things, knowing that this one wasn't done just yet. And the fact that they were able to push this one the distance, look, yeah, it's a good attempt, but that's all it is, an attempt right here. The French, they stay alive. They still have to win 1 more best of 3 for that legend stage. And yeah, you call on ZywOo, well, he shows up, right? He showed up here, had a great showing here on Dust 2, and it's just so difficult. It's so difficult right now when you consider the teams that are going to be in that pool, in that pocket of 2-2 to see who's going to make it through clearly. None of these games are going to be easy. None of these games. It's the end. It's not the end of the line for Astralis, right? But it is the end of that legacy, right? This is it. Like 4 majors. They were able to win 3 in a row. This is the team that they are or were the best team of all time, right? With Device within that squad. And it's just hard to see. Like, it doesn't feel like it's real. And I'm sure for them, it's going to be a very sombering moment.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you asked the question, will they be there? You know, go and watch the major. I just don't think they've got it in them. Just the heartbreak of not being able to step onto the stage yourself. It's a trip home earlier than anticipated for Astralis. And I mean, dupreeh gave it everything it was worth. You talked about ZywOo showing up, and I mean, he really did in a big way, and this was his last chance too, you know, potentially. You can't have underperformance throughout an entire set of games for the major when this has been so anticipated. Your presence is so valued. And he did activate. He really did. Kyojin had some impactful moments as well. Masuta pulling his weight. And Vitality, they are still, you know, I think up for debate. The fact that this was, you know, a shaky vertigo, the supposedly the, you know, well thought out, calculated pick into Astralis. The nuke admittedly did get a bit too sketchy for the dominance that they exuded in the start of that first map. So yeah, definitely some things to break down and to get their heads signed up tight for what will be quite the fight. There's going to be one more best of 3 separating Vitality from the champion stage.
Yeah, and we've already got NIP that are down there in that 2-2 scenario right now. I think that we have Entropiq who are down in that position as well. So as we start to take a look at what teams are in that pool, need to see where the matchups are going to lie, and we still have a couple more matchups for the day.
It will be, of course, the loser of the Copenhagen Flames heroic game and Virtus.pro MOUZ, the winner of that, will keep their head above water and will be thrown into that pool as well.
Yeah, we get VP versus MOUZ on this secondary stream up next, and MOUZ Sports actually put up a lot of fight yesterday against ENCE to get through to this stage. We're going up against a VP with a flit in play. We're going to have to see how this one unfolds. It's going to be quite interesting to see how these teams mesh against each other, but that one delivered. It got the 3 maps that we wanted, the 3 maps that it deserved to have either one of these legendary names, Vitality or Astralis, eliminated, and unfortunately we say goodbye to Astralis today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a hard-fought battle. We will go ahead and wrap this one up. As he just said, we've got Virtus.pro and MOUZ live on this stream with myself and Chatty B. Going to go feed and water ourselves and, of course, reflect on the series, the loss of Astralis, the Vitality boys holding on. ZywOo's major hopes of a top 8 are yet to be quashed. That'll happen tomorrow, and at least the conversation will continue then. We'll be back, though. We'll be bringing you VP MOUZ after the break. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We're back for another best of 3. I'm caffeinated. He's hydrated. That's not our nicknames, but we are Chad and Alex. I did it right.
Yeah.
Yeah, not our nicknames either. Machine and Sponge is what we called ourselves when we were 13.
Or Spoonge.
Spoonge or Machine Egg.
Yeah. So they're all appropriate. They all have a moment in time.
How are you?
I'm good. I think that it's a day of heartbreak. We already lost Liquid. Now we lost Astralis. And if we went back in our Wayback Time machine to 2019, they were like the 2 best teams in the world. Yeah, so we're in a whole different landscape of Counter-Strike now, and we're about to have a little bit more. Virtus.pro versus MOUZ.
I was just reading the Reddits, as I occasionally do on my break.
Brave man.
I saw someone just, tweet, like, not tweets, there I am, living in all of the dopamine hits, but I saw someone say, hey, haven't watched Pro CS for a year, what happened to Astralis? And the answer someone gave was just, COVID happened, I mean, we had 2 years where the entire LAN landscape was changed. Prior to that, we did have Na'Vi just flirting with looking like the new dominant kings of the castle. Gambit, in the meantime, grew to power. Gambit are still in attendance here in 2021, but Astralis, shadows of their former selves in that respect, unable to put it across the line, and it was a bit of heartbreak for them just seeing those few frames of them as they accepted and the reality set in. And that was just one of the best of 3s we have today. Up next, Virtus.pro taking on MOUZ, and it is the same stakes.
Yeah, here's the thing as well. I guess we could bring you up to speed. This Virtus.pro roster, 3 out of the 5 of them were in the last major grand final. Now we got the best of 3. The Vitas on your screen. MOUZ Sports are gone with Ancient as a punish, and Inferno up next. MOUZ are going to be very, very happy with these first 2 maps of play. They could actually get it done on Ancient and Inferno and close this one down in 2. Then if we make it to Vertigo, that's when things are going to start to get a little bit sketchy. VP did lose a matchup against Gambit on this map 16-14 that they should have won. They definitely should have won it. I guess you all at home saw that kick at moment. Oof. Is probably the best thing I could label that. And Inferno, right, is one I want to stick on here because it has been a map that MOUZ have played a lot in these best of 1s as well. So also contrasting, VP are yet to play a best of 3 in the Legends stage.
And you say you've played a lot, Chad. They've played a lot and lost a lot. NIP taking that, FURIA taking it even more convincingly, and Virtus.pro have set their sights on that as their pick in response to the MOUZ Sports punish. But yes, as you've already highlighted, Virtus.pro then a vanguard in the grand finals, 3 of the 5. And we're ready to see if MOUZ can be contenders, because MOUZ is a home to a very special individual. One many consider to be in the same breath of the world's best. And
Dexter, right?
Dexter is what I was going to say, yes, of course. All the way from Oceania, the Australian in-game leader, doing it on European soil and against the very best. But I was actually alluding to Mr. Cool.
Oh, Rops. Okay, he's pretty good.
Is.
Rops is pretty good here. Look, as we flick on through some of these members on your screen from the VP side, Yakinda is an individual who can be a standout and needs to be a standout. He's not having the same showing in the Legend stage as he did in the Challenger. Buster here at the end of the table, and you did see the new boy Flit, who took Sanji's position just before this event.
What's your knee-jerk reaction to me saying Yakinda's a win condition?
Oh, no, I definitely think so, right? Because he's the spearhead of this team. If he can get any bit of traction, it does open the door for everybody else. But if we reflect right now on the MOUZ Sports journey, Acor has stepped up when the team has needed him. Now, they've been down in the dumps multiple times. Here's Rops, the superstar that you mentioned. But it has actually been Acor in a couple of these games who's stepped up in a big way. Bemis, an absolute youngster on your screen right here. And it doesn't feel like that's the case anymore with him. His aim does look a little bit shaky. Here's Dexter from down under. I think he's doing a bit of pre-game meditation right here, just thinking through how he's going to have to call out this T side. Next man on the row is Frozen, and then, as we were mentioning, Acor, the AWPer for the team. Now, obviously, this is an international squad that's been thrust together here with a lot of... I want to say that the most experienced member is Rops, right? So there's a lot of not rookie parts, but inexperienced parts of this team that are now in a pressure environment. And I think that they've already performed to expectation, right? Getting to this point. If they can keep themselves alive within this event, I'm going to be not surprised, but maybe happy to see that, because this is a team that won the Flashpoint RMR. I mean, this squad here won it. This was one of the ways to get them into qualification here. And then remember, over in the IEM Fall RMR, they had to go and see from home if they were going to qualify for this event or not. So they've come a long way from that very moment. But as you can see, the teams are getting set up. And, well, by my gauge, I'd say we're probably still a few minutes away from getting this one live.
Yeah, and you know how we've typically talked about there not being many head-to-heads. I don't really think we've got much to work with for VP MOUZ either. Like, you know, people say, oh, there's too much Counter-Strike. We see every matchup all the time. Well, we definitely haven't seen this one all too often. I believe one on record
That was earlier this year when Carrigan was still a part of the roster for MOUZ Sports. So if that adds a little bit of context for everybody at home.
It certainly does, and I just want to, because I just saw a glimpse of that first map and reminded me that Ancient was the pick of MOUZ. I wondered if we could perhaps reflect a little bit on what we've learned so far about Ancient at the Major. You know, some teams have demonstrated a will or a willingness to play it, Chad. I saw Na'Vi immediately proved that they can and are willing to play it. Entropiq have whipped it out. But in terms of just seeing this map played by these teams, I don't know what's the situation there.
Yeah, one of the things here that you have to take a look at for MOUZ Sports is they haven't actually played it yet within the Major. I'm taking a look here. It's just been at Pro League was the last times that they were able to get in the server and play on that map. So it's a map where I have spoken to Dexter in passing about it. I forgot even where we had a chat about it, but I know that he's big on the mid control, right? He likes getting that mid control first before going for any of those A splits. So we are going to be changing a PC here, guys. So we maybe do have a moment or two. But yeah, it's a map earlier as well, and I think we did see VP play this at some point. I want to make sure I'm not getting this one wrong. It was against Spirit, so it was a CIS matchup on that map, and Spirit actually picked that one up over VP 16-12.
So MOUZ is in Ancients in a black box this Major. VP have played it once and lost. It definitely bodes well for MOUZ to get the right foot forward in this best of 3, and a best of 3 for survival. This is not for anything more, not the top 8, not a guarantee to see the crowd, which it sounds like is going to be absolutely Ramo heading into the final 2 days, Championship Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah, there's only going to be 3 slots available tomorrow, right? And obviously 6 teams vying for that. We have the last slot for today almost locked up. Heroic did take the first map against Copenhagen Flames over on that mainstream 16-4. So that's if we can, I guess we can talk a little bit about Heroic right now because we do have some time. For Heroic to start hitting form now, it's really good sign because they had shaky challenger stage. I think a lot of people were riding them off. I thought the same. I thought we weren't getting a lot out of them. But that win that they had against Astralis, I think that's really propelled them forward. Now we're seeing that confidence. They're starting to play more like themselves. So if Heroic do make it to the arena, I think that'd be great to see because this team has been hot throughout the online era. We just need more of that on LAN.
Yeah, and I will also say that there are very few players who I think would have the charisma to completely convert an entire arena of fans. You know, Carrigan's on that list.
You think Cadian can?
I just think, yeah, okay, sure, there's some additional context there, but I just think, yeah, he is going to be celebrating his wins in a way that will get the army behind him. It's, you know, it's hard not to want to celebrate when he's working and putting so much of his heart on his sleeve.
Yeah, or they can embrace the villain tagline and turn into the heels, right? You got to go one way or the other.
Well, we saw Fnatic. They did fully lean into it. God bless their souls. No Fnatic at this Major as well. Just a little bit of a tidbit from the Dome. What are you looking at there, Chad? Are you looking at best players of the Major?
I'm just looking at within the Legend stage, right? So the stat lines, if you use HLTV.org, fantastic resource, but they've got it broken up into the Challenger stage and then the Legend stage. And within the Legend stage, the highest rated player so far has been Bit, who's been phenomenal, right? We won't see any more of them until the Champions.
I'm sorry, though, just to really hammer that home, he's on a team with Simple and Electronic.
Yeah.
And he's the highest rated player of the tournament.
It's wild, right? This youngster, he's just come into this team, taken the spot of Flamey, and he's hit the ground running. And you don't get that in too many occasions. That's great right there to have Bit performing like that. It goes Bit into Shiro, into Simple, into Nico, right? And all of those 4 names right there have already locked themselves in for the next round to play. That's great to see. As you go down the list, Stown playing right now, he's the next highest rated. And actually, the first game we did with Heroic, I think that was the thing I set for Heroic. Because, like, well, if Stown can be consistent, you can get a lot out of this kid. Because I remember back in the day when we were doing desks out of Leicester for Pro League seasons when he was in the Heroic roster, I think with Blame F, and, you know, back when Peacemaker was the coach of Heroic back then. Stown was one of these individuals who could definitely be a star. Frozen, however, is where I wanted to get to. He's just below Electronic. And he's the highest rated player for MOUZ Sports and the highest rated player in the tournament so far in the server today.
Okay, well, that's fantastic. I mean, he's not only outperforming Rops, but this is someone that we've always had at the, you know, in that second in command in terms of looking for impact from the MOUZ Sports squad. I think Rops has actually been having quite a quiet performance so far in the Legend stage, in contrast to what we have grown to expect from him.
I think he's just outside of the top 10, right? He's below Roy at the moment. You got Rain up there. Hunter's doing well. Zywoo, obviously, with today's performance, is starting to chip on in. So, yeah, I think the fact that Rops and Frozen are both playing well, and that buys a bit of a buffer for Acor. Like, he doesn't need to come in with those impact moments, but now he can, right? And that could be a difference maker. As I continue to go down this list here and just look at some of the names, this is where we have problems for VP. because of the virtue of their loss against Na'Vi, where they lost 16-4, right? Their stats have taken a bit of a drubbing. Their highest rated for them at the moment is Kick It. And I think that that's not terrible, but that would be if they were winning, right? You want your Kinder and Jame, at least in my book, to be towards the top of the scoreboard, the top of the stat lines.
And you can see his hands on your screen now. I wanted to address, well, you could, Flit. I mean, this is the new move. VP raised some eyebrows and maybe polarized some views by removing support player and fan favorite Sanji from the ranks in pursuit of a firepower upgrade. Now, we've already saw firepower upgrades into VP. And that was, of course, on your screens now. Your Kinder was recently...
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I have to stop talking because my voice is so much louder than the producers.
I can't hear the
I
producer,
literally
but
can't hear it.
I can tell you what he said. We're still waiting on the PC issue to get fixed before we can get this underway. So I guess we can just continue where this conversation is going. You're on Sanji, sorry.
I was doing Sanji. I was talking about, yeah, VP searching for firepower, and there was no one, absolutely no one disputing the Yakinda addition in terms of the firepower upgrade, but Flit has raised eyebrows more so.
Yeah, and I think just because of that nature of Sanji, if you weren't familiar with that version of VP, Sanji was a very selfless individual. Now, we don't know exactly if that was his own choice to be that selfless or if that was the structure of the team. For Dustin, the coach, you can see him in the background right now, or the way that Jane wanted to run this roster. But they're trying to make things work, and Buster's actually taking the seat of Flit here to try and help him out with the tech issues. So maybe he's the resident, tech man. Now, this is the thing. Counter-Strike is a very particular game, guys. They have their settings. They got their reses, all a little bit different. They've got their settings on Windows and all that stuff. So it's crazy how occasionally you can find a bit of a bug in the system. I've had issues in the past at LAN events where we've had to delete our entire configs because our configs have been so archaic, right? If you're a boomer and you've been playing this game came out back in like 2012, right? And you keep across a couple of those, oh, let me tell you a story. Hold up a second. We'll go into story time. So at one of the majors I played at, right, when the timeouts are called, it's a different system, or at least it used to be a different system to what you would do when we were playing our games in like different tournaments.
.tech.
Exactly, right? So when you call the timeout, it'd be the same way you guys do it at home through matchmaking. But here's the thing, like our rebuy button back in the day used to be F1, right? God. So now that's changed. The voting is F1 and F2 now, if everybody's familiar with that. But for us, it was the rebuy button. So what would happen was once you'd hit the button, there was no guarantee that it didn't say that it was you. You just have to remember that you did it. So when you're sitting there and not everybody's done it and the thing's ticking down, you're thinking the round's going to start, everyone's panic hitting F1. And like I think there was a round that happened on Train. It was against the Astralis mob when they were known as TSM. Havoc hit it one too many times and he missed bought. So then the next round I was like, well, I guess we're force spying, right? Because yeah, like we didn't have the round rollbacks and stuff so easily back in the day. So that's just little things of like resonance of old configs coming into play.
Yeah, well, to talk about the config voodoo as well, I do think players get rather sentimental and superstitious about their configs. You know, I don't know if it's the same in Counter-Strike, but like, you know, there'll always be a couple of commands that make their rounds in Steam messages in the player cliques, and it's always like, oh mate, I swear I'm hitting more headies with this random thing that does absolutely nothing and is actually for if you have a controller plugged in, but keep it in.
Sure.
You know, like these stupid joystick acceleration, your bitch.
I still remember all the no force commands, right? No force M palms, no force MXL, and no force. Oh, I forget the last one, but they used to have to use those back in like the 1.6 days and stuff.
Yeah, but some people will still have that stuff in. You know, it's like it is part of the superstitions, and then eventually, you know, 2021 rolls around and something fishy's in the system. We are waiting for updates. We're still changing out that PC. I think tech support Buster is on the case, and he's actually demanded they change the PC. One more.
Just one more.
One more. Keeping a smile on their face, as they should. I mean, this is also worth highlighting. When you talk about the players, this is where the game started. The game started 20 minutes ago in the terms
when
of
they're
the human
setting
being.
up and
Bingo.
yeah,
Plugging in, getting into that mindset. Dexter with his, you know, he's doing his meditations and his breathing control. Yakinda's trying to keep a clear frame of mind. You don't want to get lost into the, you know, the complexities of what the tech issue may be. Just keep yourself in that game. Keep shooting the bots if you can.
How's he meant to, you know, function without his fancy bedroom lights? You know, above he's got that massive dragon above him and stuff, and the lights popping off.
Have you seen, by the way, how hardcore the FURIA boys have got on their stickers?
Really?
Oh, look, I think they must have hired an artist.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't think those guys can barely write their own names. I don't know how they've managed to do full like references. Naf had a full sloth in his.
I did see that.
So rest in peace that.
Yeah, back in the day when stickers were first introduced, it was in the fourth major, the fourth major ever. Maybe it was the fifth. But back when it was Cologne 2015.
Yes.
When it was introduced in that major back then, that was the fifth major. Yep. What happened was like the information that we had was like from our manager at the time. It was like, okay, yeah, you got to do your signature. And what I thought was the case was we were just going to scribble something on a bit of paper, and get scanned onto a PC, sent to Valve, and then they'd spruce it up and look nice. So mine looks like the scribble of like a 3-year-old. Like I've got the crayons out and I've just like it's so bad.
I remember how they did it. Like not even a bait. I remember being backstage. I was just super excited. ESL employee who I think was just doing the rubbish bins at that event, but I was there and witnessed the players doing their signatures, and it was just an A4 sheet of paper and a Sharpie, and walking around to every player. And I'm just saying they've leveled up this year, and the FURIA boys. I think Yuri's done a full anime reference that I can't get right.
Oh yeah.
Shabuka.
Oh yeah, that one. We're really good with the anime, mate.
Yeah, why am I trying?
Well, he's got
Talking
anime
about
hair.
anime.
Yeah, I am very envious.
The
of that
protagonist.
Frozen. Beautiful, luscious locks right there, and quite the serious eyebrows too. And cheeky with it. Here's kick it with the silencer off. I think that has to be the nicest M4, right?
I think everyone also got the memo that red stickers on a bright white skin look badass.
The hollows look really good on it too, don't they?
I really like the not Reason, it's MOUZ. MOUZ look like a little bit of an equivalent now with their nice red contrast with the white. It can look a bit like those Reason stickers on something white, and the white out USP is hot.
Sure.
I haven't gone shopping yet, but
nah, save your pennies. We got the Dreams and Nightmares. Remember those skins? Yeah, so I don't know when that's going to pop on off, but that was, if you guys aren't familiar with that, Valve are doing a bit of a competition where there's going to be some new cases to do that. And I really like trolling Reddit to see what people have been putting up. There's some really great stuff.
Submission.
Yeah, hopefully no more HAL issues, right? We don't need any of that going on. We need people to get the original artwork out there. But I think they also had some stuff where you could tweak current skins. Right? I think that was one of the things.
Like make like a nightmare version of X or Y.
Yeah, guys, I'm just getting word right now that this tech issue might be a little bit longer than we initially anticipated. So we're gonna go to a break so that you can go to the bathroom and get yourself a drink and stop listening to us two clowns.
Yeah,
I'll be back as soon as possible. Thanks for hanging with us.
You remember how the old parable goes about the mouse and the polar bear?
I thought we were going to talk about the Macarena for some reason there.
It's the Major, Alex. What are you doing?
Hey,
Embarrassing myself.
We're back.
Counter-Strike. Hi, everybody. Welcome back. We apologize for the delay. Technical mice in the system. They were running circles around our admin team, but it took 6 PCs. We got it right.
Yeah, and
We're good to go.
then all those other PCs, they've been thrown out. Don't worry about it. We don't keep any of that rubbish around anymore. We're looking good. Everybody's in the server. We can guarantee you that. But what were you saying about the mouse and the polar bear?
Yeah, well, I think in the parable it was not about the size of the polar bear, but the wise mouse managed to best him all the same. So we'll see if MOUZ and our pick of Ancient does get under the skin of the rather vicious plow that Virtus.pro can be. And this is a big one. Loser goes home. Their little tail between their legs, whether it's a mouse's or a little, I don't know, do polar bears have one? Like a little tuft of something?
They must do. And at least depicted in the cartoons.
Yeah, and we used to have them as well. That's what your coccyx is, isn't it? Little tailbone? It's called a tailbone, Alex. Obviously.
Human biology with Chad and Alex.
Yeah, we're not the educated sorts, or at least not in the realms that are outside of this video game. Chad here to give you all the insight, and I love this map, so I'm looking forward to seeing how this one plays out and transpires. A pistol strat and the info to be found by Yakinda. Molotov Doff, he has to respect it. And they're in. Now, this could all be smoke and mirrors. We talked about mid. Dexter has an efficiency in taking it. They're
all
opting for the
five are here
commit.
to defend.
Full 5-on-5 action here. Time for some deathmatch. Looking the wrong way. Rops has kept him relatively honest. It's an even trade. Kicket's still on site. Yakinda's got backs turned, but he can't find him. Rops keeps it competitive and then extending their lead. Now the frags keep coming. Frozen, the highest rated player of MOUZ, has been bested, met by Flit. Doesn't have the health for this. Know where you are. Rops closing the gap on you. He's on a timer and he knows it. Starting to wrap around, do the dance, doesn't acknowledge the hunt, and Acor will take his first frag as well. MOUZ with the T-side pistol.
Yeah, you like to see that, right? A good hedge there from Virtus.pro off the back of the molly. They rotated everybody across, but the execute too strong, too powerful, and Yakinda had an opportunity there to unravel that one, but just not able to land the shots. The USP, or pistols, to the back of the head. Not easy to do here. And MOUZ Sports kicked things off in style. Now, if you missed that best of 3 yesterday against ENCE, ENCE went down and they were leading quite heavily on Vertigo, and then MOUZ Sports, I think it's the mentality. They've been keeping the cool. The players have been talking about it. But here we go again. It's not going to be the force spy coming out from VP here. They're keeping this one very, very conservative. And the MOUZ are going to be taking control of the B lane. All 5 members now grouping up. Dexter across mid. There's a smoke towards Donut, one towards the red house as well, and there's just one player on the other side of things. Yakinda quite passive here.
Yeah, he's not looking for too much trouble. It's coming his way, though.
Oh, just handing some nades on over, so setting themselves up for this B finish. Looking like they're lining up the smokes now.
Okay, this is going to be clean, and it's going to be a retake setup from VP, albeit not necessarily by their own choosing.
This is the thing, right? It is extremely light on, so...
What's the best case, other than, of course, the ridiculousness of some USB headshots?
I think here, and it sounds a bit silly, but just staying alive now, because there is that one UMP in the hands of Acor, right? If he was able to farm and get a lot of cash with that, that could be some bonuses. And even if it isn't the UMP, it's still $300 per kill, right? You don't have to die on the CT side. You're going to get the loss bonus regardless. So they're all just going to stay alive, and we have had a couple of unicorn rounds this major.
Yeah, but I'm glad you're saying that, Chad, because there's probably a couple of people in chat right now, you know, maybe new to Counter-Strike, maybe they want to get involved in the conversation. They're typing, saving USPs, lol.
Yeah, look, if it was on the T side, there would be massive alarm bells going off. We go, what the hell are they doing? Have they forgotten how to play Counter-Strike? CT side, you understand. It's a bit of a stalemate. Bomb goes off 2-0, and one of the easiest rounds MOUZ Sports are going to win this series, I'm sure. Because of that, they don't sustain any damage. They're going to hold on to all their Galils, the AK for Rops, the UMP for Acor. And the guns come out for VP. Now, James has been gifted the AWP, and I think that was virtue of Kickit, who, with a little bit of the Sanji treatment, is going to be operating without any armor whatsoever. A glass cannon M4A1S, while James gets head armor behind his AWP. They prioritize their star. Let's see if he can pull it off early here.
Interesting. Really quite rare to see. We'll get the game sound fixed ASAP. And Yakinda crawling on through the lamps. He's going to contest this actively. He's got a good aim on him, trying to swing out ahead of the flame. Bemis is responsible, and Yakinda, your retreat is going to be hard pressed. Nade's avoided. The smoke buys him time for the fade, and Buster's backup is not necessarily required.
Yeah, this one is going to have a timer on it, but if you're Kinder, you need to get on out now. Multiple boosts up and over, and he is aware. Starting to posture back as the B execute looking likely. 1 minute 15, the flashes fly over. Blind, James forced back, and they're coming.
He didn't pull the trigger. That was a chance. They'll run out of them if they're not careful. Dancing on the pillar. Buster with the dividing smoke. Tagged up heavy. Gonna run out of bodies. A nice find. James and Buster combine. It's up to the return of Frozen and Rops, and those boys are still kicking around. With the bomb now planted, this advantage from VP could dwindle. This after plan.
Rops has to fight.
He does. And he's so paranoid. There's multiple angles. They haven't got info towards cave.
Frozen's flashing. Oh, they're not playing off of it. They're just sitting standard.
Yakinda might be the first port call. Oh, Robs. Back turned. Back turned, and Yakinda strikes. Problems for MOUZ now. Only Frozen and Dexter on the site. He's going to actually be given a gift of that smoke. Make sure your crosshairs
he locked in on the bomb.
He's got his crosshair to stop the defuse. And he strikes. Surely the return.
He's still alive.
Evade. Needs to adjust. Off the bomb again. He's caught Flit as well.
There's
the
no
2v4. They've done it. Just as easy as that. VP smoke haunts them. They go down with the bomb. Jane will save his AWP. Kickert was part of that retake, Chad. He had no armor. And no kit.
That's crazy right there from Frozen, right? You can see the adjustment. That smoke, they actually used it against them. Right? You could see that it was quite shallow, able to get that crosshair placement down, and that is coming in clutch right there from Frozen. Great stuff to see. Have to be happy with yourself there.
Yeah, I mean, when you're in a 3v4 retake and then Rops dies, it should be over. Red Rover wasn't. Far from it. Now at least Kickert gets him some armor behind his rifle, and we go again. There's a clear leniency towards the second letter of the alphabet.
Yeah, not trying mid or A whatsoever early here. And happy to test their luck again. Yakinda aggressive towards this cave position. He wants to peek.
It's Beamer's responsibility. And he will convert. Yakinda's greed bites him in the backside early.
It was just so quiet, right? He just wanted to go for information, but Beamer's ready for this. So MOUZ not giving away too many tells here. Liking what I'm seeing with the game plan, and now they just have to pass the test of James. The note of the AWP has been saved, but you could stifle the player with the AWP in this cave position.
Hard to be flashed off in this position. You have to bounce it deep. The molly will force his hand. Has to rescind.
All right, now
Mid
through
is
mid.
theirs.
Yeah, and this could be the right call. If they go through Donut right now, we've already seen the way that VP like to approach this match in one of their earlier games in the tournament. Kickert plays very, very safe. And you can see that right here.
Yeah, but he was fragging up a storm from his passive hold. I'm not sure the same could be said here, as he's been kept quite quiet. Bomb down, uncontestable.
This is great stuff from MOUZ. They're just outmaneuvering VP here. And I think they're going to save.
This has been the least contact. Can we just take a quick look at the... Yeah, look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Everyone's got 1 kill.
That's not a lot, is it?
No, it's distinctly less than what it could have been. VP have only posted a single kill each in the 4 rounds of play.
And they've lost Kickert here as part of this save, so that's going to really start to hurt. The loss bonus is going to be maxed out at the end of this, so Buster and Flick can drop some rifles. But they just haven't been able to put themselves in the right position to find fights other than the pistol.
I mean, this has got all of the indicators that the punish pick is successful already. I mean, I'm not speaking too soon here. MOUZ, 4 rounds in on their punish of Ancient.
Now, I'm not making excuses for the lad. I'm just talking about what he said on social media. I think Dexter made a tweet about how it's difficult for him to in-game lead with a bit of a cough. I think he's not feeling fantastic, and you just saw him coughing there. So having to do a lot of talking, a lot of thinking, the in-game leader in the middle of this one here. See if he can pull out some magic moments for this team. They have Mytha in the backlines who can only chime on in during the timeouts, and the same for Dastan on the other side of things. And, well, speaking of timeouts, now's the first called, and it is going to be called by VP. Now, a little bit more aggression across the map, and I know aggression was the undoing there, right? Yakinda steps out and he's lonesome. Well, you can't do it on your own always. Yakinda is the type of player that if he does start to feel the game and find the space, then yeah, he can win the game, or at least put them in positions to convert more often than not. But denied there, might need somebody else to kind of chip on in, or at least facilitate with a flash. You know, doing things dry, it's never recommended.
And we've never seen a player quite like Yakinda in terms of the contrast to his CT and T stats. He can have a nightmare on his defense and proceed to have something crazy like 23 and 4 in the second half of play.
The thing that really turned us onto him initially was his mechanical ability, right? Like how they would just throw him forward and just his clears and how sharp he was. But here we go again. Timeout done. Deep molly, A-Core is going to be held at bay. And this time round, some team aggression. Flit and James getting control of middle. Frozen already parked on in the pocket, and here's Yakinda again.
It's not going to be the same, is it?
Well, it looks the same. Doesn't catch anything there. This time, however, there at least was a flash.
Bingo.
They can rock that again if they want, but MOUZ are getting full control of this without being harassed by utility, and I think that's a big component of the type of buys that we've seen from VP, but maybe a bit of a gap under that.
Yeah, and they've used one of their 3 remaining smokes, or rather one of what was initially 4, to kind of sell this as a commit. They don't have to commit. And James does connect onto Dexter, so information gathered. He seems paranoid about the A side of the map. Rops has been parked there the whole time.
Yeah, just started to rotate immediately, didn't he, James? Now he's bounced back in. Just flirting with this here. Acor's turn to take a pick, and oh, the shot almost connecting there. Flit down to 45.
But that's going to keep him guessing. Look, Flit's actually still concerned that that isn't indicates, especially with the loss of info, that A is under scrutiny.
Well, that's a big nade. Rops is going to cop that one on the toes. 11 HP. More kills over towards B now. It's fallen apart. Is this just going to be a save right here? Rops is so low. They're disconnected from the pack, and we've seen MOUZ Sports. They love a save.
Hinges on Frozen.
Oh.
With a missed shot, he could have another chance.
It has to be a save. What are they meant to do right now? You can see them starting to dip on back. Frozen grabs another one. There's just no time to go forward. So I think they're letting Frozen off the leash here to do some damage and make sure that this CT economy is humbled here. So that kill's not too shabby whatsoever, but 3 players from each side will stay alive. Both AWPs retained. And that just felt as simple as James getting the opening pick onto Dexter there. It just continued to peter out from that moment. So these teams, they're pacifists. You know, they're like peace. They don't. If we don't have to fight, we won't. And
Path of least resistance.
That's the one. Be like water. 4-1. Yeah, but we have casted some MOUZ games so far. And we do see that they, especially on their CT sides, right? Remember on those Inferno games, saving so often when they knew that they couldn't get in. They don't take any risks. So trying to do it by the book here, MOUZ.
Yeah, and default spread from them. And again, it's the rinse and repeat. Likely will press the Yakinda button next. And then you watch him clear. Yeah.
Maybe get a flash coming in as well.
Pastor is equipped. James has one too. But Yakinda's yet to call for it. Now it comes in. Calls it clear.
And that's the thing. It's an info play, but because they know it's coming, MOUZ are just tucked on in every time. Once they hear that, then they start to have a little bit of a looky-loo here. He wants to deal with the ramp push. Frozen on speculative clears between the two. And retooling and regathering back towards B. Just at a minute 10, smoke drop. More time being bled off the clock and back towards the B bomb site.
An exception to the rule, though, is Rob's no longer going to be stubborn about the A halls.
And that's not too bad of a call. There's still 2 players over there. Kicker and Flit are both, look at the radar, top left-hand of your screen, over towards A. James top mid with all the info. It is just on these B defenders of Yakinda and Buster currently locking this site down. And Buster's going to go aggro here, Alex.
Yeah, he's playing close. It's the right call with the flash. Beamers will eat this up, but there needs to be a trade, and there is. Frozen, naming the feed. 4-on-4. Yakinda tested again. He's burnt down. A-Corp, good positioning of the Molotov. It spreads lethally. Bomb uncontested. They're all wrapping around the longer side. They could boost. Smoke's fading, though. And vision restored. Dexter's in trouble.
Pin.
No one can help him. No one can help him. It's a hard clear. Rops is on the way to bail him out, but that smoke is a bit shy.
Flubbed it.
A huge gap. Dexter knows and communicates the same. Rops even has a molly if he can get it well placed. Can save the defuse. It's now half gone. VP gonna have to hurry this up. Rops spotted out. Dexter in the corner. The smoke's worse for them than ever before. Fake. No time for that. Just need to call the bluff, and yeah, falls into place for MOUZ. The VP were unthreatening in that.
No, and they lose everything for it, right? Traditionally, when you see them save, the miss of that smoke is actually a huge deal right there, and that was flat. On the contrary, MOUZ Sports just keep their cool, right? They just stay real calm in that moment. The smokes are dropping. They're not over-peaking. They're not overstepping the mark. And the way that they traded their self onto that site was great. They believed in their utility, right? That molly was going to spread, or they were going to get that kill at that pillar position. And now, look at VP's buy. It's so light on as far as utility goes. A couple of smokes, Molotov.
Difference is the 3-man mid setup.
Oh, Dex is ahead of this.
Oh, hard clear. Flit loses his life. James has to get the rebuttal.
Did they misthrow that smoke?
Hold on.
So deep.
Yakinda catching A-Core sleeping. No trade available this time. So great success in terms of pulling VP back into a competitive round. And Frozen somehow wins that long range, committed to the spray.
I think he just re-picked as well. Whoa!
What is going on here? That was the bomb carrier.
Some weird pushes early here, and now it's Rops's turn against kick it over towards A. The bomb needs to be scooped up. There's still so much time on the clock, and these awkward exchanges have just happened one at a time.
Yeah, Rob's even acknowledging the potential for a crazy Jame push, but Bemis has confirmed his evacuation.
Look how spread out everybody is. Literally every player on the map right now could get a 1v1.
They got 2 smokes as well, Chad. Like, if they wanted to deny mid-info or go for a B double smoke take, that both are available.
Well, a B double smoke take would be great just with this passive positioning right now. You can see how far out of the site Buster is. He's actually wanting them to walk on in occasionally with a jiggle peek like this. Jame rotating over now. 35 seconds left on the clock. Rop still on that lurk towards mid.
Oh, Jame peeks in and Frozen knocks
with no
him
info.
off. At least Frozen will fall. Bemis has the info, though, and a defensive smoke from Buster. He's just looking to survive and delay. The bomb will be planted, and look at Rops's flank. It's gone. Kick it. Now spotted at 19 HP. Bemis can come up clutch here for MOUZ. The youngest in the server in that respect. What have you got? He just holds for the Buster fight. They could line up. Kick it first, tucks in, Buster's next. Gets the info as well, a flash for good measure. And Buster loses his head. Bemis pulls MOUZ's 6th out of the hat. And in the face of adversity, a numbers disadvantage, and it's no issue for him.
Oh, that's staying steady again. Just calm. He didn't look like he winced at any moment right there, and Bemis can look a little bit shaky on the aim at times. This was that Frozen Yukinda exchange that went on down. And then this is Jame just picking into Frozen's line of sight. A great shot to hit. Rob's actually flubbed his line there against Kick It on that rotation, and then Bemis has to clean up the mess right here with a beautiful 1-on-2. But this is looking great for MOUZ if they can keep this up, and they should be able to do that against the Pistols of EP now. They're set for 7 rounds.
You just can't afford to slip up in rounds like this. We've seen teams, the very best, earlier today. It can happen to everyone, but it really is the make or break of convincing wins. This would be a portal back into the half of EP. They cannot let this slip.
Precisely. Think about everything that they could walk away with if they were able to pick this one up here, VP now.
Yeah, like watch yourself, like watch your positioning. And look, I mean, there's an embodiment of exactly what we're talking about. Acor did just get shot in the side of the head. Now he finds himself as deep as he possibly can while still contributing.
Yeah, they have pushed quite far down long, and Jame did just get some info on that mid peak. See this double stack.
This is so uncomfortable for Bemis. He is flashed in. Does he commit?
They're hearing this.
He's so loud about it.
Oh, but they can't risk that corner. Look at this. Acor just trained in on that position,
Just
making
don't get
sure.
greedy. Don't go walking in. He is going to round that corner, and Yukinda could catch him off guard. Oh, close. Knocks him out. Gets more info as well. That is a sigh of relief for MOUZ Sports and their fans. The threat nullified.
Yeah, great clear there from Acor, right? Being very diligent. Like, MOUZ Sports are really going through their paces, right? We say crossing the T's, dotting the I's. They're not having any risky maneuvers, and 30 seconds left. They do need to get a wriggle on. Looks like they're going to go mid to A.
Probably the least commonly utilized team route.
There's a little bit of an issue. I guess Flit is over in this donut position here, but he has to get a couple of kills.
If they just assume it's clear. Okay, if they just assume it's clear, it's bodyguard now. That AWP could fall into enemy hands. Bemis has to find this frag, and has. Those things will peter out into nothingness.
Oh, handled now. This is good stuff from Bemis, right? It's an important kill to make. It's an important follow-up as well. They're going to retain that AWP, make sure Buster can't get his grubby little mitts on any of this. At 7, it's feeling very easy right now. And as I mentioned, Inferno next. Like, I know it is a good VP map, but it's a map that MOUZ Sports have had no dramas playing.
They've had no dramas losing also.
Yeah,
the first 2 best of ones on Inferno.
That's true. I guess that context means a lot, and they didn't have to play it against ENCE. Against ENCE yesterday, the maps that were the 2 they got across the line on, a 16-6 victory on Mirage, and then a 16-10 victory on Vertigo, and Buster goes down with the bomb there. I guess that's where you might be able to think about the confidence for Virtus.pro. They did beat Vitality on that map 16-14, but very close. And we saw Vitality have a rough series against EG just yesterday. And then if you were joining us for the series just before, it was pretty damn close. Pretty damn close against Astralis, who went down kicking and screaming.
There's the Beamos wiggle that we know and love.
Here's the thing, though, right? We want to make sure we get this straight for everybody. We know this is a punish, but regardless of that context, this is a CT bias map at the moment as far as the stats go. So MOUZ Sports already have a massive amount of T-side rounds here.
Yeah, but they're not going to let anything go. Like this already bodes well. Jame flashed in. Yakinda the first to swing. More possibilities for a trade, though, and Jame will not let that slip. A second on the cards. Acor's quicker.
Good trading, and they're in.
That's the end.
Should be the round over.
Yeah, Flip. He's having a go. He's been flashed off, tucked in. His barrel may betray him. He's already playing a passive stance, and down goes Kickit, who was actually still on A.
Yeah, Rops has locked the door of this. If you Flip now, there's pressure coming from all sides, and well, this might just be a quick map here. 8-1, the score is going to read.
VP look completely out of the comfort zone.
Yeah, this isn't close at all. This is these rounds, they're not even competitive here.
I wonder how much they've even...
We can do the quick maths on this. I can do Yakinda plus Jame makes 8, plus Kickit makes 10, and then Busted to 13, and then Flitz 2 is 15. There you go, guys. That's how I did the maths. I'm not sure how you guys added it up at home, but 15 kills in 9 rounds of play is not enough.
Yeah, I mean, you can literally count VP's officials on Ancient in one hand.
It's a thing with the map being, you know, obviously the newest to the pool. If you are just joining us, maybe you're one of those individuals who took the hiatus from Counter-Strike during the online era. I don't blame you. Now that we're back in play, it's Vertigo's second major, and it's Ancient's first. Train went out, Ancient came in. And this map we're still discovering, right, how it's approached, the different strategies. It's been taken to quicker than Vertigo, I would say. But it's definitely still got its nuances, its little details to it.
It's also had significantly less giant changes made to it in comparison to, say, Vertigo, which underwent multiple like meta-defining changes. Mid, for example, was a completely different looking part of the map.
This was added. Temple was added, right? That never existed previously, right? When it initially came out.
I almost forgot about that.
Yeah. So there have been some adjustments. The spammable ward over towards the B bomb site is a big one as well. You're seeing the kills coming through. Rain loves to go for those kind of spam frags.
Yeah, shout out to Daddy Valve for actually not only fixing Waterbug, but also the wallbang, just so the map is a a functional competitive atmosphere.
Yeah, well, they made me look like a liar for a while there. They told me in
really
DMs, I
did.
think it was back in May, that, yeah, we're going to fix it in the next Ancient update. And the next Ancient update came like 6 months later. I was like, oh.
And I do love that this so consistently, I mean, I don't know if I love it, but the fact that the community often has the answers to the problems, it's like, yeah, we've already worked out exactly how it's happening. So if you want to just fix it, that would be great.
Yeah, we work as a team, right, guys?
Yeah, it was a mod initially, it's all about the community, and the fact that you guys are using your creative juices to put more creative skins in the game as well is an embodiment of that as well.
Look at this buy here, though. So VP are trying something.
Yeah, MOUZ are the dream, VP the nightmare. 8-1. They've won the T-half on a CT bias map, and here comes Dexter with an ambitious maneuver. If he tucks, oh, Flip, loud. Dexter's got him dead to rights.
Is huge.
And James is going to lose his brain. That is
Flip hasn't even acknowledged it.
That's massive from Dexter. And why is the bomb going back to spawn? Frozen may be overcomplicating this.
Yeah, but Dexter has the full rotation. They can pivot wherever they want right now.
Suppose. It's just about Kickit disrupting late. Dexter's going to address it. This Deagle headshot could define how much pressure is on this A-bomb rotate. They've just rotated the whole squad. Kickit can still destabilize it, and he's had an AK delivered to his front door.
They need to plant right now. They can plant safe from this. Virtue of the site being made a little bit wider, but the rotation coming through spawn, it's down. Now there's a lot less problems for MOUZ.
Kit on Flip.
Do they even consider it here? It's max loss bonus, obviously. This is one of the better chances they've had to win a round.
Given a look, first contact will be Flit, and he spotted out Robs, but I think that might be enough. Buster's still hanging out, looking to retreat. Kickit does contribute the hunt. That's Acor gone, and Bemis should be stopping any funny business with Kickit saving. Barrel, and just about managed that with a couple of bullets to spare.
They want this AWP for Jame. Oh, I don't think they're going to get it now that Dexter's, now that Frozen has filled that position. AWP scavenged across, and it got expensive. But look at the finances for MOUZ. They can give away a couple of those. At the high end, you've got like 14K on Frozen here, and you just saved the AWP. So things are going smooth as you like. 9-1. But pantsing right now. In case you missed the context, this is an elimination game. Loser out. And you don't want to, like, this is showing the weakness in the map pool, right? Flit just joined. Of course you were going to have weaknesses. but it's so shallow for VP to not be able to contest it all on the CT side of it, on one of the most CT biased maps in the pool right now.
Yeah, and you know, not forgetting as well that the last major Counter-Strike saw Kick at Jame and Buster were stepping onto that grand final stage.
I think they are. Oh,
Hello.
that's the spam. There you go. Dink on through.
Oh, the finish with the nade for good measure, not quite.
I think that these guys are the last remaining of the top 4 of the previous major. So
Whoa.
lost Astralis, right? The Renegades boys slash 100 Thieves slash Extremum not here to play. And oh, volleyed out. So getting forced back at least. VP are making this a little bit more awkward. Now, one of the qualms we've had with VP is they do take a while to get their full gun rounds out. And here is a full gun round.
Is he going for it? Are they going for an A fake? Why would you have 3 players leading A?
It would have to be something quite A heavy here, right? So you can see that util lines up. Thing is, because of the retake stance that VP like to have, they don't need to rotate over immediately. They might even be thrust forward towards B. Util hitting the deck, Kick it calling a lot of this clear. Flit rotates in as well. Oh, they're going to try and go through middle here. This is the way to open up that mid avenue. They can make their way up through the red house again. It's also drawn Yukinda back. Flit's got a kill, but the bomb is heading B.
Yeah, Dexter could perhaps thread the needle though.
He is up. This is a big rotation to deal with. As they start to hit the B site, Yukinda will rotate back.
And that's what Dexter's waiting for. So he gets to park up here, courtesy of the A fake.
Time's a problem.
And now Yukinda's looking away, averts his gaze, the resmoke. 20 seconds. Buster, a hard clear. A hard clear. And the flashes are great. Bomb now lose. This has to be VP's round. It's such a time-sensitive mission. Kick it contributes. Dexter's lurk is no more. And neither is the MOUZ Sports squad. There you have it, Virtus.pro. It took them a while to post the second, but round 11, it comes through.
It's just as soon as we finally get like a full gun round, they always try the tricky business with the buys. Like, you know this team can function well when everybody has the rifles, the armor, the util, and the kits. Because they have some really good individuals here. It's just they seem to hamstring themselves time and time again. But now the full buys are out in full force, and it really is on Buster here. They threw that defensive Molotov. He's able to get that bomb loose, and as soon as that happens, it gets very difficult for MOUZ, who now have to start using their cash money. Bit of a pace change here. Faster through mid right now.
Presence noted.
It's a lot more early pressure and space here.
Looks like a dodgy smoke donut. Kick it might have a gap. So we can call it clear. Flit doesn't have to feel too pressured just yet. Very deep. Flit will not have any information on that, and it does at least allow safe passage up lane. Quite indicative by the deep incendiary, and now regrouping for the break-in.
I like that. They've double cleared from either side, right? Not going to line up in case there is a player there holding that angle. Makes it a little bit more difficult for VP to lock on in. But it is B heavy.
Activated here, yeah, and they've got time, so looking to delay. A smoke found its way into cave.
Has to be a B finish, right? 50 seconds left. They could go for a fake and run all the way back, but they have had success when they've gone for these set pieces. They need this cave control, and this molly is going to help them on out. That's going to force Buster either forward or back, and well, back's the option. Another smoke dropped. Need to disrespect that.
Yeah, you do. It's on a timer, and they will not.
That's the problem. If Buster pushes back in, he's going to have that locked. It's going to come down to the final 20 seconds.
Bemis will come late. 3 up ramp. Counter utils down. It's again very familiar to VP's first consecutive round, and now here we go. Frozen kicks down the door. Bemis on Buster, the battle of the bees, and it has been quite the easy find. I don't see the bomb down.
Needs to get planted.
Bodyguards, where are they? Bemis. Well, it was short-lived success for VP.
Wasn't it?
And it looked, no, when you see the clock and the bodies on the side, it's essentially like a 3-on-3.
They just need a kill, right? They need one of those opening kills to go their way. I think the fact that all 5 MOUZ members survive, they're actually beating VP at their own game right now. Because who are the team that plays slow, methodical, drawn-out Counter-Strike and milk everything away from you? Well, Virtus.pro. And right now, MOUZ Sports are doing exactly that. Taste of their own medicine. And this must be feeling real bad right now. Might need some medicine after this one. 10-2. There's not a conversation if this one could be running away. It has run away from VP. And with Inferno up next, like, I feeling MOUZ Sports must have some confidence going into that.
Yeah, I mean, certainly. And with this one in the bank as well, it does just feel like such a special treat. You get 2 stabs to not only eliminate VP, but to keep your head above water in the Legends stage and to have a real shot, another best of 3 to secure a trip to the champion stage.
That's
Top
curious
8.
as well. See how those matchups are going to shape up, right? There's
Really
that little simulator that someone at home has been doing to see what the matches are. I'm sure you guys could all start working on that. Oh, he's done that to Flit twice. Once Flit pushed, this time Dexter takes the peek behind the molly. And there's an opening. This map, can we pack the bags and get this one done? Can we just move on to Inferno now? Because honestly, 10 rounds so far on the T side of Ancient, just with how this map is shaping up in the competitive map pool, this should be done. And another number advantage here for mousesports, just to turn the screws, take their time, weasel through, find the gaps.
Dexter, how ballsy are you? He's going just as it fades. And he's got Donut for free. So this is threatening. James got to respond to this and may not... Oh, Dexter! Oof, doesn't
Quick.
finish his meal. James, very quick. But that might only incite him into more concern. It was Dexter, it's not Rops. They know he's typically the lurker, so spotting another doesn't seem to have bitten on that bait at all.
They're still going towards B here, and just Rops is so disconnected. He won't be able to contribute to this at all.
Fired off orb shot confirms. His presence heavy.
The call.
40 seconds. You could still sprint through mid. It's Kickit that's holding that at bay. A smoke from the cave fades. Full B util commitment, but they might go pivot. They're going for a late A. And let's pull Kickit away. He won't have any info. He was in red room just moments ago, but the util was enough to pull him over to the B site, and they have it for free.
Just
Chad,
faked out.
MOUZ are playing a great game.
Out. Get him out of here. Like, that just seemed way too simple. They even had the early info, right? VP over towards B dropped their own little limp smoke to play in front of it, and they didn't believe it. They didn't believe their eyes. Wait, are they really doing this to us now? Because we've seen how late they've operated. You could have been expecting another double pump, but it's just straight on in. Bomb goes down. 11th round now for MOUZ, playing an exceptional T side of Counter-Strike. Fantastic calling, fantastic mid-round decisions here. They're just calling rings around this VP roster.
And the celebration will only continue, because we talked about it, right? mousesports' highest rated player is Frozen, and he's come into this one, which is do or die, lose, you're out. And he's dropped 16-4 here on the T half. He has been a crucial component of their threat on the B site, and part of the reason why they were so concerned when the util started to sail over again. Frozen typically coming around that corner with a very hot AK-47. That is 11. And this is the tough one for VP, right? Because you know you're going into that T side. I mean, I'm sure...
You're really just hoping for the next map at this point. Like,
I didn't want to start that conversation, but maybe it has to.
well, this is the thing, right? This is where you get the flip side of this. Do you want to make sure that VP are competitive here in the second half, right? Do we want to see if they can actually play some Counter-Strike so that going into the next map of play that they're a bit warmed up? Well, that's one conversation to be had.
Oh, Dexter versus Flit. We talked about it. Not this time. Flit had some support in the shape of James.
But then the other side of that coin, right, is do you just want to get it done, right? Because if you start a comeback, you put a lot of energy. Ouch. Not even through the smoke right there as far as the kill icons go. So Beamus going to be a little bit perplexed about that. But now Rop's having a look, and he's got a friend, Acor, here with him this time round. CT smoke.
Counter util indicates a back CT. Back bomb site player will opt for Donut. Not another one of these, Chad.
Well, that's an interesting side smoke that they've just thrown right here.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that has landed correctly
but the
or
whole
not.
VP squad have just rotated over and the bomb's going B. How long will they work this out? It's dead silent. Surely James saying, lads, I got this.
Yeah, and now that Acor's dead too, right? You get that pick, you can basically call that clear, and they're calling the bluff.
Oh, it's a fakey fake.
So Frozen right now with all this util on his back here, he
Oh,
could
you're right.
throw a bit of a B fake with all of this, right? A flash towards long.
They don't fall for it again.
Yeah, he's going to smoke off one side of the site. He can throw the molly again towards the cubby. He can flash again, and they've all drawn back. There's just one player they have to deal with right now, and it is going to be Flit over
And he's
towards
going
Donut.
mid.
Yeah, so if they walk in now, they can at least get a 1-on-2 situation, but Flit stands up. There you
Okay.
go.
That's huge from Flit. He lost his life. Surely the bomb can go down. Rops, bodyguarded now. Temple occupied. This is a big frag from Frozen. He still delivers 18 and counting. Humbled now, a 1v3 for Rops. Time to impress. Puts Buster to rest. Donut a threat. James as well in the Temple. Last scene, he did already fire a shot. Yakinda's closing the gap. Robs to come up clutch, misses his shot, knows James coming. Molotov'd out, what's he supposed to do? Yakinda, the threat, Robs is doing it all here, the 1v3. Salt in the wound, and bullets in the head. Get him out of here. VP dead on arrival here in Ancient.
2v5. 2v5 situation right there, just dealt with. Ah,
Good to see the kid smiling, man. He liked that.
everything they call, right, is gold, right? This is fantastic work here from MOUZ. They're running rings around them. How can one man over towards the B site with 2 flashes, a smoke and a molly, sell a fake and draw them all away? Just Frozen doing it.
If I had to guess, it's because they don't know that utility from that trajectory is one man. Assuming it's more, I don't know. It's odd. It is odd, and that is a brutal way to stomach a 12.
This is great from MOUZ Sports. You can't deny it. And up they walk. Smoke's going to fade. Dexter versus Flit. 2 in his face. And this time he grabs 1 and 2. Flit giving him something to work with here. Have to convert this. Come on now.
Come on now. Come on now. Oh dear.
And again, they're just going to gamble, stack back, leaving A, rotating through, clearing out mid, hedging their bets B. The bomb, quite literally, still in T spawn. That's no word of a lie. That's no joke. Look how safe they're playing it. Nades towards B now. Kept on notice. A core low. Bemis at half. Rops chipped away at as well.
If they do try that cheeky cross out ledge, it's James kill every day of the week. Bemis has got a bit of util, might be able to sell something, but it's not the same page out of the strat book this time. Returning to mid. This is James' domain, but he's so passive. He doesn't have info on the donut walk.
Is Bemis going to pick? It looks like he is.
Yeah, but he's a young Zoomer jiggler, and that's the shot. Oh, James doesn't really get to play. No, his games are cancelled, and that is 13.
There could, right now, lose a 2v5 and then a 3v5 back-to-back.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of morale,
All-time low.
All-time low. And I'm not talking about the band, although
Oh.
it's really making it hurt.
How did they lose this?
Oh, dear.
Flicking the first 2 kills so easily.
You know how you were asking maybe, do you want them to fight back? Do you want them to prove to themselves that they can frag? I think you just want to get this one done now.
Yeah, forget about this. Okay, come on, Buster, give us something. Give us the 1-on-3 retake, the first onto Robs. That's great. Bomb halfway gone. You got to get a move on. You have to go after this molly. There's no other choice.
Spotted. Time running shy. And
nothing.
13.
Nothing.
13th round for MOUZ. VP left one thing.
Saving on the last round. Yeah. Protect those stats, mate. They can't get much worse than it's looking right now for VP. Kick it with 5, 4 for Yakinda, 7 apiece for Buster and Flit, and 8 kills for James. No single player on double digits for VP. 2 rounds to boast in that first half. What can you say? The type of rounds they lost. The type of rounds that they lost just there. This is not a map that they're willing to contest on. You don't have the depth and the best of 3s. You've just been punished here.
And this punish is a product of their must ban. They have a must ban. They don't play it. Ancient, a new map in the pool, and doesn't seem like they can pull their weight. Certainly not up against MOUZ here. That was a shot as well from Bemis. James, you could have popped off.
Bang!
Acor did. 13, folks. Yeah.
Close it out now if you're MOUZ. Don't let them have anything to say in this. There was nothing that they did within that first half that was relatively resembled a CT side.
We got 4 players defending B into a 4-man A hit. All eyes on Rops. This is his side of the map. He's been living here on the T side. Now he's got to have to do it all with only a USP. Can't track Flit. 1 through the corner of the box, tucks away, playing for the retake. Still 5 on 5, straight bullet.
The site.
They could. The bomb planted. Bit late, but Kicker catches a good face full of damage.
Smoke for the bomb.
Smoke in the kit. A flash for good measure. Temple to be cleared. How do you go through? Do you go L-bend or do you fight through Temple?
Wait, what's this on B? Your kid is about to be caught off guard. 4v5 now.
Okay, and the flank is on. The patience on B-Mass. They're going to try and kick down the door. MOUZ, have you got it in you?
Halfway ticked. Need
Flashing
this flash.
Temple. James going to eat it up. Turns it. Contact. Snappy out of Dexter. VP running out of players. It's all Dexter. 3 kills. He's got the smoke in the kit. Buster can disrupt, and that's that. 14, folks. Locked and loaded.
Beautiful stuff right there. Right, the type of Counter-Strike MOUZ Sports are playing on this map here is so cool, calm, collected, and the smile on the coach and Myth are there in the background. It says it all. They retook that. There was just a breeze. They walked through them and dust done. Right, this guy never smiles, so that's no surprise for anybody playing at home, but things are miserable right now. Absolutely miserable.
It's not how you want to be defending your honor and your major spot.
Beautiful from Dexter there, just strolls on in, leading by example, and here we go, the force by for VP, Virtue at the plant, some Galils around. Mid-control, U2 down, they drop the skybox, Molly, the smoke towards Donut, another one towards the cutout position, working on some mid-control, but they got to be working on this map in the future, because this is looking like MOUZ Sports, quick as you like.
But you don't want to give him an inch.
Oh, Dexter, he's feeling himself here. Feeling himself here.
Staring at that smoke. Express delivery. M4A1S for Yakinda.
Oh, spotted.
And eliminated. Flit did not have the element of surprise. A diligent clear from Frozen. They are looking to commit B, and that's Acor's realm. Only a HE, and doesn't even find a bullet. Yakinda's pulling VP into this round here. The second round force. Buster falls. Mort where that came from, and it's nice again, this time from Jame.
Shadow.
Big advantage, yeah. Rob's caught walking. They've turned it on its head here. Frozen, 1 versus 3, just slips through. Could deny. There's no one bodyguarding.
Pulls the bluff.
Traces, tracks him. That's the end, and that's all Yakinda. Catching and punishing the Dexter aggression. MOUZ Sports sent back into a depression. 1400, 1500. It will be the force by VP. Have been given a bit of a gift there. But I mean, you know, we talk about matter of time games, Chad.
This is one of them. This is one. Like this is a CT bias map and a half. In case you missed the memo, they're going to do their best here to try and warm up their individuals. But I don't know what you can ask of VP here. They just haven't come in prepared to play out Ancient, and MOUZ Sports are looking beautiful now. U2 in mid, Frozen between the flames.
Burning.
Yeah, melting.
It's been heard. But at least he gets away. Frozen.
Ouch. Bowling from Flit. Nice little bit of top spin on that one. Turning their attention towards B again here, and looking likely for VP to get their 4th. So just 10 rounds will be in it after this one. Has been the force buy from MOUZ, and they have stacked over towards this B site, but Molotovs appear to be the biggest issue. Yakinda with 2 more, and he's coming alive here.
We talked about his T-side prowess, Chad. I think it would have to be record-breaking from Yakinda. Starting to farm the frags. I'm just going to double-check what his score was on the half. So we can keep track of his T-side prowess. Update on that B-stream game. Looks like it could be 3.
Oh, okay.
A-stream, excuse me.
That's the Ancient matchup between Flames and Heroic.
So Ancient being played there, and it was an 8-7 half.
What's it now?
Looking like a 15-12 for the Flames.
Ooh, how's Roy doing? He's normally pretty handy on this one.
But yeah, demonstrating that they can defend, and perhaps it is CT-sided. Roy continues where he left off.
Ninja as well has been great, hasn't he?
He's been involved in 10 opening duels, Roy.
Of course he has. He's just the full package. I love, like, look, I'm definitely not discrediting Bubsky. Bubsky played with the guy. He's a professional player. No question right there, coming out and saying, like, that Roy is, you know, he's always been a skilled player. But this is different, right? Like, to just go from being, like, a middle-of-the-pack player for Mad Lions to being a star player of Copenhagen Flames at the first major back in 2 years and body bagging all of these top teams, it's different, right? Like, it's crazy to see that level of performance. And I hope it's not just a flash-in-the-pan type scenario. I hope we get a consistency out of the Copenhagen Flames going forward, because it's been a fun story to follow.
It really has. You can see Yakinda's double here. Perfection. Farming up the frags.
Yeah, economical rounds here for MOUZ, so they will let another one go past the wicket keeper. Just hanging around in a bit of a group, seeing if they can react to any of these maneuvers from VP early. We will be getting the guns out in the next. Now, just a quick bit of maths for everybody playing at home. Take a look at the cash next to all the CTs. That's the right-hand side of your screen. Behind, below their names, you'll see their cash. It's all about 1,900. In the next round, they get 2,400, right? So you add those two together. Any kills that they might get now will only be at 300 because of these pistols. So you want to do the maths there to understand what type of buy we're working about. Then you think about they're going to buy Kevlar. We've got that 650. Silenced M4 is going to come through. A little bit of U2. So you can start to work out what type of buy they're going to be working with.
Yakinda had 4, by the way, on the half.
Okay.
So 6 so far here on his T-side campaign.
Can't really retake that fight here, Frozen. He is going to, but a stray bullet will catch him. They're just going to walk on into B, and it's hard to see these USPs doing much.
Kinder agrees. Buster combines. One out of Frozen, but the 5 HP, unfortunately, does actually put one into the header flip.
Yeah, just Rops to find with the carried across 5-7. And the head armor. And the head armor is more important here, right? That head armor you want to hold on to. It's going to save you from having to reinvest in.
You'd love a Galil.
I guess.
You've got no reason to push it, though. Like, James? Oh, he's lost his rifle. And Rob's not going to go too greedy for it.
James probably going to buy the AWP in the next round anyway. 5,200 for him. Going to get the round win bonus here. So all going to be fine as far as the cash is regarded. But Rob's, that's only his 7th kill. And I think that's a scary factor. Because they were able to get to a 14-2 scoreline with Rops only having like 6 or so frags, right? Now, all it's going to take is him to activate. His role was actually, let's not lie, his role was, it was necessary, but it was pretty static, right? He was over towards the A main, just controlling that round after round, just sitting on his lonesome on the T side. So he didn't have to have a lot of impact, but by staying alive, making sure they hadn't pushed, that's a lot of info to retain for your team right there. Now, how many more twists and turns does this map have for VP? You really couldn't expect too much. This would be some kind of a comeback. Haven't seen one of these in a while.
The day we learned it's not CT-sided when VP are playing.
Yeah, no, guys, if you play the T side correctly...
yeah, actually. Watch. Flit again opens up the account. He's not going to stop. Dexter does react and takes them both down. Yakinda humbled in this one. Takes his 14th death to the chin. Dexter hands it out with a couple of points of health to spare. Wow, so many smokes are currently up on the map. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And remaining, just the one that left kick at hand right here, right now. Blocks Bemis' vision. Won't be able to contest the plant, at least without some stray bullets connecting. Kickert wants to return fire here, so the bomb now is going to be planted.
Playing retake. Oh,
holy
so low.
Moly.
Both on 8.
16 points of health between James and Kickert. They could turn this around, you know. Nade looks destined for glory, just shy of Dexter. A boosted AWP to hold the long side. This is potent.
It's going to get naughty now.
Very potent. Util dropped. Loses vision. Dexter safe. Buster does deliver just the one, but these low HP players, what are they going to do to contest it? Kickert better have his lineup perfect. He planted for this spray, and Bemis fakes it out, baits it out. Dexter confirms that James is down there, and there's 15. Delivered as well from Dexter. That's 4 kills from the in-game leader.
Beautiful
he started it off with a double in mid, wraps it up, puts a bow on it, and says, play on. 15, looking to finish here.
I think one of the things I want to continue to highlight here for MOUZ in this game has just been how cool they've been in these scenarios, right? Just reflect, if you guys joined us during the Challenger stage, I'll use a team like Renegades in these rounds like this. Remember that Inferno game we had where they were giving their lives away on retakes? Here, you can see MouseSports giving away nothing until the bodies are ready, the util is dropped, they're playing as a unit, and even in these clutch situations like that BMS 1-on-2, they stayed calm.
Eyes on Dexter. Got a lot to contend with again. They pressed and forced the issue into mid. Frozen's the only man there. Excuse me, my eyes are terrible.
Yeah, we're getting old.
An F looks like a D to me. And here he is, ready to give them the very same. 3 members of VP in mid.
Frozen spotted something, or he thinks better of this. Dexter might get a couple more here, Alex.
Oh, leaping. Completely inaccurate. Yakinda, though, should be there, and he's expecting the same. Does catch him. Akor misses his chance.
He's passed.
A slither gap, and now Yakinda can slither around. Bomb going B side. Pressure everywhere, though. With Bemis' demise, it looks like VP have their eyes on the prize.
Frozen's still alive, and Rops too. 2 of the hardest hitters, the heavy hitters here. We regather back towards the B bomb site. That's where Akor and the AWP currently resides. They don't have any smokes to deal with him here, so they're just going to walk on in.
Yakinda's going to walk on out. Finds Frozen. Round falls into place for VP as Yakinda puts himself up to 13. And that's 14. This is why we were keeping track. He's had 10 kills already, Chad. We're only 6 rounds into this first half. First half?
Second half.
Yeah, this is getting a little shaky there for MouseSports, but no worries. Plenty of opportunities, just a casual 9 required in a row.
Yeah, so easy for VP, right? This will be just another day of the office. Just 9 rounds on the T side.
Well, there is a correlation, Chad, between MOUZ Sports winning rounds when they kill Yakinda and VP winning rounds when they don't.
Simple maths, Counter-Strike,
I've worked
really.
it out. I've solved the mystery.
So then, I guess for all the analysts out there doing prep for your team, just note that one down. Kill Yakinda.
Kill Yakinda, win round.
Simple.
That's all you have to do.
It's a
What
really
happens
easy
if he's
formula,
the
isn't
first
it?
death here with the P250? My theory might be out the window here. Conservative, MOUZ. Screw that. James down. Yakinda's still alive. It's not a problem. And here he comes to start off proceedings.
Good that he's getting warmed up. Is going to be necessary because they will be starting on the T side of their own map choice of Inferno, right? So they're in. Ship damage done through the smoke. A little gap there for Bemis to work with the spam of the USP. Bomb gets planted, 40 seconds thrust onto the clock, and I think damage and maybe grabbing an AK or two is just name of the game here for MOUZ. You can see with their positioning, not opting to get stuck on in with any quick maneuvers. Still players planted on A, aggression all the way through, elbow towards T spawn. VP will be gifted their 7th round. Now, if we wanted to have a discussion about when this does start to get sweaty, if the scoreline gets to like 15 to 10 and then MOUZ in those next 3 rounds of play haven't been competitive, right? They haven't been able to get many kills. There's more damage done. And then at that point, if you MOUZ, you do start to get a little bit shaky, right? You start to get a little bit worried. Then when the scoreline gets to say like 15-12, then you're really starting to get worried that you're going to let this massive lead drop. But right now, it's all good, right? They take their save. They make sure that they can invest in all those goodies. They can play aggressive. They can go for any gimmicky maneuvers. They can also just sit back and go through the default paces. Not taking a time. Oh, no, they are taking a timeout right now. Just as I said that, it's called. And it's a MOUZ Sports timeout to discuss their options here. A chance just to get Mythra on the mic. And maybe he was starting to feel those tinglings as well. If things do start to spiral, maybe, just maybe, dropping the ball. This massive lead, 13-2. First half, T side, MOUZ Sports, their pick. Now they have the AWP, the rifles are there. Util is actually pretty shy. Acor can invest into a little bit more. He's got 950 in his back pocket. 3 Molotovs currently. 4 smokes. Acor probably going to invest into one as well. And they've actually opted to go for HEs on Bemis, Dexter, and Frozen. Acor's got one as well. So if they want to combo those together anywhere, maybe looking to find a bit of damage. There's a mid-smoke thrown, more being lined up. That's the molly over towards the front of Donut. And there goes the mid-nades.
Yeah, they're going. Yakinda is still alive and knocking off heads. 2 to open his account. Now he falls, and so perhaps does VP. They're charging into Rops's domain.
Aggro.
He's actively contesting Kickert, losing the bomb and his head. And a deep smoke for good measure. Buster will have to respect that.
He's pinned in now, has to fight his
He's
way
got
out.
support. He's got support. And James ready for Acor. It has to still be Rops that steps up to the mantle, safe from the flames. It's madness. James can lock him in, now force further forward. Rob's doing everything to keep the plate spinning. James doesn't miss these. He baits it. Running out of bullets. The 5-7 cuts the mustard instead. 2-on-2.
He's getting flanked.
And it's Flit to secure it. Access to the site granted. Bemis to come up clutch.
He knows where both are right now, Bemis.
And Flit has no idea. If Buster just goes for a Hail Mary plant, this is the end of the 1v1. Oh,
Safe
Bemis.
side, safe side.
Crosshair. Well placed. No trade available. Flit spotted. He
Smoke
lives
as
on.
well.
He's got a smoke as well. This could be it.
No kit.
The nade. What's his health?
He's
He's
sitting at
fine.
10
He'll sit
seconds.
it. Knocked off by the incendiary. He's got time. No, he hasn't. Flit just spraying down. Brought lower.
Remember, no kit.
A 10-second defuse and Flit spray suppressing. Looking to impress.
Hoping to find him.
And that's the end of that. VP say play on.
Not going to get it done. That looks so good from Rops, but just the mollies and the patience right there. He goes to the 5-7. It felt like he's had that forever, and another round of play. VP are keeping this one alive.
Are they, or is it just like that Frankenstein thing, you know, where it's just the lightning power surging through that's causing these reactions?
That in mid, you could see what MOUZ were thinking as well. They had all those HPs.
Look at this. He has 7 HP before he gets a frag, Chad, and he leaves with the double. A round-defining double.
Well, it's like they had accounted for that with those HEs. The whole point of that is meant to combo together to get that kill, and the fact that he slips on through, Yakinda is the man with the plan.
He is keeping VP afloat right now. 13 frags and counting on this T side.
Should be good for their 9th. Things are going to start to get sweaty over there for MOUZ. This was to be one way for this first map to go. I can't quite believe that we've even continued this far.
Yakinda,
oh, the
diligent,
Zeus.
a missed Zeus, and not the double. Yakinda, though, has done his legwork, and a missed Deeg just shy of the head into the shoulder blades, leaves Flit alive and round, surely VP's way.
Yeah, just pestering now for these fights. And VP are actually doing it with a bit more quickness than what we saw from MOUZ on their T side. Didn't think I'd be saying that today.
13
to 2.
To 2, Chad.
Indeed. And they won the pistol.
They did.
They did indeed. Can't quite believe it. And I don't know if, you want to believe it, because if this happens, right, it would be quite the comeback. Let's just leave it at that. It'd be quite the comeback. And then if MOUZ, say, were to lose this in overtime, God forbid, I don't think they would have anything left in the tank for Inferno.
Look, man, I mean, there are some losses that your mental fortitude is tested, but there are some losses where your mental fortitude is put in the bin. It's sent off to the land, what's it called? Landfill?
That's the one.
It's dug 10 feet deep and you can never get access to it again.
Yeah, I think right now, I was talking about the cool, calm, and collected nature of MOUZ. Like, that is truly being tested. And I know that they have so many opportunities still to try and convert, but you just have to wonder at what point does it start to waver?
Well, okay, after you've hit the double AWP panic button and it still goes awry, that's when I think you start getting a little more sweaty on the palm. Your spray gets a little wobbly. The hero pushes. Oh, Acor, he strikes quickly and you'll never guess who he's taken down.
Without an entry, Yakinda's gone.
Nothing to show for Yakinda's presence in this round. It's a big leg up. Do you really want to re-peek in? He does, and he takes down Jame. Acor pulls mousesports' hopes and dreams back out of the gutter.
Oh, the
spray
spam!
Nearly leads to the death of Flit. Counterbank.
That's 31 HP with Buster and Flit combined right now.
It's up to Kick It to take the mantle, take the site. Smokes are up. This is the fight. He has to find them. They're boosting. It could be the double, but Bemis denies. Buster and Flit, as you said, 31 points of health. No hope now. What do you do? Do you commit to the fight? They're making no secret of their presence, but careful now, Bemis. If he wants to strafe out, Buster's equipped with James Orb. The molly to force the fight still strikes.
Oh, nice shot.
A quick and snappy adjustment, and MOUZ do break through. 16-9, the final score. From a 13-2 half, VP find their footing. mousesports convert a very convincing first half.
Yeah, they look pretty happy with that. You can see the smiles on the faces there. And yeah, look, we were probably booing it up more so than it felt just because the rounds kept coming their way. But that was a masterclass in that first half. It's showing the weakness. It's not too often the punish picks come on through and you see a T half like that, especially on a map like Ancient. So really good stuff, and their confidence needs to be in a great position now going into Inferno as the next map. That's VP's pick. That's a map where I think that mousesports are happy that this series is going to. Going to go have a quick bit of a breather, right, and discuss the next map and the game plan and what they can actually get away with, right? But one of the men that got activated there, and we do have to talk about it, Yakinda, Walk and Array, he is going to be a problem on this next map of play, especially on that CT side, right? If people have been catching the games that they've been playing throughout, he's been aggressive down Banana, an absolute nuisance. The amount of rounds against Vitality, he was behind them in the chicken pit, mowing them down top mid. That's something that mousesports are going to have to deal with as they go into the next map of play. And VP, they're going to want to bounce back to take this to the third.
And I'm still making your point that you just touched on before this one concluded, which was that they got there and pulled it across the line without a ROP standout performance.
Yeah.
They were like, he was not a component of their B takes that got put 13 rounds on the board in the first place. He was just hanging out on A, keeping a couple of people busy, doing a song and dance. But you can see in the highlights, that's going to be, reflected here as we take a look. Frozen contributing buckets and spades. You can see this is his 11th frag onto Jame. 5-1 the score.
This is a huge clutch here from Bemis as well. This is a round where Rops had that rotation covered, but he goes on down to kick it, and then Bemis is left on the 1-on-2 situation. So good stuff from Bemis as well here. Obviously the youngest member of this squad getting it done. And I think, again, right, some good calling from Dexter on this T-half, because that's one of the keys here, the T-half. The fact that they were able to separate and dissect VP and their CT play, forced into gamble stacks. Don't forget, there was a 2-on-5 with Rops and Frozen, right? Rops had a 1-on-3. Rops had a 1-on-3 on the T side there, which was a 2-on-5. And then the next round of play, they won a 3-on-5, where Flick gets 2 opening kills, and they're able to close them down in that. So the T-half, one-way traffic, and MOUZ Sports here. Look, considering they started 0-2, they battled back against ENCE, a team that I think a lot of people, you know, maybe thinking could have made it through to that next stage of play with some of the Counter-Strike they've been playing. They get this pistol round, you're thinking it's done, and it really was, but it was at least a strong showing from Virtus.pro to stay in it, not to just roll over.
I mean, this round is perfect. You know, it shows your Kinder powering up, right? He takes the tiny breadcrumb you give him of a Dexter smoke push, and he runs with it. To a competitive level. I mean, he really was pulling VP into these rounds. Another example will be this mid-round. It will be coming up shortly, where you see him catch 2 HEs, extinguish the molly that would have guaranteed his demise, and then swing out for a double. It's just masterful. It looks like your Kinder's always going to be a threat for VP. Doesn't matter necessarily how bleak the outlook may be. He comes in here and talking about it. That's the double. And Acor's the one to put the final nail in that ancient coffin. So good stuff, good shooting. MOUZ Sports are 1-0 up against VP, and this is an elimination game. Only one of these will continue to keep her afloat and be battling for survival and that champion stage spot. Top 8 is up for debate for the winner of this one. They'll be playing one more BO3 for it. For now, we take a break. We do come back. We get to see how Inferno shapes up. It's not gone great in the best of ones. 2 blemishes on MOUZ Sports' Inferno record, but now just within touching distance of eliminating the Virtus.pro.
It's all right. Now we
right.
start.
Hello, everyone.
Ready? Try again.
I didn't press my mouse.
Ready? Wait. And scene.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Virtus.pro MOUZ Sports, and it could very well be curtains for VP. This is their map pick. Understandably, an Ancient didn't go their way. It did look like there's a lot of homework to be done to refine that, especially considering MOUZ managed to post 13 on the T side, weaker side of that map. But now we head into much more familiar territory.
Yeah, now this is where, Flit should look a little bit more comfortable within the team. Now, that's one of the things, right? We're kind of just going, yeah, VP, perform the way you did before. Now, I know it wasn't great in recent months with Sanji and co. Now, the organization, according to a JAME interview, is the reason that this change has happened. Flit, no doubt, is a firepower upgrade here coming into this VP roster, but it's throwing them into the wolves, right? Having to prepare on all of these 6 maps that you have to play. Not going to be easy for VP.
No. So far, we've seen Inferno, Overpass, Vertigo, and even more brutally as well, is that VP, they definitely haven't had the luck of the draw.
No,
in terms of the opponent's first Vitality, get through that, and then just to sweeten the deal, it's Na'Vi into Gambit.
Oh, yikes.
I mean, you're domestic rivals / betters, and you're getting, really beaten around the bush here by MOUZ.
2 of those 3 that you mentioned are qualified for the arena. Gambit, now they can kind of wipe the sweat off the brow. For them, I think an issue was obviously the pressure of the LAN environment. You heard from Hobbit mentioning that. And Hobbit dropped 39 kills, I believe it was, against these boys here in a game that Gambit probably should have lost. So VP, they're up against it right now. And this is a map where they should be feeling a lot more comfortable. We've already seen Yakinda coming online. We need a couple more to start joining him here. Buster and the likes of Kicker, I think they're going to be instrumental as part of this here, especially on the T side. And that's where VP are going to be starting things off. Now, again, and I don't know how much, it's not a quantifiable key, but it is at least something I'm noticing here about how these youngsters on your screen right now, the inexperience is rife, and they're keeping their cool in a lot of heads-up situations. So just kind of grinding their way through, and with a very slow, very, very slow play style. Now, we have seen some of their Inferno games so far, and they do like a good CT-sided save, so if they're losing the bomb sides, expect a couple of those drawn-out moments. But Dexter, just sitting, just chilling, just biding his time until we get this one underway.
Yeah, something that you've been talking about as well, like a recurring theme for VP, is just how good they are with all the guns.
Yeah.
I think that's something to return to and keep an eye on, keep tabs on. We've casted a couple of VP games where those guns, it takes a while, and then you see as soon as there's like a switch is flicked when they've got all the Biblies and the Giblies, they can operate as a really intimidating 5-man unit. Well, we're getting ready to rock and roll, heading into map 2. Could this really be where it ends? Inferno. MOUZ Sports, familiar territory for them as well. They've had shortcomings on it in their best-of-1 environment, losing twice on Inferno, but to both FURIA and NIP. But that's plenty of tape for VP to have dissected what was working oh so well against these boys. And starting on the T side is VP.
Oh, look at this. 4-man stack, 3 towards the short side. Frozen, the link man of Arch. It looks like a B retake setup with Dexter, the only man. And you're going to see a slow T-side out of VP here to kick things off. They've gone for 2 players.
Looks waterfall-y.
Yeah, like, that wouldn't be a bad shout, especially against 3 players playing this short side. No early warning signal. Acor, you can see he's turning his attention towards that from under the porch, but here we go.
Gonna flood out. Flit with the balcony smoke. It's a good indicator. They might re-aggress here. Downing into the pit. Flit does hit both of them. Not bad. Not bad from the new addition. Rops has backs turned into the apps. Can he slink away? Won't clear bedroom. Has adjusted quickly. Hot on the heels of James. The bomb does go down. Dexter rotates in library side. It's Frozen and Rops partner up on short.
No kit for this.
No kit and a 2-man pit set up to break. This has to be Virtus.pro starting as they mean to go on.
Huge nade.
Looks very promising.
Oh, it's
just
a bit
shy,
deep.
bit deep. Yakinda swings out to confirm the advance. Util from Dexter will make things a little sketchy, but only for a moment. They know where he's coming from.
Huge
Flips
flip.
on for an ace.
Give him the ace, boys.
May
Let him
as
hunt
well.
it down.
4 kills. Looking hot to trot. He's coming in to clear out Robs, and yeah, denied in that respect, but a easy conversion for Virtus.pro thanks to Flit and his sharp shooting.
Yeah, done their homework there, VP. Just everybody making it through that apartment's position in towards the site, the opening kills, and that round was done and dusted. Easy as you like right there. So a good start, right? And we obviously saw the betterment of VP when they were able to be on that T side, right? But Yakinda was the force. He was the individual finding all those opening kills. But here it is. Oh, felt like Flit had all the time in the world there to track that first one down. Continuing his dominance here, and yeah, just a bit of pep in his step. Lovely stuff there from Flit. Great way to kick things off, and Force buy response now coming out from MOUZ. If we do need the third map, Vertigo is waiting in the wings.
Eyes down. Could meet Buster, but he's well trained. Not going to give anything away. That does hurt. Very well placed nade. And it implies there's aggression from the CTs initially. It'll take VP a little longer to get this map control they desire. I say long, it looks like Kickett's already going to try and test the waters with the smoke coffins. Double pump, double trouble. Walking on in. Buster posted up, and careful now, Dexter, playing with fire, pulls the smoke out of the CTs.
Yeah, he's got another one to work with here as well, so they can lock the door over towards B for another 20 seconds, but looks like Virtus.pro are calling the bluff a bit here. They've left the bomb in Banana, working now towards middle to try and string out this rotation, but not wanting a bar of it. MOUZ spot's not close mid. Comes a flash.
If Acor could tag him. Frozen once answers, does get warded off, and there's the second smoke. So VP will probably, with confidence, be expecting that to be it.
The bomb is dropping, wow, I was going to say back. They're a bit indecisive right now. Getting the move on, footsteps being heard. It is going to be the A finish. Turn your attention to Rops here. He's up in towards the apartments.
He loves it. Especially with the 5-7, but he's going to be nullified almost completely. Bemis would have to hit a steamer. Oh! Two! Snappy, and he goes unchecked. Rob's allowed to contribute as well. It's falling apart at the seams. Bemis, he hits another. VP, dilapidated James, motivated to come up clutch with 4 of his own. Surely not. James to save VP, looking for it is Acor, and James pulls off the 1v5. Heroics from everyone of MOUZ. James just better.
What a round of Counter-Strike that was.
Holy moly.
Oh. For a coming of age of Bemis in a round like that, he's looking better and better every round played. These shots were absolutely magnificent over towards the arch side. And then James goes and does that.
Oh, wow.
Just steals it away from him there. What a huge round. Okay.
Saved by the James.
You're awake now, aren't you? Oh. Oof. Okay, well, Rops again. Not done. Chips in. 5-7 finding one. Bemis again. Stay away from that Deagle.
Yeah. Those two, I mean, all of those in a microcosm of their own were worth a round.
Like the one coming through the smoke, how does he get that? Anyway, this is getting dicey too. They're going over towards B. The rotation's coming. They're slowing him down. Your Kinder's low.
They're screaming 10 HP. Dexter might be lulled in to take a peek. And oh my God, he actually takes the full HP buster
Everyone's
down.
here.
He's going to have a chance on the dig this time. Rob's finally humbled. Now, surely it's VP's round to lose. Acor's only got a P250. He survived the shot into the smoke.
I feel like you can take a breath now, don't you? The smoke is starting to fade. The jiggle spotted and dealt with. Okay, a moment of calm here, but that one almost got out of control as well. Oh, jeez. Okay, this was the previous. The 2 Deagle shots. The second absolute scorcher. And this is him. How does he get that through the smoke?
No idea. James. He just sticks around on the Glock, not gonna give him that vulnerability of the reload.
Wow.
Just the top jumps to finish it. All right, might as well. 3-0 start, folks. Let's get into it. MOUZ are on the guns.
Oh, we've seen a lot of this out of MOUZ here. Aggressive Banana, they want to take it. They want to fight for it. Nades exchanged. And Alex, we've seen this standard over towards A from the likes of Bemis and Rops time and time again. We might see it again here. It looks like they've been held at bay early.
Clears him. Aware of the potential for kick it.
Got it back.
Oh, actually, yeah, Frozen got the info. You can see his mouth moving 100 miles an hour for good reason. That confirms that there's multiple bodies in Banana. It's not just a one-man show. Yukinda's going knocking on top mid as well. Once answers there, Acor AWP now heard. That's information for the Virtus.pro squad. And they just threw out a CT smoke, but with the AWP firing off a shot, they'll respect it, and they are really trying to test MOUZ Sports here. Like, keep them guessing.
There's no info for MOUZ here. They don't know what's top mid. They don't know what's in banana. They're just guessing.
Equals rotated over, but this could lead to Frozen being completely isolated on an island with a single flash to defend an entire bomb site.
Yeah, they need to clear top mid pretty quickly here, MOUZ. If they can take that info, if Acor pushes forward with this AWP, calls it clear, they can rotate, but they need to rotate multiple bodies, and they need to get a move on right now. 27 seconds on the clock. It is going to be the B exec.
They're there in time. They will at least be able to contest. This is the first gun round we've seen out of the CTs. Can they deliver? Loud. Dexter thinks he's got it. Time to perfection upon the fade. Frozen spotted out, will be hunted down. Looks good for VP, even better now. Just getting that bomb down with a couple of seconds to spare. A different state of affair now. We're looking to retreat. Yakinda's there to punish. And Acor, at least with an elevated position, evades that headshot. Trying to find a little bit more chip damage.
Need to get on out. Look at the HP of Acor and Pyjamas here. Just want to make sure they're far enough away from the bomb. They're trying to do that chip damage of damage you're talking about. And that's another one.
Jay has to leave the site.
Yeah.
But Acor, is he just accepting his fate here? I'll take you down. Acor.
Lucky to get away, yeah.
And Jamin Buster will be forced to rebuy. Something out of that.
They are keeping it costly, right? Those rounds have been very, very close, or at least there has been a big amount of financial damage coming through. And MOUZ Sports do, as we prefaced, get the save on through. Now, I want to give everybody a quick little dial-in of some of the details we've seen of MOUZ. When they do play this two-man A-hold, one of the things they like to do is Rops gets ender halls, and he gets flashed in, right? We know that Pyjamas throws that flash so that he can clear it out. But it looked to me like VP had dealt with that. They'd actually had a couple of aggressive Molotovs into Boiler. That's one of the moves they like to do. Another is they like to do the porch boost when they do a three-man play. But Banana again. With the Flames, they fight. And this time, Dexter wants to get stuck in with Frozen.
Oh, he's Buster's close half wall. Dexter's responsibility flashed off, forced to duck away. A sound cue heard. They're building a mental picture as to where they CTs linger. Flick, great on the pistol. Pyjamas in transition, warded off, and keep him honest.
Just have a smoke here. It feels like it will have to be a pretty big gamble from MOUZ, right? Dexter's just going to hope to drop this smoke on contact and really biting on down for that to be enough to send them back towards A. You can see Frozen, he's not in the site. So if it is a B execute, they should be locked on out with ease. Banana control and top mid taken now. Virtus.pro have everything. This is looking real good.
Super threatening. Dexter did drop his smoke, so an exchange of sorts. Jane bringing the bomb towards A, and Yakinda's got so much room to stretch his legs as well. Just as Frozen rotates off, Acor tries to fill the gap, but Yakinda slipped the net. He is the unknown entity now. They're going for a B crunch. Yakinda. He's thread so perfectly. Flit with one, but the eyes are all drawn elsewhere. He cannot quite spot. Dexter does knock his head off. Round-winning maneuver there from Yakinda, just taking the timing and running with it. Flit might take this AWP away. This is a really important save for Acor. He's got $0 dues to spare. He's been spotted as well. Rops and Acor both being hunted here, and that wallbang is very possible. If he releases his crouch key, he is a dead man.
Oh, Yakinda behind as well. There it is. James takes the AWP away. They know Rops is up here.
Oh my goodness, this is a different game. This is survival for Rops. Not for much longer. They talk about the AWP. Jame does want it.
It was surprising to see that not get picked up straight away, right? To not see Jame with the AWP is unusual.
A rarity.
Yeah, so making sure they grab that one there in the final throws. 5-0. Now this one here is starting to be a little bit of a problem. It started extremely competitive, right? Rounds 2 and 3, you thought they could have gone either way. The Jame 1-on-5, holy moly. And now the scoreline 5-0, just pistols here for MOUZ. Unable to get away with those saves, so it seems like VP know the MOUZ Sports game plan. High flash in the hands of Acor here. Ready to lob that one out, flashed forward and Yakinda completely blind. Robs doesn't even get a chance to have a rebuttal.
It's a good nade damage, but that's all they can celebrate, really. Buster looking very confident to spray and combine with the flame. Duckster lucky to be alive. Oh. Look at the damage they've inflicted, chat. Like, there's...
They've done better on the pistol rounds, haven't they?
Yeah, I don't know what they're supposed to do to build upon this, though. VP, do not let this slip.
If they go too late, that is one thing that could work in the favor of MOUZ. But with Flit already so far forward, Yakinda the same. James joined the party. They're starting to hunker on down towards this A site. Util plenty. Smokes are dropped. So they're going to try and split things with an arch side wrap.
Sounds tasty. Could do an arch side wrap right now, actually.
Good feeling.
Mm. Oh, Bemis, his deagle did look stylish. See if he can hit any more of those. The warning shots, it's just fallen as it should. And they will check their corners, ensure no funny business is afoot. And just looking to save what they can. The Kevlar will be just as applicable into the next.
Yeah, this is a bit of a drama now for MOUZ. 6 in the hole here early. CT side going to need to start to get a couple of rounds accrued just to show that they can continue some of that form they had on Ancient. Now, if you just missed the map, it was a 13-2 T-half from MOUZ Sports in their own map pick. It was great. Really strong showing here. But one of the dramas that MOUZ might have on the agenda is the fact that Yakinda came alive. Really able to get a lot done within that T-half of Ancient. As far as his confidence would go, he was looking fantastic with those entry kills. Multi-frags galore. Everybody staying alive for VP here, so keeping a clean sheet. A couple of smokes held onto the AKs. A plenty AWP in the hands, and bank now swelling for Jame. 9k. They've been able to shrug off that last map here, VP. And working through their issues. If you want to check out all the mainstream action as well, twitch.tv/PGL. That's got the Copenhagen Flames heroic Danish derby going on to see who's going to be going on through to the Avicii Arena. Loser comes down to the 2-2. NIP's down in that 2-2 column right now. We got Vitality able to get themselves there as well. Bunch of big names. Entropiq. So tomorrow's games are Counter-Strike. There will be some heartbreak. There'll be heartbreak after this one here as well for one of the two on your screen. Timeout called it. That is CT side of timeout, and well, they are going to get the AWP back in the hands of A-Core. Plenty of util and no dramas in the buy department, just in the round department here. And Frozen, who was a superstar in the last map of play, is yet to find a kill. Having a rough go of things over towards the B-bomb side of him and Dexter. The two of them combined is just a total of 1 frag, and well, here we go again.
Yeah, here we do go again. Frozen again has been given a heavy mantle to bear against a 5-man VP commitment. This is going to be very early. Out of character for VP. If they just go in, yeah, you better drop that smoke. They're going to go through regardless, I think. Here they come. Dexter deleted. Frozen got us so much to do. His molly's done something. Yakinda would be a prime scalp to take. He's closing the gap on him. James posted up on one side. You molly him out. He still finds Yakinda nearly onto Buster as well. You couldn't have asked for more from the solo B defender.
Rops hasn't moved from A. He's still in boiler worrying about a lurk here. Right? If that's not any indication that it might be a save, I don't know what is. As much as Frozen's done a lot there, it doesn't look like they were ever set up to defend this B bomb site.
Yeah, rather limp from MOUZ, and that's threatening as well. Jame, low, closing the gap. It'll be a very last second retake. Surely now you go for it.
Rops has that kit. They can do this now.
Give it everything you got. A-Core down. Pool is the call. Flit from Banana, now all onto Flit. Surely you need Rops on the defuse, but the Fit kit now down. And Bemis has to do it all. Pick up the kit, no time for this. And VP 7, MOUZ, nothing.
This is rough to watch now. VP are really just toying with them. A great T-half from them now on their own map choice. Maybe we'll have a rinse and repeat of Ancient here, 7-0, just running away with things.
It would be almost poetic in response if they drop a 13-2 T-half.
Yeah, I don't know what MOUZ need to do. I think they need to take the fight a little bit more so, but they've already tried to contest for banana control and it hasn't gone well. Right? They haven't gone for the all-in, but they've definitely been leering with the idea behind that half wall. Now, util drama to do so. Akor gets that scavenged AWP back. Maybe, just maybe, he can find a pick. Arm spotted, shot through.
Pretty far. Wasn't far off the mark. Kick it. Does need to extinguish for his own survival. Pretty far from Dexter. There was a gap
there
as
you
well.
go.
That's something in terms of the contributions early in the battle for banana.
A necessary change-up, but limping is Dexter and util light on. You can see MOUZ going for this mid setup we were talking about earlier. Rops up on the balcony. Pyjamas playing on the flower pot position and Akor's AWP on that porch side. So heavily fortifying the short side of A.
VP have such a luxury on their T-side Inferno. Like, they can just send a little two-man pack that's threatening enough because of Yakinda. They can not commit to either site and just see what happens with this two-man assault. Like, they're currently... Oh, bang, it's not far off. Akor does catch Yakinda on his push.
Well, you know that's traditionally the rotator, right? Akor is normally that swingman from the arch side, so now they've identified where he is. Maybe back to B is the right call, because if they're able to execute in, the two players are playing passive towards CT spawn, they can get into the site here.
It wouldn't take much, would it?
Rops is starting to rotate now, but I don't know if he'll be there in time. Buster can rumble this.
Frozen, caught out completely.
They're
Lucky
so low
to be alive. 29 points of health between the B defenders until Rops arrives. Still tagged, body bagged. Good find. Dexter nearly finds a second as well through the smoke. Unlikely to see a plant here.
Oh, more damage done.
They don't deny it. Jame ready to do more damage here on the reposition. It's all onto him. Rops secures it. The MOUZ Sports. MOUZ. Break their silence.
Yeah, well, the drought is over, but for now, right? That was still a pretty sketchy round. Frozen and Dexter, after that round comes to its conclusion there, just 27 points of health between the two of them. And Dexter's done a great job there. He's gotten 3 kills at the end of that one. Virtue of the spam from the smoke. I think it was Rops there from CT Spawn, slowing him down, giving him the sound cue that they were crossing. So that's something, but they need to build on this right now, and I'm sure VP have a response waiting in the wings here. Their AKs are back out, their AWP is in. No dramas whatsoever as Buster pulls back his hair. The luscious locks. Looking a bit sleepy there, old Buster. It's been a cruisy first couple of rounds.
Yeah, just like an autopilot, I think. They're just guiding them way to their winning ways. They're looking to win out the half.
Aggro
Stefan
this.
already. Yeah, some aggression out of Akor. He's going to be Molotov'd off, but look how aggressive he's being. Posted up on the T-Ap's entrance.
Have to be aware this is a possibility. Flit is talking a lot here. He may have heard the scope, and he's on high alert checking this out. They're going to clear together.
He's worried about them actually slinking all the way through. Yakinda, he's good. Oh!
He's great.
He's great! Into the AWPer.
They just told him where he was. Go kill him.
That's horrible for Akor. I mean, he has the perfect setup for that. And just as he averts his gaze, Yakinda is quick as lightning, man. Dexter, a whole banana to control. Flashed off. Respecting VP. They've got a 3-man mid-control setup now. And, ooh, Rops. Testing the waters. Does recede.
Looking like A right now. Just look how threatening they are top mid, right? James already posted up on the arch side. You can't go for info again there. Flit, well, he's keeping his room tight. He throws that AWP away. There's still the bomb and 2 in towards banana right now.
I mean, there's some premium evidence that MOUZ have had the same conversation we have about bringing the fight to VP.
Yeah, there just needs to be that change in dialogue. And the previous, they got the opening through Dexter, who's now in arch side, and Yakinda. Dun-dun, dun-dun, dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Oh, the jiggle, the shot, he's dead. So easy
good.
now.
He is so good. Frozen looking to deny. Jane missing his shot. Kickit has closed the gap. Frozen. Oh my god, Frozen. With 4 bullets left. Yeah, Kickit will catch him, and just in time. Just in time. MOUZ Sports again presented an unfavorable retake scenario.
Pyjamas has been pretty good in the clutch, mind you, but with Rops alive, it looks like they're going to drop back. Rops loves a good save, and, well, now that Pyjamas is dead, there's no way he's going for it here.
He's going to maybe look for Akor's AWP.
Yeah, have a gander. See what
See
you
if you
can
can find
find.
it, mate. You get a rude awakening when you turn this corner.
Let's see. Is he going to jump and check over the fence? Nah, no warp. And it's probably better that Rops holds on to this because I would like to see MOUZ Sports try and get him activated, put him in a position to try and get some traction done early here. He's a great player, but right now he's out of the action. They're avoiding him in a lot of these scenarios, right? He had a chance to have a duel against Jamie in top mid. That didn't really go his way whatsoever. But this is too easy. The half has been won 8 rounds. Posted up for the VP side of things. And it continues to be smooth sailing here on this T half.
Yeah, I don't think the boat has rocked at all.
You could, like, the thing is, we just knew Yakinda was going to hit this because the communication from Flit, there was so, it's like Flit knew he was there as well, but you send Yakinda for a reason. This guy is so mechanically gifted, and I'm really happy to see it translate to LAN. This is the new gen on your screens.
Yeah, it's beautiful to watch. And that's not bad for MOUZ. They've actually taken a nice little bit of damage into the banana advance. They'll get some information as well. Frozen activated. Dexter stands his ground as well. And here they come, the stubborn VP into logs. And it always seems like MOUZ just give it up.
Yeah, they do. Remember when we did the Spirit VP game and Chopper was basically just trying to run down banana every single round? I think they understood how important that banana control was against VP here.
Because it gives them so much freedom to not only just say Yakinda go kill and pressure A. So he can single-handedly keep 3 people busy at A right now. He is. There are 3 CTs and they're terrified of him. He fires off a couple of shots. He's about to regroup and they've had top banana this whole time. The smokes will land. That's the first, and they do the double pump. Take a look at the right-hand side of your screen. Jame and Flip, one of which was hanging out with Yakinda on A. Jame's been here the whole time.
And now they can just entry in. This smoke's going to start to fade.
Get
they
a
need to get
5v2.
Frozen there. Frozen needs to rotate over now.
No, but what if Yakinda's there, you see? It's terrifying.
Oh, hot toes.
He caught. Oof, struggling to find any sort of respite from this pressure. Good flashes. Yakinda, ooh, had his shoes knocked off, but living on, and VP running to the finish line of map 2.
This is really quick stuff here, and you don't usually say that with VP in the server. Just, it's perfect Counter-Strike, and that's why you can see the importance of banana here. They need that control. You need either banana or top mid, and MOUZ Sports can't hold on to anything right now. The best thing to do is hold on to their guns for yet another save.
I mean, this is the kind of fight you wanted out of VP, right? Like when you stomach Ancient, they take that on the chin, they take that reset, come into their map pick and demonstrate that they're playing for their lives at this major. They were in the grand final of the previous. I say they, do apologize, 3 of the 5.
That's the core.
It is the core.
Yeah, we operate with the 3 out of 5 rule. The core of this team, I don't think they had even known each of the players that existed at that point in time.
Yeah, maybe they played a pug or 2.
Yeah, well, remember, like, Pyjamas, he got, I think it was like Nico's, like, HLTV Top 20 article, right? Oh, yeah, player to watch, and then gets picked up into FaZe, and then MOUZ like, well, if you don't want him, we'll have him, and now he's in the starting roster here, and he's obviously had a couple of nice little rounds here today. I can't believe that Jame 1v5, right? That must have been soul-crushing.
Oh.
So early as well, because you can imagine what that would have done on the flip side. Now, Mytha chiming in, having a bit of a pace back and forth. Given the marching orders, the saves, sure, yeah, the guns back out, but you're going to have to start going for a couple of these rounds now. Half is almost over. We only have 5 more rounds of play here within this T sign for VP, and, well, Rops has only died 5 times. That tells you just how many rounds he hasn't contested, right? For somebody who's a star player, right now he's a non-issue. They're avoiding him. They're not even going to his bomb site. He's not going for retakes. You're not getting to see what the Rops has cooking here today.
Well, you might.
Yeah, hopefully.
9-6 is a workable half, Chad.
Indeed it is, but this is that strat I was talking... Oh, no, it's actually not going to be the flash. It's going to be a double aggression into apartments here. Kick it slow early.
And they have deep banana smoke and control. Flip. Spots out Bemis.
Oh, and they're up. They're punishing Archside. Look at this perfect call from VP. They found the gap. They're exploiting it, and they're about to punish this A defense.
Oh, Flit just screamed 2 apps, and now look at the vision. Frozen gets nothing to contribute but some smoke shots, and now Bemis, he's having the whole squad commit to him. Rob's catching Yakinda's big, and that's even better. Bemis deals with it. Caught on the reload. Frozen cannot return the fire. Kick it instead will double up, and now the site open for business. Bomb does need to go down. Flit spotted out.
Needs this kill. Robs has to run this down. He has to deal with this.
Let him reposition completely. Dexter as well joins the pack. They are coming in from that mid side. Acor will address the potential slip of Flit, but this one's falling apart.
They're looking to save again. I can't believe it. I just can't believe it. This is 10. It's the right call. That's the thing. It's the right call, but in moments where they could have run down Flit, they let him slink away. He's still in the back lines right now. Rops has to deal with him, or the AWP is going to lose his big gun. He's not even looking. Flit with a chance. Acor hiding, tucking tail. The chase is here.
Oh, he hears him. He's throwing flashes at him. He's bullying him. Acor, so blind. You had to stare at it. He had to try and pull the trigger. Lives on. But this, I mean, this is exactly the shoe being on the other foot.
Yeah, this is just, there's no fight that MOUZ can put up. And, you know, you said 9-6 is a workable half. Look, 10-5 still a workable half. So it's hard to fault MOUZ, because if they still walk away from this off with 5, then we might have something to work with here. But now's the time.
Yeah, their CT side has been a bit of a point of contention in those Inferno losses. Taking a look at their game against FURIA, it was, they posted 6.
They're dream for 6 right now, wouldn't
they? Would, they absolutely would. And up against NIP, they managed to post 9. But they only got 3 T rounds.
Yeah, so either way, you split this.
Oof.
Yeah, we're in trouble, and it's a B pounce again. See you later, Dexter.
How dare you? Kick it, says.
Oh, and the flash is missed. Frozen.
He's got a chance, and he's got 1. There's more to come. Tested from multiple angles. The Z-axis bests him. MOUZ have to start going for these. The incendiary delays the inevitable. The bomb to be planted. Yakinda's still sitting on a flashbang, not a smoke, so GT will have vision.
They don't even need to rush the plant, because like if the kills come their way, they have the number advantage, right? They're kind of hoping that they walk on into this. They can take their time before they plant the bomb. Make sure that there's nobody who can make this happen. And you know what MOUZ are thinking? They can save.
The only 4-letter word they've been saying.
And away they go again. So they're really, really banking on a massive T haul, right? You wouldn't be doing this time and time again. You're going to try and get as many. Well, it's not even as many. There's nothing they can do. Like, there's nothing they can do. What do? Do you just start running down mid, right? Do you get the best spawn, run down mid, get Acor to oversee business, see if you can take the fight to them? They've tried their aggressive maneuvers. VP have found them out every time. And this is Acor going to lose the AWP. There you go. You try to save that. It's gone. Don't worry about it. We'll take that away from you. Masterclass on the T side here from VP. And I thought, you know, I'm saying that MOUZ would probably be happy with this. This is a map that they played twice in best of ones. To get it to that in a best of one means you have to be more than, you know, respectable on the map. You kind of wanted to go there. You would have banned it otherwise. So in the best of 3, obviously they got their perma bans, but I thought this could have been okay for MOUZ. It's anything but.
It is. I mean, it is just a masterclass from VP.
This is 2 fantastic T-halves from both teams back to back. So it's quite the contrast from Astralis and VP. And here we go, banana aggression.
Okay. Dexter gets the control, but will he clear out Kick It? No, is the answer. He does take Bester with him, and Acor's still sticking around off the flash. Kick It's been spotted out, but that information goes both ways, and you know what usually happens when they succeed on banana. And Yakinda succeeds on long, not this time. Bemis, massive contribution. His return to the site is watched. Rob's given a warning that Flit is coming.
Oh, definitely coming now. Up short they go. The bomb's on the back of Jame here.
Rob's playing close to the smoke. Oh, and Flit will book him. Completely kept honest. It's only Bemis that's kicking and screaming and trying to put a second on the board here. Flit baits. Confirms his position. Kick It is susceptible and has met Bemis' M4 as well. That's a lockdown from the youngest gun.
I have to give a big thumbs up to Bemis, right? Those deagle kills in the second round of the game, here he's contributed. So in the 2 rounds so far that MOUZ have posted, guys, if you want to know where it started, a Dexter opening. That's the only factor that is the same between those 2 rounds. So they need that again here. If it's a 3-man banana aggression, maybe VP will be expecting that. That's not the play from MOUZ. They're going to go for 3 over towards 8. Two with the standard B defense, and here he is again. And he calls AWP. This time the shot connects, and that's a massive scalp to take. Yakinda's down.
Okay, can VP operate without the core of their T entries? A-core has built upon it.
That's aggression. He stuck around. He got that in towards second middle. That's huge from A-core. They needed that heads-up type of Counter-Strike.
Still room for this to fall apart, and Buster is demonstrating that. Dexter is alone on the site right now. VP do not have the bomb, but they want the space. They're going to commit to this without the bomb.
Oh!
And he's completely blind. Kickit doesn't spot him out. Dexter again with impact.
Save the day.
It's only Flip. A 1v4.
He can get the bomb here. It's loose towards Twistzz. If he picks that up, you know, he's going to have a very manageable 1-on-3 in the sense that so much time, so many fights. No, the first won't come his way. Dexter again. Okay. First gun round, he had 3 kills. This one grabs a bunch more, and 3 rounds now for MOUZ. 4 is the best that they can muster here.
That's lipstick on a pig, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's an ugly, ugly first half. It sounds like things are heating up next door as well. Remember, heroic Copenhagen Flames winner of that one is making it through to the arena.
A Danish derby. The new kids on the block versus the Fakey boys. Last round of our second maps, first half. For the very best they can muster. Let's see if MOUZ, all that saving has enabled them to have a comfortable defense of this.
Dexter again.
Gonna look for that entry. They know where Kickit likes to live. And yeah, war of attrition spraying through, obscured vision. Frozen now sits alone. We'll have to respect them. Yakinda's project in app seems to be cancelled.
This is where you want to go for something crazy. Just like Gamble Stack B, MOUZ Sports. Oh, he calls here.
Did they really do it dry?
Boost up.
Boost, and that's hard for A-core to adjust. Yep, eliminated. Frozen, a lot to do here. Does deliver, needs to drop the smoke, slow them down as best he can. They're trying to commit, it's deeper than expected. Rops needs to catch the right timing on this for impact. It's a 2 versus 4, they're still worried about the A site. VP have kept him so conditioned. And Yakinda can work his magic off the back of these smokes. He's going to be a hard clear now. Nice shot out of Frozen. Needs to find Yakinda. Jane will beat them to the punch, and now all onto Beamers. He's been great, but 1v3 is a different kind of great. No reason not to give it all he's worth. And James secures it. VP are sailing to that third map. 12 on the T side.
Yeah,
it's
look,
1 less than we saw from MOUZ.
I was going to say, it's not as good as MOUZ. T half on Ancient here, right? They still got the one better there, but this should be the same type of logical conclusion. The third map, not that far away now. Excited to get to Vertigo, just around the corner. And yeah, this one should be VPs, right? They would have to drop the ball massively right now for this one not to go to that third map. Let's see, do MOUZ Sports have anything to say about this one? Looks like a bit of a tech issue here. Frozen just summoning the admin team across to fix any of his woes. So do bear with us.
Who's got the coolest mouse pad, huh?
The coolest mouse pad?
I thought VP's new one was quite nice. VP, let me try again.
MOUZ's?
Vitality's new mouse pad looked nice. Cyru had a pretty sexy one.
Oh, I didn't get a glance at that.
VP's are pretty cool too. James got a nice one.
You know that MOUZ were ready for their rebrand, right? When they had mouse pads come out with it immediately.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And they've got a home and away jersey because I swear they didn't start with the red.
Yeah, I think maybe they thought there was a bit of voodoo in the other one. You know, it turns out, all right, guys, we'll change jerseys. Just like in the Mighty Ducks, you're wearing the USA uniform. You bring out the Ducks uniform, you stand around in a corner, you quack a bit. Don't know what the MOUZ would do. Frozen has disconnected from the server, so hopefully, just hopefully, this one isn't too far away. But thank you again for joining us today.
I'm just taking this moment as is Dexter. I think, you know, you got to sit there in silence. And if anything, it's worse for MOUZ because you just have to sit in silence and stew in the juices of an complete reversal of the momentum and the good vibes.
Yeah, I just think you look at the mountain. Like for MOUZ, it's like, okay, well, we're kind of delaying the inevitable, right? They're definitely not thinking that, right?
They could play like the nothing to lose T side and see if that can then put VP into a tailspin, but this is not a squad that will let Inferno go. I mean, this is for their major lives, and they're just immediately feel like they're just validating themselves. You know, they probably were quick to dismiss Ancient, like, it's okay, boys. We haven't refined it. We've been punish picked. Let's just teach them a lesson or two on Inferno, and well, I think they have. MOUZ definitely going to be feeling pretty hard done by with their Inferno stats in this major. And we're back into the fray. Sides have swapped. MOUZ taken to the T side, and let's see how far they can push this. You can see a quick beat in their mind. Looks like VP have sussed it out quickly. Kick at Yakinda are on the way, and Buster's already taken Rops out of the equation prior to the commitment. They're wrapped in now. The cacophony of USP bullets thrown through. Oh, and Hakor from the back of his head. Buster connects. Oh, and Beamers puts his head in the vice as well. This is falling straight apart. It's over. They don't even realize it. It's that easy. MOUZ runs straight into the meat grinder. Buster delivers, and we are speed running this one now. 13-3. MOUZ are on their knees.
Not the most exciting of Counter-Strike, unless you're a VP fan, or in the first map, you're a MOUZ fan. Logical conclusions in both of these, right? And what puts everybody in a bit of an awkward position. You know, you sit here, you just look at it going one way. You know that there's no real fight available in this. But you got to get through it. You got to get to that magic number of 16 here. MOUZ, they're going to do their best to fight against things. Couple of Galils.
I can cheer you up.
Oh, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Third map is Vertigo.
Yeah, that would be a good one to see here. I just... Oof.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, there are some unfun deaths for the MOUZ squad as VP just putting the pieces in the right place now to finish this one off quickly, convincingly, grouping up our MOUZ, the remaining three, to walk into this three-man hold. Flick getting more and more comfortable in the VP jersey with every round they play.
Yeah, practice in front of our eyes here.
Yeah.
Hey guys, yeah, Flit, you joining the team? Yep. All right, call them in. Your first event's going to be the Major, mate. And we're only going to announce it about a week before the event. So good luck, have fun. Delaying the inevitable right now. There you go, James. Wow, taking some action. That's what we want to see from James, getting in. He wants some more there. Doesn't want to delay this one. Flit can swing on in. 40 seconds on the clock, and now here he is. Bomb dropped again. Last man to find. Rops goes down in just 2 more rounds. Yeah, I'm sure the mood shift is completely different at this point. If you MOUZ, you know you got one more crack at things, but may as well just force buy out this game. You can take the save here, you can buy into the next, sure, but then you're going to be 15-3 down. You're going to need 12 consecutive rounds just to take it to overtime.
Just looking at the contrast of the trophies that these players are displaying. Of course, you've got Buster and James Flex in there. Starladder Berlin 2019 finalist. In the meantime, Yakinda's just got a diamond Katowice coin. He's just done his predictions right.
Oh, well, here he is. This guy is the monster of banana, right? You never want to go into his realms. And the thing with him is, we've literally cast around a Counter-Strike before where he's pushed all the way down to this point, then he's rotated all the way back, he's gone and pushed CT House and all the way into second mid, but you're about to see him spring to action. James even brought out the AWP. You know, they're not messing about here. VP want to get this done.
Ooh, Dexter's lucky to have gotten away with that. One of his shirt buttons knocked off, and oh man, Frozen holding the deepest of angles does punish Yakinda's push, but Buster's there to fill the void. Bullets through the smoke do chip further away at Romps' pool of health. They are trying to punish the gap. James will be there in time with the AWP and a flash to delay them. Not going to deter them, and that's a big find from Dexter. He takes down the AWPer. Kept at bay, Buster's taken them down, and Dexter continues to lay down the law. The bomb not going to be able to be planted without Kickert standing in the way. Dexter's doing it all for MOUZ here. He can't pull it across the line, and Bemis with a 5 HP 1v2. It would have to be that stunning deagle. Kickert's having none of it. Dynamic recovers the AWP. I think he was already en route to recover that.
Yeah, Jane probably just glaring at him. Make sure you get the AWP. And they do. Just one more round now, and it doesn't feel like VP are going to let this one go on for much longer. Very strong showings from both of these teams on their own map choices. You mentioned Vertigo. Not that far away now. Now, Vertigo was where VP did let it slip. And, oh, on the contrast to that, Vertigo was where MOUZ took it away from ENCE and eliminated them from the tournament. So, both teams with a bit of recent history on that map.
Oh, a chunk of damage, and there's more where that came from. A horrible death to concede for Dexter, and you know your Kinder's only going to be spurred on by that. Walks on down, declares Banana for his own, and it's just the complete 180 on how, you know, Banana felt when VP were on the T side. It's Acor scared to have a look, scared to have a glance. A loud scope enables your Kinder to build a picture and take them all down. Any more? Anyone else want to mess with me? 3 for your Kinder. Rob's next on the chopping block, and this one falls apart for MOUZ. Just absent. Such a stark contrast to map 1. A 13-2T half out of MOUZ, and all they muster here on map 2 will be 3. VP back to their winning ways and not going to give up without a fight.
Nah, this is wild to see. I just can't believe such dominant performances out of both teams here, especially on the T sides.
It's going to be a best of 1 on Vertigo to separate these and to condemn one to a long trip home. Virtus.pro, business as usual. They know the job's not done yet. They've just equalized from what was a bleak outlook for them on map 1.
I'd hate to see them smile. Flip was rocking one for a moment there, but nobody else even has a cheeky grin coming on their face. Now, they obviously know they still need to take care of business, but that right there is a momentum shifter, right? For MOUZ to come into this, to not really get anything done whatsoever. You have Rops round after round. I think he's saved for probably like 10 rounds in that game right there. And as I mentioned, it's the right call. Like, he's making the right play, but they avoided him. And I don't know if that was intentional. I don't know if that was part of the game plan, but that's how it worked on out. Unable to get any traction from one of their stars. And now you're just going to see this team have to go have a very, very stern chat about getting things activated for Vertigo. They still have kept their cool, right? They don't look too dejected. They don't look too out of things.
Yeah, I don't know. It just seems odd to me how everyone's avoiding eye contact, not saying anything to each other. It's just...
Oh, it's like a school dance.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, exactly. And I can understand why when you are losing like this, it's hard not to take it personally when you get 1v5'd. I mean, look, Bemis hits shots like this. You're about to win the force buy, immediately put yourselves on the board, and then James just decides that he's got 20 bullets and he's going to get 4 kills with them.
That's mental.
I mean, mad. Absolutely mad. Acor put into an uncomfortable, unenviable position, and he gets beheaded like that. And I believe that set the tone for everything else.
Oh, it really did. It really, really did. And then all these rounds, MOUZ, as soon as they lost the sights, 9 times out of 10, they were conceding. They weren't going for the retakes. And in those situations, it felt like they were just biding their time to get as many CT rounds as they could. But 3, just not enough. And then you're getting blanked here on that T side as well. So taking care of business of VP. Look, I still would have been, like, you know, I would have been happy. I would have smiled if I was them. It's a 16-3 scoreline. You have to be happy with that. But your Kinder carried across that good form on the AK here on that T half. You could see him laying down some pain. But these highlights, well, I don't know if they're highlights for MOUZ at all. Low lights, maybe.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I think for your Kinder and the power he possesses and how it's reflected in their T side, like, we could see VP getting to not only throw pace changes to their BXX, but Yakinda could almost always find a gap, whether or not he was with the pack, or if he had actually heard those rotates, built that mental picture, he would be right there behind them. We had a round where he did get 2 onto the B side defense, a solo B banana wrap. It did hurt, it hurt, and this is exactly how Buster made it look very, very convincing as well. the rest just falls into place. MOUZ unable to get anything going on Inferno, and you can see that the tail end of this was just the Akinda show.
Yeah,
he kind of just gave him a tutorial on how to defend Banana.
Yeah, he was able to get it with so much room there. It's quite the contrast, right? It'd be interesting to go back and break down both teams' approaches right there and why it's so easy for Akinda and it wasn't for MOUZ, but that's all she wrote for map number 2. Map number 3, in our sight line, Vertigo not too far away. And this is where it's all going to be decided. One of these teams is going to be eliminated right here, right now. I'm going to head to a break so we can get this underway ASAP. We'll see you soon. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are back at the business end of VP MOUZ, and it's been one of those games, maybe one of those days where, yeah, it just both teams bang out the opposition on their map pick.
I don't think we can forget about it, right? I definitely don't think we can, because it tells a very big story here. The T side coming into things for MOUZ Sports on their pick of Ancient was fantastic, 13-2, and then they ended up closing it. I think it was 16-9, something like that. But Yakinda got started once they flicked over to the T side, and VP got the ball rolling, and then they kept it rolling on Inferno. If you just missed that one, you missed out on another masterclass of a T side, 12-3, and then they closed that one with these 16-3 done and dusted. MOUZ Sports didn't put up a fight whatsoever. They got blown out of the server, and now the final map of play for elimination. Someone is going to be walking away at the end of this evening heartbroken. Vertigo up as the final map to be played between these two teams. And just to recount history here, within this stage, VP played against Gambit on this just the other day, and they were up, but they ended up dropping the ball and losing the map in a map that I think a lot of people thought was theirs.
That the
kick it moment onto Shiro? Yeah.
Wobbly.
And then MOUZ Sports yesterday against ENCE, they got it done. When they flicked over to their CT side, they had 11 rounds. They didn't drop a single CT-sided round on their defense of this, but that's not where they're starting. They opted to take it here, MOUZ. It was between Mirage or Vertigo. They wanted to go to Vertigo, where here they'll be kicking things off on this T side, and VP on that CT side defense. So we'll get things underway, and it looks like we're going to turn our attention quite swiftly towards the B bomb site.
Frozen's been the best player on MOUZ so far statistically. Let's see if he can start off proceedings well for this, our last map. Buster, ooh, he catches the flash fully. They don't necessarily profit, and now with his vision restored, it fades to black thanks to Frozen's Glock. Into the site, hunting for the USP, the upgrade found. Oh, Dexter's preemptive shots into the edge of the smoke have connected as well.
Bit of peppering going on, but Yakinda's on the flank, and there's a gap right now. Rops is looking the wrong way. He's left the behind open.
So passive, and now Dexter's been pantsed. Needs something. Frozen's gone too, falling apart. He's anticipating Rops loud on the way in, and Yakinda has not let his foot off the gas. Oh, that feels like a fumble.
Rops has really dropped the ball there, right? It's his job to cover the flank, and the gap that was created, Yakinda gets 3 kills out of that. A mistake, and VP profit in a massive way. I don't know what
was he looking for?
I don't know, but
Okay.
that's not the way you want to start things here. MOUZ Sports are immediately going to be force buying back into things. Now look, they got the bomb down. They made the entry look pretty easy in towards the site, so they know that they can keep this pressure up. And well, as far as the buys go, it's going to be pretty decent right now for MOUZ.
Comparable almost. I mean, you've got, significantly more rifles, sure. This is Yakinda just ruining the day of MOUZ. He's got some great shots in him. Even the third, he's just not flustered. Jame, going to be a real pain around that boosted spot.
Rops wasn't activated at all on Inferno. He needs to get activated here. He needs to take the game into his own hands in a couple of these moments. That cannot happen again,
No,
right?
his major placement is on the line here, and he is, you know, in the conversation to be one of those superstars, but superstars perform when it matters most.
Yeah, I know that his job is to lurk, but he's going to need to either come up with a couple of clutches in that lurk or find himself more active. He's not going to get away with just being passive time and time again here today.
Buster could easily smoke this off if they make any more noise. He's going to go get the fight. Oh, Beamers. Tip of the head could have been exposed. Just timing saving them for now. But VP are so wise to this. Look how quickly they can respond. They got 2 people boosted mid.
This is a good setup they have right here as well, because they have backup on the site. Kickett's here to help Buster out and just peering on over. The smokes are coming.
Yeah, he's ready for that duel. He's even taken a second no trade. MOUZ cancelled. The smoke blooms. That's big from Dexter. He's given him something to work with here. Kickett to fill the gap.
So many bodies on B right now. They've had 2 more rotations. Flitz here, same as Jame. And they're walking on through. Dexter trying to find a gap.
It is there. Oh, he heard Kickett retreat.
They're not going to expect this.
No. A little element of surprise. The flash is in, and the headshots are up for debate. Doesn't finish his meal. Jame cleans house, and down goes Acor. Well, this feels a whole lot more Inferno than it does Ancient, at least to start us off. The individuals have not let up. Even the presence of mind, not only does Buster string together the double, but then as he is found, Kickett just fills his space.
Yeah, they were reading that very well there. Great stuff here from VP to handle that. I feel like there's a difference in this team, right? And I know that there's a big firepower upgrade of Flip because of the Sanji emission now, but even still, they've had a few more pace changes. They've been a little bit more direct in some of their fights. One of the keys I want to point out here for VP on this CT side is if they do give up that B bomb set, they have some great B retake utility. So we'll get to see that one unfold, but this should be a bit of a freebie for VP now.
Astralis Vitality, if you were tuned in for that one on Vertigo, you witnessed just how much of the entire half can be determined over this control of the A-ramp smoke. You buy respect, you throw aggressive maneuvers into the mix, some HE's late, incendiaries, they partner up. You can see the partnership right here, actually, and it's not one I'd want to trifle with, Chad.
No, and you know that AWP is going to come out for Jame as well, so just biding their time, baiting out the util. MOUZ going through the paces early here, and one of the things that I've attested to them is a cool head, but going to be hard to keep it cool now when elimination on the line. Jame with the first, the rest look like they're going to fall in their favor. Rescinding now.
Makes sense.
Yeah, you don't need to stay around for too long, especially with that opening kill. Now, this is great for Yakinda. He doesn't have to worry about a molly to clear him out. Should be good for a few.
And there is another for Yakinda. Post is fourth. Acors, James next victim, and yeah, just one by one. BP teaches how to count to 5.
Clean.
Doesn't really get much cleaner. I think there's 2 kills on MOUZ right now. Yep. Dexter with 1 deagle frag, Frozen with the first of the pistol.
Oh, they've been able to get the AWP out now and into the hands of Acor here, but James upgraded it as well. So both whipping out the big greens for the first gun round. Not going to carry it across in a bonus scenario here. FAMAS is the worst gun on the deck right now. Diffuse kits are in play. Plenty of cash in the back pocket of VP going forward as well here. A-ramp smoke, you're going to see that one land. Playing on the ramp, and the shots on through, not going to connect. The nade, oh, is beautiful. And look at that, just mauls Dexter through the smoke.
Oh, but that's salt in the wound, Chad. And the wound is still fresh.
Just the lack of tracer fire now, right? It's so difficult. How are you meant to identify
and you
where
can't
that's
return
from?
fire at all.
You give yourself up. You go, here I am. Take a shot at me.
Yeah, we were watching players unload, 2, make it 3 mags of their silenced M4 just because of the freedom by which they have to get info from it. Never mind, get frags, lurk, smoke. Jame has a reaction to that. Is incendiary. He doesn't actually have one of those, but a nade for good measure.
That's one way to deal with it, right? They're aware of the possibility. They drop some nades to soften them up, and now Yakinda even having a look.
That is brave. Advantage on the one-way for the T's if they were there, but he's got the information so quickly.
Well, he's cleared it out now, so over towards B.
Bust up. Ballsy. Again, he gets away with it. That's twice now. So far, 100% success rate in Buster's aggressive B defense. There's more to come. The missed molly does mean Acor can set himself up, and oh, Buster bullying them. MOUZ lost. Let's get Myther on the mic, I think. These boys have not shown any signs of life. I mean, there's 2 kills, Chad. First gun round.
Yikes.
Nothing to show for it. VP are going to have max money if they keep on this trend.
That's ridiculous, though, because how the pistol round started, MOUZ were cutthroat over towards the B site, and it was really just the glimpse of Rops looking away and Yakinda finding that gap on the retake, right? Like, the pistol felt like it should have been MOUZ's.
No timeout taken. They're just going to go off Dexter's call here. Looks like a conservative half buy, try and get the bomb down, let Rops be a hero.
So in the, what do we do? Let's do some quick maths here, right? So in the last 23 rounds of play, MOUZ have only won 3.
Yeah, and this is quite damning. They immediately got a good eyeful of the intentions there of MOUZ. It was 4 counted. Dexter has been tagged, frozen spots, and is spotted by Yakinda.
More U2. I like how jarring VP are being towards this A ramp, right? They're not giving it up. They're not just completely dropping back to the site. They're staying in limbo.
Sure is the gap. Flit's responsible for it, so no issues there.
Ah, it's perfect. You know you're up against the pistol. Sandbag is great, and he's even going to keep looking. Look at Yakinda go. This one's called clear. He just needs to deal with 1 man of Frozen, and I think he's going to do that with ease.
Oh, now that is something. A gift from Frozen. They're looking to pivot middle. Typically, Jame responsible for it. He's committed over the site. Flit now tucked in. You should have at least one here. Oh, he looked away. Averts his gaze. They can build upon that weapons as well to ply their trade. Back his turn. Need a trade now. And Acor struggling on the P250. Beamers is low. He doesn't want to be the sacrificial lamb. And the backs are turned. The round falls apart. Rops very late to the party. Now he's got 2 people breathing down the back of his neck. And he's just not able to find the head. Insignificant damage dealt. 1 versus 3. Frozen started this round off with a great catch, and it was the intimidating Yakinda. He's walking into James Orb, though, and baits the shot. He's doing everything he can here. He doesn't have the time. They've got the nades.
Oh, he might want to go down here. Frozen.
What's your plan?
Okay, I think he's going looking for that gun over towards A, right? So if he can find this from Yukinda's body, there you go. It's not the end of the world. There's also a smoke just there. So piecing that one together, Frozen several steps ahead. Going to pick that one arm, carry it through. No dramas, right? He also had head armor here. You can see on the bottom right of your screen. Now, Frozen and Dexter get you 2 opening kills here, and your lurk is so late that your mid to B pounce does nothing, right? There's no pressure coming from the other side. It's just the 3 players coming through middle. Where's the pressure? Where's the attempt? Didn't even have a look in, and then everybody else is dead, and of course you're going to be looking to the extremities. 5-0. This is really, really rough start for MOUZ here.
Oh, it only gets worse, Chad. It only gets worse. No, 2 through the smokes. MOUZ throw their bodies into the A site, and it's not even allowed to leave the starting line.
Yeah, we need a timeout now. I know this round is still in a 3-on-5 situation, but this is about to be 6-0.
Chad, look at the kills. It's still just 2 players. We have got 3 players fast submitting their applications to the 007 agency.
Oh, a chance goes missing again. A-Core and Bemis, the last 2 to stand. Maybe they could change that as far as their own scores go here, but just no fight. And I think, I think they have to save.
Mytha better give these boys a pep talk, because this is a real problem for your major life. T-side Vertigo, a lack of unity, it seems, a lack of
frags, that's
frags.
it.
Yep, you're right, you're onto something there. Maybe I'm over-romanticizing it, but it does seem like these boys are not all on the same page. Some of them doing an audio book.
Oh, so careful here. You're on the tightrope as well. You can easily see Bemis just slipping on off. And the thing is, they're not
seeing things.
But they can't get away. They're not allowed. Flit's already in their spawn. Like, literally in their spawn. Where are you going to run back to now? Bemis has found something. 20 seconds left. He's found a kill. And they're still going in.
A-Core's got a smoke. I'll kick its angles. Just dreaming. Tracks up A-Core. Tucks into the smoke. 10 seconds. They're going to lose it all. And that's the end of that. 6 VP. Looking indomitable, untouchable. 6 already in the bank. And I mean, I know the numbers and it tell the story itself, but if you want to just bring up that round recap as well next time we're into game, you'll just see that this CT side has yet to truly bleed.
I hate to see Rops already buying. Like, they are taking the timeout. Rops has already bought. I know that they have max loss bonus. So I know they're going to be able to buy in the next, but like, at least give the coach a chance to say, hey guys, this is the round that we want to play. Like, now that he's invested into the Galil, he either has to go in all on it, right? Continue to, like, okay, that's not the end of the world here, but you're right. It needs to be a rousing speech of some variety.
Yeah, it has to be, because VP, they've been here before.
Just 10 rounds is all they need now. They seem so close at this moment.
It feels like it, and you're not going to be humbling their finances anytime soon. Woof. Sending Bemis into a different universe, and okay. Strap in, folks. I think what VP are saying right now is anything you can do, we can do better. A dominant Ancient, so distant memory now, and Yukinda again gets info early off the crane. Dexter has been one of the few to contribute an opener alongside with Frozen. Bemis did get himself one on the way in, and look at the active angles he's taking. Frozen a sitting duck, the trade necessary from Bemis.
Smokes are landing, attacking the site now. There is no gaps. They're going to make their way in. Oh, maybe went to left-hand side of that smoke. There might be a bit of a gap here. Bullets through. There it is. You can see it. And the damage done. The bomb's loose. They got to get that down.
So well rehearsed. That stop incendiary as well from James. And now he can post up on short. Can mantle up if he's brave. But is that really...
But they've left the site. They don't have any more util. They need to win the fights.
It's just Rob's parked up short. It's good to see him at the front of the pack. And they want answers. That's what that flash indicates, but not going to push it too far. An easy collection in the bomb as well, so really does come down to these duels. When will Robs choose to activate? Dexter's done him a whole lot of help with a frag onto Flit. James now spotted on towards that, and I think his presence alone has just locked Robs in. Do you think James knows?
Yeah, like he doesn't have to move. Why does Jaime have to move? The fight has to come his way, and there it is. The tag on the Rops down to 18. Scoops up the bomb, sure, but 25 seconds is all on Dexter.
He has to do it all, and he has found another. Oh my lord, he nearly got his crosshair in the right place. He's tried everything he could. Rops has to come up clutch. He doesn't have the health for this. Looking for some redemption. Something to give us hope, and no, instead submitted 007. And 7-0 for VP. They are really running to secure another life here at the Major. Legend stage for them. Looking for the champions. This would put them in the 2 wins, 2 losses, and send MOUZ back to their rooms to pack their suitcases.
Oof, this is going to be some comeback. This is going to be some comeback because there hasn't been any fight, right? A 7-0 scoreline with the rounds close, yeah, that's a conversation. A 7-0 scoreline where the other team, it doesn't even look like they're in the server right now. That's a problem. Virtus.pro have come to play, and sure, Ancient, forget about that. That is Ancient history right now. MOUZ, the full buy, it's in. That round was a good indication that they had a bit more pep in their step regarding the fight. They're a bit biffy, a bit quicker, but here comes James.
Bang, and already Frozen's gone, more to come. They're trying their luck, but every time they try and maneuver through these smokes, and Yakinda collects another freebie. Oh, Acor's next on the chopping block. His crosshair has no smokes. Dead on arrival, MOUZ. Look to Rops, posts his first, would need another 4. Can you do what James threw into the mix on Inferno, a 1v5? There's not many 1v5s in Major history, Chad.
Oh, I wouldn't imagine so.
James already attaching 1 to his name. Up against this squad, map 2.
He's not going to win this round, guys. What's going to happen? He's going to walk into James Orp, he's going to pull the trigger, and the round's going to be done.
No, he's going to jiggle it perfectly. James is going to pull the trigger.
You reckon?
Yeah.
All right. That's the start. 50 seconds. 3 more now, Alex. What's the next kill? How does that one happen?
Well, he fakes the steps, walks back to B, and baits the rotate out of kick it.
Okay.
Oh, wait.
Well, almost.
Lovely stuff out of VP, though. They're really not letting much slip here. Like, they are playing perfect counter. The fact that we've got Yakinda, who, by virtue of his own presence of mind and understanding of the game, all he needs in support of him is James to exist and fire off a shot and a smoke on the ramp.
Yeah, get the opening kill. He has so much room, and
like, can we just do a Yakinda round? I know this is weird and we don't do this in typical tier 1 officials. Never mind majors.
but
let's see how he's doing. Like, what's he doing? They're not even going to test him at this point, but he's playing the supporting cast to James for early info.
Yeah, he's safety netting if it's fast, and then when it's not fast, right?
It's just parked up.
Then
you don't even leave the AWP, Chad. You leave the AK.
It's such a force to have right here. Now, he's not the only component of this squad that's well-oiled. Now, we have Buster, which has basically forced them away from those B hits as well.
Yep, took him about 2 rounds, 2 tests. And now look at the second layer of their util. It enables Yakinda to walk up and tuck in. A gap to be exploited. Frozen. Looking the wrong way. Yakinda holds his nerve. Eyes on him. Eyes on Yakinda.
Fading.
Frozen. Oh, despite having the jump, and he's going to string together at least some damage. Dexter down low. Best bet so far. And again, it's Dexter that's doing everything for MOUZ. He's at the top of the scoreboard. That's another opening kill. I'll check in on them, because it's a significant absence of them. Frozen's delivered 2.
No, they're sent packing away from A right now, and they're going to test that luck over towards B for one more time. Right now, B is quite open here. Rops with a project of his own in middle. If he can lock down those rotations. Oh, they're rotating back so swiftly. They're going to have 3 players to deal with this over towards B, reading the situation well.
Yeah, late on their util. Very late. Beamer strikes. Flank is in.
There
Rops
he
delivers.
is.
Awakens when matters most. Still 8-0 as the first round for MOUZ looms.
Tap your watch. I think it's James time now. I know there's plenty of cash money to go, and he's just going to see if he can find anybody who wants to go hunting. But there it is. MOUZ, we've seen this so much. You think about Inferno, the saves after saves after saves on that CT side. It was agonizing to watch, just knowing that they could never contest. And finally now it comes together. They were doing a lot of this on Ancient, right? They were able to play the map control quite nicely, and I thought VP were in the right place at the right time. Beamer's throwing his body on the line, gets that kill, is traded. And then it's Rops who comes on in from behind with 2 big ones. So there you have it. Dexter's opener, Rops' closes. and around.
You just have to do that
6 more times.
6 more times.
And we get an 8-7 half. But that's something, at least they've broken their silence, right? Hopefully they can start believing they can do something now. Acor yet to frag.
This was the Rob's flank and activates just when he's needed. This is the double that wins the round. Short smoke. Let's see how far they go. It looks like the B side of the map might get some more attention here. Buster was brilliant, like we talked about. He did deter them, and oh, that's a very, very big opener. Buster's AWP flustered, forced off the line, space taken. Already looking much better out of MOUZ here, and a chance goes a bit awry. Util to be dropped to follow up. They don't have the bomb, Chad.
They'll get that. There's plenty of util as well. They can start dropping that over towards the B bomb site to fortify that. And Pyjamas, he doesn't worry about util. He's getting it done. Found another flit onto the trade. The retake looking possible. Flits forward.
Here we go. Acor to contribute. Struggles to convert.
Oh, now they're going to be a bit scared about this B site. That bomb might come back to haunt them here.
It could. Very well. They're a bit late to be planting it. And surely there's a little bit of doubt now for VP as to where they plan to finally commit. The sheer amount of time they've spent. Yeah, your Kinder's worried about middle. No secret of their presence, B. But Robs, lucky boy Robs, might be activated later. Oh, what the hell? Dexter? Dexter wasn't ready for the reaggress. At least the trade is there. Robson frozen to save mousesport's hopes of a competitive half hit. James does have an incendiary. Likely will be able to drop that out to contest the plant. Bomb scooped up. This incendiary will be perfectly timed, yeah. Has to wait it out. Ikinda does not give them an inch. And now to defend it. Smoke ain't bad, the flash is better. Rob's doing the flashbang dance. And just like its founder, Frozen has nothing to work with.
Oh, sound cue now. They know where he is. Bomb halfway ticked.
Not rushing this smoke kit. Ikinda, this first to fall, can Frozen with 3 HP handle this?
Sitting it.
He's sitting it, and Frozen knows, surely he can find him with the spray. James diffuses under their nose and sours the mood further. The best bet MOUZ have had. And a 5-second diffuse.
And the bomb did come back to haunt them there. You didn't think that detail was going to be the end of the world. Pyjamas has 2 kills. He got the entry. He even found the second. They even found the second before the trade came on in. And as the details now, you can see the stern look on Mytha's face. The pressure. I said that MOUZ were keeping a cool head. I don't think they're keeping a cool head anymore. Pyjamas here, he's just run on in. Like, this is fantastic. Look how much control they have. He's deep. He's all the way across. Like, the site is theirs. And then Flit is just able to be such a nuisance. Dexter back turned, and well, you can understand. You're thinking that's too much of a brave maneuver to pull off, but they pulled it back.
I think it must be a tech.
Yeah, looking like it right
it went
now. The
from
headset is off.
Tack to tech, and I mean, frustration's likely bubbling over now.
What's the conversation to be had? We know that Frozen had a couple of issues before. He did need to reboot his PC earlier, or at least Counter-Strike. Hopefully this one isn't going to stall us up for too long here, but I guess if we reflect right now on where we're at in the game, sure, the scoreline does read 9-1. The VP cash situation right now with a full buy in play, the high end is Jane with 7k, the next closest is Flit with 4.2, and then the rest all around that 2k mark. So you're going to need at least 2 rounds in a row here for going saves to get mousesports back in this. They can all afford. Acor's already bought an AK, and Acor's still yet to find a kill here. Dexter, he's been finding some traction. Pyjamas as well, as far as the early kills go.
Now, I don't know if I'm misreading that or if there's something wrong with the stats, but I'm reading at 10 rounds into Vertigo, Yakinda's at 172 ADR. An average of kill and a dink, essentially.
Well, think about the pistol where he started it. He gets 3 kills there.
Yeah.
And every time we've been on his POV and they've come his way, most of the time it felt like he's got at least 1. So 13 kills, 4 assists. Yeah, it's starting to add up.
This is on his weak side.
Yeah, wait till we give him the AK every single round.
This Kalashnikov out. Let's have a little look. Bring it up for all of y'all at home.
Oh, he is our drone man. The kill leader. That one makes sense.
13 enemies killed.
Oh, the headshot hasn't even been the primary, right? Because I guess the silenced M4 through the smoke has just been such a pain in the ass right now for MOUZ.
But looking calm under pressure for sure, and he's one of the new additions. We talked about VP, their core being represented in the last major grand final, and that was as a Vanguard. Yukinda, though, was the partnership up with new face Flit. He's on the block there, trying to keep it in that game-winning mentality. It honestly looks like he's waiting for his dinner. And it probably is. A MOUZ on a silver platter.
Yeah, I don't know how much of that's going to be to go around. But this here is great from VP. 2 back-to-back maps where they've been dominant. There's not even a conversation about it. I do like the way that MOUZ came out of the last with a bit of pep in their step, and I really feel like they never should have lost that round, but at least it shows the fighting face. Now, Acor's gone as well, so we've lost 2 players from the server here, guys. This tech may be extended for a little bit longer.
Yeah, their pistol started so well. And I think, you know, you've seen, you know, from the games you've played, and never mind the ones we've watched, that losing a round you feel like you had in the palm of your hand will bleed into future rounds. And, you know, we saw that on Inferno.
Yeah, we did.
The second round force where Beamus, young gun, full of fun, hitting some 1-digs out of absolutely nowhere. 3, Chad.
They were massive
They
shots.
were honestly, like, that's a highlight in its own right.
Yeah.
And then James just did the impossible. He was being run down. You know, you say most clutches require a huge slip up from your opponents. To be fair to the boys of MOUZ, they were all running him down. He just held the spray and managed it to perfection. Looks like we've got 5 bodies in the server again for MOUZ. And so let's get back to the brutality that so far has been our third map. It's first half. VP already boasting a 1 CT side, 9 in the bank. MOUZ a meager 1.
Had the match medic in. Things should be getting sorted out now. Cash to splash, we've mentioned plentiful. Loss bonus, of course, maxed on out. Now we are getting this one back underway with the buys coming in. Acor has equipped the AWP and be time to get him activated. Currently with 0 kills to his name. Not an easy side for the T to operate on. Now, he can find fights over the smokes over towards A ramp, but it's not going to be easy for him.
That's been cancelled, Chad. That was cancelled in the first 5 rounds when they tried ramp and Yukinda just laughed at them.
They're going to have to try again, and you can see here what he's working with. The smoke blooms.
That was just a flash. I thought they'd gone for a very avant-garde sandbag smoke. Okay. Well, there's the invisible bullets flying through the smoke. You really are going to be kept very humble when those are flying through. Acor frustrated wiggles.
Here's the difference in this round. They've actually posted Jame in mid with the AWP. Another smoke now going to drop towards that ramp, and that's going to stall MOUZ out for likely another 20 seconds here.
No rebuttal. You're just not going to be able to. You can take a good guess as to where they're coming from, and Acor's holding what little he can. He's trying to also be hyper-aware of the flash aggress. They're so paranoid now that it could be anyone, anywhere.
There's the one way. Yukinda was actually holding on to that with quite a nice timing. That's going to slow this crawl down, and if he drops the re-smoke as well, they are going to have to start to disrespect that. They're going through.
Oh, and Yukinda strikes. There's more to come. I can feel it in my waters. Beamus has denied, but here comes Kickert. Even trades. This is the best bet for MOUZ. You've got 40 seconds. You have access to the ramp. You can stretch your legs. Full util on Dexter. Bomb on his back
Flitz
as well.
flanking. He's just gone down the ladder mid.
Oh, that's quick. That's very quick. All eyes are going to be drawn
elsewhere.
elsewhere.
No one's looking.
All eyes looking elsewhere. Back to turn. Flit will strike. 1.5. Rob's on notice. Not far off on his spray, but you can see Flit knows what's up. If it just survives.
At the time. They have to go A.
They have to. And James here, ready for his shooting gallery. Ready and waiting, takes down Robs, and the second comes just as easy. MOUZ. They find the even trades late, but yeah, Flit this time throws a spanner in the works.
Yeah, and Jane was posted up mid with that AWP, which meant they had Overwatch there early. They actually had an aggressive stance. They weren't playing mid passively towards elevator room. They weren't on the construction position. They weren't playing from CT spawn. They had a lot of vision mid, right? Because it was the rifles locking down A. So you're more than happy to take the risk in that moment. You're not expecting a player over to the Jenny late, watching it when Flit's gone for that push. It needs to be a gear shift again from MOUZ. They have to find a way to fight here. They're just being absolutely dismantled in front of our eyes.
Virtus.pro. Oh, the intentions are so clear. Even the pop flash is nerdy as hell. That's something. Game gone. If they could find Yakinda, the A site would be open for business, but it's Yakinda, and he decides he's had enough. The trade is there, frozen over the one-way. Now we're cooking. And what? There's more. Flit decides to re-aggress as well. Not another for A-Core. Caught out. His 11th to the chin. And we're fully reset. They still have ramp control. The bomb to be scooped on up. Rops is working something into mid. Beamer's crawling into B.
Yeah, they gave up B. Buster's very passive right now. You can see he's just working his way back into the site now.
This is a big duel for Rops. Catches kick it in transition, but doesn't quite connect the dots. Now Buster can contain this plant. Nice from Beamus. He's been saving MOUZ on multiple occasions here. Could this be their second? Nade looks well destined for glory. Does chunk them both. Frozen down to a manageable amount.
Kicker's on the flank here. They have to consider this, and he's going to take his time. Kicker, he's going to check the railing. Going to jump up and around.
Up ahead. Nice shot out of Frozen.
Has to be the round, surely.
Has to be.
And that's the save.
Will be. Okay, MOUZ. What a hard-fought second round that was.
Yeah, it's brutal, isn't it? Over towards A, they just can't catch a break. That's the difference. Like, VP aren't giving them any space at all. Like, you want to take ramp, sure, but we're going to take several bodies with you.
And you can see the corpses now just littered all over this side of the map. Like, VP are so good right now at making it costly to just take some, what's typically given space. I mean, once the smokes are thrown, you know, the meta did not have 3 people, one at a time, taking the mantle of A defense. They have made it work, VP, up to a point.
They're backing their aim so much, right? And what you're talking about here, when you see this smoke, the Frozen gets dropped, you watch Gambit play this map, they drop that immediately. Nafany's on that railing, fighting consistently here, but another consecutive round for MOUZ, and maybe we're talking here. Rops with a pace to it, finally something aggressive out of him. Entry fragging mid, taking the room, calling the space clear. He's taken this one back.
Dexter in tow. Yakinda so low. Oh, bit of a flubbed boost there. Flit's not going to give him anything.
Oh, kick it though. He's jumping up. Just dancing around smokes. This is the smallest of margins right now, separating these between kills. And as this fades, if Yakinda pushes forward, might be able to take some room. A flash splits in. He's grabbed one. And he's out.
Where is the trade?
Rops
Nothing
can't do anything.
available. Just denied. Okay, that smoke might actually be something for Beamaz to anticipate aggression. He's looking for it. He's looking for it. Spots a little bit.
Oh, he saw the leg.
Glimpse of leg. Does engage. Does open up the B site. Can they commit to this as a unit?
Oh, no.
Yakinda's coming. And there's no one ready. A loud Robs descends. Frozen does his due diligence and more. Checks it. Saves one. Jame looking to do more damage. Does miss his shot.
Acor's first as well.
There you have it. MOUZ 3, VP 10.
Oh, it's not easy for them to get to these rounds.
It's only been the B site.
Yeah, and Beamus, the guy on your screen right here, this kid is playing well and truly above his years right now. In a pressure environment, he is the one continuously getting them into these sites. So good stuff from Beamus.
Oh my god, it's actually enough.
Yeah, it's been... Oh, a timeout call. Dustin just stood up, called the timeout sign.
Bit late.
Yeah, it doesn't look like that one's gone in. Maybe for the next round. You know, maybe he wants to call it in the next round to play. But yeah, it is just going to be these light on pistols here. Now you have to get this one, MOUZ. VP have been decimating you when the rifles are out. Now that it's just down the pistols in the gap. Oh, dear.
No. Frozen, the bodyguard has to be activated. Acor's on notice. And yeah, I think I'd be more passive as well after that.
There's 4 bodies right now over towards this A-ramp position, so they can't contest this. It is just the pistols, right? And it's not the best at long range. CZs, P250 for Jame, and 2 USPs. That smoke they can actually gravitate towards and use that to advantage.
It could. Frozen threw it out to imply more presence. MOUZ are in a standstill.
There's a flash in the hands of Kickit. It looks like the trap is not going to get sprung here against the MOUZ. Now, here goes Bemis again. Difficult to clear.
Can he seriously do it for them again? Just every time he does put his name in the feed as an opener, that B site usually becomes mouse and around.
Oh,
he's going to have to clear this. And has. Buster down, B site open. Wide open.
Bemis is doing a lot for him again here. They're pushing A. Frozen has heard this time. They definitely have the bomb, and now Frozen can mop up the mess. Yukinda dead, the rest just stranded right now from VP. And 4. This is a hard-fought 4 rounds, and you got to question if it's even going to be enough. There's still one more round in this first half to be played, and we'll see if that timeout of Dustan comes through into the next for VP. I'm sure he knows the importance of making sure they get the 11 rounds before we flick on over. Finally, something easy for MOUZ, though. And for a moment there, you know, Bemis was looking the wrong way. If Buster steps out, the double dink of the USP, the AK falls, they go into the A trap. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, when I saw the gap in their ramp smoke being exploited by a CZ and A-Core again, so vulnerable, it could have gone horribly, horribly wrong. So handled. And a 10-5, considering the way in which this started, is more than they could have asked for.
Well, this is the thing. Yesterday against ENCE, on this very map, in the second map of the series, MOUZ Sports started on the T side. They managed 5 rounds total. Then they flicked over to the CT side, 11 straight. They didn't drop a single CT-sided round.
Well, I know what my speech, my rousing speeches from Mithra on the halftime will be.
They've already done it once.
And right now, if you're Dexter, you just remind them, lads, we've worked with 5 before. Major life on the line. We did it with 5. Let's get it. VP on the other side of things are just going through the motions. The B site's the slight vulnerability, which of course Buster was thriving in defending previous. Gets his weapon back out. Looks like he's the last to buy, just working out what nades he desires, and M4 in the mix.
Some heavy hitters waiting in the wings tomorrow. Copenhagen Flames, Vitality, NIP, Entropiq, and FaZe.
Oh, lordy.
Yeah, it's going to be quite the gauntlet tomorrow.
Only half will make it through.
Well, here we go. MOUZ this time turning their attention over towards A. They could take the fight early here. They haven't done that, and that Molotov says they very well might. Trying to hold Yukinda at bay finally with a bit of crowd control utility here, and back and forth they go. Dexter going to burn, has to respect that. Don't want to lob out another smoke for the extinguish, but this could be the mix-up. They could just walk A and go for an execute here. We haven't seen that yet out of them.
They haven't been given this without a corpse.
Yeah, this is weird to see.
Okay, and they're allowed to drop all that utility they've been theory crafting.
Finally, some A-ramp space. This is just such a different look to how the game's panned on out until now. Decoy dropped. Yukinda, though, you know he's going to sweep forward.
Yeah, but off the flash of Kickit, it's up to him to call for it. Resmoke ramp. Flash Yukinda in. Hold his nerve instead. He just wants to actively fight this, and you got Jane posted up as well, so that's the flash. Double swing. They are completely blind, baffled. A-Core puts his name in the feed. A good shutdown onto Kickit. Need to activate further. A smoke for the cross. Both bloom. They can boost over this if they wanted to. Don't seem keen.
They're setting it up now.
Oh, they are.
It could be too late. They fumbled this.
Oh, it leads to a big one.
What did he even see?
A-Core just off the barrel. Bangs Jame. MOUZ that compulsory 5th now, getting ever closer.
Buster has a smoke.
Beam is cleared. Flit bests him. A-Core would have to be a hero for the rest of this. It's not ideal for the AWP, but oh my god, he spots the toes. It's not enough. Frozen to deliver a big one here, and he has already found Flit. Can tuck in. Time on their side. A-Core survive. On the edge of the smoke, he strikes again, calls it a fake. This has to be MOUZ in their 5th. Buster's not got the time for this adventure. A-Core found. time-sensitive mission for Buster. He's really got to be on it now, hoping to catch Frozen on the way round. And there you have it, 10-5. They've worked with it once, they'll have to work with it again.
Oh, it was labored. It was difficult to watch at times there. VP came in hot off the back of Inferno, and this has just been an onslaught of rounds. Getting 5, all things considered, and the blunder that they had, that round where they left the bomb in spawn, even the pistol round where they allowed Yekinde to slip into the backline. Do you think it could be a completely different half if those 2 rounds fall the other way?
And there's nothing to fall back on. It's just one more half of Counter-Strike. You're in or you're out. VP shaking it all about as we swap sides to that T attack. What did Acor see?
Jeez, what did he see?
he saw some ones and zeros, bro. He saw some ones and zeros, I think. Little robotic, let's go.
It's 5 sets of Kevlar here on the CT side.
A double smoke, double molly T pistol. Let's go. What are they doing with this? Oh. Nothing for Yekinde. His plans have been foiled.
Dexter's going to get hot.
Yeah, very quick, and he'd love a tap, sticking around and hoping. Not much more. Acor with more. Oh, the clicks are sensational. 3 quick ones out of the Dane. Gives him a man advantage. We talk about pistols being important, Chad, but just reminding MOUZ they're still in this.
That's huge from Acor, considering the lack of impact he had in that first half. 3 crispy USP shots on the pistol here, and now this one can stall on out. Still have the smoke for Kick It, can get that down left side the molly towards Frozen's position right there, likely to land as well. And you can see where Kick It's standing. That's the traditional position to throw that smoke. The bomb on the back of Buster can leer up through this short position towards the side. There's the smoke. And here's the molly.
Oh, flubbed. Beams can stick around. That makes a big difference because Buster's going to try and fake it out. They're pushing for it. Missing his shots. Beamus does find it. Kick It. Looking to clutch. Smoke is fading. Will he clear Rops on headshot? He might expect he's still elevator. He's crossed just as the smokes were up.
Not even considering it.
Is not considered. Not well tracked. Rops shuts him down, and a must-win pistol is secured. Acor starts, and Rops will finish.
Mytha with a little bit of a prayer right there, it seems, because that one still got sketchy. Acor does so much work right there, and it still comes down to a 1-on-2 situation.
Imagine if that molly was somewhere else. Headshot.
Yeah, that's where I thought it was going.
Yeah.
I guess they just wanted to guarantee. Whoa! That one's a scorcher right there.
This
and
was
these
great
were
too.
good
This one,
yeah.
bang!
Great stuff there from Acor, but here we go. It's going to be very conservative right now from VP. 5 Glocks and a flash. Kick It just making some steps over towards B to at least keep them guessing, keep them looking. Rops thrust forward. Dexter too, pushing on down. They throw a close flash. Dexter might cop that in his face.
Frozen's got this one way to peek over as well. Very hard clear. Dexter. Oh, they all swing into him. He does well to find the 2, and that is the rest. Frozen. Chillaxing, maxing, and acting all cool.
Well, they know the guns are coming now, right? They just saw that it was Glocks. They saw that there was no armor behind it, no pistols. So they know that the AKs are coming out. Unfortunately, the players who stayed alive from MOUZ Sports there had FAMASs or M4s, so straight into the rifles themselves. Dexter can upgrade or get an upgrade, and this is a very important round now. Everybody with the AK-47s over there for VP. Util to work with, and well, here we go. They've seen the smoke coming out towards the gap position early, limping a smoke up of their own, and Kick It. He's going to go for a walk behind this.
Oh, he had the impact. And it actually does stop it from blooming. Nade not far off, a bit shy of the mark. See the pressure mounting. Dexter under the pump. They know how much this round means. Like, this is a real gap closer round. You can really start to forget about the woes of your first half if you can string together a clean one here.
All 5 members are already over towards A. Rops has pushed down B, so they have a good idea that it is going to be this A finish, but this could be the pace right now. Yekinde could swing at any moment.
Here comes Yekinde. That AK, always good for the first, the second, the flash. It does connect, and oh, Acor again with some high impact fragging. Tested on Dexter, and he doubles up as well. That will do nicely. MOUZ kick up a fuss. VP back to the drawing board. A was given. Yakinda puts an opener in there, but the counter util was brilliant.
We got a game now. Didn't look like it. It didn't look like it for the longest time. 9-1, I swear the score was at for a moment. There could have even been 10-1. Hard to recount how this one's gone, but the dominance of Inferno bled over into the start of this. And Acor again with another double. His impact, it's finally being felt in the server right now. Dexter as well.
0 and 11, Chad. He's 9 and 14. He has found his voice in the server when it matters most. Down goes Dexter. Big gap to be filled. You don't want to trip over your shoelaces now with a Tech 9 armor.
Oh, you can see they're going to take their time here. So the opening kill comes in, and guess who gets the rifle upgrade? Yakinda in hand one more time.
We might just get a full repeat. Perfect flash, didn't clear him. Loud on the descent. So Frozen has an idea that one is stuck around. Rejigging this attack.
This mid presence from James could be an awful lot here, right? Rops has to do with B and mid right now, so it could come down to a timing as they're starting to pivot in the lower deck. Jiggling over towards B, making their way. And that smoke could do an awful lot to secure the bomb site here. Noisy now. Forces out some more util from Rupson.
They know he's averted his gaze. Jane doesn't manage to pick the gap. Oh, they're playing mind games with him here. Nice find. Nice find from Acor. He did hold his nerve. Yakinda was trying to thread the needle. That was that M4, so not to be.
Look at BMS just in the middle of nowhere, playing a crazy off angle right here, and he might even get James coming his way. James has to make a risk at some point. When this pressure is felt, if BMS turns his back.
Oh, Acor, more bodies. He's hitting them all. Acor comes alive again. Multi-kills back to back to back. James, speaking of multi-kills, he's not quite found much in a while. Concedes his 9th as MOUZ posts theirs.
Great stuff from Acor again, right? We keep saying his name now. We didn't for the longest time, and he's here. So this is VP actually going to get their full buy-in. And when I say full buy for VP, it's with James having an AWP, right? The AKs are fine. You saw what he did with the Galil over there on Inferno, but the AWP is his weapon of choice. And this was Buster in the opening. Dexter goes down, but they deal with it. So handled by MOUZ, and some combat orbing from Acor here. Presence towards A again. Rops, so much control over towards the B side of the map one more time. Has Bemis to back him on up. Tucking on in and just trying to play a bit of an off angle here. Flip babysitting middle, and middle is the gap right now. VP unawares how much space there is. Acor mollied out of position, drops a smoke, and nade lands on the head. That slows Yakinda down to 66 points of health, and a second one follows through. More util coming their way. And
you know, Chad, it's worth reminding you that that game where many thought they should have had Gambit was the T side of VP where they fell silent. It was 14-11 when they fell silent against Gambit on their T campaign. Perhaps, just perhaps, that seed now planted with every passing CT frag. Reminded of that, how that lockout felt. MOUZ just finding their feet at the tail end of that first half, and now we find ourselves looking to level it up. You'll never guess who's back in the feed with another double. The multi-kill master's back, having his way. Battered and bruised, the polar bear looks to recede. Yakinda's gone too. It's out of the question for another round. This will tie us up. Acor, don't get greedy now. He might just punish on the retreat. He hears Flit leave, and that's Acor's 3rd. 15 and 15 his score reads as Buster will put a 16th into the death column. Buster, top of the scoreboard for VP. 10 seconds as they hunt him down. He wants to go down, but he'll take a couple with him. Rops can finish the job, even after time. He's only got $750. Bye. Oh no, VP. Those seeds we were talking about are firmly planted now.
This is where VP do some of their worst work when the finances are in a really weird position. They make some strange calls as far as the economy goes here. To them, I'm sure it makes sense, but it definitely comes back to bite them in certain scenarios. And Acor, just the constant utility that MOUZ Sports were throwing to slow and stall out VP was fantastic here, and it facilitated that double peak. Getting that 3rd kill was beautiful. You can see Flit wanting to save the AWP, but we're down to the pistols. Buster not investing in anything.
Acor has 5 multi-kill rounds. He is at the top of the entire server aside from Buster.
Just come alive in this second half, and Dexter's turn grabs the first, gets away. We got max loss bonus into the next, so this wasn't one of those scenarios I was talking about, right, where VP, maybe they would have bought an AK or something a bit crazy, but they've actually taken this one conservative. Buster will be able to buy with the rest of the team in the next round to play.
Yeah, you just have to live the Glock lifestyle.
But look how much utility MOUZ are holding on to, right? You see how much the CTs like to dump early just to get ramp control. Well, again, they're holding on to so many incendiaries, so many smokes, so many HEs. And that's perfect now because they can dissuade within the mid-round, right? It's not just all thrown out early. They just stall out VP and the crawl. And this is the thing we've seen. They haven't gone over towards B at all. This is the reason, you know, with a map like Vertigo, when you have a team like VP, they do just go A. Saw the flexibility from MOUZ. They found a lot more success over towards the B side of the map. And when we're over at B, Rops has pushed all the way forward. He has all the early info. Sure, he's not doing a lot in the kills department, but the info for Rops here has been something. And there's 40 seconds left, and there's still 2 smokes, 2 mollies, couple of HEs, a couple of flashbangs left.
They haven't moved a muscle. It's just a game of statues here for VP. Kicked's talking a lot. James throw out one of the 2 smokes required if they want to walk into that site. Dexter still has to be cleared, and they're coming his way. Frozen steps up to the plate. This one will end as quickly as it started. mousesports lock it down. Not a single body dropped despite Frozen being brought all the way down to 1. And MOUZ will take the lead for the first time. For the first time in Vertigo.
They've won 10 rounds in a row. From the T-half to now, they've won 10 rounds in a row.
That's mad. This is a complete 180. The CT lockout.
They've the closest the round has been was Pistol, where VP got 3 kills, and then the next closest has been a bunch of rounds with 2 frags. So they're doing VP dirty right here.
Maybe a test on Rops here, just a little. Buster wants to poke. Have a prod. Bemis in support though, and it's such you can't break that on his own. He can't. He won't try.
And Kicked's dead now. He's gone down through the smoke. Tasted their own medicine right here. There's 2 of them to deal with, right? Even if Bemis drops back, Rops is still in such a difficult position to clear. It has to be on your Kinder to find them some space. Yeah, you turn to this guy.
Has to. And he so consistently does. With no support. It's just a one-man operation here, and he's forced Dexter to at least be smoked out. Frozen bails him out.
But that just buys so much time. Do they want to test the waters there? No, Buster looking towards B. And look, Rops just doesn't have to move. How are you going to break this?
You can't on your own.
Look at the angles you have to clear.
You truly cannot. He's managed his angles so well, but he's broken Bemis, and Rops is there to at least pick up the pieces.
They're through mid.
Yeah, Acor, shy of the mark, has to react. Rops to recover. Dexter has taken one of them down on the way, and with the double zoom, Flit does behead Acor, and now that bomb is on its way to B. Rops, Molotov down, forced to swing. Flit does go down now, just looking to extend play on the retreat. Jame aggressive. Dexter puts it down range, and that is 12. That'll do nicely. Money on the weaker side for VP, and starting to run out of chances. mousesports have not dropped a round.
They're yet to plant the bomb on this T side. VP have not been able to get into the bomb site and get the bomb down at all on their T half. So sure, the max loss bonus is in play, but without those plants, without the extra cash injection, without the saves, like these rounds just have to be half buys. And this is just going to be a complete change right now within the server. The vibe, again, has flip-flopped. These are some of the most dominant halves of Counter-Strike we have had today across all 3 maps.
Yeah.
Just domination. And now we're getting both teams showing up, both with amazing CT sides.
This is so peculiar. Just the way in which this whole series has played out. Lockouts after lockouts, and now Frozen does, as you said, give them a taste of their own medicine. That was what they were pulling off time after time. Ooh. To the point where we did see, oh, wow.
They have bought here, yeah. Look, they can get the Galils, right? They're lacking AKs. You Kinder the only AK here. Plenty of util, or enough util. It's probably how we need to frame
Maybe
this.
Buster's got a friend to break that B site. Acor, ooh, not far off the mark. It's Kicker that's warded off.
Oh, blanked right now, aren't they? And they're going to try the luck again. Buster just containing that B push early. The rest of the team now up the ladder looking towards mid.
I think they liked the way that mid felt.
Yeah, they got room, didn't they? Dexter overseeing business right now.
It's a huge gap right now in mid. gaping chasm. Bemis
He's heard this.
Heard something.
He's reserved on this.
Nade draws attention B side. Robs is desperately trying to have crosshairs looking at him. Bemis to strike. Does. Transfers beautifully. VP on notice. 3 already. Bemis has done everything for MOUZ. A big round as well. The full investment out of VP. Bomb loose. Rob's not looking. Oh, the flash. He lives on. Saved by the flash. He only gets the one of the 2. Up to Buster. For the 13th for MOUZ. To keep their major dreams alive. Buster looking for an impossible clutch. He does find Bemis. The trade not there. Acor surely ready to swing. Frozen is hunting as well. They're both there. They lock it in. 13, and you can see their eyes alive with belief once again.
Bemis has been key in this map. It is ridiculous the level of impact he has had. In that T half, the rounds where he was getting kills and just being the can opener in sights was amazing. And this right here, the fact he was reserved, he kept his cool, he played off his teammates. Perfect stuff from Bemis here. Huge play from the youngster, 3 massive kills. And no plans again for VP. This time, they're not going to try their luck with the Galoos. They're down to the pistols, and they're almost down and out right now.
Scratching their heads. Can't find a way in. Right back. CT lockout.
Scratching their head here, now trying their luck over towards B one more time. There's plenty more this time. Rops.
I mean, this has to be an easy one, right? You got to take Robs down. You jump straight in. Good flashes and a weapon. But the rest...
Bemis again.
Careful, Bemis. Oh my god, he's just standing in the open. The Bemis special. Doesn't get anything done. He's got so much space lost. The Molly forces Yakinda wide. He waits for the flash. Strikes and then replaces it as well. Now through. Kick it. Oh, elevated. Nearly 2. Bemis again saves them from mass murder. Even doing some housekeeping. He's doing everything he possibly can, but this one is better for VP. Bomb ticking.
2 smokes on the retake here for Acor and Bemis. They can get those down.
Like one on the site, one sandbag side. This could really divide and conquer. They clear close. 1 smoke, not ideal. It's onto the bomb though. And the low HP player has faked it out. Jame looking to find some info. And
Bemis again!
He's still saving them. 3 frags from Bemis. Flit, competitive. Bemis still delivers. He's finally fallen. Someone has to defuse now. Buster, Shy,
he can't find it.
Holding, and that's 4. No! Shy! Not enough time. Buster gets it by virtue of the clock. We say play on.
How much does Bemis have to do there? He's on 10 HP, getting the rest of those kills. Finally, they break on through with the Tech 9s. The most unlikely of the rounds is where VP, they break this streak.
That's their first T round, Chad.
That is their first T round. Wasn't Buster the one first in who killed Rops?
Yeah.
Last alive in all of that. And he didn't even get the kill.
I thought Acor had it.
Oh, it looks so good.
Oh, okay, yeah, it looks like we have to change out a coach headset so they can get that timeout. Fix that one up quick. That's a quick fix. Good God, if you've just joined us, you're right on time.
Yeah, we're just heating up right now. What a comeback this has been.
I'm not going to lie, Chad. When I was looking down the barrel of that, what was it at one point? 10-1?
10-1.
10-1 with Yakinda, he having a dominant CT side. I'm like, oh, well. I mean, stick a fork in this one. It was supposed to be done, but now VP's woes.
It was 10-1 to now 10-13. Like, that is just how many rounds in a row that MOUZ have accrued. Just time and time and time again.
Just 13.
Just mental.
Just finding 12 consecutive rounds.
That is crazy.
And now VP have responded in kind. 1, and it's off the Tech 9s. It's Buster who's really is head and shoulders above the rest here. He's at 25. Let's not let that go unspoken. And, well, if you're VP, it's not like you've learned anything with that.
No. Well, you've tested B and it's worked, right? You've gone A almost every other round, right? Almost every other round you've gone towards A. You found a little bit of room mid. You found a little bit of room to at least get that A ramp control in portions here. But MOUZ have done such a great job with their game plan of stalling you out towards A. Now, Doomsday could strike for MOUZ Sports here. They're investing right now, and the most amount of cash they have left is 5.7k on Frozen. The loss bonus, of course, it's bottom of the barrel. So this is a very important round right now for MOUZ, right? The loss bonus is against them here. We're getting back underway. That headset has been fixed.
Okay. believe it or not, a slow start for VP, and then you can't really fault them. Smoked off.
Dexter needs to be very careful here. James on the
Playing
prowl.
with fire. Oh, didn't quite catch enough of Dexter to pull the trigger and commit.
Being a bit quicker with the util here this time around. MOUZ now out mid.
Talking of quicker.
Yeah, there's a massive gap again. This is where Bemis got it done from before. Double nades through. Just peppering him. 5 damage is all they have to account for that, but that's information.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're MOUZ, you're not going to be in a hurry to clear out mid, are you? So that just plant some feet. Plant some feet.
Oh, testing back towards Acor's AWP. He might get a heads-up duel here against James. This opener could be everything.
This is such a powerful angle. Like, the one way is designed to force this, or force the AWP off it, but they haven't used it. He'll get an action. It might be the flashes, though. He's committed to this. Acor shy, and VP open up. 2 bodies drop. Frozen has to step up. The utility implies a commitment, but it's not. Now the smokes will. Kickett's up short. He'll be set for success now if he can walk on as the flames do fade. Frozen doesn't choose to engage. Kickett taking so much space.
Do they risk this? There's no money left in the bank balance for MOUZ. Do they really go for a round like this?
Oh, Kickett, he knows where you are. He might even want to do more damage. Uncontested, he's just there to deal with the walk-up. Do they want to go for this? That is the question chat has posed, and rightfully so. Short smoked. They can be ahead of that. Closing the gap. It looks like the commit. It looks like the commit. Flit. 4